One minute your life is normal, the next, the company you've worked for goes completely bankrupt. You're left with nothing but a pile of bills and a heavy sense of despair. Our guy Chan is desperately calling his boss, but all he gets is a cold, automated voicemail telling him the receiver is busy. Surrounded by rejection letters and failure, Chan tries to keep a smile on his face, but you can see the light dying in his eyes. He finally snaps, screaming into his phone because he's losing his mind over his crumbling life. The sun sets on another day of pure hopelessness as he stares out at a city that doesn't care about him. 6 weeks pass, and things have only gotten worse for our boy. He's getting rejected from even the simplest cafe jobs because they tell him he's too old to work there at 29. Chan sighs, realizing that even finding part-time work has become an impossible mission in this economy. He can't believe it's been over a month and he still has 0 leads on a job. Walking down the street, he realizes that if he pays his phone bill, his bank balance will literally hit 0. He's worried about next month's rent when something bright catches his eye. It's a convenience store glowing like a beacon, and he wonders when such a huge place even opened up here. He spots a flyer on the door and walks over, hoping for a miracle. The sign says they're hiring anyone. No age restrictions, no gender requirements. It's like a gift from heaven. As he walks in, a cheerful voice welcomes him to the shop. Chan points to the flyer, telling the girl at the counter he's there to apply for the position. The girl looks absolutely stunned, staring at him like she just saw a unicorn. Chan feels a bit awkward, wondering why she's acting so weird about a simple job application. She snaps out of it with a loud "oh" and a look of pure excitement. She reveals she's actually the manager, even though she looks like she should still be in school. Chan is floored, thinking there's no way this kid is running the whole place. She frantically tells him to take a seat while she rushes off to grab him a drink. She asks what he likes, and Chan tries to stay cool, asking for a simple Americano. She sits down and starts the interview, asking for his personal information. He tells her his name is Chan, he's 29, and he lives nearby. When she asks about his experience, he tells her he's worked at a store before, which makes her eyes sparkle. She's thrilled, telling him he's exactly the perfect fit she's been looking for. She mentions she's actually older than him and asks to speak casually, leaving Chan completely baffled. The conditions are set: a 1-year contract, night shifts from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m., and she'll be watching. Chan knows his sleep schedule is about to be wrecked, but he doesn't have much of a choice. But then she says the hourly wage is 20,000 won, nearly double the normal rate, and Chan signs the deal immediately. She's so happy she starts clapping, looking like she just won the lottery herself. Chan signs the contract, officially becoming the newest employee of this strange shop. She asks if he's filled everything out and then pulls out his new uniform with a mischievous grin. After 3 hours of training, the manager heads out, leaving Chan to start his very first shift. She warns him that some suppliers might arrive in the early morning and to keep an eye out. Chan thinks it's a bit unusual, but she tells him not to worry about organizing things yet. Her expression gets serious as she tells him to handle any suspicious customers appropriately. Chan assures her he can handle it, thinking she's just talking about regular troublemakers. She cheers him on and heads out the door, leaving him alone in the quiet store. Chan waves goodbye, finally feeling a sense of relief now that he has a job. He clutches his chest, relieved that he can finally pay his landlady the rent he owes. He thinks he's hit the jackpot: high pay, nice boss, and his background as an officer means catching criminals will be a breeze. He starts doing the math on his phone, realizing just how much money he's about to make. This job pays as much as a veteran at a major corporation, and Chan is practically seeing stars. He's fired up and ready to work his heart out, but then his first customer walks in. The customer asks for toothbrushes and Chan starts to point them out, but as he looks up, his heart stops. The customer is a literal beast with a snarling face. It's a chihuahua-headed man in a suit, screaming at Chan to stop being a lazy bum. The dog man is barking insults and swearing, leaving Chan absolutely paralyzed with confusion. Chan manages to stutter out that the brushes are at the end of the 4th corner. The creature grumbles about Chan not speaking up sooner and stomps away. Chan watches the dogman shop, wondering if he's actually lost his mind. He tries to convince himself it's just high-quality movie makeup and special effects. He looks around, wondering if there's a secret film shoot happening nearby. Then, a green-skinned goblin walks up and asks for the price of a small item. Chan scans it, tells him it's 2,100 won, and the goblin hands over a 10,000 won bill. When Chan tries to give him the change, the goblin starts walking away. The creature snaps at him, telling Chan to just keep the change and stop bothering him. The door dings again, and Chan's night is about to get a whole lot weirder. He stares at the money, wondering how these suspicious people are so much weirder than he expected. He clutches his head, trying to process how the makeup on these guys looks so disturbingly real. Even the barking sounded like a real dog. Chan is starting to realize something is very wrong. The next customer walks in and dumps a massive heavy bag of coins onto the counter. Chan is forced to start counting through a mountain of silver while the customer waits. His hands are a blur as he counts, trying to get through the massive pile of change. The customer is a literal fantasy goblin, demanding that Chan change all those coins into a 10,001 bill. Chan's eyes go wide as he realizes he's staring at a real monster. The little green guy is just standing there, waiting impatiently for his cash. The goblin starts spinning his finger, telling Chan to hurry it up. He keeps tapping the counter, so Chan finally grabs his phone to call the one person who might have answers. Chan tells his boss straight up, "A goblin just walked into the convenience store." The door chimes as the goblin finally exits the shop, leaving Chan in a state of shock. The little monster walks away laughing, thrilled to have his crisp paper money. Chan collapses behind the counter, his soul practically leaving his body as he groans that he just wants to go home. He stares blankly, realizing that this nightmare is 100% real. He looks down at the remaining coins, remembering the 20 minutes he spent counting change for a monster. He's still trying to make sense of the situation while his boss talks to him over the phone. The image of that filthy, grumbling goblin is burned into his brain. His boss asks if the customers are finally gone, sounding completely unfazed. Chan tells her he's going crazy because the customers are anything but human. He describes the first guy, a suit-wearing chihuahua with a massive attitude problem. Then he tells her about the goblin who made him count 30,001 worth of tiny coins. His boss just laughs it off, telling him there's nothing strange about it at all. She explains that the store is in a teleportation area, so seeing kobolds and goblins is totally normal. Chan freezes, asking why on earth a convenience store would need to teleport. She casually explains it's for reaching more customers and helping with inventory management. When he asks if she's a magician, she says, "Yep," like it's the most obvious thing in the world. She reveals she cast a massive teleportation spell on the entire store herself. That's why the shop operates by moving through several different dimensions and locations. She admits she should have mentioned the magic part earlier, but just forgot. She promises to explain everything tomorrow, leaving Chan staring at his phone in disbelief. She notices Chan is acting weird, which is hilarious considering he's the only normal person in the building. Chan looks outside and sees a city filled with angels, demons, and mythical beasts walking the streets. There are orcs in suits and skeletons waiting at crosswalks. This is a completely different world. He tries to laugh it off, hoping his boss is just pulling a massive prank. He stands there in total silence as the reality of his situation sinks in. He whispers back into the phone, his voice shaking with fear. He tells her that if she's from another world, then he's the one who's out of place, because magic doesn't exist where he's from. Back at her home, the boss is eating chips, totally surprised to hear that Chan comes from a world without different species. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes through the store, making her jump. She screams Chan's name as he drops the phone in pure terror. A figure with long hair and wings is pressed against the glass, staring into the store like a predator. Chan is frozen, staring at the dark shape outside the window. The creature's eyes glow purple as it tells him to open up in a chilling, raspy voice. Chan falls to the floor, terrified, while his boss frantically asks if he's still okay. He asks if the person outside is another different species, his mind completely fried. A succubus walks into the store, ignoring him and heading straight for the snack section. The boss realizes Chan has accidentally crossed over into her world and doesn't know why. Chan is hiding behind the counter, clutching his head and wondering what he got himself into. He asks how he's supposed to handle these monsters when they start acting up. The succubus is crawling on the floor, laughing hysterically like a scene from a horror movie. Her laughter is blood-curdling, echoing through the empty store and chilling Chan to the bone. He tells his boss that a woman is laughing like a literal ghost in the middle of the aisle. He describes her horns and the tiny bat wings on her back. The boss realizes it's just a succubus and tells him they aren't dangerous, but she wants him to check for a curse detector. Chan starts digging through the boxes under the counter looking for some high-tech gear. He's searching through pens and paperwork, trying to find whatever she's talking about. He asks what it looks like, and his boss tells him it's eye-catching and colorful. He pulls out a literal pink magical girl wand glowing with stars and hearts. Chan stares at the toy, his face flat with pure disappointment. He asks if this toy wand is actually the detector, and his boss confirms it is. She explains that cursed people are usually depressed, so she made the detector cute to lighten their mood. Chan thinks this will just make them more depressed, but he follows her orders to touch it to the customer's skin. Suddenly, the succubus slams her hands onto the counter with a terrifying scream. Her face is inches from his, her eyes glowing white with pure malice. Chan panics, clutching the magical wand like his life depends on it. He screams at his boss that she lied about them not being dangerous. He hits the button on the wand and it explodes with a blast of magical energy. The wand extends like a staff, slamming directly into the succubus's head. She's sent flying across the store, surrounded by glowing butterflies and sparkles. Chan is stunned. He didn't think the toy would actually have that much power. The succubus is laid out cold on the floor, and Chan is standing there holding a 6-foot-long pink staff. The wand lets out a cheerful ding, showing that the test is finally finished. Chan collapses back onto the floor, staring at the ridiculous weapon in his hands. The wand continues to glow and sparkle, mocking the chaos it just caused. Our boy is speechless, his face a perfect picture of trauma and confusion. He slowly gets up and walks over to the unconscious woman. He peers over the counter at the motionless body on the floor. The succubus is totally out of it, and Chan starts to panic. He picks up the phone and tells his boss the terrifying truth. "I think I just killed a customer!" The world's gone crazy, and our boy Chan is standing over a fallen succubus, terrified he just ended a customer on his first day. But the boss is on the phone, totally chill, asking if the curse detector actually hit her. Chan confirms he hit her hard, and now the magical girl wand is glowing a bright violet color. The boss tells him to head over to the gum corner and look for a specific medicine hidden on the top row. Chan finds the box, but he's confused when he realizes it's actually a remedy for homesickness. The boss tells him to give her 2 pills, explaining that the ghost-like behavior was just a side effect of her being away from her own world too long. Chan walks over to the succubus as she starts to stir, hoping this medicine actually works before she snaps again. She's slowly waking up, sitting on the floor with her back to him, her wings twitching. Chan remembers how terrifying she looked just a few minutes ago and hesitates for a second. He decides to keep his distance, cautiously calling out to her to see if she's still in horror movie mode. He offers her the medicine with a gentle voice, and for the first time we see her real face. She's actually kind of pretty and looks totally lost. She looks a lot better already, and Chan starts to relax, thinking the crisis is finally over. But then her face goes pale, she clutches her mouth, and a weird gurgling sound starts coming from her throat. Chan panics as she suddenly leans forward and vomits a literal glowing rainbow all over the store floor. After the colorful mess, she lets out a huge sigh of relief and actually starts giggling. She says she feels completely refreshed while Chan just stares at the rainbow puddle, wondering who has to clean that up. Chan's over the drama. He tells her that if she's done, she needs to head out so he can get back to work. She looks down at herself, realizing she's been sitting on the floor of a convenience store this whole time. She gives him a sweet, dazed smile, complaining about how chilly it is in the shop. Chan just gives her a forced, polite smile, but you can tell his patience is wearing thin. She starts humming to herself, acting like she didn't just vomit a rainbow 2 seconds ago. She lets out a long whew and then just flops over right there on the tiles. Chan is speechless, realizing she's actually falling asleep in the middle of the aisle. The door dings again, and a new customer walks in, a white-haired boy in a fancy suit who looks like he stepped out of a vampire movie. The kid is shocked to see a succubus sleeping on the floor, while Chan gives him a deadpan, welcome greeting. Chan asks if there's something he's looking for, trying to keep things professional despite the chaos. The boy asks for a high-grade blood pack, and the boss chimes in on the phone, recognizing this artistic regular customer. The boss tells Chan they don't have the specific blood he wants and to tell him to shop elsewhere, while Chan starts mopping up the rainbow. Chan asks if the kid is a vampire, and the boss starts explaining how to handle them. She warns him that vampires look young forever, so he has to be extra careful and check their IDs. The boy is browsing the alcohol section now, humming a little tune and looking totally innocent. The boss mentions the store has alarm magic that detects minors, but Chan should still do a manual check. Chan agrees, keeping an eye on the kid while the sleeping succubus stays slumped in the background. Chan politely informs the boy they don't have the blood packs he's looking for. The kid sighs and decides to just buy a bottle of booze and some other items instead. Then, he boldly asks for a pack of cigarettes, acting like a cool adult. Chan asks him what kind he wants, testing the kid to see if he actually knows his brands. The boy starts sweating, pointing vaguely at the shelf and acting super suspicious. He's stuttering, his finger trembling as he tries to pick one at random. He finally just shouts, "That one! The one under your hand!" like a kid who's never bought smokes before. Chan gives him a cold, knowing stare, his old police instincts screaming that this kid is a fraud. There's a long, awkward silence between them as the kid waits nervously. The vampire boy scratches his head, trying to act natural, but he's failing miserably. Chan's eyes narrow, he's almost 100% sure he's dealing with a minor. He asks to see some ID, and you can see the panic hit the kid's face instantly. The boy makes up a lame excuse about his ID being renewed and only having an expired one. Chan doesn't budge, telling him that even an expired ID will do. The kid gets defensive, claiming he's in the military, and then finally slams a card down on the counter. He yells at Chan to check it quickly because his friends are waiting outside, trying to pressure him. Chan picks up the ID, thinking about how monster IDs look surprisingly similar to human ones. He sees the expired stamp, but his sharp eyes catch something else. Something about the photo looks off, it's like it's vibrating or glowing slightly. As he looks closer, he sees a faint rainbow aura around the edges of the picture. Chan realizes the rainbow is a sign of illusion magic and starts peeling at the corner of the photo. The kid's heart drops as he realizes he's been caught red-handed. Suddenly, the ID explodes with a burst of magical light as the forgery spell breaks. A glowing magical energy snake shoots out of the card, and both Chan and the kid are screaming in confusion. The magic light starts chasing the vampire boy around the store like a heat-seeking missile. Chan is left holding the empty card, completely stunned by the magical backlash. The boy is running for his life, with the glowing spell nipping at his heels. Chan shouts at him, telling him it's his own ID, so it's his problem to deal with. The kid begs Chan to put the magic somewhere else, but it ends up swirling around the sleeping succubus. A series of magical pops fill the air as the illusion spell finally dies out. The store goes quiet again, with the succubus still out cold and the vampire kid looking like he's about to cry. Chan looks down at the ID again, realizing the trick was even simpler than he thought. The illusion was just a magical cat sticker that the kid had slapped over his real face. Chan gives the kid a look that says, "Are you serious right now?" He shows the boy the sticker that came off, revealing the kid's actual, much younger face underneath. Chan tells him point blank that using an illegal, forged ID is a serious crime. Chan's face goes dark as he tells the boss he's calling the police, and the boss is 100% on board. The vampire boy doesn't wait for the handcuffs, he lunges across the counter to grab his stuff. He bolts out the door and disappears into the night, leaving a trail of smoke behind him. Chan gets back on the phone, calmly explaining the situation to the boss. He explains that the kid was a minor trying to score booze and smokes. The boss is impressed, wondering how Chan caught the magic sticker without the store's alarm going off. Chan explains that once he peeled the sticker, the magic revealed itself. The boss is shocked that he spotted a high-level illusion with just his naked eyes. She explains that forged IDs in her world are usually impossible to spot because the magic is so advanced. She shows him a mental image of a master forger, a red demon using complex illusion spells to create fakes. She admits the store's alarm is a bit weak, but it's still amazing that Chan caught a professional fake. Chan realizes he was dealing with real illusion magic, and it starts to sink in how dangerous this world is. He asks if the vampire was actually a big deal, but the boss says it's not about that. Chan is left thinking about how even the forgers in this world must be terrified of getting caught. Then, the boss says something that makes his heart stop. Should we terminate our contract? Chan stands alone in the middle of the store, his mind racing. Did he just lose his only lifeline? Chan is reeling, clutching his phone and wondering if he just got fired after his first few hours. He frantically asks if he made a mistake, but the boss quickly reassures him that he's doing a great job. She tells him she's just worried because he accidentally ended up in a world that's way too dangerous for a normal human. Chan takes a breath and tells her he's okay. After what he's been through lately, a few monsters aren't that scary. The boss is surprised, her eyes widening as she realizes this guy is actually serious about staying. There's a long silence on the line, and Chan realizes that he might have actually convinced her. He's thinking about his mountain of debt, the rent, the insurance, the phone bills, and knows he literally can't afford to quit. He begs her to let him keep working, and she finally gives in, telling him no more nonsense later, okay? Chan asks if they can stay on the phone because he's still a little on edge, and she happily agrees. She then reminds him that he still hasn't given the sleeping succubus her medicine. Chan grabs the box, realizing he's got to play doctor for a demon now. He carefully pours the powder into the girl's mouth while she's still unconscious. He watches her swallow it, feeling a bit weird about the whole situation. She's sleeping peacefully now, her face looking totally calm for the first time tonight. Chan tells the boss the job is done, but he's still worried she might wake up and flip out again. The boss tells him it's fine and that she'll regain her senses soon enough. She warns him that the medicine might make her a bit nauseous when she wakes up. Chan sighs, thinking not again, as he looks at the demon girl on the floor. The boss asks if she looks dizzy or fuzzy, but Chan says she seems totally fine. They keep chatting, the atmosphere finally feeling a bit more normal for a convenience store. The boss jokingly asks if he wants to use the magical girl wand on her one more time just to be safe. Chan looks at the wand, which is just making annoying tie-ring noises without actually glowing. He asks if the wand is broken or if she's just in a bad condition. The boss gets a serious look on her face, realizing that the special state Chan described is actually something very specific. She tells him it's a peculiar situation, but before she can explain, the whole store starts shaking. A massive booming vibration rips through the building, nearly knocking Chan off his feet. Chan yells into the phone asking if the store is under attack or if there's an earthquake. It sounds like heavy objects are raining down from the sky, slamming into the pavement outside. Chan rushes to the door, ready to face whatever disaster is happening now. He opens the door and is nearly blinded by the sight of dozens of massive cargo crates stacked high into the air. Then, he looks up and sees a beautiful woman riding a literal winged Pegasus descending from the moon. She has long blue hair and a confident smirk, asking if he's the new part-timer her sister mentioned. Chan can barely get a hi out as the Pegasus lands gracefully on the street. He tells the boss that a girl on a Pegasus just arrived with a mountain of cargo. The boss realizes it's her sister Yunha who was supposed to handle the deliveries today. Yunha hops off her mount, telling Chan to step aside from the entrance so she can get to work. Chan quickly gets out of her way, still trying to process the fact that Pegasus delivery is a thing in this world. She hands him a tablet, asking him to check the items and sign for the delivery. Chan takes the tablet, but he's immediately stumped when he looks at the screen. He tells the boss he can't read a single word of the magical language used in this world. The boss says she'll talk to Yunha about it and tells Chan to just handle the signature for now. The boss is excited because Yunha managed to find something rare. Dragon scales. She explains that they sell these scales to dwarves and academies to make high-end jewelry. She's shocked when Chan mentions there are no dragons in his world, calling his home backward and rural. Chan gets a bit annoyed, telling her not to compare his entire world to the countryside. Suddenly, he hears a rustling sound behind him. The succubus is finally waking up. She sits up, looking totally confused and dazed as she looks around the shop. Chan tells her he'll calculate her bill now that she's awake, and she whispers boss under her breath. She starts muttering about what is love, her eyes going all dreamy while Chan just wants her to leave. Chan finally manages to usher her out of the store and helps her into a waiting taxi. She flops into the back seat, still in a total trance and clutching her bag. Chan hands her the receipt and her credit card through the window, making sure she has everything. He tells her to hold onto them tightly so she doesn't lose them again. The taxi driver, who is a literal rabbit, asks if she's drunk, but Chan explains it was a curse. Chan tells the driver to take care of her as the taxi starts to pull away. As she leaves, she's still muttering what is love, leaving Chan feeling super awkward. She looks out the window, thinking about how love is something elusive that you can never quite grasp. She stares into the distance, realizes she's been chasing something she can never have. Chan watches the taxi disappear, feeling a weird sense of pity for the demon girl. Suddenly, Yunha appears right in his face, asking what he meant by his last comment. Chan just tells her to forget it as he watches the car's lights fade into the night. He lets out a long sigh, finally feeling like he can catch his breath after a crazy shift. He stretches, thinking the rest of the night might actually be quiet for once. But then, a loud clunk echoes through the street, and Chan's heart sinks. Yunha is standing by her cargo, clutching her head in frustration and letting out a loud groan. Chan asks what's wrong, his cop brain already preparing for the next disaster. Yunha tells him he needs to tell her sister that she has to take the dragon scales back because there's a massive problem with them. Our boy Chan is just standing there watching the higher-ups deal with a major logistics nightmare. Yunha and the boss have been talking for a while now, and the tension in the air is thick. This whole scene takes Chan back to his old part-time days, watching managers and delivery guys scream at each other over rotten produce. He figures as a lowly part-timer, there's not much he can do besides stay out of the way. But just as he's about to mind his own business, Yunha turns around and locks eyes with him. She confirms his name is Lee Chan, and he's wondering if he's about to get dragged into the line of fire. She shoves her phone in his face, where the boss is waving cheerfully like they're best friends. The boss drops a bombshell. She wants Chan and Yunha to go check the condition of those rare dragon scales together. Chan is floored, thinking, me? What do I know about dragons? He follows Yunha through a door that definitely shouldn't lead where it does. As they walk down a dark stone staircase, Chan realizes this isn't a normal stockroom. He looks around in total disbelief, asking if this is actually part of the convenience store. The warehouse is a literal medieval dungeon, lit by torches and massive chandeliers. Talk about a weird interior design choice. Yunha notices his shock and asks if it's his first time seeing a storage room like this. She laughs it off, telling him he'll get used to the dimensional weirdness pretty quickly. The boss chimes in over the phone, defending her unique taste in decoration. Yunha isn't buying it, calling the interior design really weird while the boss just pouts. They step into a darker section of the warehouse, and the mood shifts instantly. Yunha tells him to stay back for a second because it's about to get messy. Chan follows her into the gloom, still confused about what he's even supposed to be looking for. The boss's voice gets serious, telling him to just trust her and follow instructions. Then he sees it. The entire room is covered in a disgusting glowing purple slime that looks like it's breathing. Chan's face says it all. He's absolutely repulsed by the sight of this magical sludge. He looks down at his feet, realizing he's standing in a puddle of the stuff. He asks what these dark, muddy lumps are, his stomach already turning. Yunha explains it's pus, contaminated magical power that leaks out when a dragon scale isn't purified correctly. Chan points to a massive object that looks like a turtle shell, asking if that's the actual scale. Yunha confirms it, explaining she rushed these scales here from the countryside to save them from being ruined. The problem is that if they don't scrape off that pus and purify them now, the scales will become useless. It's 3012 a.m. and every purification company in the city is closed for the night. That's when the boss says she needs Chan's help, and his bad feeling radar starts redlining. She gives him a terrifyingly bright smile and asks, "Would you like to touch this pus?" Chan just stares at the phone like she's lost her mind. Yunha holds out a handful of the purple sludge, and Chan physically recoils. She tries to reassure him that it's not too dangerous, but Chan isn't an idiot. He tells them straight up that touching mystery magical illness slime is a hard pass for him. But the boss knows his weakness. She offers him 100,000 won bonus on the spot. Chan makes a split-second decision. For $100, he'll touch pretty much anything. He reaches out and grabs a handful of the nasty quivering slime. He's horrified when the sludge starts wiggling in his hand like it's alive. Yunha notices something strange. The magical power seems to be actively trying to run away from Chan. He ignores the gross-out factor and squeezes the slime, ready to get this over with. The moment his skin makes solid contact, the purple sludge starts to glow with a pure white light. Chan is blinded as the contamination literally evaporates under his touch. Yunha watches in total awe as the darkness is wiped away like it was never there. The nasty sludge transforms into a beautiful, glowing blue gemstone in the palm of his hand. Yunha is so hyped she tackles him into a hug, screaming that the boss was actually right. She holds up the purified stone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The boss keeps her cool, telling Chan to try touching the pink wand to the stone next. Chan presses the magical girl wand against the purified scale. There's no reaction at all, which the boss explains is a perfect sign. It means there's zero contamination left. The boss smirks, her theory finally proven. She tells Chan he has an anti-magic constitution, a term he's never heard in his life. Simply put, magic just doesn't work on him. He's a walking dead zone for spells. She reminds him about the curse detector test from earlier that made that loud noise. She explains that there are only two reasons a tester would react like that. The first is having absolutely zero magical power, which is usually fatal in her world. But the second reason is resistance magic, which is exactly what Chan has. She realized Chan was the perfect filter for the scales, which is why she brought him down here. The boss tells him they'll talk more later, leaving Chan alone with his thoughts. Chan is walking back, trying to process the fact that he's essentially a magical anomaly. He feels like the protagonist of some weird drama who just found out the secret of his birth. Suddenly, Yunha slams her hand against the wall, cabadoning him into a corner. She looks him dead in the eyes, her expression intense and a little intimidating. She asks him for one more favor, help her purify the rest of the dragon scales. Yunha leans in close, her eyes practically glowing as she begs him to finish the job. Chan is hesitant, but she insists that he's the only one who can actually do this. He looks at the boss on the phone, hoping for an out, but she's just enjoying the show. The boss gives him those puppy dog eyes, making it impossible for him to say no. Chan realizes he's been cornered by two very powerful, very persistent women. He can't believe his luck. One night on the job and he's already a magical biological hazard. He sighs, feeling the weight of their intense stares crushing his resolve. He finally agrees to do it, and Yunha celebrates by nearly crushing him in another hug. The method is simple but gross. He has to stick his arm into a literal hole in the giant dragon scale. Chan stares at the dark, pulsating opening, wondering if he's going to lose an arm. He tries to back out one last time, but Yuna is already pushing him forward. The boss tells him that since his body is special, nothing can possibly go wrong. Probably. Chan closes his eyes, praying that probably isn't a famous last word. The boss whispers his name, her voice low and surprisingly serious. Then she flashes a stack of cash on the screen, reminding him of that juicy bonus. That's all it takes. Chan gears up and tells them if it hurts, he's going to scream. He reaches into the scale, the slime feeling even more disgusting up close. He tells himself to endure the grossness for the sake of his bank account. He closes his eyes tight, focusing on that 100K bonus as he pushes his hand in. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupts from the scale. Chan feels a jolt as the magic pushes back against his anti-magic field. The scale starts vibrating violently, and Yunha screams out his name in panic. Chan grunts, feeling a weird suction force trying to pull his arm deeper into the scale. Yunha lunges forward to pull him out, but the magical energy is whipping around them like a storm. The purple pus is being sucked into the center of the scale, getting crushed by Chan's presence. That blinding white light returns, brighter than anything he's ever seen. A massive explosion of sparkles and magic ripples through the dungeon warehouse. Everything goes white as the purification process hits its peak. Chan collapses onto the floor, his hair a mess and his energy completely drained. He mutters about what a disaster this job is, while Yunha crawls over to him. He frantically asks if she's hurt, but she's just staring at him in total shock. She thanks him for saving her from hitting her head, but then tells him to check the results. Chan lazily taps the pink wand against the scale one more time. He leans in close, waiting for the beep that means the job is done. Silence. Total success. Yunha jumps for joy, realizing the scales are perfectly purified. She's beaming, telling Chan he just saved her from losing tens of millions of won. Later, outside the shop, Yunha is back on her Pegasus, ready to head out. Chan is surprised she isn't coming back tomorrow, but she explains that magical deliveries take a long time to organize. He calls her Seo Yunha, but she snaps at him to drop the formalities immediately. The boss had told her that Chan is a year younger, and she's not having any of that Miss Yunha stuff. She tells him to just call her Noona, and our boy Chan actually blushes. She gives him a cool smirk, looking every bit the badass Pegasus rider she is. She waves goodbye and takes off into the sky, leaving a trail of feathers behind. Chan watches her fly away, realizing his life has become a literal fantasy novel overnight. He looks up at the sky, his eyes reflecting the morning light. The sun is finally coming up, marking the end of his very first shift. The morning rush starts, but in this store, that means a whole new set of weirdos. A golden retriever man in a suit rushes to the counter, looking like he's late for a meeting. Chan scans his items like a pro, totaling it up to 9,800 won. The dogman tells him to keep the change and bolts out the door to catch his bus. Next up is a construction worker being followed by a tiny, glowing fairy, just another Tuesday for Chan now. The clock finally hits 10 a.m., and Chan is officially off the clock. He collapses onto a stool, feeling like he's been awake for 3 days straight. A message pings on his phone. It's the manager checking in on him. She thanks him for the hard work and promises to hand over his purification bonus in cash. She's impressed he's still standing after a night of monster fighting and scale cleaning. The door chimes one last time, and Chan gives a weary welcome without looking up. He looks toward the door, but the store seems empty at first. He thinks the customer might have just left, but then he hears a tiny voice. The boss tells him he needs to sleep properly or it'll kill his health. She offers to make him a sleep potion because she's a capable magician like that. Chan is actually touched, thinking he never expected to get magical drugs from his boss. Then, he notices someone standing right in front of the counter. A pair of white horns peeks over the edge of the display, and a soft mister echoes out. Chan leans over, wondering if he's about to deal with another suspicious monster. He meets the gaze of a tiny little girl with big, curious eyes. It's a miniature dragon girl, clutching her backpack and asking him in the cutest voice if the store sells colored paper. The little girl looks up with big, watery eyes, asking our boy for a bit of help. Chan is a bit taken aback. She's looking for colored paper and scissors, something way more normal than he expected. He points out that they're on the top shelf, but seeing how tiny she is, he offers to grab them for her. She's incredibly polite, bowing deeply to thank him even though she's clearly struggling to be bold. Chan watches her, thinking about how mature she seems for her age, but something feels a little off. He notices how pale she is as she reaches up, wondering if he should take a closer look at what kind of creature she actually is. He identifies her as a reptile species, but he's still trying to figure out the specifics. If she's a reptile, he knows he needs to be careful. Even the cute ones can be dangerous. The poor kid is on her tiptoes, trembling as she tries to reach the supplies she needs. She finally loses her balance, her little red shoes clicking against the floor as she fails to reach the shelf. Tears start welling up in her eyes as she sniffles, and Chan realizes he can't just stand there and watch. He quickly grabs the paper and scissors from the shelf and crouches down to her level. With a big warm smile, he hands over the supplies, trying to make the scary convenience store clerk look a bit more friendly. Her face lights up with pure joy as she stammers out a thank you, clutching the items to her chest. Chan breathes a sigh of relief, hoping she won't accidentally blast a fire breath and wreck the shop now that she's happy. But then her face drops again as she holds out the scissors, telling him she actually can't buy them. She's 101 short of the price, and she looks absolutely devastated over such a small amount. Chan sees the price is 5,101 and immediately offers to cover the change for her. She shakes her head vigorously, remembering her mom's advice never to take money from strangers. She explains that she wants to make a Mother's Day gift, showing off a cute drawing of her and her mom. She's never given her mom a gift before, and she really wants to make this time special since her mom always looks after her. Chan can't help but feel a little touched by her sincerity. The kid's got a good heart. He suggests she could just do origami without scissors, but she hides her hands, looking ashamed. He asks what's wrong, and she slowly prepares to show him why she's struggling so much. Suddenly, sharp, terrifying white claws burst from her fingers, a clear sign of her draconic nature. She explains that whenever she tries to use her strength, her hands turn into these, and she ends up shredding the paper. Chan realizes she can't even hold the paper normally without destroying it, but he also sees how determined she is to finish her gift. He decides to help her out, offering to let her use the store's scissors right there at the table. He even hands her some drawings of flowers to use as a guide, and the little girl is absolutely amazed. Chan settles in to watch her, but he realizes he might have just signed up for a long-term project. It's 9:40 p.m., and he's supposed to leave at 10:00, but he's currently stuck helping a dragon kid who keeps messing up her cutouts. He watches her struggle, thinking there's no way he can leave this kid alone when she's trying this hard. She asks for a moment of his time, just as Chan starts worrying about the manager showing up for the shift change. She scurries over to the snack aisle, her little tail swishing behind her as Chan wonders what she's up to now. She brings a bar of Ghana chocolate to the counter, asking for the price with a determined look. It's 2001, and she confirms she wants to buy it, so Chan leads her back to the register. She carefully counts out her two 1,001 bills, making sure she pays the full amount. Chan hands the chocolate back, telling her she can eat it while she works on her project. Instead of eating it, she snaps the bar in half with a loud pop, surprising Chan. She holds out the larger half to him, offering a sweet gesture of gratitude for all his help. Chan tries to decline, telling her she should keep the snack for herself, but she's insistent. She tells him that because he's bigger, he needs the bigger piece, looking up at him with pure innocence. She adds that her mom said too much chocolate rots your teeth, making Chan wonder if his own teeth are now at risk. She won't take no for an answer, so Chan finally gives in, agreeing to share the snack with her. They enjoy the chocolate together, a small moment of peace in the middle of a dimension-hopping store. Suddenly, the door chimes and the manager walks in, full of energy and ready to start her day. She catches them sitting at the table sharing chocolate, and Chan looks like he just got caught doing something he wasn't supposed to. She asks who the kid is, her eyes narrowing as she takes in the scene. Chan quickly explains that he lent the kid some scissors because she couldn't afford them, trying to keep things professional. He apologizes for the delay, explaining that the project took way longer than he thought it would. The manager says it's fine, but she asks Chan if the child seemed particularly shy or strange to him. Chan assumes it's just normal kid behavior, but the manager corrects him. This kid belongs to a very special species. She confirms that the little girl is a pure-blooded dragon, a rare and powerful being. She explains that dragons develop a special horn while they're still in the egg, which acts as a sensor for magical power. Adult dragons can handle it, but young dragons find it incredibly difficult to manage all the magical information they receive. Through their horns, they see the magical energy of everyone around them as different colors. Because she's so young, she can't control it, meaning she's constantly being bombarded by the colors of people's souls. It's dangerous because she hasn't lived long enough to know if a color belongs to a good person or a bad one. The manager points out that just because someone looks good on the outside doesn't mean their magical color is safe. That's why dragon parents are so strict with their kids. One wrong encounter could be a disaster. The little girl interrupts their conversation, calling out to Chan with a big smile. She's finally finished her gift, holding up a perfect paper flower with a look of pure triumph. The manager praises her work, but the little girl's eyes suddenly go wide with realization. She immediately hides behind Chan, peeking out at the manager with wide, nervous eyes. The manager sighs, realizing the kid is scared of her, and Chan can only hope that everything turns out okay as his shift finally wraps up. The manager tells the kid that Chan has to go home now because he's been working all night and needs to sleep. The little dragon girl looks heartbroken, her tail drooping as she clutches her paper flower. She grabs onto Chan's sleeve, clearly not ready to say goodbye to the only person who helped her. Chan gives her a kind look, telling her she can leave her things here and come back to finish whenever she wants. She looks up in surprise, her eyes widening at the idea that she's actually welcome to return. The manager beams at her, confirming that she's welcome in the store anytime she likes. The little girl's face lights up as she thanks Chan, finally feeling like she has a safe place to go. She thanks the madam as well, which sends a literal shock through the manager, who was hoping for a younger title. Chan is stunned by the sudden change in atmosphere as the manager's aura turns dark and menacing. She leans in with a terrifyingly forced smile, telling the kid to call her sister instead of madam. The kid agrees, and Chan decides it's probably best not to mention the manager's actual age right now. The door chimes as the little dragon girl finally heads out, leaving the two of them alone in the quiet shop. The manager walks over to a panel and starts punching in a code to lock down the store for the transition. She tells Chan she's getting ready to send him back to his own world, and he looks a bit nervous about the process. She asks Chan to open a specific drawer for her, and he wonders what kind of magic item she's hiding in there. He finds the right cabinet, slowly pulling it open as the manager watches with a grin. Chan peeks inside and is blinded by a soft blue glow radiating from within. It's a massive, glowing holographic globe, a magic item called the teleporting machine that moves the entire store. Chan is amazed, thinking it looks like a mix of high-level magic and futuristic science, while the manager brags about building it herself. She warns him not to touch it carelessly. One wrong move could teleport the store to a completely random area. And if they move, the entire inventory of the store changes to match the new location, so they have to be precise. She explains that it's easy to use, all he has to do is set the address for his home into the display window. Chan looks at the holographic interface, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the technology. He's confused why she's making him do it, but she explains that if she does it, they might not end up in his specific world. Teleportation magic requires a clear mental image and a strong will to reach the destination. If the person using the machine hasn't been to the place or doesn't truly want to go there, the magic simply won't work. Since she knows nothing about Earth, she tells Chan that he's the only one who can guide the store back home. Chan stares at the globe, realizing the weight of the task she's just handed him. He brings up a concern. If his body naturally rejects magic, won't his anti-magic constitution break the machine? He's worried the teleportation will fail the moment he touches the interface, but the manager just smiles. She tells him to trust her and just give it a shot, looking completely confident in his abilities. She assures him that it will definitely go well, and her calm demeanor starts to rub off on him. Chan takes a deep breath, looking at her one last time before focusing on the globe. He decides to trust her, figuring she wouldn't make him do something that would leave them stranded in the void. She tells him to focus all his thoughts on his home and his desperate desire to return there. Whether his memories of Earth are good or bad, he needs to wish for it with everything he's got. He reaches out and touches the glowing keys, whispering his desire to return to his own world. He thinks about the cruel world that betrayed him, but he also remembers the happy times, like playing at the park as a kid. It's an ironic world that gave him both joy and misery, but it's still the only place he truly belongs. He closes his eyes as the magic begins to swirl around him, responding to his thoughts. The manager tells him to go outside and check, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Chan is skeptical, peeking around the corner to see if anything has actually changed. He slowly walks toward the door, feeling the familiar hum of the teleportation magic fading away. He pushes the door open, his eyes widening as the morning sun hits his face. He steps out onto the sidewalk, and sure enough, he's standing right in the middle of a familiar city street. It's really his neighborhood, the same buildings and signs he sees every day. He's in disbelief. He just teleported across dimensions in a matter of seconds. The manager steps out behind him, confirming that his success has finally proven something she suspected. She reveals that Chan can actually control his anti-magic constitution with his own will. She asks him what he was thinking when he purified the dragon scale, and he remembers wishing that it would be cleaned. She explains that if his body rejected magic 100% of the time, he would have just destroyed the scale instead of purifying it. Chan is annoyed, realizing she made him do that dangerous task just to test her theory, but she just laughs it off. The conclusion is simple. His will determines how his power interacts with the world, and that's likely why he was chosen for this shop. She tells him she needs to observe him more to understand the full extent of his power, but Chan has heard enough for one day. She hands him an envelope and a small vial, telling him he can finally get off work and enjoy his rest. Chan steps away from the store, his feet feeling heavy as the exhaustion from the night finally starts to hit him. He walks back into his small, cramped apartment, the silence of his normal life a sharp contrast to the chaos of the store. It's just a tiny one-room place, but seeing it again makes everything that happened feel like a crazy dream. He thinks about his next shift tonight and realizes he needs to set an alarm so he doesn't oversleep. Then he remembers the small vial the manager gave him, the one she said would help him sleep. He looks at the magic potion, wondering if it's actually going to work on someone with his constitution. He sits on his bed and pops the cap, figuring that if the manager made it herself, it has to be effective. He takes a sip, wondering if he'll even hear his alarm if the potion is too strong. Suddenly, a massive booming sound erupts in his head, catching him completely off guard. His vision blurs and his hand goes limp, dropping his phone onto the bed as the magic takes hold. Everything goes black instantly as the potion forces his body into a deep, heavy slumber. His phone screen glows in the dark, showing the time is 9:31 a.m. The potion was definitely effective, and our boy is officially out for the count. Chan stretches out as he wakes up, feeling incredibly refreshed after the manager's magic sleeping potion did its work. As he walks down the street, he still can't help but wonder if that whole interdimensional shift was just a really vivid dream. He reaches the spot where the shop was yesterday, and he's hit with a wave of relief when he sees those familiar glowing signs. He stares at the storefront, his eyes wide as he realizes the material evidence is right in front of him. He reaches for the door handle, telling himself that since the store is physically here, his new life is 100% real. The door chimes as he enters, and he wonders if he's the only human on the street who can even see this place. Immediately, he hears someone complaining loudly from inside, and he realizes his second shift is starting with drama. A bright light flashes from the counter. It's the bald head of a very angry, very drunk customer. The guy is an elf in a suit, and he's trying to strike a deal to drink his soju right there at the counter so he can leave the empty bottles behind. He's trying to be efficient by saving 100 won on bottle returns, but he's clearly just looking for an excuse to stay. He shouts about finishing the whole thing in 1 second, his face flushed red from the alcohol he's already had. Chan looks on with a deadpan expression, suddenly wishing he was still dreaming instead of dealing with this. The manager is trying her best to be polite, explaining for the 100th time that drinking inside a convenience store is strictly illegal. The elf customer just pouts, his face twisting into a look of pure entitlement as he refuses to listen. He starts yelling about how strange the rules are, demanding to know why a store that sells alcohol won't let him drink it. The manager patiently explains that by law, they aren't a restaurant, but the guy isn't having any of it. Chan steps in to back her up, telling the guy firmly to just pay for his drink and take it home. The manager looks surprised to see him, and Chan gives a quick bow, letting her know he's ready to start his shift. The elf customer loses it, pointing a finger at Chan and screaming about being interrupted by a lowly employee. He's fuming, shouting about how a simple worker dares to talk back to a paying customer like him. Then he plays the victim card, asking if Chan is looking down on him just because he's an elf. He starts making a scene, accusing both of them of being human supremacists who hate him for his species. Suddenly, the guy throws himself onto the floor, kicking his legs and wailing like a literal toddler having a tantrum. Chan watches the guy rolling around, warning him that it's actually dangerous to act like a lunatic in the middle of a shop. The manager has a blank, tired look on her face as she starts tapping away at her phone, ignoring the guy's screams about being persecuted. The elf keeps barking orders, but then the room is filled with the rhythmic flashing of red and blue lights from outside. A massive werewolf police officer hauls the crying elf out by the shoulder, and the guy finally looks like he's regretting his life choices. A second officer, a sharp-looking female elf with black hair, starts taking a statement, looking totally exhausted by her fellow elf's behavior. Chan offers to show her the CCTV footage to prove they weren't discriminating, just following the law. The manager leads the officer toward the back room, her hand on the doorknob as they prepare to review the tape. The officer tells them she'll handle everything, and the manager politely tells her to take all the time she needs. Chan looks at the door, admitting that the elves in this world are way different from the ones he's read about in books. In his world, elves are always portrayed as these noble, beautiful, and almost divine beings. The manager gives a sad little smile, realizing that Chan's world has a very romanticized view of her world's history. She tells him that the elves were actually like that once, but that was before the Great War changed everything. Decades ago, this world saw a massive explosion of scientific and technological development that changed every species' life. Humans were the ones driving the change, and most other species were happy to accept the new convenience of technology. But to build this modern world, nature had to be sacrificed, with factories and cities replacing the ancient forests. Only one species stood against the change: the elves, who lived in the heart of those destroyed forests. They completely refused to accept the new world, and eventually, their anger boiled over into a full-scale conflict. Chan is shocked to hear that scientific progress actually led to a world war between humans and elves. The manager explains that elves are nature-friendly by heart, so they couldn't stand seeing the earth being ripped apart. The elves started destroying factories and buildings, forcing the other species to finally pick a side. It was a choice between moving forward with humans and their technology or going backward with the elves. The world had to decide which path they wanted their civilization to take. In the end, it was unanimous. Everyone, from angels to demons, decided to stand with the humans and their progress. Even though the world was against them, the elves were incredibly numerous and powerful, so the war dragged on for a long, bloody time. They eventually made peace, but the aftermath was brutal. The populations of both humans and elves were nearly wiped out. The surviving elves were forced into a world that hated them, living under constant discrimination and oppression. The manager points out the elf police officer from earlier, reminding Chan that the world is still slowly healing. She mentions that the officer even dyed her natural blonde hair black just to get the job and be accepted by society. She asks Chan to be kind to any elf customers he meets, knowing the struggle their species has been through. But then she snaps into boss mode, telling him he has absolutely zero obligation to be nice to the jerks. She tells him to chase out anyone who screams or curses at him because no paycheck is worth suffering through that. Chan tells her to head home and get some rest since the police investigation is pretty much finished. The elf officer returns, thanking them for their hard work and cooperation in the matter. The manager grabs her bag, asking if it's okay if they talk more while they walk out together. The officer confirms they're taking the drunk elf in for questioning to decide his punishment. The manager waves goodbye, telling Chan to text her if anything weird happens during the rest of his shift. Chan waves back, wishing them both a safe trip home as he finally settles into the quiet of the shop. He slumps over the counter with a heavy sigh, the weight of the night already starting to pull at him. He realizes he's exhausted even though it's only his second day, and he knows he needs to adapt fast if he wants to survive this job. Suddenly, the door chimes again, and a familiar set of brown shoes steps into the store. A voice barks at him, calling him a brat, and accusing him of slacking off on the clock. It's that aggressive Chihuahua-man from his first night, baring his teeth and demanding Chan get up immediately. Chan just stares back with a tired, soul-crushing gaze, wondering if the manager will actually let him kick this guy out. The Chihuahua keeps yapping, leaning over the counter and asking Chan if he's even planning on working tonight. Our boy just gives him the "I don't get paid enough for this" stare, not even flinching at the guy's aggression. He sighs and asks the dog man if he's actually looking for something specific or just here to yell. The guy is looking for toothpaste, so Chan points out that it's in the same spot as the toothbrush he bought yesterday. This sends the Chihuahua into another rage, barking about how he's supposed to know that and demanding sincere service. Chan just smiles internally, mentally calling out to the manager because he's officially being bullied by a dog in a suit. He decides to just lead the way, telling the guy to follow him so he can point it out directly. He shows him the selection of toothpaste, telling him he can pick whichever one he likes. The Chihuahua asks which one is actually good, and Chan bluntly admits he has no idea. The guy scoffs, lecturing Chan on how a business is supposed to run, while Chan just zones out, thinking about how many orders this guy has. He spots a 1+1 deal on a brand called SOS, and asks the guy what he thinks about getting 2 for the price of 1. The Chihuahua grumbles that he doesn't need to, but Chan points out that the second one is literally free. So it's a win. The guy stares intensely at the box, his brain clearly working hard to process the concept of a deal. He finally gives in, slamming a 10,000 won bill onto the counter and saying he'll take it. Chan starts ringing him up, but then the guy's eyes wander over to the display at the register. He sees a hangover recovery drink with a very intense-looking character on the front. He decides to buy that too, and Chan tells him the new total is 6,300 won. Chan realizes the hangover drink also has a 1+1 offer, but the Chihuahua says he doesn't need the extra one and tells Chan to just take it. Chan is confused, asking if the guy is serious about giving him a free product he just paid for. The Chihuahua growls that he's not going to ask for money later, telling the brat to just take it and shut up. With that, the grumpy dog man turns around and walks out of the store, leaving Chan standing there with a free drink. Chan wonders if this guy is going to be a regular, considering he seems to give him something every time they meet. He starts worrying that if the guy works nearby, he's going to have to deal with this aggressive generosity every single night. Suddenly, the door chimes again, but this time the footsteps are soft and delicate. He looks up and sees a stunning girl with long pink hair, small wings, and elegant horns. It's the succubus from yesterday. Chan's heart skips a beat as he remembers her ghostly, possessed state from their first encounter. She looks completely normal and incredibly shy now, asking him if the store sells resignation letters. Chan is relieved she isn't acting like a horror movie ghost anymore, but her request is still pretty weird. She looks a bit dazed, and Chan thinks she might have had a little too much to drink, but she's way more docile than before. He remembers the manager's advice to check her with the curse detector and just leave her be if the result is clear. He's still a little spooked that she might snap back into her possessed form if he moves too fast. He motivates himself by thinking about the fat bonus he got yesterday and the manager's cheerful face. He tells himself to be a professional employee so he can earn that paycheck with pride, and he approaches her. He pulls out the magical girl-style wand, explaining that he has to do a quick check if she wants to stay in the shop. She's totally fine with it, offering her hand for the scan with a polite smile. But as he starts the scan, she looks down at the floor, her expression turning somber. She starts apologizing profusely for her behavior the night before, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chan remembers exactly what she's talking about, and it isn't pretty. She begs him not to talk about the fact that she literally vomited a glowing rainbow in the middle of the store. She explains she was out of her mind because she overdrank magical power while working at her company. Chan asks what kind of place she works for, and she reveals she's in the pharmaceutical industry making love potions. He's surprised, but she points out that in the world of romance, succubi are naturally the most sought-after experts. She explains that her species is talented at captivating and fascinating others, making them perfect for the job. They are the species that is supposedly the closest to the concept of love itself. Most succubi work as pharmacists or psychiatrists, helping people navigate the messy world of romance. Chan is impressed by how wholesome this world's succubi are, but he notices she still looks like she's about to cry. He asks her why she's so determined to quit her job if her species is literally built for it. He thinks the job sounds perfect for her, but she starts fidgeting with her fingers, looking heartbroken. Tears start streaming down her face as she makes a shocking confession: she's never dated anyone in her entire life. Our boy is absolutely floored. A succubus who has never been on a date is the last thing he expected to hear. She wails about how she focused entirely on her studies, leaving her with a dark life completely devoid of romance. She tried her best since it's her first real job, but since she doesn't know what love feels like, she's failing miserably at making the potions. She's asked her coworkers for help, but everyone tells her something different, leaving her more confused than ever. She feels like the work just isn't compatible with her soul, which is why she's looking for that resignation letter. Chan feels a wave of pity for her, handing her the wand and telling her to just cheer up. He tells her that everyone has a hard time during their first job and she shouldn't be so hard on herself. She stops crying and looks at him intently, her big purple eyes searching his face. She admits that the real reason she came back to this specific store is because she couldn't stop thinking about what he said to her. Chan is confused, trying to remember what profound wisdom he could have possibly shared with a possessed succubus. She reminds him of what he said while she was in the taxi, that love is something you want but can't have. Chan realizes he just said that without thinking, but she tells him those words hit her like a lightning bolt. Everyone else tells her love is either joyful and easy or painful and annoying, but his answer was different. His unique perspective has been roaming around her mind all day because it felt so new and real. She leans in close, her eyes sparkling with desperation as she asks him to explain the true meaning of love to her. Chan panics as she stares at him with that same intense look from yesterday, begging for an answer. He starts backing away, apologizing and admitting that he actually doesn't know anything about love either. He blurts out the truth: he's also a member of the Never Dated Club, and he just said those words to sound smart. She stops in her tracks, looking at him with a mix of confusion and genuine curiosity. She asks why a human as capable as him has never been in a relationship, searching his features for a flaw. Chan looks away with a self-deprecating smile, telling her simply that it's because his face is boring. The room goes silent as she just stares at him, her brain trying to process such a blunt answer. She tilts her head, looking at him from a different angle as if she's trying to find the boring parts. She has a sudden realization as Chan internally screams, begging her to just drop the subject and go home so he can finish his shift in peace. The succubus is locked in, scribbling down every word Chan says like he's some kind of ancient philosopher. She's all smiles, promising him that whatever he shares stays between them, wanting him to feel comfortable opening up. Chan looks at her, wondering why he's even doing this, but he decides to just be honest. He tells her straight up that he's been single for 29 years, so he's probably the worst person to ask for dating advice. Seeing her look of shock, he tries to pivot, asking her how she feels about the idea of a relationship. She's a bit embarrassed, admitting that people have tried to set her up before, but it never quite worked out. She stares into the distance, remembering all the times she dodged potential dates because of her own fears. She confesses that she avoided everything because she was simply terrified of the unknown. She's read all the books and talked to all the experts, and everyone told her that love is this grand, magical thing. But because she couldn't see it or touch it, it started to feel more like a threat than a gift. She started questioning if love was actually something completely different from the fairy tales. She clutches her chest, admitting she was so scared of being hurt that she just ran away from every chance she had. She gives a self-deprecating laugh, thinking it's ridiculous for a succubus to be afraid of the one thing she's supposed to be an expert in. Chan looks her right in the eyes, his expression softening as he tells her it's not strange at all. He explains that human emotions are messy and invisible, making them the hardest thing in the world to understand. He scratches his cheek, suggesting that maybe she's taking the whole thing way too seriously and should just try to think about it lightly. She blinks, completely confused by the idea of love being something light. Chan admits he doesn't agree with the books that say love is great or divine. She leans in, dying to know why he'd say something so controversial. He tells her about a friend of his who used to brag about his partner being a match made in heaven. But the second they moved in together, they started screaming at each other over the smallest things, like what to eat for dinner. They started seeing all the flaws they ignored during the honeymoon phase, and eventually, the guy regretted ever getting married. Chan points out that his friend wasn't a bad person, he was just blinded by a fantasy. He tells her that in his experience, love changes as soon as the situation changes, and anything that changes that much can't be perfect. Love is just something done by flawed people with a bunch of conflicting emotions. That's why he thinks she should just try it once without expecting a miracle. It's amazing, but it's not a religion. But he warns her to stay away from the dangerous kinds of love that can actually wreck your life. The first one is forcing your feelings on someone who already said no. That's just toxic obsession. The second is loving from a distance without ever saying a word, which just leads to a creepy, one-sided reality. He thinks both of those paths just end in everyone getting hurt and closing off their hearts for good. To him, that's not love, it's just being greedy and selfish with your own emotions. Real love only counts if both people are actually talking and exchanging their true feelings. She listens intently, absorbing his words like they're the most important thing she's ever heard. She looks down at her notes, wondering if she's actually capable of having a comfortable relationship like that. Chan gives her a boost of confidence, telling her that she's an attractive person and she can definitely do it. He tells her that most guys would be thrilled to get a confession from her, so she needs to stop doubting herself. He suddenly realizes he's talking way too much and covers his mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed. He apologizes for rambling, but she's beaming, telling him his perspective as a forever single guy was actually incredibly helpful. Chan cringes as she keeps using that term, wishing she'd stop reminding him of his own lonely life. He checks the time and realizes the first bus is coming, meaning it's finally time for her to head to work. She thanks him sincerely as she heads for the door, clutching her bag to her chest. Before she leaves, Chan reaches under the counter and hands her a hangover recovery drink. He tells her it'll make her workday easier since she's still a bit dazed from the magic overdose. She takes it, her fingers brushing against his as she whispers a soft thank you. The doorbell rings as she stops at the entrance, turning back one last time. With a blush on her face, she asks if it's okay for her to come back and visit him again. Chan tells the manager about the encounter, and she just stares at him with a look of pure disbelief. She tells him he doesn't have to be that nice to the customers, especially the succubi. She warns him that her species is known for having terrifyingly strong obsessions once they fixate on someone. Chan just shrugs it off, but the manager looks like she's already preparing for the drama to follow. Chan looks out the window, noting that the little dragon girl hasn't come back to finish her project yet. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from the street outside, making them both jump. They rush toward the door, their feet pounding against the floor as they go to investigate the sound. The manager flings the door open, her face full of concern as she looks for the source of the noise. A robot in a bright yellow hoodie is sprawled out on the pavement next to a mangled white bicycle. The robot's screen flickers with a beep beep as Chan realizes he's looking at a literal sentient machine. They help him up and the robot starts apologizing for the noise, his metallic limbs clanking together. Chan asks how he managed to take such a nasty fall on a flat street. The robot explains that his pedals just stopped working out of nowhere, causing him to lose control. Chan takes one look at the bike and realizes the chain has simply slipped off the gears. He explains that the chain probably got twisted while the robot was trying to change gears too fast. Chan rolls up his sleeves, expertly snapping the chain back into its proper place. The robot and the manager both look on in total awe as Chan finishes the repair in seconds. The robot is amazed, practically sparkling with gratitude as he checks his now functional bike. The manager pats Chan on the back, calling him the most reliable employee she's ever had. The robot reaches into his hoodie and hands Chan a business card for a place called Shoot Factory. He explains that he specializes in monster slaughtering and offers to do one high-level job for free as a thank you. Chan tries to decline, but the robot is insistent before pedaling off into the distance. They wave goodbye, and Chan looks at the card, wondering if he'll ever actually need to slaughter a monster. The manager tells him to go home and get some serious rest because tomorrow is going to be a nightmare. Chan is confused until she tells him that tomorrow is Burning Friday, the busiest night of the week. He realizes with a jolt of horror that Friday night in a convenience store is a death sentence for any worker. Friday finally arrives, and the calendar looks like a ticking time bomb. In Korea, it's called Burning Friday, the day everyone goes absolutely wild to blow off steam. Everyone is looking to relieve the stress of the last 5 days, and they all have the same idea. The bars and restaurants are packed to the brim with every species imaginable, all drinking themselves into a stupor. Convenience stores make a killing on this night, but the Friday crowd is a different breed of crazy. An elf is sitting on the floor of the store, drunk out of his mind and ready to start a one-man karaoke session. He's belting out a heartbreak song at the top of his lungs, using a soju bottle as a microphone. Feathers are flying everywhere as more customers crowd in, the store turning into a chaotic mess. A winged elf girl is spinning around, singing and crying as the alcohol takes full control. Bird-like feet stomp on the floor, sending more feathers drifting through the air as the noise levels skyrocket. Chan stands in the middle of it all, his face covered in feathers as he questions his life choices. He looks at the camera with a deadpan expression, asking if anyone actually wants to swap jobs with him right now. A customer slams a bottle down, the liquid splashing as they demand more snacks. Bags of chips are being torn open and tossed around, the floor becoming a graveyard of snack food. Chan's eyes turn dark as he looms over a group of drunk guys, telling them they need to pay before they wreck the place. The guys immediately sober up under his terrifying gaze, apologizing and offering to buy double the products. Suddenly, Chan hears a frantic cry for help from the front of the store and turns to see what's happened now. He sees a girl floating in the air, feathers everywhere as if she's been blasted by a gust of wind. Chan rushes over, catching her just before she slams into a display of cigarettes. He hauls her up, his muscles straining as he tries to keep the situation from descending into total violence. She's rambling about becoming a swan, while Chan tells her to take her swan act back to her own house. Then, a massive crash shakes the entire building, followed by the sound of glass shattering into a million pieces. Chan stands in the middle of the wreckage, looking at the spot where the front door used to be. A massive minotaur is standing there, dazed and hiccuping, with a look of pure confusion on his bull-like face. The minotaur asks where he is, apparently unaware that he just walked straight through a literal glass wall. He complains about getting there first, while the wind howls through the giant hole he just made in the storefront. Chan's soul feels like it's leaving his body as he stares at the Korean beef bastard who just destroyed the shop. He slumps over the counter, calling the manager on his phone and begging her to save his sanity. The manager picks up, but she's already lying face down on her own bed, sounding just as dead as he does. She groans that today has been especially brutal, even for an interdimensional store. She tells him about a goblin customer who insisted on splitting his 5,001 payment across 3 different credit cards. There was a massive line behind him, and the guy was smugly showing off a 1,001 discount coupon he spent 10 minutes finding. Then a lady cut the line, screaming at the goblin to hurry up, making the manager's head spin. The 2 customers ended up in a full-blown brawl right in front of the register while the manager just watched in despair. Chan realizes that even the boss is having a terrible night, so he decides to just endure it. The manager asks if he's actually doing okay, hearing the pure exhaustion in his voice. He gives a hollow look, staring at the empty space where his door used to be. He's had to tape up some cardboard boxes just to keep the wind out, making the store look like a total dump. He rubs his temples, wondering how he's going to explain the Minotaur incident to the insurance company. He tells her a bullman shattered the door, and the manager nearly chokes on her own breath. She's terrified that he got hurt, but Chan reassures her that he's physically fine, just mentally broken. He's already got the Minotaur's contact info for the repairs and managed a temporary fix for the night. The manager goes silent on the other end, and Chan starts to worry that his news was too much for her. He stares at his phone, wondering if he should have been a bit more subtle about the whole shattered door thing. He thinks about ways to comfort her, but then her voice comes back through the speaker, sounding more serious than ever. She tells him she's going to find a tool for him, something that will be incredibly useful for his survival. Chan is intrigued, wondering what kind of magical gear a convenience store clerk could possibly need. She explains that in her world, every species has inherent magical or physical powers based on their traits. Elves have longevity, succubi have charm, and monsters have brute strength. But Chan is a normal human from a boring world, making him the most vulnerable person in the entire multiverse. His anti-magic body is his only defense, and while it's powerful, it doesn't solve every problem. He can't physically win a fight against a drunk minotaur or a high-level demon with just his bare hands. She tells him it's for his own safety and begs him not to feel like he's being a burden. She hangs up to go hunt for some equipment, leaving Chan feeling a weird mix of touched and nervous. He realizes the manager actually views him as a person, not just a disposable worker, and he can't help but smile. He decides he's going to buy her something nice with his first paycheck to show his appreciation. The doorbell rings again. Well, the cardboard flaps, and a new customer walks in with a heavy rhythmic step. The man asks for a pack of cigarettes, and Chan quickly moves to get them from the shelf. Chan starts ringing him up, but as the man reaches out to pay, something catches Chan's eye. The man's hand is covered in deep, jagged scars that look like they came from a vicious battle. Chan gasps involuntarily and then immediately apologizes for being rude and staring. The man just smiles, his gray beard twitching as he tells Chan it's perfectly fine. He's incredibly gentle for someone who looks like a hardened warrior, telling Chan that curiosity is only natural. Chan is stunned. After a night of dealing with crazy monsters, meeting a genuinely nice middle-aged man feels like a miracle. He tells the man he can rest in the corner as long as he likes, and the man thanks him with a polite bow. The man pulls out his phone as it starts buzzing, excusing himself to take a call. Chan watches him from the counter, noticing that the man seems to be waiting for something very important. He peeks over, trying to figure out what kind of work a wolf man in a sharp suit actually does. He looks like a high-level executive or maybe someone in finance who's been working overtime. Chan can't help himself and asks if the man is checking stock prices on his phone. The man chuckles, shaking his head and showing Chan the screen of his phone. He says it's actually for his driving job, leaving Chan even more confused. The man reveals a call-waiting app, telling Chan he works as a chauffeur, the guy who drives drunk monsters home so they don't smash any more doors. The city is a nightmare of glowing headlights and endless honking as the nighttime traffic jam hits a standstill. Inside the store, our boy Chan is watching the chaos from the window, leaning on his hand and just feeling glad he's not stuck out there. He glances over at his only customer, a dignified-looking gentleman who looks like a kobold but carries himself with serious class. It's the wolf chauffeur we met before, staring intensely at his phone, probably waiting for his next designated driving gig to pop up. Chan closes his eyes and says a little prayer to the gods of retail, soaking in the rare silence of a shift without any monsters trying to eat him. He's literally begging the universe to keep it this peaceful when the wolf chauffeur stands up and approaches the counter with a soft "excuse me." The gentleman holds up his phone, showing a map with a navigation pin, and asks Chan if he knows where this specific spot is. Chan looks a bit embarrassed, explaining that he's new to the area and doesn't know the layout well, while the wolf admits he's also a rookie at the chauffeur game. The wolf asks how the job is treating him so far, and Chan gives a weary smile, thinking about the absolute madness he's survived recently. Chan mentions that a minotaur literally demolished the front door earlier today, so he's pretty much running on fumes at this point. Just as they're bonding over the struggle, a violent crash echoes from outside, and a dark, aggressive aura fills the air. Chan jumps back, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest as the sudden tension hits the room like a physical weight. He looks through the glass, his eyes wide as he tries to process the scene unfolding right in front of the store. It's a car accident, but because this is the magical world, it's not just a dented bumper, it's two massive orcs looking for a fight. The two brutes are already at each other's throats, screaming about turn signals and traffic rules like they're ready to tear the city apart. In the middle of the shouting, a poor little dogman is shaking in fear, holding his phone and wondering how his night went so wrong. The fight escalates instantly as one orc threatens to kill the other, and Chan is genuinely impressed by how much energy these guys have for a street brawl. Chan realizes this is getting way more serious than a simple argument, as the orcs start throwing heavy punches that could probably crush a car. One orc tackles the other into the pavement with a massive thud, and the ground itself seems to groan under their weight. Other monsters are just walking by like it's a normal Tuesday, calling the orcs ignorant bastards without even slowing down. Chan is stunned by how desensitized everyone is, realizing that in this world, this kind of violence is just background noise. The wolf chauffeur watches the fight with a cold, focused gaze, noting that Chan won't get any more customers if these guys keep blocking the entrance. A crowd of ghosts and skeletons has gathered to film the fight on their phones instead of helping, making the whole situation even more pathetic. Seeing that business is being ruined, the wolf chauffeur decides he's had enough and starts walking toward the exit with a calm, predatory stride. He walks right up to the massive orcs and calls them young guys in a tone that demands immediate attention. He tells them it's great they have so much energy, but they need to stop the nonsense and clear the street so people can actually move. The orcs look at the old man with pure contempt, their eyes glowing with rage as they ask who the hell he thinks he is to interfere. They tell him to back off before he gets hurt, but the wolf's expression doesn't change, he just stares them down with one cold blue eye. The orc tells the old wolf to just watch quietly, but the wolf chauffeur clenches his fist, and you can practically feel the power radiating from him. In a flash of movement, the wolf delivers a strike so fast it's almost invisible, slamming into the orc's jaw with bone-shattering force. The orc's eyes roll back as his brain reboots, leaving his partner staring in absolute shock at the sudden display of dominance. Chan and the crowd of monsters scream in surprise, not expecting the polite gentleman to be a high-level martial artist. The second orc is confused as his buddy hits the deck, while the wolf just adjusts his sleeves like he's dusting off a shelf. Furious, the remaining orc charges forward, calling him an old geezer and aiming to take his head off. The wolf doesn't even flinch. He just tilts his head slightly as the massive fist whistles past his face. He moves with the grace of a professional, dodging every wild swing the orc throws without breaking a sweat. He steps inside the orc's guard, positioning himself for a finishing blow that the brute won't even see coming. A massive bam echoes through the street as the wolf lands a punch right in the orc's solar plexus, folding him like a lawn chair. Both orcs are out cold on the asphalt, and the wolf stands over them, satisfied that they're finally docile enough to stop blocking traffic. He turns his attention to the shaking dogman by the car, calling him over in a voice that's back to being perfectly polite. He tells the guy that, since things are quiet now, he should probably call the police and the insurance company to handle the paperwork. The dogman stammers out a thank you, while Chan watches from the door, his mind racing as he wonders what this chauffeur used to do for a living. Chan can't help himself and asks what species the man is and what his real background is, sensing there's a legend hidden under that suit. The man reveals he's a werewolf, but it's hard to tell since the full moon isn't out, and claims he just did this and that when he was younger. He calls himself just a retired old man, but Chan isn't buying it for a second. He thinks the guy looks like the coolest person he's ever met. Chan looks at the scars on the man's hands and realizes he's probably a war veteran or a legendary fighter who's just trying to live a quiet life now. The wolf thanks Chan for letting him rest in the store, while police sirens start wailing in the distance as help finally arrives. As the police, led by that familiar blue-haired elf, arrive at the scene, Chan stops the wolf and asks if he has a business card. Chan explains that they get a lot of drunk customers who might need a reliable driver, and he'd love to be able to call him for help. The wolf smiles and hands over a card that simply says "Call Taxi Wolf" with a phone number, asking Chan to take care of him from now on. Back inside, Chan looks at his own hands, still feeling the lingering energy of the encounter as he prepares to get back to work. He examines the card under the store lights, wondering if there's some secret magical aura hidden in the paper. But it just feels like a normal, boring business card, which is almost more surprising considering who gave it to him. He compares it to the fake IDs he's seen before, but this one is completely legit, no magical sparkles, just a professional contact. He thinks about the wolf's kind smile and his request to come back and rest, deciding the guy is definitely not a scammer. The shop bell rings with a cheerful ding-dong, signaling the arrival of a new customer as a pair of sandals steps onto the tiles. A tiny, adorable white puppy with a bone-shaped tag trots into the store, panting happily with its tongue out. The owner, a weird-looking pufferfishman, walks in and demands 2 packs of cigarettes, but Chan immediately stops him. Chan politely tells the pufferfishman that pets aren't allowed inside, but the guy gets defensive, claiming his baby is perfectly behaved. The pufferfishman picks up the fluffy pup, insisting that he doesn't bark and will be quiet while he finishes his shopping. Chan sighs, figuring there are no other customers anyway, and decides to overlook the rule just this once since the guy promises to be quick. He tells the guy to keep holding the dog, and the pufferfishman heads for the beer aisle with a grunt of approval. Suddenly, Chan's phone buzzes in his pocket. It's a message from the manager, probably checking in on the night's progress. She's asking about the defensive equipment they discussed earlier, wanting to know if Chan has any specific requests for a weapon or gear. Chan thinks about his daily struggle with the store's messes and jokingly suggests a huge mop for cleaning, which makes the manager send a shocked squirrel emoji. He tells her she can just decide on the gear herself and he'll be grateful for whatever she finds, while the pufferfishman returns to the counter. The guy drops a couple of beer bottles and his card onto the counter, ready to pay and get out of there. Chan swipes the card through the register, but instead of a successful beep, the machine lets out a harsh error sound. Chan looks at the screen with a confused expression, realizing there's a problem with the transaction. He tells the customer that the card's spending limit has been reached, which causes the pufferfishman to practically explode in shock. The guy starts panicking, complaining that he doesn't have any other cards or his phone on him because he just came out for a quick walk. Chan suggests a bank transfer, but the guy has no way to do it. Eventually, he looks at his dog and then back at Chan with a crazy idea. He thrusts the puppy toward Chan, telling him to watch the dog as collateral while he runs home to grab his wallet. Chan is left standing there like a statue, completely flabbergasted that this guy is literally using his pet as a pawn for a few beers. He tries to protest, but the pufferfishman insists the dog won't bite and is perfectly well behaved before Chan can say no. The guy is so desperate to secure his alcohol that he basically forces the pup onto Chan, acting like it's a fair trade. Chan gives in with a weary "please just hurry back," and the guy disappears out the door with a cheerful "okay!" Now it's just Chan and the fluffy Pomeranian staring at each other in the empty store, and Chan can't believe he's now a temporary dog sitter. He mumbles about how weird some pet owners are while the puppy hops up onto the counter and starts scratching its ear. Chan stares at the dog, wondering how anyone could leave their pet with a total stranger just to go buy some cigarettes. He leans in close, letting out a long, heavy sigh as he looks the little fluffball right in the eyes. He starts petting the dog's head, feeling bad for it and saying that it must have a really hard time living with such a strange owner. He asks the dog if it has anything to say about its life, joking around because he thinks he's alone in the shop. He mutters that if the dog could talk, it would probably have a lot of complaints about the pufferfishman. Suddenly, a clear, high-pitched voice responds, saying, "I do have something I want to say." Chan's soul nearly leaves his body as the dog explains that it usually keeps quiet because it doesn't know if speaking out loud is a good idea. Chan falls flat on his butt in pure terror, scrambling away from the counter as the puppy just sits there calmly. The dog looks at him and asks, "Boss, is it okay if I talk to you?" in the most casual way possible. Chan points a trembling finger at the pup, his face pale as he tries to ask if the dog just actually spoke human words. The puppy tilts its head cutely and confirms that yes, he can talk, leaving Chan wondering if he's finally lost his mind. Chan asks why the dog didn't say anything earlier when its owner was being a jerk, but the pup says he has to be extra careful around that guy. It turns out the pufferfishman is a monster in more ways than one. He's threatened the dog with vocal cord removal surgery if he ever catches him barking or talking. Chan realizes he's dealing with a major case of animal abuse and asks the little guy for his name and age. The pup says his name is just Puppy, and he's 2 years old, while Chan marvels at how well-spoken he is for such a young dog. Puppy explains that dogs are considered adults at 2, so his intelligence is actually pretty normal for his species. Chan gets curious and asks if Puppy has ever met any other dogs who can talk like he does. Puppy's expression turns sad as he explains that every other dog he's seen just barks and plays with their owners like normal animals. He thought every dog was just as scared as he was, keeping quiet to avoid the surgery, and that he was the only one brave enough to want to speak. He describes seeing groups of dogs running around in the park, enjoying a life of simple barks and wagging tails. He realized that they weren't hiding a secret language, they were just living in a completely different reality than he was. Puppy looks down at his paws, his ears drooping as he asks Chan a heartbreaking question. "Boss, am I weird?" Chan doesn't have the heart to say yes, so he just says he's not sure, but notes that most owners seem to absolutely adore their pets. He mentions a friend who even took their dog on an overseas vacation, which makes Puppy's tail wag with pure envy. Chan asks if being used as collateral happens often, and Puppy sighs, saying he's on the verge of dying from pure exhaustion and stress. He reveals that the pufferfishman is even worse at home, constantly fighting with his wife and acting like a creepy drunk whenever he's had too much to drink. The pup clenches his jaw, saying the only reason he stays is because he gets food and a place to sleep, but his patience is running out. He admits that sometimes he thinks about just running away and leaving his owner behind for good. Chan suggests that he should just talk it out with his owner, but Puppy screams in terror, terrified of what will happen to his vocal cords. Chan explains that the guy is only bad-tempered because he thinks Puppy is a normal dog who can't understand him. He warns Puppy that life as a stray on the streets is way more brutal than he thinks, and that communication is the only way to fix his current life. Puppy thinks about it and finally agrees that Chan might be right, deciding to try and have a proper conversation with his owner. They realize the pufferfishman has been gone for way over 10 minutes, and Puppy says he's been left waiting for hours before. Chan looks at the little guy with genuine pity, realizing Puppy is basically a prisoner in a fluffy white body. Puppy asks if he can ask one more question, his voice small and nervous as he looks up at Chan. He asks the one thing that's been bothering him, what exactly is a neutering surgery? He heard his owner and his wife talking about getting it done next Monday, and he has no idea what it actually means. He looks so innocent as he asks why he needs it, while Chan's face goes completely pale with horror. Chan realizes that Puppy is about to lose something much more important than his voice, and he doesn't know how to break the news. He grabs a piece of paper and a pen, slamming his hand down as he prepares for the most awkward explanation of his entire life. With a dark, serious expression, Chan tells Puppy to calm down and listen closely, because he's going to explain the surgery using diagrams so there's no misunderstanding the tragedy that's coming. Imagine being a pet in a world where your owners make all the big decisions for you, including the one surgery every male animal dreams of avoiding. Owners say it's for health, preventing all sorts of nasty diseases and keeping things calm, but they never really ask the pet's opinion on the matter. Some people choose the family route, letting their pets find a partner and live a full, natural life with their own offspring. It's a tough choice made out of love, but let's be real, most pets would probably have a very strong opinion if they could actually speak up. Our boy Chan is about to find out exactly what that opinion is, as he looks down at the talking Pomeranian who just learned the truth. Puppy lets out a soul-shattering scream, his eyes bulging as the reality of the situation hits him like a freight train. He's absolutely losing it, howling that he won't get that surgery even if he dies, calling the whole procedure cruel and inhumane. He starts listing his virtues, arguing that he's never stolen a bone or peed in a random spot, so why does he deserve this? Chan tries to explain it's for his own well-being, but Puppy snaps back, saying no amount of good justifies losing his, well, you know. Puppy turns the tables on Chan, asking if he'd be willing to go through the same thing for health reasons, and Chan's reaction says it all. The little dog catches him in a logical trap. If a human wouldn't do it, why should he? Puppy collapses into a puddle of despair, crying out about how mortifying this whole discovery is. Literal tears are streaming down his furry face as he realizes his owner was planning this betrayal behind his back. He starts fantasizing about the life he's going to lose, running through green fields with his fated partner. He imagines the romance, the tail wagging, and the pure joy of finding another fluffball to share his life with. He even sees a future filled with a whole litter of puppies, a legacy that's about to be snuffed out by a trip to the vet. He howls at the ceiling, terrified that he's destined to become a eunuch before he even hits his prime. Chan watches the mental breakdown with a look of pure regret, realizing he probably should have sugarcoated the explanation a bit more. He offers the poor guy a cup of water, trying to provide some small comfort during this existential crisis. Puppy finally takes a breath and calms down, apologizing for his indecent behavior like a true gentleman. He explains that the fear just took over, and Chan tells him not to sweat it. Anyone would freak out in that situation. Chan looks down at the diagrams he drew and asks Puppy what he plans to do now that the secret is out. He suggests Puppy should just talk to his owner and express his feelings, hoping for some mutual understanding. But Puppy stands up with a new sense of resolve, telling Chan there's no need for a conversation anymore. He admits he's always followed his owner faithfully since birth, thinking that was just the way of the world. He thought every pet had to live like that, sacrificing their freedom for a warm bed and some kibble. But Puppy has reached his limit. He says living that way isn't life at all, and he's decided to officially cut ties with his owner. Chan is stunned by the dog's bravery as Puppy thanks him for broadening his horizons and helping him see the truth. Chan tries to walk it back, telling him to at least try talking first, but Puppy is done. His destiny is now in his own paws. Chan warns him that being a stray is brutal, but Puppy doesn't care. He'd rather suffer outside than stay in a house where his manhood is at risk. He shows a mental image of a hammer crushing peanuts, and honestly, after that visual, Chan can't really argue with his logic. Our guy just nods, realizing Puppy has a very reasonable point when you put it that way. Puppy asks for one last favor, to have his collar taken off so he can be a truly free dog. Chan unbuckles the red leather strap, feeling a bit guilty, but knowing he's helping the little guy escape a life of fear. Puppy stretches out, feeling refreshed and liberated, and asks Chan for one final assist before he heads out. He wants Chan to help him have one last talk with his owner when the pufferfishman returns. Chan is surprised he wants a goodbye, and Puppy admits that even though the relationship was toxic, there was still some affection there. It's a complicated mix of love and hate, and Puppy wants to clear the air so he can move on without any regrets. Just then, the door chimes and the pufferfishman walks back in, announcing his return with his wallet in hand. Chan stands over Puppy, who is now collarless and looking more serious than any dog has a right to be. The owner immediately notices the missing collar and gets suspicious, looking between Chan and his pet. He asks Chan if he took it off, but Chan just looks him dead in the eye and delivers the news. He tells the man that his dog has something very important to say, which naturally sounds like total nonsense to the customer. Then, the puppy looks up and speaks with a clear, deep voice, calling out owner and making the pufferfishman's jaw hit the floor. Puppy demands an answer. Did he really leave his best friend as collateral just to go grab some cash? He grills the man about the surgery, and the pufferfishman can only stammer out, as he realizes his dog knows everything. Puppy's eyes narrow with a dangerous growl, confirming that the betrayal was real and the plans were already set. He thanks the man for being honest at the very end and starts walking toward the exit with zero hesitation. He tells the pufferfishman not to look for him or ask for a reason. Today is the day he starts his own journey. Puppy bids him a final farewell, and Chan watches the scene unfold with a heavy heart, realizing how wild his job has become. At the door, Puppy turns back to Chan with a cute tilt of his head, asking if it's okay if he visits the store again sometime. The pufferfishman is still in a total trance, unable to comprehend that his Pomeranian just dumped him. Chan smiles and tells the little guy he's welcome back anytime, realizing he's made a very unique new friend. Puppy gives him a bright, happy smile, looking more alive than he ever did with a collar around his neck. As the doorbells jingle, Puppy trots off into the night, leaving the pufferfishman standing alone in the middle of the store. The owner finally snaps out of it, trembling as he realizes his pet just pulled a legendary mic drop and walked out of his life. He screams Puppy's name and charges out of the store, finally realizing the value of what he just lost. Chan just sighs and starts tying up a trash bag, deciding he's done enough meddling for one night shift. He takes a deep breath, feeling like peace has finally returned to the convenience store after the dog drama. Outside, he sees the pufferfishman running down the street, crying and begging for Puppy to come back, but the little guy is long gone. Chan wonders if the guy actually loved his pet in his own messed up way, even if he was a terrible owner. He shrugs it off, figuring they'll have to solve their own problems, and starts stretching as the morning sun begins to rise. Suddenly, a loud "H-E-H-O-O" makes him jump, and he looks around to find a familiar little figure near the sidewalk. It's the dragon girl. She's on her tricycle, looking a bit worse for wear and rubbing her nose with her sleeve. She spots Chan and gives him a sweet, "Hello, mister," her big yellow eyes full of warmth despite her cold. Chan immediately gets to work, grabbing a cup and heading for the drink station to take care of his favorite little customer. He starts the machine, the sound of flowing water filling the quiet store as he prepares a special treat for the girl. He rummages through the shelves, looking for a specific item the manager must have left behind for times like this. He looks over at the dragon girl with a soft, caring expression, his big brother instincts kicking into high gear. He hands her a small packet of medicine, telling her she needs to take it if she wants to feel better. He promises her a cup of warm cocoa as a reward for being brave and taking her medicine properly. The girl pouts and wiggles around, saying she doesn't want the medicine, her little wings fluttering in protest. She tries to make excuses, saying she doesn't have any money to pay him back, but Chan isn't falling for it. He uses the ultimate adult weapon, the threat of a big injection at the doctor's office, and it works instantly. Realizing she's cornered, she gives up with a defeated "fine" and reaches out for the cup. Chan asks why she didn't come by on Friday to finish her Mother's Day gifts, and she explains she was stuck in piano lessons. He imagines her sitting at a massive piano, looking even smaller than usual, and compliments her for being so diligent. She's worried that her cold will make her sneeze on the gifts and accidentally burn them, which is a very real dragon problem. Chan just chuckles, noting that convenience stores are magical places where you can find a solution for almost anything. The girl looks at the candy aisle with longing, mentioning she doesn't have much pocket money and needs to save up. Chan asks how much she's trying to save, and she proudly states her goal is 2,001, which is basically a fortune in her world. Her mom only gives her 501 a day, and Chan realizes that with Mother's Day less than 2 weeks away, she's cutting it close. She gulps down her drink, and Chan thinks to himself that at this rate, she won't be able to buy all the materials she needs in time. He doesn't want to force her to spend her money, but he wants her to feel welcome to come over and play anytime. He reaches into the display and pulls out 2 bright lollipops, coming up with a clever plan to help her out. He hands them to her as a reward for taking her medicine, warning her that the cocoa is still hot. He asks her how much money she has on her right now, and she confirms she has exactly 501. With a sneaky grin, he tells her it's her lucky day. These 2 specific candies cost exactly 501. He gestures to the massive wall of snacks, claiming that tons of other candies also cost exactly 501, which is a total retail lie. He tells her she should come hang out whenever she has a spare 501, ensuring she'll be able to get her supplies after all. The girl is overjoyed and happily hands over her coin, thinking she's found the best deal in the multiverse. She stares at the candies with stars in her eyes, and Chan asks if she wants to swap for different flavors. Instead of eating them, she tries to give one to Chan, telling him to save it for later. She explains that since she drank the cocoa he gave her, it's only fair that they share the treats. She mentions her mom warned her that too many sweets cause diabetes, which makes Chan realize her mom is a very responsible dragon. She insists that sharing good food makes it taste even better, looking up at him with pure, innocent kindness. Chan can't say no to that face, so he scratches his head and asks which flavor he should take. She likes the sour ones, so Chan takes the chocolate flavor, feeling like a bit of a villain for taking candy from a kid. He thinks to himself that he's stealing food from children again, but his heart is melting at how sweet she is. He watches her sip her cocoa, marveling at how pure and kind she is compared to how he was at her age. He remembers the manager saying young dragons can tell good people apart by their color, and he wonders what color he looks like to her. The girl sets her cup down and says she has something important to ask him. She asks if he lives nearby, and Chan admits that his house is only a 3-minute walk away from where the store usually parks on Earth. She's thrilled that he lives so close and asks if he'll be working at the store for a long time. She explains that it takes her an hour by subway to get here, and Chan realizes she's traveling a long way just to see him. She describes her school, which sounds like a massive academy for young magical beings, filled with kids of all ages. Chan realizes she's probably attending a high-end private school for dragons and other elites. She tells him her mom works right nearby, and she's so excited that her little tail starts wagging uncontrollably. She mentions she even slept at her mom's workplace today, pointing toward a massive corporate building. Chan looks up at the towering K building and is impressed, noting that her mom must work for a very successful company. The girl says she likes her mom's company even more today because it brought her closer to Chan. She realizes that since they live and work near each other, she'll be able to see him all the time. She's so happy she's practically glowing, clasping her hands together in pure joy at the thought of their friendship continuing. Chan feels a pang of guilt and tells her he doesn't plan on working at the convenience store for very long. He explains that this was just a temporary gig until he found a real job, but the girl's reaction is a literal thundercloud of sadness. He thinks about all the wild stuff he's seen, fake IDs with fireworks, purifying dragon scales, and being bullied by a chihuahua. He thinks about the succubus and the love advice he gave, realizing this job has given him memories he could never get anywhere else. But he tells himself he can't be a clerk forever, while the girl pouts with tears welling up in her eyes. He feels like he was a bit too honest, and starts to feel awkward as he looks at her heartbroken face. He gently rubs her head and tells her not to be sad, promising that he won't be quitting right away. She sniffles and asks if he's telling the truth, and he gives her his word before giving her some serious life advice. He tells her not to follow or get too close to adults she doesn't know, warning her about the dangers of strangers. He says it's for her own safety, but the girl looks at him with a deep, knowing expression that belies her age. She stops him, her little tail swinging, as she prepares to say something that catches Chan completely off guard. She reminds him that he helped her with her Mother's Day gift and gave her medicine for her cold without asking for anything in return. She says he's helped her many times, her voice full of conviction as she stares him down. To her, Chan isn't just a stranger, he's the definition of a good adult, and her dragon instincts are never wrong. Chan scratches his cheek, genuinely touched and embarrassed, as the girl reminds him to buy some drawing paper for tomorrow. The morning shift finally starts as the manager walks in, immediately noticing the broken door and Chan's tired face. She acknowledges how hard he worked last night and tells him she has a special surprise waiting for him. She pulls out a sleek smartphone covered in glowing magical runes, the specialized equipment she promised to find him. She's already set everything up, reporting to the police and linking it to various systems to help Chan during his shifts. Chan asks if she's okay as her face is pale and her eyes are sunken, but she just gives a weary smile and says she's just incredibly sleepy. Imagine a phone that doesn't just scroll through TikTok, but actually protects your life with an automatic magic shield. This isn't your average iPhone, it comes preloaded with high-tier recovery magic that can undo a whole day's worth of damage. The manager explains it's as simple as using a camera app, just focus on what's broken, snap a pic, and let the magic do the heavy lifting. Chan's a bit skeptical, but he's ready to give this futuristic cheat code a test drive on their wrecked front door. He fumbles with the focus, feeling a bit awkward as the manager laughs and tells him to just treat it like a regular phone. A click sounds out and a rewind menu pops up, asking him to pick a point in time before the door was turned into splinters. As Chan goes to press the button, the manager panics and screams at him to freeze, because even a tiny movement can cause a glitch. She warns him that the recovery app is sensitive, any shakiness in the magic might fail completely. The manager leans in close, guiding his hand as they watch the screen for the exact moment the door was still in one piece. With a firm press on the rewind button, Chan starts the process of turning back the clock on the entrance. The screen begins to blur, showing ghosts of previous customers like the wolf chauffeur walking backwards through time. Chan's eyes go wide as he sees the Minotaur appearing on the screen. The moment of destruction is playing in reverse. He hits the stop button just in time, capturing the image of the door before the bullman smashed through it. The manager is hyped, telling him that hitting activate now will bring that past version of the door into the present. Chan presses the button, feeling the weight of the magic gathering in the palm of his hand. A massive whoosh of blue energy erupts from the phone, catching both of them by surprise as the air starts to hum. A glowing snowflake pattern of pure light appears in the empty doorframe, pulsing with incredible power. The light explodes outward, a blinding flash that signals the time reversal magic is reaching its peak. Shards of light and temporal fragments fly everywhere as the reality of the store starts to stitch itself back together. The two of them watch in awe as the sparkling energy begins to solidify into something physical. With a soft saw sound, the energy clears, and the glass door is standing there perfectly, not even a fingerprint on it. The manager is stunned by how well it worked, while Chan's just relieved he doesn't have to deal with the breeze anymore. He gives the door a little tap and it jingles perfectly, proving the magic didn't just fix it, it made it brand new. Chan looks at the phone, then at the manager, wondering if there's a catch to having this kind of power in his pocket. He realizes this is actual time reversal magic, and he starts to worry about the side effects of messing with the timeline. He remembers seeing the guests on the screen earlier and asks if the magic affected them too. He's picturing a terrifying scenario where his time rewind just deleted half his customers from existence. He imagines the werewolf and minotaur being turned into helpless babies, and he's low-key starting to panic. The manager quickly shuts that down, explaining that time magic on living beings is a legendary level of power that nobody has mastered yet. She lets out a relieved phew, explaining that the world's greatest wizards have spent decades and fortunes trying to figure that out with zero luck. So the chances of Chan accidentally turning a customer into an infant are basically zero. It only works on objects. Chan feels a bit silly for worrying, but the manager tells him to just use it with confidence and stop overthinking. He asks if he really deserves such a crazy gift, and the manager reminds him she pulled an all-nighter just to get it registered for him. She explains the bureaucratic nightmare of contacting the magic department and filing all the paperwork just for one phone. This isn't a common model, it's fueled by a rare magic stone that allows it to download formulas for even more types of magic. But there's a catch. It needs Wi-Fi to download new spells, and getting a repair shop for it is nearly impossible, so he better not drop it. Chan's genuinely impressed and asks where she even got it, making the manager dodge the question with a nervous look. She stammers that she got it from an acquaintance years ago and forgot about it until now, which sounds a little suspicious. She asks if he has any other questions before she passes out from exhaustion, and Chan's mind goes back to the talking dog. He asks if it's normal for dogs to talk in this world, and the manager gives him a look like he's asking if the sky is blue. Chan mentions that the Pomeranian seemed more like a mascot, the kind of legendary creature you only hear about in fairy tales. The manager explains that in their world, any animal with high intelligence and special abilities is classified as a mascot. They can understand almost any language, but they're incredibly rare. Most of their descendants are just normal, non-magical animals. She mentions that sometimes all it takes is a strong motive or an emotional trigger for a mascot to suddenly unlock their hidden powers. Chan's worried because Puppy said he'd visit again, and the manager looks a bit concerned too, but for a different reason. She says seeing a mascot daily is basically impossible because of how much they're worth on the market. She whispers the truth to him, these creatures are insanely expensive, like retire on a private island level of cash. Puppy is worth over $1 billion just standing there, and Chan realizes the pufferfish owner is going to be crying for the rest of his life. The manager worries that Puppy might be in danger now that he's a stray, but Chan reminds her that the dog promised to return. As Chan heads out into the night, the manager tells him to be careful in the pouring rain, and he gives a wave goodbye. The sky has opened up, and a heavy downpour is drenching the streets, making the walk home a total hassle. Back inside the store, the chime of the door signals a new arrival as someone steps out of the storm. Chan looks out the window, sighing at the weather and thinking about the massive cleaning job he'll have to do later. He's already dreading taking out the trash in this mess, his eyes closed as he mentally prepares for the grind. A ting from his new phone catches his attention. It's a message from the manager, showing off a new feature. She sent him a pic of her dinner, beer and seafood pancakes, asking if he's jealous while she enjoys her night off. Chan gives a wry smile, realizing there's really no boss quite like her, giving up her sleep just to give him a magical upgrade. He starts thinking about how to spend his first paycheck to thank her when the door jingles again, bringing him back to reality. A customer snaps him out of his daydream, demanding to know where the umbrella stand is before he drenches the whole floor. It's a dog-headed man in a suit, growling that he won't step a foot further inside until Chan brings the stand to him. The customer points at a can of beer, asking if it's any good, but he's doing it with a tone that says he's looking for a reason to complain. Chan's done with the attitude and bluntly says he doesn't know, making the customer inhale sharply and accuse him of slacking off. Chan just smiles through the insults, mumbling to himself that if this guy wants 5-star service, he should probably go to a department store. He tries to offer a buy one get one free deal, but the grumpy dogman snaps that he doesn't need to, acting like free stuff is an insult. He thumps his money onto the counter with a tsk, making it clear he's having the worst day ever and wants everyone to know it. Suddenly, the guy tells Chan to just keep the second can for himself, leaving our boy completely stunned by the sudden act of charity. Chan's confused, remembering the guy gave him something before, but he points out he'll get in major trouble for drinking on the shift. The dogman asks if he's never had a drink at work, but Chan firmly states that as a professional, he'd never do something so reckless. The customer admits he does it occasionally, leaving Chan screaming internally, is that even legal in this dimension? The guy barks that if they don't want him drinking at work, they should stop making him work overtime on his precious weekends. He's ranting about the impossibility of staying sober while sacrificing his life for the company, and Chan realizes the corporate struggle is universal. Outside, the moon is high and a single white feather floats through the air, carried by a gentle breeze. A figure with long blue hair watches from above, her eyes focused as she descends toward the convenience store. It's Yunha, the biker Noona, dropping from the sky with a graceful landing that would make a superhero jealous. Her heavy boots hit the pavement with a soft thud as she prepares to make her grand entrance. She tells her Pegasus to wait nicely, patting the mythical beast before she heads inside to see Chan. The door chimes with a ding-dong, and Yunha bursts in with a huge smile, announcing her arrival at the top of her lungs. But Chan doesn't even look up. He's hunched over the counter, surrounded by a dark, depressed aura that's almost palpable. He's staring intensely at the can of beer the Chihuahua-man left behind, looking like he's contemplating the meaning of life. Yunha is shocked, asking if he's actually drinking alcohol on the job and breaking the #1 rule of retail. Chan jumps up with a whoosh, frantically explaining that a customer forced it on him and he's just trying to figure out how to handle it. He admits he's genuinely worried about that customer, which makes Yunha tilt her head in total confusion. Chan explains the guy was a grumpy, dog-headed man who looked like he was one bad day away from a total meltdown. Yunha laughs, saying that if he's already worrying about the regulars, then this job might actually be perfect for him. She mentions she worked here for a bit before quitting, her face turning a bit sour as she remembers her own retail experience. She says even in that short time, she learned some harsh truths about how people behave in convenience stores. She remembers the orcs and other monsters who would come in screaming, swearing, and acting like absolute animals. She recalls people bringing in half-eaten bags of chips and demanding a full refund because they didn't like the taste. The memory triggers her. She remembers the day she finally snapped and punched a customer right in the face for being a jerk. If her sister hadn't stopped her, that orc would have ended up in orbit. She quit immediately after, and her head still hurts just thinking about it. She snaps out of it and remembers why she actually came. She's not here for a delivery today. She thumps a heavy insulated bag onto the counter, looking at Chan with a grin that says she needs a major favor. Chan's got a bad feeling about this, his eyes widening as she asks him to take a look at something special. He freezes as she opens the bag, a look of pure dread washing over his face. Inside is a demonic nucleus, a pulsing, glowing heart of pure magical energy that looks like it just came out of a monster. She asks him to touch it, her face full of excitement, but Chan shuts that down with a hard no way before she can even finish. She tries to convince him it's not dangerous and has already been purified, but Chan is shaking his head like his life depends on it. He asks what exactly a demonic nucleus is, and she explains they're the hearts of the beasts that come out of the portals. It's basically a mass of high-tier magical energy, used as superfuel for trains and other massive machines, which makes it worth a fortune. She admits this is related to a product her sister ordered, making Chan wonder if the manager is secretly a dark wizard. Yunha clarifies that the manager ordered something else, but this heart came from the same supplier. She brings up the stuffed demon the boss ordered, mentioning she left it at the same workshop where the dragon scales were handled. Purification is key for these items, and since she doesn't trust the suppliers, she wants Chan's cheat code body to verify it. She figures if this heart doesn't react to his anti-magic constitution, then her sister's order will be safe to use too. Chan finally gives in to her begging and reaches out, his fingers brushing against the glowing purple surface. The instant he touches it, a violent reaction occurs. A massive blast of purple smoke erupts, filling the store in seconds. Chan starts coughing violently as he stumbles away from the counter, the air becoming thick and toxic. He looks through the fragrant purple haze, realizing that his anti-magic just triggered some kind of deep-level purification bomb. He screams at Yunha, accusing her of lying about it being safe. The air literally smells like chicken crap, and it's making his eyes water. A massive bang echoes through the room as the purification magic hits a breaking point, and Chan's left wondering if the store will survive. Yunha clenches her fist, her eyes glowing with a terrifying rage as she realizes the traders actually tried to scam her with a dirty product. She's fuming, muttering that they messed up the job and lied to her face, and now she's ready to wipe them out for the disrespect. She starts walking toward the door, telling Chan she needs to call the trader, but her face says she's going to do a lot more than talk. Chan watches her go, terrified of the carnage that's about to happen when a biker with a Pegasus gets that angry. He's left alone in a store filled with purple stinky smoke, realizing he can't even receive guests tonight if the place smells like a farm. He starts thinking about how to clear the air when the beep beep of a familiar customer sounds at the entrance. A figure is lying on the floor with a wrecked bicycle. It's the robot from Shoot Factory, looking like he had another crash in the rain. The robot looks up with a digital smile, thanking Chan for remembering him despite the chaos and the smell. He notes that the smoke and the smell are just natural byproducts of the demonic nucleus purification process. He asks the final burning question, why on earth is Chan working on a high-tier demon heart in the middle of a convenience store? The stench in the store is absolutely legendary, and not in a good way. It literally smells like a mountain of chicken manure. Our boy Chan is looking pretty embarrassed as the robot director walks in, asking if he's accidentally cooking up some kind of magical stink bomb. Realizing the store is basically a biohazard zone right now, Chan tells the robot he might have to find another place to shop for the night. The store is filled with thick purple smoke, and Yunha is absolutely losing her mind over the phone, screaming at the scammers who sold them this junk. She's not just quitting the contract, she's demanding full compensation for the damage, but the guy on the other end clearly doesn't care. Yunha is fuming, deciding she's going to handle this mess herself, while Chan and the robot just watch the chaos unfold. She slams her fist down in pure rage, the frustration of being scammed by a black company finally boiling over. But as the smoke clears, she just slumps over, looking completely drained by the whole ordeal. Chan checks in on her, but one look at her eyes tells him she's still got plenty of fight left in her. She apologizes for the outburst, but when she remembers what that traitor said, her mood shifts right back to pure fury. She starts venting about how those rascals actually had the nerve to say they did everything right while pointing at the mess. The traitor actually blamed her for the mistake, and Chan can see why she's calling them a total nightmare company. The problem is, it's the weekend, and every other legitimate purification company is closed, leaving them stuck with the smell. The robot director stares at them intently, feeling bad that his friends are suffering because of some shady business. Suddenly, the robot's eye flashes as he offers to take a look at the core, catching both Chan and Yunha completely off guard. He's got a digital smile on his face, confidently claiming that if it's him, he can fix this situation in a heartbeat. He's never forgotten how Chan and the boss helped him fix his bike when he was at his lowest, and he's been dying to pay them back. He tells them to leave everything to him, sounding like a total pro as he prepares to handle the contaminated core. Chan and Yunha stand back, watching him walk into the cloud of purple gas like he's on a mission. Yunha feels a bit guilty for asking a customer for help, but she's curious about who this high-tech guy really is. Chan explains that he's more than just a regular customer, he's someone they helped out of a tough spot a few days ago. Yunha smiles, realizing that being kind really does pay off in this weird multiverse. Inside the store, the robot's head starts emitting a high-intensity scanning beam, analyzing the corrupted heart. His internal systems are going wild, showing complex graphs and data streams as he initiates his professional protocols. He realizes why the situation was so dangerous. This thing was basically a ticking nuclear reactor. Yunha explains to Chan that this guy is a mechanical doll with top-tier tech, making him the most trustworthy person for the job. The robot reaches out with his mechanical fingers, and tiny sparks of blue electricity begin to dance around the core. Suddenly, a massive flash of blue energy erupts, lighting up the entire area like a lightning strike. The sheer power of the discharge forces Chan and Yunha to shield their eyes as the purification hits its peak. As the light fades, the robot staggers back slightly, his body still crackling with residual energy. But the job is done, the purification is 100% complete, and he hands the now perfect core back to the boss. Yuna is ecstatic, while Chan is just worried if the robot's body can handle that much electricity. The robot explains it's just a side effect of the process, and you can see the core has turned from a sickly purple to a pure glowing white. But then, his tone gets serious as he advises Yunha to never deal with those previous traders again. His analysis shows the purification they paid for was only 80% done, and they were using cheap, gross nasal water instead of the real deal. Those scammers were cutting corners to save money while the price of purified water was rising, and Chan's face says it all. That's just disgusting. Yunha's shadow grows dark as she promises to literally rip those bastards apart for what they did. The robot lets out a heavy sigh, looking a bit down as he mentions that there's just way too much work like this lately. He explains that since the monster supply has dropped, everyone is starting to use these dangerous, dirty tricks to survive. In fact, his own factory hasn't had a single request in a month, and he's been wandering around feeling completely useless. Chan sees a golden opportunity and tells him not to worry, pointing toward Yunha, who is suddenly looking for new partners. Yunha flashes a professional smile, asking the robot director if he'd like to sign a contract with them right now. The robot is so touched he's practically vibrating, and they agree to head off on Yunha's Pegasus to finalize the deal. Just as they're leaving, the robot pauses, wondering how the boss managed to do the first half of the purification without any equipment. Chan freezes, realizing he almost let his secret about his anti-magic body slip out. A mysterious feather floats down as a voice simply says, "It's a secret." Yunha leans in with a mischievous smirk, telling the mechanical doll man not to ask any more questions about her star employee. Back on Earth, Chan checks his magic phone, looking at a weird glowing seal appearing on the screen. He sighs, wishing for just one quiet day, but his phone pings with a new message that ruins that hope immediately. It's a text from Yunha. She got his number from the store manager and is reaching out directly. She's thanking him for his help and sending over his purification fee, and even though Chan doesn't want to focus on the money, he's definitely grateful. He looks up at the moon, watching Yunha fly away on her Pegasus and wondering if she's really just a delivery person. She's way too strong and way too intense to be ordinary, and Chan can feel the power radiating off her even from a distance. He imagines a world where delivery workers have to ride sharks and fight off monsters just to drop off a package. He decides to stop overthinking it and heads back toward the store, hoping the smell has finally cleared out. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoes through the quiet street, making Chan jump nearly out of his skin. He rushes toward the noise, calling out to see if anyone is hurt or if the store is under attack again. But when he gets closer, he sees someone familiar who looks absolutely startled by his sudden appearance. It's Yeon-hee, the succubus, but she's not in her usual suit. She's dressed up and looking completely lost. She looks at him with wide, teary eyes, apologizing for disturbing him while he was in the middle of his shift.
Hashtag Chapter 20 script.
Yeon-hee sits by the fridge, looking totally dazed as she apologizes again for startling our boy Chan. She's looking extra sparkly tonight, explaining that she went to a club with her coworkers, but they ditched her the second they got there. She's pouting like a kid, wondering how they could be so mean, while Chan is just stunned by her transformation from pharmacist to club girl. He realizes that a little makeup and a new outfit really can change a person's entire vibe. He asks the obvious question: if she was supposed to be at a club having the time of her life, why did she end up here at the convenience store? He points out that she could have just had fun on her own, but Yeon-hee just freezes, clearly not used to being solo. Chan teases her, asking if she went there to find true love, and she nearly jumps out of her seat in protest. She shouts that it wasn't like that at all. It was her first time, and her seniors basically forced her to go. Chan just takes a slow sip of his coffee, listening as she describes being dragged along against her will. She admits she wanted to try dating casually and asked her seniors for advice, which turned out to be a massive mistake. The second they walked into the club, her seniors told her practical experience is key and pushed her into the crowd all alone. While she was standing there confused, things started getting weird, and by weird I mean tentacles weird. Some random fishman approached her and started doing a bizarre courtship dance, making her scream in pure awkwardness. Meanwhile, her seniors were having a blast dancing with other species, completely ignoring her pleas for help. Even after escaping the fishman, a skeleton and a pigman started shaking their bodies at her, making the night a total nightmare. She starts sobbing, saying she thought she was going to die of sheer embarrassment in that place. Chan lets out a small laugh, telling her it sounds like she's had a really rough night. He asks if those seniors gave her any other terrible advice while she wipes away her tears. She mentions they recommended a few other things, but none of them sounded great either, while Chan realizes his own friends used to pull the same stunts. She pulls out her phone, mentioning that they also suggested a dating app, but she was too nervous to even try it. Chan reaches out, offering to help her navigate the app since he's a bit more experienced with these things. He tells her the first step is always a killer profile picture and starts tapping away on her screen. Yeon-hee looks straight into the camera, trying to look her best but clearly feeling the pressure. Chan looks at the screen and realizes she's way too stiff, telling her it's a dating profile, not a job interview. She blushes hard, admitting that even the thought of taking a photo makes her nervous. She starts complaining that her makeup is messed up and she's terrible at taking selfies, looking down in shame. Chan looks her dead in the eye and simply says, "You're pretty," causing her to freeze in shock. He tells her she was pretty before, but tonight she looks even more beautiful, and he says it with such casual confidence it hits her hard. He tells her to just smile, and the atmosphere in the store suddenly feels a lot more personal. Yeon-hee lets out a genuine, beautiful laugh, finally relaxing as the camera clicks. Chan hands the phone back, telling her to fill in her info so the system can find her a match. They start scrolling together, looking for someone who might actually be a decent human, or monster, for her. Suddenly, a match notification pops up, and Yeon-hee is excited that it happens so fast. It's an incubus just like her, and she's eager to get Chan's opinion on the guy. The guy looks like a total Chad, blonde hair, sunglasses, and a flashy shirt, looking way more active than her. But as Chan looks closer, his face turns dark, thinking to himself that this guy looks like a total scammer. He notices the guy is literally covered in gold and looks way too plated to be real. Then he spots it, a woman's red-nailed hand in the corner of the photo. This guy just cropped himself out of a picture with another girl. Chan taps on the guy's profile greeting, wondering what kind of nonsense he wrote. Yeon-hee explains it's an ancient word, NTR, which means pure love. She thinks it's a cool, romantic name, beaming with a hope that's about to be crushed. Chan's shadow looms over her as he starts tapping aggressively on the phone, making her worry. He hits the delete button without hesitation, not wanting her to fall for such a blatant player. He asks her if those seniors who recommended the app usually play pranks on her, and she's shocked he guessed it. She admits they always call her cute and never take her seriously, even when she gets mad. Chan realizes the whole club thing and the dating app were probably just one big joke at her expense. He decides to change the subject, asking her what her actual ideal type is. Yeon-hee is confused, but Chan explains that you can't find a partner if you don't even know what you're looking for. She stops and thinks, her expression turning soft as she considers what she really wants. She imagines someone she can be herself around, someone she can reveal her inner feelings to without fear, someone who will listen to her absurd stories and just laugh along with her. Even when she's tired or pathetic, they'd still smile and accept her for who she is. As she describes this person, she catches a glimpse of Chan's face, and something seems to click in her mind. The night continues, and we see the city lights blurring as time passes. Chan is back outside sweeping the sidewalk, but he can't stop thinking about their conversation. He worries if Yeon-hee made it home safely after she suddenly got all quiet and left. He wonders if he said something wrong, realizing he's probably the last person who should be giving relationship advice. Suddenly, a familiar high-pitched voice calls out "Uncle," and the dragon girl appears, looking like a little angel in her dress. She's holding some drawing papers, waving them around with pure, unadulterated joy. She's excited to spend a long time drawing with him, but as she runs forward, her foot catches on a small rock. She takes a nasty spill, face-planting right onto the pavement as her papers fly everywhere. Chan's heart stops, and he yells out for the little one, looking absolutely terrified. He rushes over and scoops her up, checking her over to see if she's badly hurt. While she tries to act tough, a mysterious rabbit in a suit walks up, asking if everything is alright. The rabbit says he has some medicine for Chan's daughter, catching Chan completely off guard. The dragon girl is crying into Chan's shoulder, and Chan's brain just short-circuits at being called a father. The customers are absolutely losing it today. A bird-winged lady is practically melting because she thinks our boy Chan has the cutest daughter in the multiverse. Even this dogman customer can't stop smiling, telling Chan that his daughter is way too adorable for words. A Turtleman customer joins the fan club, handing over snacks as a gift because he thinks it's admirable that the kid is helping her dad at work. Chan just rolls with it, sporting a proud dad smile as he realizes that having the little dragon around is actually great for business. The poor girl is buried under a mountain of free snacks and drinks, while Chan realizes that literally everyone in the store is misunderstanding their relationship. He has a brief what-if moment, thinking that if he'd gotten married early, he really might have had a kid this age, though the thought makes him a bit sentimental. The little one looks up at him with those big eyes, apologizing because she thinks she's being a burden while he's trying to work. She looks genuinely sad, worried that her presence is just bothering him during a busy shift. Chan quickly reassures her, leaning down with a kind look to tell her that she's not a bother at all. He gives her a gentle head pat, explaining that thanks to her, the shop's business is actually doing better than ever. He explains the dreaded Monday syndrome to her, a phenomenon where every adult customer comes in looking like a literal zombie. It's a disease that only adults suffer from, where the weight of the work week feels like carrying a massive boulder on your back. But he tells her that today, her bright energy cured everyone's bad mood the moment they saw her. He even teaches her how to give a proper service smile to the guests, and she's more than ready to work hard as the store's unofficial mascot. Right on cue, a blue-haired fish girl stumbles in looking like she's had the worst Monday of her life. She's sluggish and desperately hunting for hangover medicine, while Chan points her in the right direction without missing a beat. She's wandering through the aisles in a daze until she spots something, or someone at the counter. The dragon girl gives her the most radiant hello sister greeting, and it's like a physical blast of cuteness that hits the customer right in the heart. The fish girl is practically clutching her chest, overwhelmed by how someone could be this heartbreakingly adorable. She tells Chan he must be the luckiest guy alive to have such a daughter, and Chan just stays quiet, letting the happy dad aura boost his sales. The customer leaves with a massive smile, feeling completely energized and refreshed just from that one interaction. Chan watches her go, realizing that the dragon girl might be the best employee the store has ever had. He peeks over at her, noting that she's not just improving moods, she's literally boosting their daily revenue. She's sitting there clutching a giant bag of snacks like a prize, looking incredibly proud of herself. Chan decides it's time to get back to their project, asking if she has her colored pencils ready to finish her drawing. She's all set, placing her tiny hand on the paper as they plan out the background for her masterpiece. She wants to draw a wide, beautiful field under a clear blue sky, imagining a peaceful place far away from the city. They're all set to attach some paper flowers they made earlier, but the peaceful moment is interrupted by the chime of the door. Chan looks up, his detective instincts immediately kicking in as he senses a different kind of vibe from the new arrival. A humanoid cat wearing a catster hoodie walks in, glancing around the store with a look that's a little too suspicious. The cat asks for the snack aisle in broken English, and Chan politely directs him, though he keeps a close eye on the guy. The catman shuffles away, but Chan can't shake the feeling that something about this customer is off. He tries to convince himself everything is going smoothly, but then he notices the dragon girl's expression. She's frozen, staring at the catman with a look of pure shock and fear in her eyes. She whispers to Chan that the cat over there is all black, and her voice is trembling. Chan is confused at first, looking at the guy's brown fur and wondering what she means. She shakes her head frantically, clarifying that it's not his fur or his clothes that are the problem. She tells him it's the guy's heart. To her eyes, his entire soul is stained dark with bad intentions. She explains that whenever someone intends to do something bad, their heart turns black in her vision. Chan realizes just how special this kid is. She's a living lie detector, and she's just flagged their customer as a criminal. The catman is still just walking through the aisles, not doing anything suspicious yet, but Chan isn't taking any chances. He remembers the manager saying dragons can see magic and truth, so he chooses to trust the little girl's warning over his own eyes. He tells her to stay put for a second, standing up with a look of grim determination. He rummages through his cleaning supplies, pulling out a mop like it's a legendary warrior's spear. He stalks toward the catman, basically daring him to try something stupid while he watches from the shadows. He's internally egging the guy on, waiting for him to snatch something so he has a reason to step in. Our boy's face is pure stone. He's ready to deliver some convenience store justice to anyone trying to ruin his shift. But then, the catman walks up to the counter and tosses a bag of cookies down, calmly asking to pay. Chan is completely thrown off. The guy actually came here to buy something? He starts wondering if the kid's vision was wrong. The catman starts searching through his pockets, acting like a totally normal customer who's just looking for his wallet. Chan scans the cookies, still feeling uneasy, but the guy isn't doing a single thing out of the ordinary. The dragon girl peeks from behind the counter, still convinced that this guy is planning something terrible elsewhere. That's when Chan sees it, a strange rippling distortion coming from the catman's hands. The catman pulls out a 10,000 won bill, but Chan notices the air around his wallet is shimmering with illegal magical energy. Before the guy can react, Chan lunges forward and grabs the catman's wrist with an iron grip. He puts on his polite cop voice, but there's a threat behind it as he asks the customer to show him his wallet. The catman tries to pull away, but Chan squeezes harder, telling him this will only take a moment. The catman is sweating bullets as Chan demands to check the wallet right now, and the tension in the air is about to explode. The catman is acting all offended, demanding to know why Chan is obsessed with his wallet while it ripples with purple energy. Chan's eyes narrow as he detects the instability. He's seen this kind of magical trickery before. He remembers the vampire kid from before and how his ID card had a similar magical signature. He's positive this wallet is a high-level magical tool, and he knows that if he touches it, his anti-magic will cause a violent reaction. The catman tries to shove him away, shouting at Chan to keep his hands off, but Chan isn't budging. Chan realizes he needs to touch that wallet to prove his theory, even if his English is currently failing him. He switches tactics, trying to act like a weirdo who just thinks the guy's wallet looks cool. He claims he wants to buy one just like it and asks to confirm the brand, which is a pretty terrible lie, even for him. The catman is totally creeped out, shouting no as he realizes Chan is onto him. The thief starts screaming for the police while Chan just keeps calmly insisting on seeing the wallet. Suddenly, the dragon girl jumps in, using her ultimate weapon to help Chan out. She puts on her most pitiful, teary-eyed face, begging Mr. Cat to just show her the wallet for a tiny second. It's a critical hit. The catman is a sucker for cute things, and he lets out a helpless meow as his defenses crumble. The wallet slips from his fingers, and Chan watches it fall with the focus of a predator. He snatches it out of the air, and the second his anti-magic skin touches the leather, the illegal spells inside start to buckle and wail. The wallet starts expanding and glowing with a blinding light, catching Chan completely by surprise. It starts making a high-pitched hissing sound, and the thief realizes he's in deep trouble. The catman stumbles back in terror as his invisible stash begins to rupture right in front of everyone. He's sweating buckets, his eyes wide as he realizes his professional shoplifting career is ending in the most explosive way possible. With a massive boom, the spatial magic shatters, releasing a shockwave of energy that fills the store. Chan shields the dragon girl as items start raining down from the ceiling like a grocery store hurricane. Dozens of snack boxes and drinks clatter onto the floor, and Chan realizes every single one of them belongs to the shop. The floor is covered in stolen goods. This cat didn't just take a bag of cookies, he was trying to rob the entire store blind. Chan peeks over the counter, his eyes cold as he realizes the sheer scale of the theft. The Catman is shivering on the floor, surrounded by his mountain of shame, realizing he's been caught red-handed. Chan tells the little one to stay behind the counter for a moment while he handles the trash. He slams his mop down with a loud thud, looking every bit like the ex-cop he used to be. He drops the act and speaks to the Catman in plain Korean, telling him it's time to stop the nonsense and talk. He gives the thief a final warning: take your trash and get out of the store, and never show your face here again. The Catman is trembling so hard his teeth are chattering, completely terrified by the aura Chan is giving off. Chan leans in with a terrifyingly calm look, telling the guy that if he ever comes back with that fake English, he'll turn his face into a cleaning rag. The thief doesn't need to be told twice. He bolts out of the store like his tail is on fire, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Chan lets out a tired sigh, leaning on his mop as he realizes he has a massive cleanup job ahead of him. The dragon girl rushes over, checking to see if Uncle is okay after the big explosion. He gives her a pat on the head, thanking her for her help in spotting the thief before he could get away with half the store. He tells her she was the one who really defeated him, but they're interrupted by the sound of footsteps. It's the manager, and she's looking at the mess with a completely stupefied expression. She lets out a nervous laugh, clearly not expecting to walk into a crime scene on her day off. Chan shows her the mangled remains of the magic wallet, explaining how the thief was using it to bypass their security. He explains that the items were hidden inside a subspace and only popped out when he touched the wallet. The manager analyzes the wallet, confirming it's a highly illegal, modified tool designed for professional robberies. She explains it used complex teleportation and spatial expansion spells to hide the stolen goods. She's impressed that Chan could tell it was modified to break through security magic, asking how he figured it out. Chan hesitates, not really knowing how to explain that he just felt the instability. The manager turns to the dragon girl, thanking her for the help, but the kid is looking at her with a very strange expression. The girl hides behind Chan, clutching his vest with a terrified grip as she looks at the manager. To the dragon girl's eyes, the manager's soul is a cracked, terrifying mess of power that looks like a villain's color. The manager is devastated, slumping to the floor because the little one thinks she's a bad person. Chan realizes it's almost time for the girl's preschool, and she's more than happy to get away from the scary boss. He packs up her snacks and gifts, telling her they'll finish her mom's drawing next time they see each other. She waves goodbye from the bus stop, looking like a little ray of sunshine as she heads off to school. Chan and the manager watch her go, both feeling a little bit emptier now that the mascot is gone. The manager gets serious, asking Chan if he was able to recognize the wallet because his physical abilities are changing. Chan admits that the second he saw it, he felt a massive instability around the object that was impossible to ignore. He used to have to look closely to see magical traces, but now he can spot them at a single glance. The manager realizes that Chan's constitution isn't just a shield, it's actually evolving and getting stronger the more he's exposed to magic. She explains that just like wizards get stronger the more they use magic, Chan's body is developing because of all the crazy stuff he's encountered here. She decides they'll talk more about his power-up tonight, but first, they have to deal with the actual police. Chan is confused. He thought the matter was settled since the thief ran away, but the manager has already made the call. The door chimes, and a stunning elf officer named Irul walks in, ready to take the report on the attempted robbery. It's 9 a.m., and Officer Irul is busy taking notes on the attempted robbery. Most of the stolen items were just daily snacks, all stuffed into that one illegal magical wallet. The boss is all smiles as she confirms the details, thanking the staff, meaning our boy Chan, for acting fast and preventing a total disaster. Irul acknowledges that Chan is a truly top-tier staff member while she keeps clicking her pen, finishing up the paperwork. She asks to check the CCTV footage to make a copy for evidence, and Chan is more than happy to show her the tapes. The boss tells Irul to take her time, while she and Chan step aside to let the police do their thing. Suddenly, the boss's phone pings with a notification, and her eyes light up as she sees who it's from. It's a message from Yunha, and she's actually sent Chan a big chunk of cash as a surprise. It's the bonus she promised him for purifying that demonic core earlier, and she even leaves a sweet note thanking him for the help. The boss feels a little bad for letting her sister hire Chan for side jobs without asking, but Chan is just happy about the extra pay. But then the boss gets serious, gripping her phone tight as she asks Chan to promise he'll never quit without telling her first. She's looking at him with these big, worried eyes, terrified that her best employee might get poached by another company. Chan looks at her and realizes that he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. This store is his only connection to this world. He scratches his head, admitting that he actually prefers working with her because this job is genuinely fun. The boss's face lights up with pure joy, her eyes practically sparkling as she hears him say he's staying. She starts bragging about being the best manager ever and celebrates by nearly smacking the wind out of Chan with a happy high five. But the fun stops when she mentions they need a real strategy for Chan's physical condition, and Chan is left wondering what she means. Right then, the door creaks open as Officer Irul steps back into the room, looking as stoic as ever. The boss asks if she's finished checking the footage, and Irul thanks them for their cooperation during the investigation. They've identified the suspect and the weapon, so it looks like the case will be closed pretty fast. But Irul isn't done yet. She turns her sharp eyes toward Chan, and the mood gets heavy fast. She points out that the CCTV clearly showed the wallet was stable until the very moment Chan touched it. She asks him point blank if he knows why a spatial magic device would suddenly explode just from his contact. Chan is sweating bullets, panicking internally because he doesn't want to reveal his anti-magic secret to the cops. Irul stares him down, her face hidden under her cap, demanding an honest answer about what really happened. The boss jumps in to save him, crossing her fingers and giving Chan a look that says, "Don't you dare blow our cover." Chan just closes his eyes and goes for it, acting like he's just as confused as everyone else. He tells the officer that he just touched the wallet, and it practically blew itself up, leaving him stunned. Irul sounds skeptical, asking if he's really suggesting the thief was carrying around a self-destructing wallet. The boss steps in with a pro-tier lie, suggesting the device was probably designed to dispel magic if a third party touched it. She claims illegal tools like that were common back in the day, giving Irul a smirk like she's just sharing some old-school trivia. Irul seems to buy it, but Chan can feel his heart pounding, realizing how close he came to being interrogated. She thanks them one last time and asks if there's anything else they need to ask the police. Chan is ready to say no, but the boss suddenly shoots her hand up, looking way too excited to let the officer leave. She asks Irul if she usually sleeps well, and the elf officer admits she only manages about 30 minutes of sleep a day. Chan's jaw drops. 30 minutes isn't sleeping, that's just a long blink, while the boss warns her about how dangerous that is for driving. She offers to give Irul a special sleeping potion next time she stops by, but the officer tries to decline the gift. The boss quickly explains that since the potion is worth less than 30,000 won, it doesn't violate any anti-corruption laws. She's pulling out all the stops to be friendly, telling Irul not to feel pressured and just take it for her health. Irul glances at Chan, who gives her a silent, just go with it look as the boss keeps insisting. Chan chimes in, laughing nervously and vouching for the potion, saying the effects are actually top-notch. The boss adds that it's strawberry-flavored and works instantly, while Irul just stands there looking completely done with their energy. Irul lets out a heavy sigh, finally giving in as the boss celebrates her small victory. As the police car speeds away, Chan is left wondering what would have happened if he'd actually told the truth about his powers. The boss tells him that anti-magic people are super rare and are basically welcomed with open arms wherever they go. She thinks Irul might have even tried to recruit him for the force if she knew the truth, but she figures it's better this way. She starts overthinking why an officer would only sleep 30 minutes, wondering if Irul is just that dedicated or under massive pressure. Chan thinks it's because the elves are trying so hard to move past their history as a nation of war criminals. Across the street, we see two elves, one looking tired and the other accidental bumping into him. Chan thinks it's understandable why they're so stressed, but he doesn't think it's fair for people to still look down on them. The tired elf snaps at a dogman who bumped into him, and you can see the frustration boiling over in his face. He shouts about how people only look down on him because he's an elf, and Chan realizes that discrimination goes both ways in this world. The boss pulls Chan out of his thoughts, telling him that Yunha is coming to see him tonight with a special assignment. She admits she's been talking to her sister about Chan's powers, and Yunha found a way to make it all official. Chan is a little uneasy about Yuna's methods, but the boss tells him to just listen to what she has to say. Right on time, Yunha appears with a giant grin, shouting for Chan to get ready for his anti-magic certification. She tells him he'll pass with a free ticket and that having this license will be useful in more ways than he can imagine. The boss explains that an anti-magic certificate is a national qualification, a professional title for people who handle dangerous magic. Chan is worried because he's an outsider with no ID, but the boss tells him she's already handling the paperwork. She's got a determined look on her face, promising to do her absolute best to make him a legal citizen of this world. She tells him to just sit back and relax, and Chan realizes he probably shouldn't ask too many questions about her methods. He asks if Yunha knows he's from another world, but the boss says it's way better if that stays a secret between them. So she lied and told Yunha that Chan is just from a deserted island in the middle of nowhere. Chan agrees to the plan and prepares himself for whatever crazy test Yunha has waiting for him. He steps outside to find Yunha waiting, and she's eager to see if he's ready for the big chat. She leans in with a smirk, telling him it's time to have a proper talk about his future as a professional. She tells him he shouldn't hide his constitution anymore, it's time to use his powers to get ahead. She explains that while resisting magic isn't super rare, the way Chan can activate that resistance is legendary. He can purify objects and erase magical equipment, a power that researchers have been trying to master for years. She mentions that other anti-magic pros they've met were totally intimidated by Chan's presence without even knowing why. Chan looks a bit embarrassed as he realizes people are already researching his constitution without him even knowing. Yunha tells him to look at it as a good thing. Soon, everyone will want his help, and he needs to be prepared. She winks at him, promising that getting this certificate will solve all his problems at once. Right now, he's just a part-time student, which means everyone from orcs to bearmen will try to harass him for free help. But once he's a certified pro, he can charge whatever he wants and shut down anyone who tries to take advantage of him. In short, he needs an identity that makes it impossible for him to be poached or exploited by other companies. Any race in this world can take the test, but Yunha mentions there's still one small problem. Chan looks at her intently, wondering what could possibly go wrong now. The problem is that Chan has barely stepped 30 feet outside of the store since he arrived in this world. Taking this test would be his first official step into the streets of this magical dimension. He'd be walking among thousands of strangers, and for an otherworlder like him, that's a terrifying thought. He'd have to take a bus, sit in a room with a dozen different races, and hope nobody realizes he doesn't belong. He's knocking on the counter, filled with doubt about whether luck will follow him once he leaves his safe zone. He worries about what will happen after he gets the certificate, but Yunha is already one step ahead. She tells him that the boss is more worried about him than anyone, and she's been talking about him non-stop since he arrived. The boss was too shy to suggest the certificate herself because she didn't want to pressure him, so Yunha stepped in to do it instead. Yunha smiles, admitting she's never seen her sister look that concerned about a staff member before. She asks him one last time if he's willing to give it a try, and Chan knows he can't let them down. Just as the tension breaks, the boss arrives with a big bag of fried chicken to celebrate the decision. They're all laughing and happy, though the boss warns them that sleep is definitely not on the menu tonight. Chan sits down and officially tells the manager he's ready to take the test and prove his worth. He's faced some of the scariest customers in the multiverse. A simple test shouldn't be anything he can't handle. He gives the manager a confident smile, telling her not to worry about him anymore. The boss reaches into her bag and pulls out a backpack filled with mysterious supplies. When Chan and Yunha open it up, they're blown away by what's inside. It's a literal treasure chest of good luck charms, everything from white flowers to magical bracelets to ensure he passes. Even Yunha is impressed by how much expensive stuff the boss bought on such short notice. The manager tells Chan he's on vacation until the test is over, but Chan is worried about leaving her alone in the shop. She tells him it's fine, because the most special child in the world needs to focus on his future right now. She promises to help as much as possible as his president, and they both agree to try their absolute best. But Chan points out a small detail. He has no idea how to actually prepare for a magical exam. Yunha checks her phone, her face turning pale as she realizes the test starts tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Both Chan and the boss are completely floored. They have zero time to study before he has to go. The scene shifts to the next morning, showing a beautiful, sprawling city filled with traditional and magical architecture. Chan steps out of a teleportation gate, staring at the massive towers and feeling like he's just landed in a theme park. The boss is right there with him, explaining that she installed a teleportation space here just in case they open another store. She points out the largest building in the middle, an ancient structure built by many races together long ago. It's the only building that survived the Great War, and now it's a world-class educational institution for magic. She points toward a massive building in the distance, telling Chan that's where his future begins. Chan is touched that the manager teleported them so close to the site just to make it easier for him. As they approach the entrance, Chan admits he's feeling weird. It's like he's a nervous student taking a final exam all over again. The manager laughs and tells him to call her the second he's done so she can pick him up. Chan starts walking toward the gate, but he stops when the boss calls out his name one last time. She grips her fists and cheers for him at the top of her lungs, telling him not to feel pressured and just do his best. Chan gives her a final wave and a confident smile, promising he'll be back soon with that certificate in hand. The bell chimes as a customer leaves, and the day at the convenience store starts just like any other. The manager stands behind the counter, looking a little distracted while she waits for news. Her phone buzzes on the counter. It's a text from her sister Yunha, asking if Chan made it to the exam hall in one piece. The manager stares at the screen, knowing the clock is ticking and the test is about to begin. She thinks back to our boy Chan and how she told him to just treat this first attempt as a learning experience. She lets out a heavy sigh, wondering if sending a guy from Earth into a high-level magic exam was actually a good idea. Meanwhile, at the academy, Chan is trying to be social and asks a massive orc in glasses if he can take a photo of his old exam notes. Chan explains he was in such a rush that he didn't bring any study materials, looking a bit desperate as he holds up his phone. The orc, Mr. Oak, gives a confident humph and adjusts his glasses like he's a total scholar. He's surprisingly chill about it, telling Chan to go ahead since looking at his notes won't wear them out. Chan snaps a photo, thanking the big guy while Mr. Oak tells him to give it his best shot. Our boy finally takes his seat, feeling like he's at least a little prepared for the chaos ahead. He glances around the room, realizing just how many people are gunning for this certification. The room is a melting pot of different races, demons, orcs, beastmen, but Chan realizes he's the only human in the entire place. He pulls up the translation app on his phone to check out the practice questions, hoping they aren't too insane. The app finishes its work with a whoosh, and Chan stares at the first question about magical imbalance. The question is a mouthful, asking about the humidity levels of a class of demon beast during spawning season. Chan looks completely dead inside. He doesn't know what an arachnio is, let alone how much it sweats. He swipes to the next one, which asks about performing CPR on an electrocuted troll. He's thinking he'd probably just need really big rubber gloves. Then comes a question about defusing a magic bomb, and Chan's first instinct is just to scream and run for his life. The last one asks how much mana is needed to thaw an entire frozen city, and Chan just stares at the screen in total silence. He grips his head in frustration, thinking his exam is doomed and imagining his boss and Yunha laughing at his failure. He looks around at the other students, monsters and spirits alike, and wonders if anti-magic specialists really have to be experts in every single field. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of the proctor echo through the room, making everyone go quiet. Chan realizes why Yuna had to retake this test 3 times. This stuff is genuinely impossible for a normal person. The door swings open and a sharp, red-haired elf in a suit walks in, radiating an aura of pure professionalism. He tells everyone they have 5 minutes left, commanding them to turn off their devices and clear their desks. The man introduces himself as Supervisor Deckard, and just by his look, you know he doesn't tolerate any nonsense. He lays out the rules: 1 hour, 1 listening test, and 79 multiple-choice questions for a total of 200 points. His eyes narrow as he warns them that anyone caught cheating will be banned from all future certification exams. The clock hits 900 a.m. sharp, and the atmosphere in the room turns heavy with tension. Deckard instructs them to start with the listening portion and to raise their hands quietly if they have questions. He snaps his fingers, and a click echoes as the audio recording begins to play over the speakers. Chan flips his paper over, bracing himself for some complex magical incantation he'll have to decode. But as the audio starts, his eyes go wide in total disbelief. He listens to the monitor and thinks, wait, is this seriously a children's song? The song is literally about a dad oak and a mom oak with big muscles, and Chan is staring at the paper like he's been pranked. The lyrics go on about the baby oak being weak and the whole family being happy and strong. It's basically the magical version of Baby Shark. Chan can't believe this is real, so he shoots his hand up into the air immediately. Deckard walks over with a stiff, formal stride and asks our boy what the problem is. Chan nervously whispers that the question seems a bit strange, but Deckard just stares back with a face like stone. The supervisor bluntly tells him there's nothing strange about the question at all. Deckard's eyes flash with a hint of suspicion as he wonders if the only thing unusual here is the applicant himself. He tells Chan to stop wasting time and focus on the test, leaving our boy completely stunned. Chan looks around the room and sees every other candidate sweating bullets and struggling to keep up. He sees a monster next to him clutching its head in agony, looking like its brain is about to melt from the difficulty. Chan just shrugs and writes down the Oak family on his answer sheet, figuring it's a free point. He assumes the next questions will be the real killers since the practice ones were so hard. He looks at the first written question and his jaw drops. It's literally 1 + 1 sarce. He keeps scrolling and it's just the alphabet and basic multiplication. He's thinking, no way, this can't be it. He looks back at Deckard, wondering why the supervisor is watching him so closely while everyone else is suffering. Deckard paces the front of the room, looking satisfied that the rigorous exam is weeding out the weak. Chan realizes that if the proctor says this is normal, he might as well just breeze through it. 15 minutes later, Chan is walking out of the building into the sunlight, looking absolutely exhausted from the confusion. He pulls out his phone and calls the manager, telling her he's already finished the entire exam. The manager is shocked on the other end, but Chan just asks her if the exams in this world are designed for literal elementary schoolers. Chi26_001 Chan explains the whole Oak family song and the basic math problems, telling her he even asked the proctor if it was a joke. He's sitting on a bench while 2 little Beastkin kids nearby play on a tablet, looking totally unbothered. There's a long silence on the other end of the line as the manager processes what he just said. Suddenly, she bursts out into a fit of hysterical laughter that nearly blows Chan's eardrums out. She's cracking up back at the store, realizing that the exam setters actually outdid themselves this time. She asks Chan if he noticed anything weird about the test papers themselves, and he confirms he did. She explains that the entire exam room was covered in a distortion spell that messes with the 5 senses and cognitive abilities of the students. Basically, everyone else was seeing high-level magic theory through a mental fog, making them study for a year just to answer half the questions. But because of Chan's anti-magic constitution, the spell shattered the moment he touched the paper, revealing the true hidden questions meant only for those who could see through the trick. The manager thinks it's hilarious, but Chan realizes that for anyone else, this written exam was actually a high-stakes practical test of mental strength. She tells him that since he solved the real questions, he'll probably get admitted through the first round immediately, regardless of the score. She speculates that the exam designers probably give extra points or waive parts of the test for anyone smart, or immune, enough to realize what's happening. She imagines the group of elite mages and monsters who set the exam, thinking they're being clever by restructuring the difficulty on the fly. Chan watches the kids nearby and wonders if the practical exam will be just as dangerous if the candidates aren't ready for it. The manager's voice turns a bit more serious, noting that on the magical side, you can never truly predict what's going to happen. She starts multitasking at the store, asking Chan when she should come pick him up. A customer walks into the shop and the manager greets them while still talking to Chan. She tells him to wait there and she'll text him when the guest arrives, telling him to just take it easy for a bit. Chan turns his attention to the beastkin kids on the bench, overhearing them talk about some sea otters in their class fighting. The little dog boy and bunny girl explain that it wasn't really a fight, but a heated competition. Chan chuckles to himself, thinking that kids in this world are just like the ones back home. But then the dog boy reveals the topic of the competition. It was a who's cuter contest. He describes the sea otters going all out with their poo noises and heart-themed magical auras. Then the red pandas from the next class counterattacked with a charming attack that was supposedly legendary. The kids describe the battle of cuteness continuing for hours, with sparkles and hearts flying everywhere. Chan is actually getting invested now, leaning in and asking who won the Great Cuteness War. The kid looks deflated and says it ended in a draw because a dragon from another class intervened and ended the fun. Chan's ears perk up at the mention of a dragon, remembering the little dragon girl he knows. The kid says the dragon is so annoying and shows a silhouette of a small, moody creature. Apparently, every time this dragon tries to play, the entire atmosphere freezes and everyone gets too scared to move. Chan is listening so intently that he's basically crouching right next to them, looking a bit like a creep. The kids realize he's eavesdropping and look at him with total judgment, asking what this uncle thinks he's doing. Chan's phone buzzes. It's the manager telling him she's arrived and asking for his location. He jumps up in a panic, apologizing to the kids and telling them to be careful on their way to school. He walks away quickly, but he can't stop thinking about that story of the inconvenient dragon friend. He has a flashback to the dragon girl he knows, wondering if it's possible that she's the one the kids were talking about. He shakes it off, thinking there's no way the world is that small. The manager waves at him from across the street, shouting that he worked hard today. Night falls over the city, and they head back to the convenience store to prepare for the next hurdle. Chan arrives at the shop looking like a zombie, admitting he stayed up for 2 days straight to prep for the exam. The manager snaps at him, telling him he's already finished the test so he needs to go home and sleep. Chan realizes that when it comes to his health, the manager is surprisingly firm. Suddenly, a notification pops up on his phone and his eyes bug out of his head. The manager gives him a bright, mischievous smile and shouts, "Congratulations!" Chan looks at his screen and sees the official results from the academy. It's the semi-magic score sheet. Lee Chan took first place with a perfect score of 200 points. He's shocked because he thought he failed, but the manager is cheering, thrilled that her guy is a genius. However, the celebration is short-lived. The schedule for the next practical exam is set for tomorrow at 7:00 p.m. Chan worries he has no time to prepare, but the manager just snaps her fingers with a pop. A magical circle glows in her hand as she tells him they're starting his training right now. She holds up a small glowing ball and asks if he's ready to try his luck. She winds up like a pro pitcher, the ball crackling with orange magical energy. With a massive whoosh, she fires the ball across the store like a railgun. The ball zips around the aisles, bouncing off surfaces at lightning speed as Chan tries to keep up. The manager yells at him to track it with his eyes and catch it before it destroys the inventory. The ball is a blur of red light, whistling through the air as Chan lunges for it. He narrowly misses it as it thuds against the shelves, the speed making his head spin. He focuses, seeing the glowing projectile coming straight for his face. With a final thud, he reaches out and snatches the ball mid-air, a shockwave of light exploding from his hand. As his fingers close around it, his anti-magic constitution kicks in, and you can see the magical energy being sucked right out of the ball. Everything goes quiet as the glow fades away, leaving Chan standing in the middle of the aisle. He looks down at his hand and notices the ball has turned into a plain, silent black rubber ball. The manager smirks, telling him that was just a prototype with a few spells on it. Now, it's time for the real training to begin. The manager watches Chan with a knowing look, impressed that he's already figuring out how to break through high-level barriers. Chan looks down at the glowing orange ball in his hand, wondering why such a simple toy is the key to his next big test. The manager explains that this isn't just a toy, it's a high-tech training tool layered with 3 different types of magic: movement, sound, and color changing. She tells him that for the exam, he needs to learn to snipe specific spells, breaking the movement and sound while leaving the color intact. She warns him that a real expert can't just go around breaking every spell they touch like a bull in a china shop. She points out that almost everything in this world, from the massive subways to the city lights, is powered by a delicate balance of magic and technology. Even the basic engines use magic for cooling and speed control, keeping the whole city from overheating. She asks him to imagine the chaos if he touched a train and accidentally deleted the magic holding it together. The image of a massive train crash flashes through Chan's head, followed by the even scarier image of a mountain of legal bills he'd never be able to pay. Chan starts sweating, realizing that his gift has basically been a giant liability this whole time. The manager reassures him, reminding him of how he purified the dragon scales, proving that he can control his constitution if he really tries. The goal for today is simple but brutal. Learn to use his will to target only one spell at a time. She flashes a mischievous grin, showing him that she's prepared an entire container of these balls for him to practice with. She's stashed them right under the cigarette display, telling him to practice every spare second he gets. Chan looks at the massive jar of colorful balls, realizing his boss must have spent all day setting this up for him. The manager rests her hand on his shoulder, promising that she's going to support him 100% on this journey. She gives him a soft, rare smile, apologizing that this is the only way she can help since his body literally rejects her magic. Chan looks at her, touched by the gesture, as she tells him to keep his chin up. The training begins, and the store is immediately filled with the sounds of balls bouncing and Chan's frustrated sighs. He stands over the jar, watching the balls zoom around like crazy, trying to focus his mind on just one target. They're moving so fast it's a blur of neon colors, and every time he reaches out, he just shuts the whole thing down. Chan narrows his eyes, focusing all his energy on the next one that flies toward him. He shouts now and grabs a ball mid-air, hoping for a breakthrough. But the magic mist fades away, and he's left holding a completely dead black ball. He lets out a long sigh, looking at the useless piece of rubber in his palm. That's 50 failures in a row, and the trash box is starting to fill up fast. The box is piled high with the evidence of his lack of control, and it's starting to get to his head. He realizes that just thinking about the spells he wants to break isn't enough. There's something missing in his technique. He looks into the jar and sees only 3 balls left, knowing his chances are running out. He wonders if willpower means he just has to want it more, or if there's a specific feel he's not catching yet. Suddenly, the bell at the door jingles, signaling a customer's arrival. Chan snaps back into worker mode, hiding his frustration to greet whoever just walked in. It's Mr. Wolf, the distinguished chauffeur, who greets Chan with a warm laugh and a long time no see. Chan is surprised the guy remembers him, but Mr. Wolf says it's impossible to forget someone as unique as our MC. While Chan rings him up, the Wolfkin explains he's been working elsewhere to broaden his horizons, but the commute was a nightmare. He asks Chan how he's been doing, and Chan can only give a weary "it's a long story." Chan looks like he's aged 10 years in a week, and the bell jingles again before he can even finish his sentence. The door swings open, and a pale, white-haired girl stumbles in, looking completely distraught. She looks like a ghost, her long hair dragging as she walks with her head down, radiating a strange, chilly mist. She's sobbing quietly, her voice trembling as she asks where the tissues are kept. Chan points her to the far corner, both he and Mr. Wolf watching her with concerned looks. The girl shuffles away, her footsteps heavy, and her crying getting louder with every second. Chan whispers to Mr. Wolf, asking if that girl is some kind of water ghost because she's practically dripping sadness. Mr. Wolf realizes she's a snow woman, a rare race that literally leaks cold air when they're upset. Suddenly, the girl lets out a heartbroken wail, and a massive wave of frost explodes from her body. In a split second, the floor and shelves are covered in thick ice, and the temperature in the store drops below 0. Chan is shivering, realizing the girl must have a seriously sad story if her emotions can freeze a whole building. Mr. Wolf admits he's not the best at comforting people, looking at Chan to see if he's got any ideas. Chan offers to help, but Mr. Wolf insists on stepping in, saying he's curious about her story too. Chan thinks it's a good idea. Mr. Wolf is older, more experienced, and probably way better at talking to people than an ex-cop. They walk over to the girl, who's hunched over by the drinks, surrounded by a literal field of ice. Chan gently calls out to her and she looks up with tear-filled blue eyes, looking absolutely shattered. He tries to be practical, telling her he understands she's hurting, but the cold is going to ruin the store's business. The girl's eyes well up even more and she bursts into a fresh round of loud, ugly sobbing. Chan panics, telling her it's okay to stay, while she begs for just 3 more minutes to pull herself together. She promises to leave soon, sniffle crying into a tissue as she huddles on the frozen floor. Mr. Wolf kneels down with the grace of a true gentleman, asking her what kind of trouble could cause this much pain. He tells her that sharing the burden is the only way to make it lighter, and Chan watches, amazed at the guy's smooth approach. The snow woman finally lets it out. Her boyfriend cheated on her with one of her own coworkers. Chi28_001, she explains she went to see a movie alone after he claimed he was working late, only to see him walking out of the theater with another woman. Chan thinks it sounds like a plot straight out of a K-drama, while Mr. Wolf listens with a stoic, calm expression. She says they had a massive fight right there in the street, pulling each other's hair until she couldn't take the pain and ran away. Chan is horrified when she says the other woman threatened to tear her apart, thinking this went from a drama to a horror movie real quick. The girl clenches her fist, her anger causing the frost to crackle around her as she wonders how the other woman could be so confident. Her eyes glow with a blue light, remembering how that coworker was always picking fights with her before stealing her man. Chan tries to empathize, but he knows he can't fully understand that level of betrayal. He asks if she still loves the guy or if she wants a proper conversation with the woman who stole him. The snow woman says she doesn't want to deal with those disgusting people, but Mr. Wolf can see the unresolved feelings written all over her face. He warns her that burying regret in her heart is a mistake that will haunt her for the rest of her life. He suggests that even though it's painful now, she needs to resolve this so she can actually smile in the future. The girl looks up, the truth of his words finally hitting her as she wipes away her tears. She realizes that avoiding the problem is just wasting her precious time, and she stands up with a newfound resolve. She heads for the door, knowing they'll probably end up pulling hair again, but this time she's not running. She looks back one last time with a determined smile, promising to have a proper conversation and sort this mess out. She thanks both of them for the comfort, but before they can even respond, the world outside the window goes bright red. A red sports car screams around the corner, tires screeching as it slams to a halt right in front of the store. Chan asks if he should call the cops, but a blast of heat hits the store's windows, turning the night sky into a fiery orange. The door flies open, and the red-haired other woman struts in, mockingly asking if the snow woman ran here to flirt with a different race. She's an elf with fire magic, and she's looking at the snow woman like she's a pathetic piece of trash. The snow woman is furious, demanding to know how she has the nerve to show her face here. The fire girl just waves it off, admitting she already took the boyfriend and doesn't care about the snow woman's boring talk. She leans in close, telling her that love is a battle you have to win for yourself, and the snow woman clearly lost. She tells her to give up while she's still being nice, but the snow woman's eyes are burning with a freezing blue light. The floor starts to crack as jagged pillars of ice shoot up from the ground, the snow woman reaching her breaking point. Chan is freaking out, shouting, "What the heck?" as the convenience store turns into a magical war zone. The snow woman's power is surging, and Chan realizes they're really about to level the shop. He tries to be the voice of reason, telling the fire girl she can't park her car there, desperately trying to de-escalate the situation. The fire girl turns on him, her hand wreathed in a massive fireball as she tells the outsider to shut up or end up in the hospital. Chan stammers about the CCTV cameras, but the fire girl is already launching her attack. The snow woman screams that she'll never lose to a wench like her, surrounding herself with massive, lethal ice crystals. She lunges forward with a terrifying cry, her power turning the air into a blizzard of sharp shards. Chan dives for cover behind the counter, the store shaking as the two elemental powers collide. Suddenly, a calm hand reaches out and grabs the snow woman's wrist, and a voice tells her to calm down before she does something she regrets. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Wolf has neutralized her, and she falls to the floor with a soft plop, her magic completely extinguished. The fire girl is stunned, her fireball sputtering out as she stares at the old man who just ended the fight with one hand. She's trembling, asking where he even came from as Mr. Wolf crouches over the unconscious snow woman. She screams at Chan, asking if that old man is his friend and why he's butting into her business. She tries to reignite her fire, but Mr. Wolf moves so fast he's a blur, and she's on the floor beside the other girl before she can even blink. Mr. Wolf stands over them, apologizing for the offense but making it clear he won't let them kill each other. He tells the fire girl he was hoping they'd resolve their grudge peacefully, but since they chose violence, he had to step in. He picks up the fire girl like she weighs nothing, asking her if she's okay with a calm, terrifying politeness. Sean is speechless, wondering if chauffeurs in this world are all secretly special forces agents. Mr. Wolf explains that quick movements are essential for his job since he has to respond to calls at a moment's notice. Chan looks at a nearby ad for a chauffeur service, realizing the guy isn't just a driver, he's more like a high-level mercenary or informant. He looks at the massive chunks of magical ice left in the store and worries they'll never melt. Mr. Wolf explains that magic-created objects are much harder than normal ones and don't just disappear. He notes that magical ice is infused with mana, making it harder than most minerals you'd find in a cave. He tells Chan that when people run into these problems, they usually have to hire an anti-magic specialist to clean it up. A light bulb goes off in Chan's head. He realizes he is an anti-magic specialist, or at least he's trying to be. He thinks to himself that since he just needs to delete the ice, he doesn't have to worry about the precision control he was failing at earlier. He reaches out a finger, touching one of the massive ice crystals with his bare skin. The ice immediately starts to dissolve into mist, and Mr. Wolf watches, calling the display fascinating. He asks Chan if he's skilled in anti-magic, and Chan humbly admits he's only just starting to learn. Mr. Wolf says he can usually spot an anti-magic expert because he visits the hospital every month to see one for himself. Chan is surprised that hospitals employ anti-magic specialists, and his interest is piqued. He asks Mr. Wolf if he can tell him more about these hospital visits, looking for any clue to help with his training. He explains that he passed his written test, but is hitting a brick wall with the practical part of the certification. Mr. Wolf looks surprised, his expression turning thoughtful as he considers the boy's request. He admits that Chan seemed so skilled earlier that he didn't even realize he was still a student. Chan begs for help, and Mr. Wolf clenches his fist, deciding it might be faster to just show him the truth. He tells Chan it'll be easier to understand if he sees it firsthand, rolling up his sleeve with a serious look. Chan gasps as he sees a dark glowing tattoo of a magic circle and chains burned into Mr. Wolf's skin, a binding curse that looks incredibly powerful. Mr. Wolf reveals the dark marking on his arm, explaining that it's a powerful suppression spell designed to keep his inner beast in check. In this world, being a werewolf is a constant battle against instincts, especially the overwhelming urge to transform during a full moon. Mr. Wolf gets a prescription every month to keep those instincts suppressed, but the real secret to control is what he calls casting magic gently. If a strong race doesn't learn to weaken their own characteristics, they can become literal monsters or fall into a vegetative state from the mental strain. Chan realizes this is the key. He doesn't need to delete magic entirely, just enough so it doesn't interfere with the world around him. But there's a massive catch. Chan is naturally devoid of magical power, so he can't use counter magic like the pros. The Wolfkin is curious and asks Chan how exactly he handles his power if he doesn't have mana. Chan awkwardly explains that his anti-magic is just part of his body, he was born this way, and he moves it with nothing but his own will. Mr. Wolf nods, seeing the parallel, and decides to show Chan just how far instinct can go if the leash is let go. Chan jumps back in shock as Mr. Wolf's hand transforms into a massive, terrifying claw right before his eyes. Mr. Wolf explains that back in the day, technology wasn't there to help werewolves, so they had to use much more brutal methods to stay human. He stares at his own clawed hand, a reminder of the raw nature he's spent a lifetime trying to master. Chan is impressed, realizing that Mr. Wolf's hard work is the only reason he can walk around in a sharp suit instead of hunting in the woods. Chan gets curious and asks for some specific training tips, wondering what kind of efforts the old man actually made. The Wolfkin's training was straight up torture. He'd be shackled with raw meat placed just out of reach, forcing the chains to dig into his flesh every time he lost control. By enduring that agony, he developed a sense of patience and reason that was stronger than his animal hunger. Chan is shaking just hearing about it. Shackles and raw meat? He's starting to think his bouncy ball training is a walk in the park. Mr. Wolf looks at Chan and asks a deep question. What exactly does he plan to do with a power that can erase the world's magic? Chan says he just wants to be a certified pro, but the Wolfkin pushes back, saying that sounds like a chore, not a dream. Mr. Wolf decides to open up about his past, hoping to help Chan find his own why. Flashback to the Great War, werewolves were the ultimate soldiers because their instincts were never suppressed. They were encouraged to be beasts. But when peace finally arrived, those same killing machines were suddenly expected to live like normal citizens in high-rise buildings. Mr. Wolf and his comrades struggled to adapt. He was stronger than most, which actually made his life in a peaceful era even harder. The irony was that the more he tried to force himself to be human, the more his beastly nature fought to break out. He was reaching a breaking point that threatened to destroy his mind and body, and Chan listens, fully gripped by the story. But then, something happened. Not a technique or a spell, but a life-changing opportunity. A warm smile spreads across Mr. Wolf's face as he reveals the day his daughter was born. He looks down at the memory of holding that tiny, fragile baby in his arms for the first time. In that moment, he made a vow he wanted to hold his child with human arms, not claws, at any time of the month. That was his turning point. He had to succeed for her, and because that desire was so strong, his will finally conquered his nature. He tells Chan that if our boy can find a turning point like that, he'll find the precision he's looking for. Chan bows, thanking the veteran for the wisdom. He's starting to see that this isn't about power, but about purpose. Mr. Wolf glances over at the Snow Woman and Fire Girl, who are still out cold on the floor. He estimates they'll be out for another 20 minutes and asks if Chan wants to report them for their elemental duel. Technically, trying to nuke each other with magic in public is a serious crime that should involve the police. The two girls groan in their sleep, completely unaware that their entire future is currently being decided. Chan looks at them and decides to be the nice guy, noting that nobody actually got hurt and the store is mostly fine. He tells Mr. Wolf to just let it go, though he's still a bit worried they might start a round 2 the moment they wake up. Mr. Wolf gives a subtle, approving smirk. He likes Chan's sense of mercy. The sun starts to peek over the city buildings as the long, frozen night finally comes to an end. Mr. Wolf says his goodbyes, and Chan apologizes for keeping him up all night playing babysitter to a couple of feuding mages. The Wolfkin doesn't mind. He found the experience quite unusual and enjoyed the change of pace. He stops at the door, one last thought on his mind before he disappears into the morning light. He gives Chan a confident look, telling him he's sure our boy will crush the anti-magic exam. Fast forward to later that day, and Chan is back to being a stressed-out mess because he still hasn't found his turning point. Suddenly, a pair of bright yellow eyes peeks over the counter. It's the little dragon girl, and she's busy with some crayons. She notices Chan looks like he hasn't slept in a week and asks if her favorite uncle is doing okay. Chan gives her a tired smile, touched that she was worried since they hadn't seen each other for a few days. He gives her a head pat, and the little dragon looks like she's in absolute heaven. He checks out her drawing and sees 2 winged figures. It's her and her mom, though her mom looks like a giant black silhouette. Chan praises her work, telling her that her mom is going to love the gift for Mother's Day. Then the kid drops a bomb. "Now I'm going to draw you!" And Chan's eyes go wide with total panic. He tries to talk her out of it, saying he's too embarrassed to be featured in her masterpiece. The dragon girl looks devastated, her little face scrunching up like she's about to cry, and Chan realizes he just made a huge mistake. She negotiates. Then, "I'll draw you as a butterfly!" And Chan is left wondering what that even means. She hits him with the ultimate sparkle attack, begging him with giant teary eyes until our boy's defenses totally crumble. Chi30_001, the kid promises to keep his butterfly self really small on the page, looking at him with enough hope to power the whole city. Chan just buries his face in his hand, realizing that he can fight monsters and mages, but he's completely powerless against a toddler. He gives in and tells her to go ahead, and she happily starts scribbling a little black butterfly next to her mom. As he watches her work, Chan finds himself actually relaxing for the first time in days, humming along to her happy mood. She pulls out a glue stick, getting ready to add the finishing touches to her Mother's Day surprise. She carefully attaches some paper flowers to the scene, making it as vibrant as possible. The finished product is a masterpiece of childhood joy, a sunny field full of flowers, her mom, herself, and Chan Butterfly. She asks again if her mom will like it, and Chan reassures her that she worked hard, and it's perfect. She peeks over the top of the sketchbook, her eyes glowing with a mixture of pride and something a little bit sadder. Chan suggests they wrap it up now so it stays safe until the big day. But as they finish the packaging, the little dragon's mood suddenly shifts and she looks down at her feet. She realizes that now that her homework is done, she doesn't have a reason to keep visiting Chan at the store. Chan sees that pouty face and knows he has to do something. He can't just let his best customer leave on a low note. He reminds her of the thief they caught together a while back, the one who tried to rob the store. He explains that the thief was trying to steal items worth 50,000 won, a number that sounds like a fortune to a kid. He calculates it for her. With a 500 won a day allowance, she'd have to save for 100 days to match what she helped save. So Chan makes a deal. Since she saved the store 100 days of money, he'll help her with anything for the next 100 days. She looks up with pure wonder, asking if he really means everything, and Chan gives her his word. She immediately pulls out a new sheet of paper. This kid was prepared for a side quest. It's another piece of kindergarten homework, but she says she has to do this one while sleeping, which confuses the hell out of Chan. Chan pulls out his trusty translator app to see what the Magic Academy is demanding of toddlers this time. The topic is, "What is my dream?" and it features a cute family of bears talking together. It's due the day after tomorrow, but the little dragon is totally lost on the concept. Chan explains that in this context, a dream isn't what you see when you're asleep, but what you want to be when you grow up. But when Chan reads the fine print, he realizes he can't help her with this. It specifically says it must be done with her parents. The kid looks crushed, explaining that her mom is constantly out on business trips and won't be back in time. Her mom is scheduled to return at 11 p.m. tomorrow night, which is way too late for a kindergarten deadline. Chan feels a pang of sympathy. Her mom is clearly a high-level power player, which means she's rarely home for the small stuff. He decides to help her anyway, starting with the basic question, "What is your dream?" The kid flips the question back on him, asking what Chan's dream is, making him realize he hasn't thought about his own future in years. The little dragon admits she doesn't know what she wants to be yet. Chan tells her not to overthink it, just focus on something she really wants to do, but can't right now. He explains that most big dreams start from a simple, "I wish I could," and the kid takes a long moment to think. She grips her crayon, her expression turning serious as she realizes she does have a wish. She looks up at Chan and quietly says her dream is to make friends and finally be able to play with them. Flashback to the playground, a bunch of kids are having a blast playing dodgeball, shouting and laughing. The ball flies high into the air, and one kid misses the catch, blaming their teammate for the mistake. They're bickering like normal kids, the dodgeball rolling away across the asphalt. The dragon girl picks it up and stands there, hoping this is her chance to finally join in. She tells them she's actually really good at dodgeball and asks if she can play with them. But through her soul vision, she sees the colors of the other kids change the moment she speaks. They turn dark and heavy. Chan watches her face fall as she explains that whenever she asks to play, everyone's heart seems to turn dark. Chan asks if they're bullying her, but she quickly denies it. They've never been mean, they just won't play. He wonders if her mom knows about this, and the kid nods sadly. Her mom offered to move her to a different kindergarten to see if things would be better there, but the dragon girl refused because moving away would mean she couldn't see Uncle Chan anymore. Chan is devastated, hiding his face in his hands. How can a kid this sweet be so lonely? He looks at the snacks on the shelf featuring all kinds of races living together and realizes the problem isn't that she's a dragon. The kid admits she's now scared to even talk to the other kids because of what she might see. Every time she makes eye contact, their soul colors change, and she feels like it's all her fault. She clenches her dress, her voice trembling as she says she's too terrified to ask why they're turning dark. Chan looks at her, his mind racing for a solution that isn't just be brave. He asks her a weird question. If I make it so you can't see those colors for a while, would you be able to talk to them? The kid is confused. She says the doctors told her that her soul vision is a permanent part of being a dragon. Chan knows better. He knows that everything in this world, even biological traits, is powered by a type of fire or energy. Dragons are a legendary species that usually use transformation magic to hide their true forms and live among humans. But young dragons can't control that transformation magic yet, which is why she still has her horns and wings. She goes to the hospital every 2 weeks to monitor her internal fire, and the doctors just tell her to cherish her blessing. Her mom was relieved she had such a strong ability, but the kid wonders if being able to see people's dark hearts is actually a bad thing. Chan tells her it's an amazing ability that means she'll never be scammed or lied to when she's older. It's the reason she caught that thief so easily. She saw his soul was dirty before he even moved. But while it's great for adults, it's a nightmare for a kid who just wants to play tag. Chan realizes that childhood is short, and if she spends it being afraid of people's hearts, she'll miss out on everything. He looks at his own hand, thinking back to his own difficult past. He won't let this kid suffer the same loneliness. He tells her to forget about the doctors and her mom for a second and just tell him what she wants. He promises that he can use his anti-magic to make that blackness disappear from her vision temporarily, but she still has to be the one to approach them. He asks her one more time, "Can you do it?" The weight of the moment is heavy as the little dragon girl looks up, asking Chan if he's really ready to go through with this. Our boy hesitates for just a second, the pressure of messing up a dragon's literal biology weighing on him. But then she turns away, stealing her own resolve and whispering that she knows she can do this. Her eyes well up with tears as she realizes that if she can just stop seeing those ugly colors in people's hearts, she might actually make a friend today. She begs him to do it, and Chan, looking serious, asks her to turn toward him so he can begin. She spins around with a determined yes, but Chan knows the hardest part is next. He has to touch her horn to access her power. He explains that touching the horn is the only way to channel his anti-magic directly into her sensory flow, and she happily gives him the green light. She's beaming with pure trust, telling him that because it's him, she's not scared at all. That hit of pure cuteness gives Chan a massive boost of motivation, and he vows to succeed no matter what. He locks in, focusing on the 2 most important steps. He has to keep her human disguise magic intact while specifically targeting the soul vision in her horns. The second step is even harder. He can't delete the power permanently, he just has to make it go dormant for a few hours. If he slips up and hurts her, he's envisioning a future where her dragon mom sues him for every penny he'll ever make. He takes a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly as he calls out to his own body to focus and get this right. He tells himself that if he fails here, his anti-magic constitution is basically useless, and he might as well give up now. "I'm starting," he whispers, gently placing his hands on the toddler's tiny horns as a faint magical glow begins to shimmer. A moment of intense focus passes, and Chan exhales, telling her that it's already finished. The little girl is stunned, touching her own horns in disbelief because it happened so fast she didn't feel a thing. Chan panics for a second, worried that she feels strange or hurt, but she's just trying to process the change. A soft thud hits the floor as she takes her first steps toward the exit of the shop. As she pushes the door open, the chaotic colors of the souls outside begin to blur and fade away into a normal, calm view. The street is filled with all kinds of magical creatures, angels, beastmen, and demons, but for once, they just look like people to her. She's completely breathless, her eyes wide as she looks at a world she's never truly seen before. Chan watches from the counter, his own face showing a mix of relief and pride as he sees her reaction. She cries out that it's amazing and that the world looks so clean and new without the darkness of people's souls staining everything. She turns back, asking him how he did it, and Chan just gives her a cool, humble smirk, saying it was all about his will. Internally, he's realizing that he might have been overthinking his powers this whole time. He remembers what Mr. Wolf said about a turning point, how a simple wish to protect someone can make power manifest perfectly. He wonders if he finally achieved precision magic just because he sincerely wanted this little girl to be happy. The girl starts to worry again, asking what happens if the kids still don't want to play with her even if she talks to them. Chan doesn't miss a beat and tells her to just bring them all to the convenience store if that happens. He promises to have snacks and board games ready to help her break the ice, so she shouldn't be afraid to take the first step. He walks with her a bit, reminding her that things are only hard at first, but they get easier once you actually try. He gives her a warm, encouraging smile, telling her to be confident and just ask. She wipes a tear from her eye, looking up at him with a new sense of courage. She cheers that she'll do her best, and Chan claps for her, happy to see her spirit finally return. As she gets ready to leave, Chan realizes he needs to check on her later, so he asks for her home phone number. She pulls out a pink smartphone, surprising him with how tech-savvy a magical dragon toddler can be. As they exchange numbers, Chan is low-key having a midlife crisis, wondering if all kindergartners in this world have smartphones. She pauses and asks for his name, and he realizes he never actually introduced himself properly. "It's Lee Chan," he tells her. She giggles, typing it in, and introduces herself as Hana before heading off to her big day. The scene shifts to the next morning as the manager swings the door open with a cheerful good morning, only to find Chan passed out cold on the floor. She rushes over, worried about why he looks like a ghost, asking if his practice with the bouncy balls was really that brutal. Chan stumbles up, his eyes half closed, and insists he needs to keep practicing with the jar of magical balls. He notes there's only one left, and the manager assumes he failed with every other ball in the jar because they're all gone. He apologizes, feeling like he wasted her time and resources as his hand reaches for the very last blue sphere. She tells him not to worry, since the goal was just to get a feel for the power anyway, and asks if he at least learned anything. He admits that after everything that happened that night, he thinks he finally got the hang of it, though he looks like he's about to collapse. She notices his exhaustion and tells him to forget the last ball and just go home to rest. He sighs with relief, thanking her as he trudges toward the back, leaving the manager alone with her thoughts. She looks at the empty jar, thinking about how even pros struggle with this exercise for years. She starts feeling guilty, thinking she gave him a task that was way too advanced for his first week. She's worried he's going to lose all his confidence right before the big practical exam. But then, she looks down at the last ball he touched and her eyes nearly pop out of her head. The ball is still perfectly intact, but the bouncy magic is gone. Leaving only the color magic, Chan didn't just pass, he mastered it. Hashtag Chapter 32 script. Back on Earth, the sun is setting over the city as Chan finally wakes up from his coma-like nap, feeling totally refreshed. He dries his hair after a shower, noting that sleeping like a log really cleared his head. Still, he's confused. He's worked plenty of part-time jobs before, but he's never been that exhausted. He remembers the manager's face when she saw the blue ball, realizing he succeeded just in the nick of time. He sits on his bed wondering why his body reacted so violently to using his constitution, but figures it's just a born-this-way thing. He decides he'll just ask the manager for an explanation when he sees her tonight. He grabs his phone, his thoughts drifting back to Hana and hoping her day at kindergarten went okay. He shoots her a text and she replies instantly with a mountain of energy, telling him she's doing great. He tells her to call him if anything feels weird, chuckling to himself when he sees her adorable spelling mistakes. He reminds her to keep a gift hidden from her mom for Mother's Day, and she sends back a cute pink heart character, promising to keep the secret. Just as he's smiling at the screen, a new notification pops up, a message from a guy named Yoon-woo asking how he's been. Chan's mood sours instantly. He hasn't heard from this guy since last December and isn't exactly thrilled to be contacted now. He looks around his small apartment, thinking that if he told his old friends he was working in a magical dimension, they'd commit him to a psych ward. He stares at the screen for a long moment, the silence of the room highlighting how much his life has changed. He finally types out a generic, "I've been well," and leaves it at that. Later that night, Chan arrives at the store, the glowing sign convenience store acting as his gateway back to the other world. He walks in ready to work, but his jaw drops the second he sees the chaos inside. The store is packed with monsters, angels, and beastmen, all clamoring for items in a massive rush. The manager is a blur of motion, scanning items and bagging snacks with supernatural speed. Chan rushes over to help, but she surprisingly tells him it's not necessary. She explains that this is normal for this time of night and mentions that her sister, Yunha, is on her way to pick him up. She wants him to save his energy for the exam, but Chan insists on helping out until his ride arrives. Right on cue, Yuna pops up behind him with a cheerful "hi," catching him completely off guard. She hands him a fatigue recovery drink and a special transportation card she made herself, preloaded with 20,000 won. Chan thanks her, and the manager waves them off, telling them to have a good trip to the academy. Outside, Yunha starts teasing him immediately, calling it an honor to be in the presence of the world's top-scoring examinee. Chan tells her to shut it and go home if she's just there to make fun of him, but she just laughs it off. She leads him toward the city, asking if he's ready to take the top scorer to the exam hall. They hop on the subway, which looks remarkably normal until you notice the bareheaded kids and the guys with lizard tails. Chan looks around, trying to play it cool, but he's clearly taking in the sights of a magical rush hour. He realizes that despite the snake girls and floating dolls, the tired, grumpy atmosphere of a commute is exactly like his own world. He watches the office workers slumped in their seats and thinks he probably could have handled this trip alone. Yunha leans in close, startling him, and asks if this is really his first time on the magical subway. She says the manager was worried because he grew up in a rural area and wouldn't know the complex lines. Chan tries to act tough, but Yunha shuts him down, saying there's no way he would have survived the transfer stations alone. She explains that the locals call this subway the Hell's Magic Circle because the map is so complicated it looks like a summoning seal. She tells him to just relax and enjoy the ride since she's got plenty of time to guide him through the hell of transit. Chan looks at the recovery drink in his hand, his mind still stuck on all the questions he wanted to ask the manager. He explains to Yuna how he spent the whole morning researching his constitution and helping out Hana. He mentions how he felt insanely tired afterward, and Yunha gets a knowing look on her face. He downs the drink and asks her why using his power for such small things drained him more than fighting monsters. She points at him, saying the answer is simple: he used more power than he usually does. Chan is confused, but she explains that anti-magic experts go through this all the time. The mental strain of precision is a killer. He thinks back to the focus required to touch Hana's horns without breaking her disguise magic and realizes he was basically doing magical surgery. Yunha explains that his constitution is actually evolving because he's finally using it with intent. She notes that until now, his power was just an automatic shield that worked without him thinking. But this time he used it consciously, which is like switching from an automatic card to a manual. It takes way more brain power. She asks him if he ever exercises, and Chan looks at her like she's crazy for even asking. She smirks, telling him that his body is basically just a weak vessel for a massive power, and that's a dangerous combo. She explains that the strain of using an unfamiliar power while having a physically untrained body was the perfect recipe for exhaustion. Chan looks down at his hand, finally understanding why the manager was so insistent on him resting. They finally arrive at the massive academy building, and Yuna asks him if the perfect scorer is finally feeling the nerves. Chan admits he's more nervous than he thought he'd be, but Yuna just tells him to treat it as an experience and relax. She tells him that even if he fails, she'll just train him herself until he can pass in his sleep. He thanks her as he heads up the stairs, and she tells him to meet her at a nearby cafe when he's done. He takes a final deep breath, grabbing the door handle and telling himself not to overthink it. He finds lecture room 2 and hopes this practical test goes as smoothly as the written one. He pushes the door open and immediately sees a tall, pale elf with bright red hair, Supervisor Descartes. Descartes doesn't even look at him, simply conjuring a wooden box into the air with a flick of his hand. He looks over the room at a group of bizarre examinees, including a hamster and a sloth, and notes that everyone is on time. Chan looks around, feeling out of place as the elf announces they need to collect everyone's belongings. The supervisor's cold eyes finally lock onto the group as he states they'll explain the rules once everyone is stripped of their tools. The room goes quiet as Supervisor Descartes stands before the class, ready to drop the details on the practical exam that'll decide their futures. He pulls a set of magical tablets from thin air, explaining that these will determine if they're actually worthy of the national certification. With a flash of light, a tablet lands in front of Chan, displaying a list of tasks he needs to choose from. The screen is simple, but the pressure is massive. He's got to pick his poison and get moving immediately. Around the room, the other candidates, a hamster, a sloth, and even a hooded spirit, are all frantically checking their assignments. Descartes explains there are 18 tasks total for the 6 candidates, meaning there's plenty of work to go around. But the clock is ticking. The tasks are spread across the Academy District, and to pass, they need to successfully complete 3 of them. Once they're done, they have to haul it back to this room to prove they didn't just spend the afternoon taking a nap. But here's the catch. The details are confidential until they accept the task, which Chan realizes is absolutely insane. Then come the warnings. No crimes, no violence, and absolutely no unauthorized contact with anyone outside the exam. Cheating or using illegal magic tools will get you banned for 3 years, a death sentence for any aspiring professional. Descartes reveals that the tablets themselves are enchanted to catch anyone trying to break the rules. Chan notices a loophole though. The supervisor said they can use any means as long as they don't break those specific rules. A candidate with giant claws asks if the tasks are actually doable, and Descartes just gives him a cold stare. He claims the tasks are balanced for their abilities, but the silence in the room says nobody actually believes him. The elf supervisor turns his back, looking totally indifferent to their struggle. He points to the clock, it's 7008 now, and they have until exactly 10:10 to finish everything. The second he says begin, the room explodes into a blur of movement as everyone rushes out to get a head start. Descartes stays behind, watching the empty seats with those sharp, judging eyes. He notices Chan is still sitting there and asks him why the hell he isn't moving with the rest of them. Our boy just leans back and asks if he can get one more question in before he disappears. He points directly at the tablet, his mind already spinning with a plan to tilt the odds in his favor. He asks point blank if the functions on the tablet are installed using magic, testing the supervisor's boundaries. Descartes gives him a long, silent look, his expression saying more than words ever could. The supervisor doesn't answer, and in this world, silence is as good as a yes. Chan heads outside, the evening air of the academy grounds doing nothing to settle his nerves. He looks at the task list and realizes he's in deep trouble. Everyone else is already picking the easy spots. The names are in Korean thanks to the translator, but the actual logic of the city is like a foreign language to him. He's a stranger in a strange land, and knowing the names of places doesn't help if he doesn't know what people actually do there. For a second, he thinks about just closing his eyes and picking at random, but he knows his luck isn't that good. He's lived 29 years without the universe ever giving him a handout, so he knows he has to be smart about this. He replays Descartes' words in his head, the tablet determines the violations, and any means are allowed. He looks down at the device, realizing that the any means rule is a double-edged sword. His eyes light up as he finds the exploit. Descartes never explicitly said he couldn't manipulate the tablet itself. It's a bold move, but for an anti-magic specialist, the most dangerous tool in the room is the one designed to watch you. He peers into the screen and sees the faint, shimmering flow of magic embedded in the glass. He figures the supervisor kept quiet because answering would have given away the secret test within the test. Taking that silence as a green light, he places his hand over the screen, ready to do what he does best. With a soft hum of energy, he focuses his constitution and deletes the violation detection spell from the tablet's memory. Just like that, the I watching him is gone, and Chan is finally free to play by his own rules. He stands up, his sneakers hitting the pavement with a new sense of confidence. He needs a guide, and there's only one person in this city he trusts to show him the way. He tucks the hacked tablet under his arm and sprints toward the nearby cafe. Yunha is there, casually sipping a coffee, looking totally unfazed until Chan bursts through the door. She's stunned when he explains his tablet purification stunt, laughing at how he came up with such a crazy idea so fast. Chan rants about how unfair the test is for an outsider, and Yunha agrees, saying this city is a literal maze for the uninitiated. She takes the tablet and zooms in on the maps, her eyes narrowing as she scans the available tasks. She confirms the tablet is still working fine, but asks Chan if he's sure he only deleted the detective magic. Chan points out the other shimmering spells still active on the device. He was precise, only cutting the strings that were tied to the proctor. Yunha gives him a giant thumbs up, celebrating the fact that his first task was a total success. He asks her to help him find something manageable, and she quickly spots 3 that might work. She immediately crosses off tasks 4 and 8, warning him that they're absolute traps for someone like him. Task 4 is at a funeral home, and she bluntly asks if he's ready to handle a corpse to scrub off residual magic. Task 8 is at a construction site where the supervisor will likely ignore him for hours while he waits for a signature. She apologizes for being so negative, but Chan thanks her for pointing out the obvious no-go zones. They both stare at the remaining list, the pressure of the 10,010 deadline looming over them. Chan suggests trying an ambiguous place, something that sounds weird but might be easy for a guy who breaks magic. Yunha gets a mischievous smirk on her face, like she knows exactly where to take him. She points to Task 17, located at a grand Gothic-looking building just 5 minutes away. As they approach, they see a young man talking to a literal skeleton in a straw hat, wishing him luck in finding the right bones. Chan is frozen in place as the kid warns the skeleton that his jaw is about to fall off. He turns to Yunha, his face pale, asking if this columbarium is really where they're supposed to be. She confirms it with a casual shrug. Task 17 is the columbarium, basically a bone storage facility. She reads the request. They need an anti-magic expert to check the stored bones for mistakes. Chan gulps, trying to convince himself that dealing with a bunch of skeletons is at least better than handling a fresh corpse. Hashtag Chapter 34 script. Yunha leads the way into the massive stone building, waving Chan over as he hesitates at the entrance. They step inside and Chan is looking around like he's expecting a horror movie to start any second. But instead of a dark tomb, he sees a beastman couple talking about finding a match for their little skeleton doll. The place is actually bright and social, with a mermaid-looking girl chatting up a skeleton student on a sofa. Chan is totally confused. On Earth, these places are dead quiet and solemn, but here, it's like a magical department store. A sheep-headed receptionist snaps him out of his daze, telling him to hurry up and state his business because they're busy. Yunha gives Chan a little shove, reminding him that he doesn't have time to stand around and stare. He snaps into professional mode, explaining that he's there for the anti-magic practical test and needs to see the director. The receptionist's attitude flips instantly, and she politely offers to guide them to the office. Chan thanks her, but he notices Yunha is behind him, shaking with suppressed laughter. She starts teasing him, saying she can't believe how different he sounds when he's not behind the convenience store counter. She says he sounds like a straight-up civil servant, and Chan blushes, telling her he has to act this way to get things done. He mentions his previous job required that level of formality to avoid trouble, and Yunha is surprised he used to be a government worker. He quickly corrects her, saying he was just an ordinary office worker, keeping his past as a cop a secret for now. The receptionist tells him to wait inside a moment while she fetches the boss. As the door clicks shut, Chan turns to Yunha, still unable to wrap his head around this being a place for the dead. Yunha plops down in a chair, teasing him for being a first-timer, while Chan rants about how bright and talkative everyone is. She looks at him confused when he asks what they do with the bone powder, and she realizes Earth and this world handle death very differently. She explains that here, they keep the remains completely intact, which sends a chill down Chan's spine. Apparently, magical skeletons only last about 2 weeks because the skulls can't hold souls for long without decaying. This columbarium is basically a supply hub, storing excavated or donated remains for people who need a fresh body. She asks if people back on Earth just keep powder in jars, and Chan awkwardly tries to explain that he must have just misunderstood. He remembers seeing skeleton models in his school science lab, but the idea of them being real people is a bit much. The door opens, and a man in a skull mask and black robes walks in, the director of the columbarium. They sit down, and the director explains that they recently received a batch of remains in good condition, but something went wrong. First, a company messed up the preservative injection, and second, the documents identifying the remains were lost. If they wait a week for new papers, the bones will decay, so they need Chan to find the problematic remains right now. Checking hundreds of coffins one by one would take too long and cost a fortune in magic thawing spells. The director leans in, asking for Chan's help with a desperate look in those glowing green eye sockets. Chan nods, agreeing to help, and asks where they keep the coffins. As they walk, Yunha whispers to him, asking if he's actually okay with this weirdly vague request. She wonders if he can really find the bad ones without opening every single coffin, but Chan is surprisingly confident. He tells her he's dealt with similar find-the-defect situations at the store a few times already. Yunha cheers up, thinking they're going to breeze through this and finish in record time. Chan agrees, but his confidence takes a massive hit the second they open the storage doors. His eyes go wide and he lets out a quiet, "Huh?" as he sees the sheer scale of the room. The room is a literal warehouse of death, packed floor to ceiling with 384 individual coffins. Yunha is speechless, staring at the endless rows of wood and magic. Chan leans over a row, his mind racing as he tries to figure out how to scan this many targets. 10 minutes pass, and he's only checked 7 coffins, which has Yuna panicking that they're going to fail the whole exam. Chan curses under his breath, realizing he completely underestimated how difficult this would be. He tries to use his usual vision, but the magical treatment on the coffins makes everything look like a blurry, distorted mess. With 377 coffins left and the clock ticking, he feels like his eyes are about to pop out of his head from the strain. He realizes he needs a new strategy. Going one by one is a suicide mission for his grade. He spots a tall rolling ladder at the end of the aisle and a light bulb goes off in his head. He shouts for Yunha to help him move the ladder, telling her he needs to see the whole room at once. The ladder clanks into place, and Chan starts climbing, his determination overriding his exhaustion. Yuna asks if he can really find them from all the way up there, and Chan tells her he doesn't have a choice. He reaches the top and grips the railing, telling himself he absolutely must succeed. He looks down at the sea of coffins, and from this height, the magical distortions look like a rippling ocean. He bets that if one coffin has way too much magic preservative, the distortion will be noticeably different from the others. He strains his eyes, his vision beginning to blur as he pushes his anti-magic senses to their limit. He lets out a pained ugh, and Yunha looks up, terrified that he's pushing himself too hard. She begs him not to overdo it, but Chan just grips the ladder tighter and refuses to look away. Suddenly, his vision locks in. One coffin is glowing with a much harsher, more violent distortion than the rest. He tells Yunha to call the director over immediately. But he doesn't stop there. As his eyes continue to scan the room, his face pales. There isn't just one problematic coffin, there are dozens of them. One task down, and the tablet asks if Chan wants to mark it as complete. The director is actually impressed with how fast our boy worked. The skeletal director is stunned that Chan found so many problematic bones, but he's grateful the nightmare in the warehouse is finally over. But as the director looks over, he sees Chan hunched over in exhaustion, while Yuna just laughs it off, saying he'll be fine in a minute. Yunha is focused on the clock. She asks for the nearest task on the list, and the director points them toward task 11, which is just 5 minutes away. Chan is basically running on fumes, but he gives a weak nod, determined to power through the next mission. They thank the director and head out, the skeletal boss wishing them luck on their endeavors. Outside, Chan chugs a recovery drink like his life depends on it, trying to get his heart rate back to normal. He tells Yuna he's feeling a bit better, but she's still worried that he might actually pass out before the test is over. He insists he's full of energy, but his tired older brother face says otherwise. They arrive at Men's Bank in record time, and Chan spots the location the director mentioned. A green goblin in a suit is waiting outside, looking like he's having the worst day of his life as he rants into his phone. The second they mention the practical test, the goblin literally shoves them toward the door, telling them to just go in and solve it already. Chan tries to ask for details, but the goblin starts screaming that he already wrote everything on the form and he's too busy for small talk. He basically kicks them into the bank lobby, screaming at them to do whatever it takes to fix the problem. The door slams shut, leaving Chan and Yunha staring at the back of the rudest goblin they've ever met. Chan is staring at the blank request form, wondering how he's supposed to solve a problem that hasn't even been explained yet. He starts to ask if all goblins are this aggressive, but he's cut off by a massive crash as a trash can flies right at his head. Yunha pulls him back just in time, her reflexes sharp as she tells him to look straight ahead. In front of them, an ATM has gone completely rogue, floating mops and trash cans in the air while screaming for people to hand over their money. It's acting like a literal bank robber, threatening to turn the whole place upside down if it doesn't get some cash. Yunha asks for the tablet, realizing they need to know exactly what they're dealing with before the machines start throwing furniture. The tablet finally reveals the job: please deal with the ATM robber. Simple, but definitely not easy. Chan is speechless. He's a former cop, but he never expected his first robbery in this world would involve a sentient cash machine. He asks if it's possessed by a demon, and Yuna confirms it with a serious look. She explains that demons here are just the buildup of magical exhaust and negative energy from people. These things usually attach to objects people hate, like stones you trip on or drawers that stub your toe, making them extra annoying. Chan points out that this one is throwing trash cans, and Yunha notes that it probably grew this strong because the bank ignored the small glitches for too long. The ATM screams that time is up, and it's getting ready to launch a mop at them if they don't pay up. The demon inside is throwing a full-blown tantrum, threatening to destroy everything in the lobby. Chan knows he has to touch the machine to delete the demon, but it's way too aggressive to get close to. Yunha mentions that her colleagues say you can communicate with these demons since they're born from human emotions. Chan looks through his pockets and realizes he has nothing on him except the corporate card Yuna gave him earlier. Yuna thinks it's a brilliant idea to use the card as a distraction, giving him a mischievous wink. She tells him she'll go first to talk to the machine while he sneaks in for the touch. She marches right up to the floating mop and shouts, "Hey, ATM!" The machine pauses its attack as Yunha waves the card in the air like a peace offering. "Look, a card!" she shouts, acting like she's trying to calm down a wild animal. She tells the machine to drop the weapons so they can settle this peacefully through a business transaction. Suddenly, the ATM screen turns pink with hearts, and it lets out a robotic, "Thank you, dear customer!" All the floating trash and mops fall to the floor as the machine shifts into its most polite service mode. It asks them to insert the card, and Yunha is deadpan, wondering what kind of demon is this obsessed with money. She whispers to Chan that now is his chance to finish this while the machine is distracted. Chan creeps forward, his heart pounding as he prepares to make contact with the metal shell. He places his hand on the machine as it tells them to insert card in the direction of the arrow, thinking he's finally won. But wait, the purple demon aura doesn't disappear. Chan is stunned, wondering why his absolute nullification isn't working. Yunha's eyes go wide too. She knows his power shouldn't have any exceptions. The ATM screen turns dark red, and it asks, "Customer, what are you doing?" Yunha screams for Chan to get back as the machine literally rips itself off the wall to attack. She catches the heavy machine with her bare hands, gritting her teeth against the weight. The ATM is acting like a wild beast, trying to crush them for messing with its hardware. Yunha throws the machine back, asking Chan what the hell went wrong with his deletion touch. The demon is still there, floating in the center of the machine like it's mocking them. Chan stares at his hand, realizing that until now, his power only worked on things he could directly touch. He remembers the supervisor saying the tasks are matched to their level, so there must be a way. Then it hits him, he can't make the demon disappear because it's hiding behind the metal casing where he can't reach it. He shouts to Yunha that he needs to get to the internal parts of the machine to make contact with the core. He explains the demon is literally using the ATM shell as armor against his anti-magic. Yuna processes this for a split second before a terrifyingly calm smile spreads across her face. Chan confirms that the demon is definitely inside, but he's not sure how deep. Yunha looks at the card in her hand, her eyes starting to glow with a dangerous light. She pulls out a tactical knife, her aura shifting into full hunter mode as she decides it's time to perform some emergency surgery on the bank's property. Chapter 36 script. Yunha is looking absolutely menacing as she prepares to rip the machine apart, while Chan just watches in pure terror. But before she can swing, the ATM screen flashes, the deposit is complete, and it just drained 11.4 million won from the corporate card. Chan grabs his head in despair. That wasn't just money, that was the entire guild's activity fund gone in a flash. The machine spits the card back out with a "please use our service again," sounding way too cheerful after committing grand theft. Yunha is frozen, staring at the empty balance on the card as Chan tries to process the financial disaster. A dark vein pops on her forehead. She claims she's been assaulted by the machine, so everything she does now is self-defense. She flips her knife, noting they have plenty of witnesses to the ATM's unprovoked robbery. She slams her foot down, the ground cracking under the pressure of her magic. "We need to get the money back," she screams, her face turning into a literal demon's mask of rage. Chan is forced to help her tear the shell off, worrying that they're going to get arrested for property damage. She asks if she should tear it more, and Chan, seeing the demon core exposed, tells her to just hold on for a second. Suddenly, a mop flies at them again, but Yunha slices it midair without even looking. Her eyes are cold and focused. She's not playing games anymore. Just as Chan reaches for the internal core, the door opens with a loud clang. It's the goblin employee from earlier, and he's looking at the two of them like they're the ones robbing the bank. He screams that they've really crossed the line this time, assuming they're just trying to loot the cash. The goblin is furious, threatening to make them regret even touching his machines. He lunges at them, but Yunha just raises a hand, her weight control magic surging through the air. She tells him that if he's going to act tough, he should at least be able to lift a little bit of extra weight. The goblin is instantly slammed into the floor, the tiles shattering as she increases the weight of his body to over a ton. He's pinned like an insect, unable to even lift a finger as Yunha mocks him for causing so much trouble. Chan is staring at her in shock, realizing just how terrifying the noona really is when she's serious. She gives him a sunny smile and tells him it's time to call the police and get out of here. The lobby is a total wreck, and Chan asks if they really had to make this much of a mess for one ATM. Chan explains to the pinned goblin that the demon was hiding inside, and the goblin just grumbles that he'd rather be throwing documents at his boss right now. The goblin finally signs the tablet, confirming that Task 11 is officially complete. They walk out of the bank, Chan looking back at the destruction with a guilty conscience. He apologizes to Yunha, feeling like it's his fault all the guild's money is now stuck in a broken ATM. Yunha admits she'll have to write a long explanation tomorrow, but she's surprisingly calm about it. Chan is looking down, his spirits crushed by the thought of causing her so much trouble at work. He says he's really sorry again, looking like a kicked puppy. Yunha suddenly flicks his forehead, telling him to just say thank you instead of apologizing like a loser. She tells him she did it to repay the favor for helping her before, and that she can handle a little bit of trouble. Chan finally smiles, promising her that he'll make sure to pass this test for her sake. He comments on how amazing she is, asking if all delivery people are this strong. Yunha pauses, realizing she never actually told him what her real job is. She strikes a pose and reveals she's actually a professional hunter and a semi-public servant. She explains her weight control magic, casually mentioning that she made the bank items weigh a ton while her knife only weighs 100 grams. She apologizes for the late introduction, looking cute and cheerful again like she didn't just flatten a goblin. Chan's phone buzzed. It's a video call from his boss, the manager. The manager asks if Chan made it to the site safely, her face filling the screen. She's worried because she hasn't heard from them in a while, but she's floating his phone with magic. She sees Yunha and Chan together and asks why they're just chatting instead of working. Yunha explains they just finished the second test and are trying to decide on the very last one. Chan is looking at the remaining list, realizing he's already done the tasks he felt confident in. The manager thinks for a second, her genius mage brain already analyzing the options. She asks to see the list, and Chan holds the tablet up to the camera. She notes the time limit is almost up. It's nearly 10 p.m. She tells Chan to choose task number 6 immediately, saying there's no time to waste. Chan clicks the task, but the description just says to be decided after discussion. The manager explains that the location is actually the starting point, meaning the exam hall he just left. She reveals that the requester for this task is the supervisor himself, and she tells Chan to trust her. She has a gut feeling that Descartes won't fail him if he shows his true power there. Chan rushes back to the academy, walking into the quiet lecture room to find Descartes waiting for him. The supervisor pulls out a complicated-looking Rubik's Cube and places it on the table. He explains that each piece of the cube is enchanted with different unknown spells. He tells Chan that if he's truly educated, he should be able to solve the puzzle. The goal is to solve the spells and the physical cube at the same time to complete the task. He flips a 40-minute hourglass, warning Chan that the test ends the second the sand runs out. Chan looks up with a blank face and says, I have a question. I already solved it. Descartes' face completely freezes as Chan explains he finished the whole thing while the supervisor was still talking. He holds up the perfectly solved cube, the magical glow gone, and asks if he can finally go home now. The grind never stops, and after crushing his exam, our boy Chan is finally heading back, thanking Yunha for basically carrying him through the logistics of the day. Yunha's already over it, telling him to stop being so polite since he's been apologizing and thanking her the entire subway ride. Chan looks a bit awkward, he's just that kind of guy, but he can't help but feel bad for how much of her time he's taken up. Yunha's phone is blowing up with work calls, but she brushes it off with a smirk, telling him not to sweat the small stuff. She asks if he's really heading straight back to his part-time shift, mentioning that her sister, the manager, wouldn't mind if he took the night off. But Chan is too responsible for that. He knows the manager has been covering for him for days, and he doesn't want to be a burden. Yunha smiles, liking his work ethic, and promises to treat him to a massive meal once they both have some free time. Back at the store, the atmosphere is heavy. The manager is sitting at the counter looking exhausted and slightly ominous. She stares him down, her eyes glowing with an intense curiosity that would make anyone else break a sweat. She skips the small talk and goes straight for the kill, asking the one question that matters: how did the exam go? Chan gives her a simple "I passed," and the manager absolutely loses it, cheering like her favorite team just won the World Cup. She's clapping and celebrating, genuinely proud of our boy for surviving the proctor's insane testing methods. She asks if Descartes, the proctor, said anything else to him, and Chan recalls that the guy was definitely about to say more. Flashback to the exam hall, just as Descartes was getting intense, another beat-up candidate stumbled in and ruined the moment. Descartes just decided to call it a day, but he left Chan with a chilling promise: "I'll visit you soon." Chan's a bit worried, wondering if this visit is because the manager specially requested for him to take that high-level exam. The manager laughs it off, explaining that the proctor is a wizard, and wizards are basically just nerds obsessed with things they can't explain. She figures Descartes realized Chan is a literal walking cheat code, and his curiosity is probably eating him alive. She's confident he wouldn't fail Chan because he wants to see exactly how far Chan's anti-magic potential actually goes. That's exactly why he's planning a visit. He wants to study the man who makes magic look like child's play. Chan just gives a deadpan look, thinking to himself that the proctor is nothing but a massive pain in the neck. The manager shifts gears, telling him it's time to talk business now that he's a certified professional. She pulls out some paperwork, ready to negotiate a brand new contract with higher stakes and new responsibilities. The new task? Managing the underground warehouse and inspecting defective products, basically the dragon scale incident, but on a daily basis. She explains that the warehouse is full of items too weird or dangerous for the shelves, and they need an anti-magic expert to keep things from exploding. Chan realizes he's never even seen these items on display, and the manager hints that only a very specific word-of-mouth clientele buys these goods. She's kept that side of the business strictly for daytime hours, which is why Chan has been in the dark until now. The current experts they use are apparently a total mess, getting confused and causing more trouble than they're worth. So, she wants to cut out the middleman and have Chan take over everything as the store's official anti-magic specialist. Chan doesn't even hesitate. He gives an immediate sure, catching the manager completely off guard with his speed. She's stunned, commenting on how he always makes life-changing decisions in like 2 seconds flat. For Chan, it's simple, he got the certification for this exact reason, so there's no point in dragging his feet. They agree to head down to the warehouse later for a full walkthrough of how to handle the special inventory. Next up is the part everyone loves, the money. She lays out a base salary of 20,000 won an hour, plus night shift and holiday bonuses. On top of that, he's getting hazard pay and performance bonuses deposited directly into his account. It's basically a gold mine. Chan is actually stunned, asking if it's normal for a part-timer with zero experience to get this kind of VIP treatment. The manager tilts her head, innocently asking if he wants her to take the money back instead. Chan quickly realizes he's overthinking it. Even if he's new, he's doing work no one else can, so he deserves every one. The salary talk ends on a high note, and she even tries to offer him the title of assistant manager, but Chan isn't looking for that kind of spotlight. He signs the contract as a regular employee, keeping things low-key just the way he likes it. Staring at the ceiling, Chan reflects on his life. He never imagined he'd end up as a convenience store clerk in another dimension. He flashes back to his old life on Earth, where bosses were toxic and every bonus was treated like a crime. His old manager used to berate him, calling him money-obsessed just for asking for what he was legally owed. The memory is dark and cold. A boss telling him to quit if he didn't like being exploited. They used to insult his education, claiming a high school grad should be grateful for any crumbs they threw his way. The psychological pressure was constant, always reminding him he was replaceable and should just shut up and work. But now, everything is different. He clenches his fist, feeling the weight of a boss who actually values him. The manager's bright smile is a complete 180 from his past. She sees his hard work and wants to work just as hard for him. As he drifts off to sleep, Chan makes a quiet vow to be the best employee the store has ever seen. The next day, Chan is running to his shift. The sun's setting on a city that's about to get a lot more complicated. He steps into the store ready to take over, but he's immediately hit with a sight that stops him in his tracks. The store is packed with monsters and beings, and every single one of them is wearing a surgical mask. From rabbitmen in suits to fairies, the entire crowd is masked up like they're hiding from a plague. The manager greets him from behind the counter, and even she is wearing a mask, looking like she's in the middle of a crisis. Chan rushes over, asking what the hell is going on and why she's dressed like she's in a hospital ward. A green goblin scurries past, complaining that they're out of masks because everyone else already panic bought the supply. The shop is a madhouse, with kobolds and all sorts of creatures begging for any protection they can find. The manager hands Chan a super mask, telling him he needs to put it on immediately before things get worse. She's worried about the supply chain, noting that every store in the city is probably being flooded with mask orders right now. Chan puts it on, his mind racing. He asks if there's some kind of magical epidemic spreading through the city. The manager realizes he hasn't checked his phone yet and tells him to look at the breaking news. Chan pulls out his phone, scrolling through the headlines to find out what's actually causing this mass panic. The news anchor, a gray-skinned being in a suit, reports a massive pollen storm hitting Futaba Park. It's a perfect storm of climate change and polluted mana in the atmosphere, causing a sudden explosive increase in pollen levels. The visuals show the park covered in a thick pink haze that looks beautiful but is actually a magical hazard. Anyone with respiratory issues is being told to stay inside, and for everyone else, masks are mandatory to survive the air. The pollen is spreading fast, turning the entire district into a pink-tinted danger zone as the mana-infused particles saturate the air. City Hall is planning a massive disinfection, but it's going to take at least a week to clear out the mana smog. The news explains that this isn't just regular allergies. The pollen carries polluted mana that can cause severe skin and lung issues for weaker species. Chan realizes the gravity of the situation. In a world of magic, even the air you breathe can become a weapon if the mana goes sour. He looks at the empty shelves where masks used to be, knowing they're going to be the most valuable resource for the next 7 days. It's only 10:00 a.m. and Yunha isn't supposed to deliver the new shipment until noon, so they just have to survive the morning rush. Chan looks at the tablet the manager gave him, wondering if he's really okay to use such an expensive-looking piece of tech for personal news. Flashback to her handing it over, enthusiastically telling him he needs to study the world he's working in. Chan was overwhelmed by her kindness, but she just brushed it off, saying she had spares and it was no big deal. He's touched by how much she cares about his welfare, especially compared to the bosses from his past life. He wonders if passing the certification really changed her view of him, or if she's just naturally this supportive of her crew. A chime at the door cuts off his thoughts. Someone is entering the store with a heavy, rhythmic step. It's the regular dogman customer, looking absolutely unhinged with wide eyes and a desperate vibe. Chan tries to be polite, greeting him like an old friend, but the dogman is in no mood for pleasantries. He demands to know where the masks are, and Chan has to deliver the bad news: they only have children's sizes left. The dogman is wearing red goggles, looking like a low-budget superhero, and he's fuming with rage. He starts venting, shouting about his damn boss who caused his current misery. Apparently, his boss decided the office was stuffy and opened the window right in the middle of the pollen storm. The office turned into a pink nightmare instantly, and every single employee had to take emergency leave because their eyes were burning. The dogman, who turns out to be a beagle, is ready to throw hands, grumbling that bosses everywhere are a nightmare. He's been working alone in that toxic office just to keep up with the backlog, using those ridiculous goggles to stay functional. Chan can't help but admire the guy's dedication, realizing that corporate life in this world is just as brutal as his old one. He repeats that they are out of adult masks, but the delivery is coming at noon, so the guy should come back then. To Chan's shock, the beagle decides he's just going to wait right there in the store for an hour and a half. Chan tries to suggest going elsewhere, but the customer isn't budging, claiming it's his choice where he spends his time. The beagle snaps at Chan, telling him he's trying to help the store's sales and that Chan talks way too much for a clerk. He demands a beer recommendation to kill the time, and Chan just closes his eyes, wishing he could decline the request. 2 hours later, it's 12:20 p.m. and the store is dead quiet. Not a single customer has walked in. Chan is starting to get worried. Yuna is late with the masks, and he wonders if the pollen storm has finally grounded her. The beagle guy breaks the silence, asking why the store doesn't play any music or idle songs like the other shops. He complains that the place feels desolate and gloomy, telling Chan he should give his boss some tips on atmosphere. Just then, the door slams open with a massive thud, and a cloud of purple-pink energy swirls into the room. Yunha stumbles in, dragging a massive stack of boxes that probably weigh as much as a small car. Chan just blinks, staring at the blue-haired hunter who looks like she just crawled out of a battlefield. She's wearing her goggles and mask, and she's hyped up despite the dust, asking if she looks incredible for making it through the storm. She's covered in pollen and can barely see, asking Chan for a broom to dust herself off before she ruins the floor. Chan steps up, handing her wet wipes instead, knowing a broom would just kick the dangerous mana dust back into the air. Suddenly, the beagle guy jumps up and starts yelling at Yunha, demanding to know why she couldn't keep to the delivery schedule. Yuna just stares at him, confused, as the dogman demands his mask right this second. She's not one to take a hit to her ego, asking if she even knows this guy and why he thinks he can talk to her like that. Chan is stuck in the middle, looking like he's watching a bomb about to go off, as the two start bickering over formal speech. The beagle guy points out how dirty her own mask is, asking if she can even breathe through all that magical grime. Yunha's temper flares, her aura turning fiery as she offers to buy him a new mask just to shut him up. She turns to Chan, calling the guy a chihuahua, while Chan just tries to de-escalate the situation by getting the masks ready. The dogman throws his money on the counter, asking for the total for his beer and the mask. Chan tells him it's 7,001 and offers to clean up his trash, but the dogman actually shows a rare bit of politeness, saying it's fine. He drops a 10,001 bill, telling Chan to keep the change or buy a drink for the noona who brought the shipment. He grumbles about kids these days, always talking back as he grabs his new mask. He pulls the mask on over his goggles, looking even more ridiculous, and storms out of the store. Chan and Yunha stand in the silence, watching the door chime as the angry regular finally leaves them in peace. Yunha wonders why he didn't take his change, and Chan explains that the guy has been a weirdly consistent tsundere customer since day one. Even though he's a loudmouth, Chan admits he's way better than the actual troublesome customers who come in. He realizes Yuna must have had a brutal time, arriving late and covered in dust just to get these masks delivered. He asks if she's going to be okay going back out into that pink soup of a sky. Yunha sighs, explaining she was late because she was drafted to help clean the pollen in the park for the city hall. She reveals that the manager, her own sister, assigned her this cleaning duty as a specific punishment. She's been scrubbing magical pollen since 600 a.m., which is why she looks like she's been through a blender. Chan's eyes widen. He asks why the manager would suddenly punish her with such a brutal manual labor task. He starts doing the math, realizing that hunters don't usually do janitorial work for the city. Yunha catches herself, covering her mouth like she just said too much, her face flushing with realization. The truth hits Chan like a freight train. He asks if she took the entire blame for the corporate card incident by herself to protect him. The world is full of beasts, violent monsters that spill out of gates and threaten to tear everything apart. But even these monsters have a purpose. Once they're taken down, their bodies become the most valuable resources in the magical world. That's where hunters come in, risking their lives to close the gates and keep the peace before chaos can take over. But here's the kicker. Gates barely ever open in May, so high-level hunters like Yunha end up doing normal jobs to stay busy. Yunha looks totally drained as she explains that they basically become high-end office temps for the city during the off-season. Since they're elite manpower, the city officials love the extra help, and it makes getting government funding way easier for the hunters. It's all about PR. Sometimes hunting monsters causes massive property damage, so they need the city's goodwill to avoid paying for every broken building. If they have a bad relationship with the bureaucrats, the government denies their support requests and leaves them broke. So cleaning up pollen is just part of the grind for Yunha, even if she looks like she's about to collapse. Chan isn't buying it. He stares her down and asks why the manager specifically called this a punishment for her. Yunha tries to act tough, claiming she just caused a little trouble and thought she'd get off with a simple written report. But the manager went full angry wolf mode this time, forcing Yunha into the park for some serious reflection. Yunha stretches, trying to act like it's no big deal, and says she didn't mention Chan's part in the mess since she was already being punished anyway. Chan asks the real question, how much longer is this punishment supposed to last? When she says it might last until the end of May, Chan does the math and realizes she's working 16 hours a day for nearly 3 weeks straight. He slams the counter, shouting that this is literal hell and demanding she tell the manager that he was the one who actually messed up. He's genuinely worried she's going to collapse if she keeps up this 16-hour grind for the entire month. Yunha fires back, reminding him that he works 12-hour night shifts every single day, but Chan points out he's actually getting paid for his time. He warns her that the city officials aren't just going to make her sweep pollen, they'll squeeze every bit of elite labor out of her. Yunha finally caves, looking defeated, and says she'll consider telling the manager the truth. Chan points to the delayed deliveries from today, proving that her overworking is already affecting the store's logistics. He knows the manager would be heartbroken if she found out she was accidentally torturing her own sister. They both share a quiet moment, realizing neither of them wants to see that disappointed look on the manager's face. Chan insists that being direct is the best move before the manager finds out on her own and things get way worse. Yunha hesitates, worried that if the manager finds out how good Chan's anti-magic skills are, she'll start outsourcing him for city work too. She recalls seeing him in the warehouse. His anti-magic skills are top tier, even better than the so-called experts. She's terrified the manager will keep pestering him with side jobs until he doesn't have a second of free time left. Chan just looks at her and asks the most important thing, "They'll pay me for it, right?" He's totally down for extra work as long as it's paid and doesn't interfere with his main shift at the store. He tells her to stop worrying about him and just clear her name so she can finally get some sleep. Yunha lets out a long sigh, feeling guilty that he's willing to take the heat just to save her from a few cleaning shifts. She finally agrees to think it over, her hand lingering on her gear as she processes his kindness. Chan makes her promise to tell the truth, but she just waves him off, telling him to stop being so clingy about it. As she walks away, a small, genuine smile plays on her lips. She's clearly touched by how much our boy cares. Chan watches her go, muttering that her being too kind is the real problem here. The next morning, the store is surrounded by a thick pink haze that makes it look like the world was dipped in roses. It's way too thick to just be pollen anymore, it's everywhere, and Chan realizes why the masks were sold out instantly. He tries to sweep it up, but the broom just slides right over. The pollen is stuck to the pavement like it's glued there. He's struggling to make a dent in the pink mess when the manager walks up, asking what the hell he's doing outside. She laughs at his diligence but warns him that cleaning this magically charged pollen is basically impossible with normal tools. Since the pollen is contaminated with mana, it has its own will and won't just be swept away into a dustpan. Chan looks at the pink dust, realization hitting him, if it's made of magic, then he's the ultimate counter to it. He reaches down and touches a patch of the pollen with his bare hand, curious to see what happens. The moment he touches it, the stickiness vanishes and the pollen floats harmlessly into the sky, erased by his anti-magic constitution. The manager is horrified, shouting at him to stop because touching raw, contaminated mana is supposed to be incredibly harmful. Chan just shrugs, telling her he feels perfectly fine, but the manager isn't taking any chances. She starts barking orders, telling him to wash his hands 3 times and take 3 showers the moment he gets home. She's frantically looking for sanitizer when she suddenly remembers something she meant to tell him earlier. She asks if that spiritual dog he was looking for happened to be a white Pomeranian. She tells him that a little white dog was peeking into the store the previous evening, looking nervous. She tried to go out and greet it, but the moment she opened the door, the dog bolted like it had seen a ghost. She shows Chan a blurry photo she managed to snap on her phone as the dog was running away. Chan's squinting at the screen, admitting he's not great at recognizing dogs, but it definitely looks like the one he encountered before. He realizes he told the dog to come at night, but it must have tried to visit during the day when the manager was on duty. He looks out at the pink storm, worried that the little dog is out there somewhere, breathing in all that toxic mana pollen. Deep in the pink haze, a tiny white face peeks out from behind a pole. The Pomeranian is back, and it looks exhausted. Back inside, the manager is slumped over the counter, letting out a massive depressed sigh that fills the whole room. Chan walks in and sees a sales performance sheet nearby, wondering if the business is failing because of the storm. With everyone staying indoors and masks completely sold out, the store's foot traffic has basically dropped to 0. The manager looks stressed, knowing that even a week of 0 sales can be a death sentence for a small business like theirs. Chan tries to think of a way to comfort her, but then she groans, "Why does that dog always run away from me?" It turns out she's not worried about money at all, she's just heartbroken that the Pomeranian thinks she's scary. She even prepared a mountain of dog treats just to win its favor, looking like a rejected kid as she mopes on the counter. Chan checks his phone, it's just past midnight, the exact time he told the dog to meet him. He looks toward the door, wondering if the pollen storm finally got too dangerous for the little guy to travel. He starts imagining the worst case scenarios, but a sharp woof cuts through the silence and snaps him back to reality. There it is. The white Pomeranian is standing right outside the glass doors, barking to get his attention. Chan lets out a sigh of relief, genuinely happy to see that the little spirit made it back in one piece. He invites the dog inside, promising it a mountain of treats if it just gets out of that toxic air. Chan starts wiping the pink pollen off the dog's fur, and the dog is amazed that the sticky dust just falls right off when Chan touches it. Chan just plays it cool, saying his constitution is a bit unique, while the dog thanks him profusely for the help. Chan asks if the dog's owner finally lost its trail since he was worried the guy would have chased it down by now. The dog looks down, telling Chan that the day it escaped was the unluckiest and luckiest day of its life. It flashes back to its old owner, a greedy-looking rat man who chased it through the streets while crying fake tears. The dog ran so frantically that it ended up deep inside the massive Futaba Park, lost and alone. It managed to shake off the owner, but then reality hit. It was hungry, thirsty, and had no idea how to survive in the wild. Every time a person tried to approach it, the dog felt a surge of anxiety, terrified they were just going to drag it back to its old master. Chan listens intently, realizing that freedom for this little guy was actually just a different kind of nightmare. He pulls out the bags of high-end treats the manager prepared, asking the dog which meat-flavored snack it wants first. The dog is hesitant, feeling like it's already received too many favors, but Chan insists that the boss prepared these specifically for him. The dog tilts its head, confused, asking who this manager person is since it only saw a scary girl yesterday. Chan explains that the scary girl is actually the big boss of the entire store, and she's the one who's been moping about the dog running away. The dog looks embarrassed, hanging its head low as it realizes it accidentally offended a very important and generous figure. Chan tells it not to sweat the small stuff if it really feels bad. The best thing it can do is eat all these treats and be happy. The dog finally relaxes, agreeing to eat well and even meet the scary manager in the morning to apologize. Chan smiles, handing over a long meat stick treat and heading off to grab some fresh water for his new guest. The dog happily munches away, the sound of its crunching filling the quiet store as Chan watches from a distance. Chan thinks about how much this little guy has been through, deciding he's going to let it sleep in the store for the night. He mentions the park again, remembering the news about the pollen, and asks the dog to clarify its time there. The dog confirms it was staying in Futaba Park, but mentions that the area has recently become a war zone. Chan is confused when the dog mentions something called the Black Wind Gang taking over the territory. The Black Wind Gang is a ruthless pack of stray dogs that has started dominating the park and attacking anything that moves. Since the park is closed for cleaning, some strangers in hazmat suits appeared, making the situation even more tense for the animals. At first, the dog enjoyed its freedom in the park, drinking from fountains and sleeping on the lush green grass. There was plenty of discarded food to go around, but once the park was closed off, the Black Wind Gang started getting desperate and violent. Chan asks where they are now, and the dog says they've moved to a soup restaurant nearby to scavenge for scraps. The restaurant owner is known for being incredibly kind to the local strays, giving them a safe place to eat. They used to share leftover meat bones, making the spot a legendary gathering place for all the stray dogs in the district. Even though different packs shared the area, they were peaceful and never chased away new dogs until the Black Wind Gang showed up. The little Pomeranian's voice trembles as it explains that the gang launched a brutal, unprovoked attack on the restaurant today. The soup restaurant group fought back with everything they had, but they were hopelessly outnumbered and eventually crushed. The dog shows Chan its ear, which is ragged and torn from the battle it barely survived. Chan is stunned. He can't believe this tiny puffball actually stayed and fought alongside the other dogs. The dog admits it was immediately knocked out by the Black Wind leader, a terrifying Doberman with cold, murderous eyes. It thought it was the end, but the leader just stood over its trembling body and barked, "I don't bully the weak. Get lost." Chan wonders if that Doberman is some kind of royal blood monster dog, or if it's just a high-level beast that found a new home. The Pomeranian reveals the real reason it came looking for Chan. The pollen is causing all these territorial wars. It asks when the pink storm will finally end, and Chan has to deliver the bad news that it'll take at least a week. The dog looks devastated, realizing it'll have to hide in trash cans and dodge the gang for another 7 days just to survive. Chan tells it to stay at the store instead, but the dog is too polite, not wanting to cause any more trouble for its savior. Suddenly, a massive, booming sound like a ship's horn rips through the air, shaking the entire convenience store. Chan is nearly knocked off his feet, asking what on earth could make a sound that deep and powerful. It sounds like a massive truck, but there's a low, rhythmic vibration to it that feels alive and ancient. Chan looks up, and his jaw drops. A literal giant whale is floating through the sky, its massive shadow covering the city blocks. The whale's eye is the size of a car, looking down at the world with a bored, professional gaze. Chan is floored, wondering why a creature that looks like it belongs in the deep ocean is casually flying over a convenience store. The little dog tugs on his pants, looking up at the sky with wide eyes, and whispers, "Hey, did you hear that?" The dog translates the whale's deep hum, saying the giant creature just complained about wanting to finish work and go home to rest. Chan is frozen. He realizes the dog is actually communicating with a creature that looks like an ancient god of the sky. He looks down at the tiny Pomeranian in total disbelief and asks, "Doggy, can you actually understand what that whale is saying?" The giant whale lets out a deep, rumbling hum, complaining about how the stupid pollen is piling up on its back again. Our boy Chan is stunned. He realizes that if he could actually understand these creatures, he'd probably have a high-paying government job instead of working retail. The little dog tries to explain that while it looks like a fish and lived in water, things are much different for this giant. Unlike a normal whale, this creature is permanently stuck in the sky, hovering over the city like a living air filter. Chan gets an idea and tells the Pomeranian to try talking to the giant. The little puffball is terrified, wondering if it's really a good idea. Chan encourages him, saying they might both be in a similar tough spot and that a little conversation could help. The dog trembles but decides to trust Chan, closing its eyes and preparing to speak to the massive beast. He lets out a small bark, calling out to the great whale as the giant's massive eye slowly shifts to look at them. The dog starts crying out, begging the whale not to be angry and explaining that they just came out for some fresh air. He's desperate, barking that they never intended to bother the giant or get in its way. The whale lets out a massive cough, and the dog panics, asking if it needs water or some kind of help. Chan holds the dog close as the whale groans that it's fine, but the sheer volume of its voice shakes the entire street. The giant descends lower, and its presence is overwhelming, towering over the convenience store like a skyscraper. The whale begins to share its story. It started as an ordinary baby whale, swimming in the deep blue ocean. It was loved and cared for by its mother, living a life that was perfectly normal for its kind. But when it turned 3, it swam to the surface to take a breath of air, and everything changed. Suddenly, its body didn't sink back down, it just started floating higher and higher into the sky. Its mother tried to pull it back, and the baby whale struggled for hours, but it was like gravity simply gave up on him. Realizing it couldn't go back, the baby whale told its mother it would have to be independent and said its goodbyes. It floated aimlessly for days, starving and weak, because there's obviously no whale food in the clouds. By the 3rd week, it reached a coastal city where people treated it like a circus attraction, taking photos and staring in awe. It spent its nights hovering over buildings, a lonely giant in a world that didn't understand it. Then, researchers took it to a facility where they spent years poking and prodding its body to figure out why it could fly. Chan listens with a heavy heart. The dog says the whale talks about it like it's nothing much, but the trauma is obvious. The whale lets out another boo sound, its massive eye reflecting a lifetime of nonchalant suffering. Chan asks what he should call the giant, wanting to show at least a little bit of respect. The dog translates, saying the whale prefers the name Firstborn, a title given by those who can actually hear its voice. Chan is shocked to find out the whale is only 25 years old. It's actually younger than him. The whale huffs, annoyed that Chan is still using formal language and treating him like an old man. Chan realizes the whale can understand his words too, and it's clearly bothered by how stiff he's being. He apologizes and asks what the whale is actually doing here in the middle of the city. The whale reveals it's on a mission from City Hall to disinfect the entire district and clear out the pollen. Chan is curious about the how, and the whale prepares to show him exactly how a sky giant cleans the streets. The dog tells Chan to hold on to something tightly, because things are about to get windy. Chan barely has time to ask what he means before the air starts to swirl around them. The whale opens its massive mouth and begins to inhale, creating a localized vacuum that pulls in everything. Chan is nearly swept off his feet, clutching a pole for dear life as a massive vortex of pink pollen rushes toward the whale. The pink haze that covered the city for days is suddenly moving, being sucked into the giant like a vacuum cleaner. The sheer scale of it is insane. The whale is literally eating the storm, clearing the atmosphere in seconds. The street is suddenly crystal clear, sparkling under the moonlight now that the magical dust is gone. The whale explains that when it breathes out, the air is clean, and the pollen won't be able to stick to that spot anymore. Chan is impressed. It didn't even take 10 seconds to clean a huge street, so he wonders why the city said it would take a week. He asks if the area is just that massive, or if there's some other problem slowing the whale down. The whale groans, explaining that the cleaning part is easy, the real problem is its back. Chan and the dog gasp, worried that the giant might be injured or sick. The whale shifts its body, revealing a massive thick layer of pink sludge stuck to its upper back. The dog translates the whale's agony. Some of the pollen gets stuck where it can't be sucked in properly. It becomes insanely itchy, and the whale has to go to City Hall every morning to get its back cleaned by officials. Magic could easily clear it in seconds, but the city doesn't want to waste the mana on a tool, so they make him endure it. The whale has to resort to scratching its back against skyscrapers, which sounds like a nightmare for the people inside. Chan realizes the nonchalant attitude was just a mask. The whale has been suffering in silence for years. Since it can't speak a human language, it couldn't even cry out for help, only enduring the pain until it became a part of him. His emotions have hardened over time, but Chan isn't about to let another worker get exploited like this. Chan reaches out, his eyes determined, as he prepares to use his unique constitution for something other than combat. He remembers how it felt to be treated like an object in his old life, and he refuses to see it happen again. He tells the whale to wake up and feel this, as he taps the side of the giant's massive body. A massive puff of dust explodes off the whale as Chan's anti-magic erases the stickiness of the pollen instantly. The whale is stunned, letting out a confused boo as the agonizing itch suddenly vanishes. The giant can't believe it, asking what Chan did to make the pollen just fall off like that. Chan just smirks and says it was nothing. He just used a bit of a back scratcher on him and tells the whale to come back tomorrow morning. Chan tells the giant to finish its work and return when it gets off, promising to help him out again whenever he needs it. The whale lets out a soft, grateful hum, looking at Chan with a new sense of hope. The little dog jumps up, asking if he can help clean up the street first to repay the favor for everything Chan has done. Chan waves it off, saying he did it for his own good since he wants the storm over as much as anyone. The whale hovers for a second, clearly touched that someone actually treated him like a living being instead of a machine. The little Pomeranian hesitates, looking up at the massive whale with a shy, nervous expression. He works up the courage and asks if he could possibly find a job at City Hall too. He's worried about his own future and thinks that having a stable government job is the only way to survive. He imagines himself in a little suit with an ID badge, thinking it would solve all his living condition problems. The whale stays silent for a long moment, staring down at the tiny dog with a look of pity. The whale asks if the dog realizes it's a spiritual being, but the little guy has no idea what that even means. The whale explains that beings like them possess extraordinary powers, and the fact that the dog can understand him is proof of that. The whale warns him to forget about City Hall, revealing he was a research subject for 7 years before they gave him a job. He describes the cold reality of being a lab rat. Once the researchers are done with you, they just toss you out like trash. The whale's power to clean the air was actually a result of those experiments, and he was nearly left to starve in the sky. The giant looks away, remembering how desperately he had to fight just to get this miserable disinfection gig. The dog realizes that a government job for creatures like them is more like a life sentence than a career. The whale groans, noting that the only person who has ever actually listened to his story is the man standing right there. He thought he'd spend his whole life without anyone ever understanding his pain or his history. But today, Chan proved him wrong, and the giant admits that he's genuinely happy for the first time in years. The whale drifts away into the night sky, his massive form disappearing as he leaves with a lighter heart. The dog turns to Chan, realizing that the boss might have known about his spiritual status all along. Chan admits the manager suspected it, but he didn't want to push the dog until it was ready to talk. He explains that spiritual beings are highly intelligent and often have powers, which is why he encouraged the dog to talk to the whale. The dog goes quiet, looking at the ground as he processes how much Chan and the manager have done for him. He feels overwhelmed by the kindness, especially since he's been on the run and afraid for so long. Chan apologizes, feeling bad that he basically pressured the dog into looking for a job to solve his problems. But the dog barks out aloud, "Absolutely not!" telling Chan he never regrets the choice to leave his old life. Even if living outside is tough, he's felt a level of happiness that makes all the suffering worth it. He remembers the peaceful walks at night, wandering under the stars without a leash or a cruel master. Seeing things on his own and being free to move is a type of joy that he never thought he'd experience. He smiles brightly at Chan, telling him not to feel sorry because he's much happier now than he ever was in the past. Later, Chan explains the whole crazy situation to the manager, and she's delighted to hear the news. Chan confirms that the whale came back this morning and was covered in even more pollen than before. He tells her he cleaned the whales back again, helping the giant work even faster than the city officials expected. He tries to apologize for slacking off to help the giant, but the manager just beams, happy that her curiosity about the whale was finally satisfied. The news is blowing up with reports about the ultra-fast disinfection that's happening in the district. The media and the public are baffled, wondering how a process that usually takes a week is finishing in record time. Chan is nervous, worried that someone will track the miracle back to him and realize he's not from this world. The manager tells him to relax, thinking it's unlikely anyone will be able to figure out what actually happened. She notes that Chan's anti-magic constitution leaves absolutely no traces of magic behind. Normally, any high-level spell would leave a mana signature that a wizard could track, but Chan is a total dead zone. He wiped the pollen without using a single drop of mana, making it look like a natural phenomenon rather than intervention. She checks the reports, noting that only a very high-level expert would even notice the lack of traces. She tells him not to worry, flashing a confident grin that makes Chan feel a lot more at ease. The little dog is fast asleep on a rug, looking adorable and peaceful after his long night. Chan notices the dog has been through a lot and asks if there's a reliable animal hospital nearby to check him out. He specifically mentions the ragged wound on the dog's right ear from the fight with the gang, but as the manager looks closer, she's shocked. The wound is completely vanished, and the ear is perfectly healthy. The manager's phone pings, and her face goes pale as she asks Chan if something happened with Yuna recently. She shows him a text from Yuna warning that a guest who wants to see Chan is about to arrive. The manager is confused. Yuna has been acting weird all week, saying she was busy and then suddenly disappearing. Chan starts sweating, realizing his secret about Yunha's 16-hour shifts is about to be tested. Before he can explain, a massive thump echoes at the door, vibrating the glass and the floor. The door chimes, and Chan and the manager both turn to see a shadow that completely blocks out the light. A giant, hulking bear man in a dirty jumpsuit ducks his head to fit through the doorway. He has glowing white eyes and a terrifying snarl, asking if Chan is the one who caused damage to their office. Chan is frozen in fear as the bear looms over him, demanding to know if he's the one who worked with Yunha. Chan stammers out a yes, and the bear tells him it's time to get straight to the point. The bear man growls that their office suffered great damage because of a failed commission involving the corporate card. The total penalty is 38.4 million won, and their reputation with the client has been completely trashed. He barks that to recover that massive loss, Chan is going to have to help them, which sounds a lot like slavery. The bear gets in his face, his eyes narrowed as he tells Chan he has absolutely no right to refuse. Chan tries to apologize and explain his circumstances, but the bear isn't interested in excuses from an adult who harms others. Suddenly, a hand drops onto Chan's shoulder. The manager steps in with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. She tells the bear to stop calling her employee names, her voice calm but dripping with a dangerous authority. She stares down the giant bear, telling him to speak as gently as possible during their conversation. The big boss is finally stepping out to protect her own. The manager stares straight up at the massive bear man, her voice firm. She's making it clear that Chan isn't just some guy, he's her most important employee. Director Bell looks down at her, his expression unreadable, but you can feel the pressure of his presence filling the room. He asks if she's the boss here, and yeon-woo gives him a calm, almost playful smile as she confirms she's the one in charge. The bear man grunts, acknowledging her, and reaches into his tactical jacket while apologizing for his rough introduction. He holds out a business card with a giant clawed hand, explaining that he handles the messy side of the magic world: monsters, demons, and illegal gates. His card reveals he's the general manager of the Salmon Hunter Office, a group that takes on tough contracts for the government and private clients. Bell explains that their work requires insane speed because illegal magic can spiral out of control in seconds, and that's where the trouble started. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as he growls that because of Chan's actions, his team completely blew their schedule. Our boy Chan starts sweating as Bell rants about frozen accounts and missed contracts, saying his employees are getting hammered by angry clients. Bell asks if he has the right to be angry, but the manager doesn't flinch, offering a polite apology for the damage Chan caused. She says she's willing to pay for the damage, but then she places a protective hand on Chan's shoulder, making him jump. Her vibe shifts. She tells Bell that just like he cares for his crew, she values hers, and she isn't going to let Chan be bullied. With a sweet but terrifying smile, she repeats her demand: speak to her employee gently, or there's going to be a problem. She doubles down, telling the giant bear man not to overwork Chan once he starts his debt repayment shifts. The silence in the store is heavy as the tiny manager and the massive bear man have a stare down, while Chan just hopes he doesn't get squashed. Suddenly, Belle bursts into a deep, booming laugh, clearly impressed by the manager's guts, while she just chirps that she gets that a lot. The bear man turns his focus back to our boy, asking if he's ready to put in some work at the Hunter office to settle the score. Chan agrees, but he's not a pushover. He tells the director he has two big conditions before he signs anything. First, he won't work during his store shifts because he's loyal to the manager, and second, he gets to pick which tasks he actually takes on. Bell looks at him like he's crazy, asking if a guy in debt is really in a position to be making demands. Chan just gives him a confident, sharp look, reminding him that Yunha already vouched for his skills. He knows he's the best for the job. He promises that if Bell accepts the terms, he'll handle every job perfectly, no questions asked. Bell realizes both Chan and the manager have serious backbone, and he remembers how much Yunha, his deputy manager, praised this guy. He agrees to add the conditions as an appendix to the contract, checking with yeon-woo one last time to make sure she's cool with it. It's a deal. Bell says they'll have Yunha assign him tasks later, covering his pay, meals, and even travel costs. Chan raises his hand with one last question. He wants to know exactly when Yunha's miserable overtime punishment is finally going to end. Bell reveals that since the pollen disinfection finished way ahead of schedule thanks to Chan's secret help, today is her last day of cleaning. Our boy breathes a massive sigh of relief, happy to know his friend is finally getting her life back tomorrow. Director Bell heads out into the morning light, carrying his bags and leaving the store after a very productive negotiation. The manager looks at Chan and asks what he'll do if a task pops up at 10 p.m. right when his shift starts. Chan says he'd have to stay at the counter, but yeon-woo just smiles and says they'll just change his working hours to make it work. Chan tries to argue, not wanting her to go out of her way, but she shuts him down immediately with a determined look. She tells him to follow her lead so he can work with a clear mind, promising to watch over the sleeping spiritual puppy while he's gone. Chan apologizes for not being more open, but the manager just pouts, acting hurt that he tried to carry the burden all by himself. She tells him to stop worrying alone and just talk to her from now on, and with that, the whole situation is finally settled. She cheerfully tells him to get ready to head home, the stress of the debt finally lifting off his shoulders. As he preps some chicken rice balls, Chan thinks back to the manager, saying the puppy wanted to repay his kindness. We see the manager back at home, relaxing in her pajamas, telling Chan over the phone that the little fluffball feels deeply indebted to him. Chan, still at the store with his earbuds in, just shrugs it off, saying he only cares about the dog staying healthy. Yeon-woo laughs, saying she told the dog the same thing, but the little spiritual being doesn't think that's enough. She mentions that the puppy is unsure of its own special powers, even though it's clearly an advanced spiritual creature. Chan points out that it can already talk to giant whales, which is a pretty insane ability on its own. Yeon-woo explains that interpreting magic is incredibly complex because of dialects and nuances. It's way harder than a normal translation. The fact that the puppy communicated perfectly with the whale was so taxing that it knocked the poor thing out for hours. Chan remembers the wound he saw on the puppy's ear and asks the manager if that's related to its power too. She thinks for a second, mentioning that some legendary beings like the phoenix have powers tied to their own bodies. Just as Chan starts asking about the Firebird, the store bell rings and he turns around to see a new customer walking in. It's Supervisor Descartes, the high-ranking elf from the Magic Academy, looking as sharp and serious as ever in his black suit. Chan is surprised to see him, but Descartes gets straight to the point. He's here in person to deliver Chan's official certificate. Chan sets a sports drink down on the table for him, being a good host as they sit down to talk. Descartes asks for the price, but Chan tells him it's on the house, thanking him for coming all this way. Our boy asks if directors usually hand-deliver certificates, and Descartes admits they usually just send them by mail. He slides a glowing blue card across the table, officially naming Lee Chan as a certified anti-magic specialist. Deckard starts going over the rules, warning Chan that the license can be suspended if he causes damage to other species. He adds that he can't lend the card to anyone else and must meet a certain workload every quarter to keep the license active. Chan asks if he has to work for the government, but Deckard says he can work anywhere as long as it's legal. However, he warns that the industry prefers veterans with years of experience, making it tough for newbies like Chan to find high-level gigs. But then he tells Chan not to worry because there are policies in place to help newly certified specialists get started. Deckard leans in, his sharp eyes locking onto Chan's, and drops a bombshell. Every new specialist needs a mentor, and he's decided that mentor is going to be him. Chan is totally confused, but Deckard explains that this mentor-mentee bond is the real reason he showed up at the store tonight. He reminds Chan that he crushed the exams with top scores and offers him a position as his assistant professor. Chan's head is spinning as Deckard mentions he could be promoted to a full professor in just 8 years if he keeps showing off that talent. The elf tells him to name his price. He's willing to do whatever it takes to get Chan on his team. Chan's mind flashes back to his college days, remembering a friend who was absolutely miserable while drinking and crying over his life. The guy was a total wreck, complaining about being on call 24/7 for his professors and having no time for his own research. He had started with so much passion, but seeing him broken and crying over some cheap booze was a pathetic sight that stuck with Chan. Chan remembers thinking back then that he'd never end up in a grad school nightmare like that, especially since he didn't have much going for him. He snaps back to reality, realizing that being an assistant professor basically means being a high-level grad student for this red-haired elf. Deckard promises he won't interfere much and will help Chan with any difficulties he faces in his anti-magic activities. Chan looks him in the eye and asks the one question on his mind: why the hell is a high-ranking director offering this to a guy like him? Deckard doesn't say a word at first, simply reaching out with his hand. He snaps his fingers and suddenly that infamous magic Rubik's Cube from the exam appears on the table, glowing with energy. Chan thinks it was just a test to see who could solve it, but Deckard reveals the cube was actually designed to be unsolvable within 40 minutes. He gives a chilling, sinister smile as he explains that the real test was to see how quickly a person would give up and accept their limits. He says holding on to the impossible is foolish, and recognizing failure quickly is a key trait for practical work. Chan thinks this vampire might be a total psychopath, but Deckard continues, saying that Chan was different from every other applicant. Our boy didn't just give up, he literally broke every spell on the cube within 5 minutes, something Deckard has never seen before. He's genuinely impressed by Chan's excellent potential and wants to be the one to harness that raw power. Chan awkwardly scratches his head, finally understanding why this high-level official is practically begging him to join up. But Chan drops another reality check. He's just a high school graduate and he's already happy working his shift at the convenience store. Deckard is stunned into silence, unable to wrap his head around someone with world-class talent wanting to stay a clerk. The elf asks if he's really rejecting the offer, but the conversation is interrupted by the sound of the door and a familiar "welcome." The manager walks in with a bright smile, looking cozy in her casual orange jacket. She tells Chan she was about to buy a late-night snack, but forgot her wallet, asking if he's seen it behind the counter. She notices Deckard sitting there and gives him a cheerful, polite welcome as a customer. Chan whispers to her that this is a special guest, and yeon-woo immediately catches on, offering to take over the counter so they can talk. Chan is hesitant, but she insists, telling him he needs to focus on his mentor since the guy came all this way just for him. Deckard stares at the manager with a look of deep suspicion and respect, thanking her as she takes his place. As she walks away, Deckard leans in and asks Chan if that girl is really the manager of this place. Chan confirms it, while in the background, yeon-woo finds her wallet and celebrates her victory like a kid. Deckard goes quiet, his eyes narrowed, before muttering that it's nothing, but you can tell he knows she's more than she looks. He gets back to business, asking Chan for his smartphone so they can set up his official work portal. Chan wonders if Deckard actually knows the manager, especially since she didn't seem to recognize him at all. Deckard hands the phone back, showing a bulletin board filled with requests that come into his personal lab. He reminds Chan about the state-mandated quota. He has to finish at least 2 tasks a month that Deckard deems acceptable. He says Chan can use these lab requests as a backup if he can't find work elsewhere, promising not to interfere otherwise. Chan realizes the elf is trying to keep him close by any means necessary, even preparing a backup plan in case his first offer failed. Chan asks how he should communicate, and Deckard tells him to just post a report on that digital bulletin board whenever he finishes a job. He explains that any anti-magic work Chan does will be automatically recorded on his certificate, giving him total freedom as long as it's not criminal. Chan's eyes light up as he asks if he can use the certificate as an ID at a bar, and Deckard dryly confirms that he can. With everything settled, Deckard stands up to leave, his mission of securing Chan's future partially complete. He tells Chan he's saved his contact info on the phone and to reach out if he runs into any trouble. He tells our boy to act with vigilance now that he's an official specialist, looking at him with high expectations. After he leaves, Yeon-woo grabs the glowing certificate, marveling at the high-tech silver engraving and the damage prevention spells. She explains that the card is linked directly to the magic department, so every move Chan makes is tracked and recorded in real time. Chan just watches her, feeling a bit overwhelmed by how much effort went into making his life more complicated. He asks Yeon-woo if she's met that inspector before, since Deckard clearly recognized her aura. The manager hums, admitting she felt like he recognized her too, but she can't quite place him. She casually mentions she's worked with about 30 different vampires in her long life, and back then, Deckard probably wasn't even a professor yet. She laughs it off, telling Chan to fill up his certificate notebook soon so he can get a star for career recognition. Chan looks at the long list of requests on his phone, feeling stressed about picking the right job. The manager points to one specific request about verifying the efficacy of a new drug, saying it's perfect for him. Chan notes that the requester is a pharmaceutical company, and Yeon-woo confirms they make magical potions. She asks if he remembers the succubus customer who threw up rainbow sherbet in the store a while back. She suspects that succubus might work for this company, making it a small world connection. Suddenly, Yeon-woo looks at the clock and panics. It's almost time for the last train. She sprints toward the door, yelling that they'll talk later as the store bell rings behind her. Chan watches her run down the street, shouting for her not to give up, while she just waves back cheerfully. As Chan settles back into his shift, a new voice enters the store, talking about finding something for his grandkids. Outside, a smartphone is mounted on a high-tech selfie stick showing a live internet broadcast of the store. An old man with a long white beard and a baseball cap walks in, asking for extra-large ramen or bibimbap. Chan sighs as he realizes even the local shamans are doing internet live streams now. In this neighborhood, there's always something weird going on. Chan rings up the total, telling the customer it's 33,001 for the stack of spicy ramen on the counter. The old man in the baseball cap hands over his card, grumbling that he finally found the store but is disappointed the other flavors are out of stock. Chan notices the selfie stick and asks if the old-timer is planning on doing a mukbang livestream. The old man laughs, admitting his viewers love watching him eat like a professional food fighter even though it's not his main content. He wonders if he should stick to these or if the store offers delivery so he can try more varieties later. Our boy explains they only use delivery apps, which leaves the grandpa completely confused since he has no idea how to use them. The old man admits he can turn a live stream on, but his son has to handle all the complicated video editing for him. Chan gives a reassuring smile, telling him that online shopping and delivery apps really aren't that hard once you learn. He starts explaining the process, picking items, hitting the purchase button, and selecting a payment method, but the old man just stares blankly like he's looking at a foreign language. Realizing he's losing him, Chan asks to see the man's phone so he can just show him the ropes directly. He patiently guides the man's finger, showing him exactly where to type in his shipping address. Chan explains that once the address is in, he just needs to save his card details once to be set for life. The old man sighs, overwhelmed by the amount of work it takes just to get a bowl of noodles delivered to his house. Chan starts wondering if he's doing too much for a random customer, his face showing a bit of hesitation. He reminds himself that the manager told him to handle special requests from customers when the store isn't busy. The old man looks up at Chan with genuine warmth, calling him an incredibly kind young man. Chan tries to play it cool, saying he isn't that nice, but the grandpa insists that helping an old man like this is the definition of kindness. The old man leans in, claiming he can see a great fortune in Chan's face, saying he has a rare luck that attracts good people to him. He claims he's a pro at reading faces, and even predicted when his friend's grandkid would be born. He warns Chan that things might be tough until the end of the year, asking if there's something weighing on our boy's mind. Chan admits he's trying to figure out his next move, looking at the pharmaceutical job request on his phone. The shaman tells him to just go for it, pointing out that everything Chan has faced recently has ended up working out for the best. He predicts that while bigger challenges are coming, things Chan can't handle alone, he shouldn't be afraid. He tells Chan to cherish the little things because everything will eventually turn into a blessing for him. The old man is hyped now, realized he's finally set up for unlimited online shopping and deliveries. Chan confirms he's good to go, and the man starts fumbling with his pockets, thanking him profusely. Suddenly, Chan's eyes go wide as the man pulls out a thick stack of cash as a token of appreciation. It's 500,000 won. The old man tells him it's rude to refuse a gift from an elder and he won't take no for an answer. With a huge, satisfied grin, the grandpa tells Chan to accept the money comfortably since he took the time to help. Later that day, the manager is stunned, asking Chan if he seriously just got a 500,000 won tip from a customer. Chan explains he tried to refuse, but the guy just left it on the counter and bolted, asking if they can treat it as lost property. The manager asks if he really wants to get rid of it, but Chan admits the amount feels a bit too heavy for the small favor he did. Yeon-woo watches him with a playful knowing smirk, realizing our boy gets embarrassed way too easily. Chan tries to deny it, claiming he just feels burdened, but his blushing face says otherwise. She laughs at him, agreeing to keep the money safe for a month just in case the old man comes back for a refund. She asks what he'll do with it if the month passes, and Chan suggests they use it to take Yuna out for a top-tier meal. Yeon-woo is all for it, but then she pivots back to business, asking if he accepted the pharmaceutical company's request. Chan confirms he's meeting the requester tonight right here at the store to discuss the details. We see a flashback of Chan on the phone requesting that they meet at the store instead of their corporate office for convenience. He apologizes to the manager for making that call on his own, but she just pats his shoulder, telling him it's fine to put himself first. As she leaves, she asks for the company name, and Chan tells her it's Emmer Pharmaceutical. Yeon-woo recognizes the name, noting that their office is only a few bus stops away from the store. She gets a mischievous look on her face, muttering something about the people who work there. She bursts out laughing, wondering if this meeting is going to be another one of those massive coincidences. On the night of the meeting, Chan is outside the store on the phone, being told the researcher should be arriving any second. Chan asks what the researcher looks like so he can spot them in the crowd. The person on the phone says he'll know them the moment he sees them, and we see a pair of black dress shoes approaching. It's her. Ellie, the pink-haired succubus, runs up with a huge blushing smile, shouting that it's been a long time. Chan is shocked, and Ellie admits she had a feeling it was him when she saw the store's address on the request. Chan gets a little smirk on his face, asking how he could possibly forget her. He bluntly reminds her she's the customer who made rainbow sherbet all over the floor, which makes poor Ellie freeze in place. She's mortified, looking at her phone while Chan admits he never expected her to be the professional researcher coming to see him. Ellie slumps into her seat, looking totally drained, while Chan wonders how she's been doing lately. He promises to stop bringing up the sherbet incident, and Ellie gives him a sharp, suspicious glare to make sure he means it. She complains about being buried in paperwork and proposals, saying she hasn't been able to leave her office for 2 straight days. Ellie admits she never pegged Chan as an anti-magic specialist, knowing how brutal the competition for that license is. Chan confesses he just got the certification a week ago, and this is actually his first official job. He gets a bit bashful, worrying that she might be anxious about hiring a complete rookie for her project. Ellie quickly waves it off, telling him not to worry and promising to explain everything in a way that's super easy to follow. She pulls out a tablet with a bright smile, ready to start the presentation on the top-secret magical drug her company is developing. Ellie starts her pitch with a Venn diagram, explaining that couples fight because of a lack of honesty and understanding, which creates an empathy void. Chan asks why they're making an honesty potion instead of a love potion, but Ellie explains that creating love where there is none is actually illegal. Their company focuses on potions that strengthen existing love by allowing partners to feel true empathy for each other. Chan notes it sounds suspiciously like a truth serum, but Ellie taps her tablet, eager to explain the massive differences between the two. She shows images of syringes and pills, explaining that truth serums from movies don't actually make people tell the truth. They are just psychoactive drugs that weaken judgment, often making people spout total nonsense that can't be trusted in an investigation. Because their potion is different, they got government approval, it requires both partners to take it together to work. The tablet shows the specs for the mutual honesty potion, which includes multiple protectants to keep the user safe from adverse effects. Chan is still skeptical, wondering if someone could just force a prisoner to take it and use it as a high-grade truth serum anyway. Ellie tells him to imagine it. If a captor and a prisoner both take the potion, and the prisoner asks, "Will you let me go if I talk?" Chan realizes the captor would be forced to be honest and say, "No, I won't," which would just make the prisoner refuse to speak at all. Exactly. Ellie explains that the potion is useless for interrogation because honesty works both ways, making resistance even stronger. She takes a sip of her drink, explaining that they had to include several protectants in the formula to get final approval for human trials. Now she needs Chan's expertise to fix the issues these protectants are causing with the potion's stability. The main issues are defining how honest partners should be, and whether being too honest about everything might actually destroy a relationship. She illustrates a nightmare scenario where a partner admits to old crushes, and Chan has to agree total honesty is a recipe for disaster. To fix this, they added supplements to keep answers brief and keep the conversation focused on a specific topic. Chan realizes they are trying to prevent any side effects before the potion even hits the market, but he knows he needs to see the stuff in person. He asks if he can try the new potion himself, and Ellie goes from 0 to 100 in a split second, panicking at the idea. She tells him it's still in phase 1 and they have no idea what it would do to a human, her hands waving frantically in front of his face. Chan thinks to himself that explaining his 100% magic resistance would take too long, while Ellie basically begs him not to do it. He asks if she has any other magic items he can test his resistance on first, and she pulls a fancy bottle from her bag. It's a magic perfume that's supposed to make everyone within a 3-meter radius fall head over heels for the wearer. Chan takes a few sprays, closing his eyes and focusing his anti-magic power to completely delete the perfume's effect. He looks at Ellie and asks if she feels any more attracted to him now than she did 30 seconds ago. She blinks, admitting she doesn't feel a thing, which leaves her confused since the perfume had such amazing reviews online. Ellie gets a horrified look on her face, asking Chan if the reason it didn't work is because he has 0 charm. She's genuinely shocked, gasping that his natural charm might be so low that even a magic perfume can't find anything to boost. Chan's eye twitches. He quickly explains that he just has a specific talent for removing magic effects. He gives her a deadpan, depressed look, admitting it's hard to believe because, yeah, maybe he isn't exactly a heartthrob. Ellie starts panicking again, waving her hands and apologizing for being so blunt as Chan turns into a shadowy cloud of despair. She shouts that he must actually be extremely charming and her magic just glitched out. Chan just sighs, telling her she can stop with the pity compliments because it's only making him feel worse. He gets back to business, suggesting they bring the honesty potion to the store so he can conduct a proper trial under safe conditions. Ellie notes that getting an external shipment permit for the potion will take a day or two, but she's worried about the store itself. Chan realizes she's right, he might not even be on shift when the shipment arrives, which could complicate things. Ellie says she doesn't want to work with anyone else at the company, telling Chan she wants him to remain the main representative for the project. She claims they have a connection now, and she loves how well he explains things. Ellie looks him dead in the eye and tells him she'd love to keep working with him specifically, her face glowing. She heads out into the night, her mind spinning as we see her walking away from the store. Back inside, Chan is on the phone with the manager, who laughs at the idea of the succubus asking if the store had hidden treasures. Yeon-woo checks on the plan, asking if he's really going to take the honesty potion himself for the trial. Chan asks about potential side effects, but the manager assures him his void body won't have any issues with the magic. However, she points out a massive flaw in the plan. Who is he going to take the potion with? She reminds him that it's a mutual potion. It only works if there is some level of affection between the two people taking it. Chan gets awkward, suggesting he just talk to his inner self, or maybe take it with the manager, which she immediately rejects as an absurd request. She suggests he talk to Ellie about it, telling him that even for work, asking someone to take a love potion with you is a huge deal. Ellie is walking through the park, her face bright red as she thinks about what Chan said to her. She flashes back to Chan telling her he'd prefer working with her over anyone else. The way he looked at her so seriously is stuck in her head. Poor Ellie's heart starts racing like a drum. She's totally falling for our boy and she doesn't even know it yet. Saturday arrives and the store is absolutely packed with customers from the otherworld. Chan notices the massive surge of families, wondering if the store is a popular weekend hangout. He realizes it's May, the month of the family, as a swarm of demon kids and their parents crowd the aisles. One little blue demon kid starts crying, screaming at the top of his lungs that he wants cotton candy right now. His mom is at her wit's end, telling him the store doesn't carry it and promising to buy it somewhere else if he just stops. The kid keeps wailing, and Chan watches from the counter, realizing the cotton candy craving is hitting the little monster hard. The mom finally snaps, telling the kid that if he doesn't shut up, a terrifying dragon will come down from the sky and take him away. She keeps threatening him, asking if he really wants to be eaten by a dragon, while the kid just wails even louder. The kid grabs the door handle, screaming for his candy one last time as the store bell rings. Chan starts to give his welcome greeting, but stops mid-sentence as a familiar little figure walks in. It's Hana, the dragon girl. She looks absolutely adorable in her flower-patterned dress, but she's got tears in her eyes. She looks up at the mom and the kid, her little voice trembling as she asks why everyone is talking about dragons taking people away. Hana looks up at Chan with those big teary eyes, asking the most heartbreaking question, why do dragons take people away, and what do they even do with them? Chan is caught off guard, glancing away as he tries to find the right words to explain a stereotype to a literal toddler. In the corner, the little blue demon kid is still shaking with fear, hiding behind his mom's skirt because he thinks a monster just walked in. Hana is completely confused by the reaction, her head tilted as she wonders why her mere presence is causing a scene. Chan steps in to diffuse the tension, professionally asking the demon mother if she's found everything she needs. The mom panics, grabbing her kid and rushing out to find some cotton candy elsewhere, while Hana just watches them go, feeling like an outcast. Chan leans over the counter asking Hana what she's been up to lately since he hasn't seen her in a while. She explains that her mom kept her home from kindergarten because of the massive pollen storm that turned the sky pink recently. Chan realizes that because of the lockdown, Hana hasn't had the chance to see any of her friends for quite some time. He tries to cheer her up by promising to make sure she's on time for school once it reopens, but Hana looks down, fiddling with her fingers. She reveals that she actually did meet some friends last week at a kids' cafe, but things didn't go the way she hoped. She tells Chan that her friends were acting really strange when they played together. We see a flashback where Hana is playing house, she was the mom, but all the other kids were huddled together looking absolutely terrified of her. When Hana innocently asked where the ladle was for their pretend soup, the other kids reacted like she was about to breathe fire. One of the kids shakily holds out a green ladle, their hands trembling as if their life depended on this piece of plastic. They treat her with this weird, formal respect, bowing and stammering "thank you" while they're visibly vibrating with fear. Hana tried to keep the game going, happily announcing it was time to eat, but the vibe was more like a funeral than a playdate. The kids bowed in unison, thanking Mom for the meal with tears in their eyes, treating Hana like a terrifying queen they had to appease. Back in the present, Chan realizes the sad truth. The other kids didn't treat her like a friend, they treated her like a ticking time bomb. Hana slumps over, asking if she did something wrong, and Chan's heart breaks for her as he realizes the depth of the misunderstanding. He realizes the kids are paralyzed by the image of the dragon, a terrifying presence that adults have etched into their minds. Parents have been using dragons as a boogeyman to scare their kids into behaving, and now poor Hana is paying the price for it. Chan thinks back to his own childhood fears, realizing that in this world, dragons are the scarecrow grandpas used to discipline disobedient children. He wonders if he should ask the manager for advice, but then he sees Hana looking up, her attention caught by something behind him. Hana points toward the door, calling out to her Mr. Uncle to look at what just arrived. The spiritual puppy is back. It's scratching at the glass door, looking a bit worse for wear, but happy to see a familiar face. Chan lets him in and starts petting him, asking if the little fluff ball went and rolled around in a swamp or something. The dog starts barking excitedly, but Chan gives him a look, asking why he's suddenly pretending to be a normal dog. Hana is mesmerized by the puppy, her eyes sparkling as she watches the little white puffball bounce around. The dog leans in and whispers to Chan, admitting he's only barking because he doesn't want to go through the ordeal of being discovered as a talking being again. He tells Chan that after the pollen was cleared, he went back to the park, but a crowd of humans showed up to set up some event. One of the workers accidentally stepped on his tail, and the poor dog screamed in pain, revealing his voice to everyone nearby. The humans immediately tried to catch him, chasing him for 2 hours until he managed to lose them by hiding under a vending machine. Chan tells him to just stay at the store for now where it's safe, while Hana watches them whisper, looking totally confused. The dog is still hesitant, worried about how a young lady like Hana might react to a talking dog. He tells Chan that not many people are as open-minded as him and the manager, and he wants to be more careful from now on. Chan stays quiet for a second, looking at the two innocent souls in front of him. Hana finally chimes in, asking what Chan is doing with the dog and if they're having a secret meeting. Chan asks if she wants to join the conversation, which makes the puppy jump in surprise. The puppy starts barking again, but Chan stops him, asking what he'll do if something happens and the boss isn't around to save him. He tells the dog he needs to build some connections if he doesn't want to be a lonely outcast forever. Chan vouches for Hana, telling the dog she's exceptionally kind and asking Hana if she can keep a big secret. The dog decides to trust Chan's judgment, letting out a big, dramatic sigh before finally dropping the act. Hana's jaw drops as the puppy starts talking, her eyes going wide with pure wonder and joy. The dog tells her to keep it down, and Chan confirms that yes, the dog's ability to talk has to stay a complete secret. They hit it off immediately. Hana introduces herself, and the puppy simply calls himself Puppy, and Chan realizes they're a perfect match. Chan watches them, thinking about how cute the scene is, but then he gets a bright idea. He asks Hana if she can see people's colors or hearts again, and she confirms her power came back full strength after his anti-magic wore off. He tells her to come over, deciding to use this opportunity to help her with her social problem right now. He calls the puppy over too, telling him it's time to do a little bit of teamwork. Hana asks what kind of work they're doing, and Chan tells her it's actually something very simple. He calls it Operation Making Friends, and tells Hana to just follow the explanation he gave her earlier. Hana and the puppy are all in, both of them determined to make this mission a success. Right on cue, a demi-human father with fox ears walks in, telling his young son to pick out some snacks while he stays at the counter. Chan's eyes sharpen as he confirms the target. This is the perfect chance for Hana to practice. The fox-eared kid is a total brat, crossing his arms and complaining that the store only has cheap stuff. The dad tries to reason with him, saying the department store is too far, but the kid just huffs in annoyance. Chan realizes this kid has a strong personality, but he's about the same age as Hana, so it's worth a shot. The fox dad asks Chan to watch his son for a bit while he handles a quick business call, and Chan happily agrees. As the dad steps away, Chan gives a look that says, "Time to act." The fox kid starts browsing the shelves, still looking grumpy and bored. Chan gives the puppy a signal, and the little dog starts trotting toward the kid with a happy face. The dog starts barking and acting adorable right in front of the kid to grab his attention. Chan watches from behind a shelf, pleased that the bait is working exactly as planned. The kid is definitely interested, and now it's time for the dog to lead him straight to where Hana is waiting. But things go south instantly. The fox kid makes a disgusted face and calls the dog ugly. He starts ranting about how he's never seen such a dirty, gross stray dog in a store before. Chan is absolutely horrified. The cute puppy strategy just backfired in the most insulting way possible. The kid points and shouts for someone to get the dirty dog out of the store immediately. Chan stammers, trying to claim the dog belongs to the store, while the fox kid just glares at him. Hana suddenly appears, scooping up the puppy and holding him tight, her face full of heartbreak and tears. She stares down the fox kid, her voice trembling as she demands he apologize for being so mean to her clean and cute friend. Chan flashes back to his original perfect plan, a happy meeting where everyone gets along and shares snacks. The plan was for the puppy to attract the kids with his overwhelming cuteness. The kid was supposed to be charmed, his heart melting the moment he saw the fluffy white dog. Then Hana would appear, holding the dog and looking like an angel, instantly making the other kid want to be her friend. They were supposed to be laughing and sharing names within 5 minutes. But in reality, Chan is clutching his head in stress, while Hana is on the verge of a full-scale dragon toddler meltdown. Life definitely doesn't go according to plan. Hana and the fox kid are standing in the aisle, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The puppy is actually hurt by the comment, whimpering about being called ugly while Chan tries to figure out how to salvage this. Chan realizes he's never seen Hana this angry before. Her eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity. He tries to call off the operation, suggesting they all just sit down, have some juice, and talk things out calmly. He offers them both new snacks to try, hoping that food will be the ultimate peace offering. Hana agrees, but she's still pouting as Chan leads the fox kid over to a table in the corner. Suddenly, the fox kid stops in his tracks, his eyes going wide and his face turning bright red. He's staring at Hana, completely mesmerized, muttering about how beautiful she looks. Chan is confused, asking who he's talking about, while Hana is busy apologizing to the puppy for the kid's mean words. Hana nuzzles the puppy, telling him she's so sorry he got scolded just for trying to help her. The fox kid is totally smitten. He thinks her face and her heart are both like an angel's, and his heart is literally racing. He's never seen a girl this pretty or kind before, and he's completely forgotten about his earlier bratty attitude. Chan notices the change and tells the kid that if he likes her so much, he should probably start by apologizing for being a jerk. The kid's pride kicks in. He stammers that he was just telling the truth about the dog, which makes Hana gasp in disbelief. He tells Hana she won't admit she's wrong, so he challenges her to a game to settle the score once and for all. He pulls a box of crackers off the shelf, suggesting a snack stacking contest to see who's the boss. It's like building a card tower but with crackers. The first one to build a stable tower within a minute wins. He mocks Hana for not knowing the trendy games, arrogantly claiming there's no way he's going to lose. Hana isn't backing down. She shouts that she's definitely going to be the winner. The kid gives her a confident smirk, telling her she's welcome to try. They head to the table and the fox kid drags Chan into the mess, naming him the official judge of the match. Chan is just relieved they've stopped fighting, even if he has to spend his shift judging a cracker tower competition. He sets the timer for 1 minute, announcing that the person with the tallest tower at the end takes the crown. The fox kid adds one more rule: the loser has to acknowledge the winner's words and apologize for everything. Hana agrees, and Chan holds up his phone, getting ready to start the countdown. He shouts, "Start!" and their hands become a blur as they start stacking crackers with insane precision. The puppy whispers to Chan, worried that if Hana loses, she might get even more upset than she already is. Chan tries to reassure him that it's just a game, but the tension at the table is actually pretty high. Hana is struggling a bit, her tower starts to wobble, and she lets out a little gasp of panic. Suddenly, the fox kid shouts that he's finished, and Chan looks over in shock. The kid built a perfect 6-story tower in just 24 seconds. It's an absolute masterpiece of snack engineering. He brags that he's never lost to his friends in this game, looking totally smug while Chan turns to check on Hana. Hana is staring at her tiny, one-story tower, her face flushing as she realizes she was totally outmatched. She lets out a soft, heartbreaking "I lost," and her eyes start to well up with tears again. Chan and the puppy are both in a state of pure panic. This is the exact opposite of what they wanted to happen. Another demi-human family walks into the store, a dad trying to drag his screaming daughter inside to buy something. Chan's eye twitches as he hears the new dad use the dragon threat again, telling his daughter the monster will take her if she doesn't stop. The little girl starts wailing even louder, terrified of being taken to the sky, and Hana hears the whole thing. Chan finally has enough. He tells the new dad to keep it down because he's disturbing the other customers. He tells him specifically to be careful when talking about dragons, giving him a look that says, "Don't even go there." The new dad looks at Hana and realizes he just messed up big time, stammering an apology as he sees her dragon features. He grabs his kid and bolts out of the store while Chan just stands there holding the puppy and feeling exhausted. Chan looks at Hana, who is clutching her dress and looking like she's about to break down completely. She whispers that she doesn't want to be a monster who takes people away. She starts crying, saying she would never ever take children away to hurt them. Suddenly, the fox kid speaks up, claiming that his dad told him dragons actually take kids to a playground in the sky. He tells Hana that dragons take kids to play a lot and then they bring them back home once they fall asleep. Hana's eyes go wide with hope, asking if that's really true, and the kid doubles down, saying that's exactly what his dad told him. Hana asks why the man earlier said dragons take kids who don't listen, and the fox kid gets flustered for a second. He quickly covers, saying that man just misunderstood. There's no point in taking kids who don't listen because they just make the dragon tired. Chan realizes the kid is just making this up to cheer her up, and he gives a little smile as he offers them both some juice. The fox dad returns, telling his son it's time to head out, but the kid suddenly turns to Hana and asks her to come to the amusement park with him. Hana is stunned, and the kid arrogantly claims it's only because it's boring to ride the roller coasters alone. He starts planning out their whole day, roller coasters, the great drop, and watching the parade together at night. Hana is totally overwhelmed, telling him she can't go today because she came specifically to spend time with her Uncle Chan. The fox kid is devastated, his whole world crashing down as he gets rejected by his first crush. He starts shaking Chan, yelling at him to get lost and stop interfering in his love life. Chan looks at Hana, asking why she's rejecting such a good opportunity to make a friend just because of him. Hana realizes she might have been too blunt, and the fox kid suddenly shoves his phone in her face. He demands her number, telling her that they are definitely going to the amusement park next time. He promises to text her every single day so she doesn't forget their date, and Hana just blinks, realizes she just made her first real friend. The little fox kid is being dragged away by his dad, but he turns back to shout one last promise to Hana. He's definitely going to keep in touch. Hana waves goodbye with a tiny smile as the kid yells that he's going to text her every single day. Chan tries to keep the Operation Make a Friend going with new guests, but it's a total disaster. A Tiger Man dad pulls his kid away, worried the dog is dirty. Even the capybara family is totally indifferent, the mom ignoring the puppy to talk about going to the movies while the poor dog just stands there. After being rejected and ignored several times, they finally give up, and the poor puppy slumps onto the floor with literal tears in his eyes. Chan looks at the dog, wondering why nobody wants to play with him. He thought the puppy was handsome enough to win anyone over. Our boy crouches down, feeling guilty for the complete miscalculation of his plan, while Hana gently pets the crying dog to comfort him. The puppy sniffles, asking for 30,000 won as operation costs for his bruised ego, and Chan is shocked he's actually asking for a paycheck. Chan tries to argue that this was to help Hana, but he stops himself. The rule of the store is that if you work, you get paid. He tells the puppy to take his daily wage no matter what, suggesting he pick out some high-end pet food or snacks instead of cash. The puppy's mood 180s instantly, his eyes sparkling as he gladly accepts the deal, while Hana just watches them with a blank expression. Suddenly, Hana looks at the dog and asks if he wants to come over to her house to play for real. She tells him her house is huge and filled with toys, her eyes glowing with excitement at the thought of having a real playmate. The puppy is touched, thanking her for the invite, and Chan can't help but let out a small, relieved smirk. At the very least, one real friendship was formed tonight, and Hana is already asking the dog what kind of games he likes to play. Later, the manager explains the dark history of why adults fear dragons. It all goes back to the brutal elven wars of the past. She reminds Chan that dragons were the ultimate powerhouses in that war, and the elders who survived that terror are the ones running society today. Those survivors saw dragons as walking natural disasters and taught their children to never, ever mess with them. Over generations, those survival warnings turned into scary bedtime stories for kids, even though dragons in modern society are mostly indifferent. She explains that the image breaks once you become an adult and interact with them. Then she turns the question back on Chan, asking why he's trying so hard to help Hana. Chan is caught off guard, admitting he was daydreaming, but the manager isn't scolding him, she's genuinely curious about his motivation. Our boy looks away, admitting that seeing Hana struggle with the other kids reminded him of his own childhood. He reveals that he had zero friends growing up because his family was dirt poor, and his classmates were ruthless about it. We see a young Chan with tears streaming down his face. He tried telling the teacher, but in the end, it didn't change a thing. He remembers crying to his mom, asking why he was the only one who had to wear shoes with literal holes in them. Back then, he just hoped some good adult would step in and help him, and now that he's grown up, he feels like he should be that person for Hana. The manager stares at him for a long moment before telling him straight up, "You're a good adult, Chan." Chan gets embarrassed, trying to deny it, but she doubles down, saying most people would just offer empty comfort, but he actually put in the effort to change things. She says that in her view, anyone who tries to stop others from suffering the same pain they did is a truly good person. She locks eyes with him, making sure he understands that to her, he's a top-tier human being. Chan is touched, but he points out that her expression is actually kind of terrifying while she's giving him the compliment. She snaps out of it, pointing at the front door and shouting about how someone had the audacity to dump trash right in front of her store. She's fuming, saying it's been there since 3 p.m. and people have absolutely no conscience these days. Chan offers to clean it up, but she spins around with a look of pure rage, telling him to absolutely not touch it. She explains the illegal dumper logic. If you clean it up, the jerk who did it will think they have a free maid service and keep doing it. She's 200% sure that leaving it there is the only way to catch the culprit and report them to the authorities. She heads out the door, still ranting, while Chan just tells her to go home and try not to scream so loud. Before she leaves, she warns him not to open the door tonight because a lot of dust might come in. Outside, a massive cement mixer and construction crew are tearing up the road for repairs, making a huge racket. Later that night, the bell rings as a customer slams several bottles of alcohol and cans of beer onto the counter. It's a pair of construction workers, dwarves with braided beards, grumbling about how they have to work until 2 a.m. because one of them lost a bet. They tell Chan the bet was about speed, and our boy just finishes the transaction, thinking about how efficient their conversation was. Chan watches them leave, wondering if it's really okay for them to be chugging beer while operating heavy machinery and road flares. He notices the police officer directing traffic outside looks strangely familiar, those sharp eyes and pointed ears. He realizes it's Officer Irul, a cop he hasn't seen since the illegal wallet incident a while back. Chan watches him through the window, noting that while his hair color has changed, he's still got that same stoic presence. Suddenly, Irul stops, his elf senses tingling as he feels someone staring at him from inside the store. He turns around and locks eyes with Chan, who flinches at being caught red-handed. Irul walks right into the store, the bell letting out a ta-long sound as he asks if there's a problem. Chan stammers that nothing is wrong, and Irul just nods, saying he only came in because Chan was staring so intensely. Chan admits he was just glad to see him after a long time, and Irul professionally replies that preventing crime in advance is part of his job. He tells Chan to call if the construction gets too noisy, and Chan thinks to himself that seeing Irul is a breath of fresh air compared to the usual noisy elves he deals with. In Chan's mind, Irul is basically a total angel compared to the chaos of the otherworld. Chan tells him he doesn't want to bother him during work, and Irul takes his leave, bowing slightly as he exits. As the cop walks away, a lizard man in a sharp suit approaches the store, checking his phone with a suspicious look. The lizard man enters, greeting Chan as boss, and asking for a pack of Darwin blue light cigarettes. Chan completes the sale for 5,600 won, but then the guy leans in and asks if there's any lost property here. The lizard man specifies he's looking for something like a money bag, letting out a creepy little laugh. Chan is completely baffled, wondering what kind of nonsense this guy is talking about as lost and found. The lizard man gives a polite thank you and exits, leaving Chan even more confused than before. Our boy watches him through the glass, wondering how someone could lose a bag of money and then ask a friend to go find it for them. He sighs, thinking the person who lost the cash needs to be way more careful, and heads back to the stockroom. 10 minutes later, a literal sloth walks in, hands folded politely, asking if a bag of money has been turned in. Then a harpy with massive pink wings enters, saying her friend lost a bag of money right here in the store. Finally, a mole woman with a giant purple hat asks for the money bag her son supposedly lost. Chan has had enough, he calls the manager, his voice trembling as he asks if losing bags of money is some kind of common trend he didn't know about. The manager immediately tells him to report it to the police, but Chan worries they'll think it's just a prank call. The manager insists she'll handle the explanation, telling Chan to stay on the line because they have no idea what these weirdos might do next. Chan looks at the window and realizes he doesn't need to call anyone. Officer Irul is still right outside. Irul enters and starts taking notes, confirming that 4 separate customers came in between 11 p.m. and 12:30 a.m. looking for the same bag. He double-checks with Chan that no such bag was ever found or reported as lost today. Chan confirms it's all true and even offers to show the cop the entire lost and found area as proof. Irul taps his pen against his lip, saying he believes Chan because he already has a hunch about what's really going on. He says he needs to check the scene personally and asks Chan for a very specific favor. Irul asks to borrow a store uniform, planning to go undercover while Chan continues serving customers as usual. The stoic elf stands behind the counter in the blue vest, telling Chan to act naturally because he expects more shady people to show up soon. Chan gets back to work, wondering who the real owner of the bag is and why they're sending so many errand runners instead of coming themselves. Suddenly, the bell rings and a middle-aged elf woman with a sharp bob cut and expensive earrings walks in, looking incredibly arrogant. She doesn't even browse the aisles, she walks straight to the counter and demands that Chan hand over the bag of money immediately. She tells him her friend lost it and warns him not to think about keeping it for himself. Chan calmly replies that no items were reported as lost, but the lady just scoffs, calling all humans unreasonable. She points a finger at him, shouting that he's lying and accusing him of trying to steal someone else's money. Chan keeps his cool, telling her that even if there was a bag, he could only give it to the actual owner. The lady is outraged, yelling at Chan for denying it till the end, while she looks down on him with pure disgust. Suddenly, Irul steps forward from the shadows, reciting International Interracial Constitution Article 1 from memory. He explains that all races are equal, and her statements constitute clear racial discrimination, which is a punishable crime. The lady freezes in shock as the clerk reveals himself to be a high-ranking officer, her face turning pale as he mentions the police station. She panics, calling him annoying as she sprints out of the store to avoid an investigation. Chan thanks Irul for the assist, but the cop is already focused on the clues they gathered from her reaction. He says there was a clear pattern in every customer's testimony tonight. They all used the exact same phrasing, claiming they lost a bag of money and were there to find it for the owner. Irul drops the bomb. These people weren't friends of the owner, they were all errand runners from the black market. Chan is stunned as Irul explains that the black market deals in illegal magic tools, identity theft, and criminal recruitment. He reminds Chan of the illegal wallet from before. The owner of that wallet confessed they bought it from this same black market. The market operates through illegal websites where criminals hire ordinary people with clean records to do their dirty work as part-time jobs. He shows Chan a simulation on a phone, a job post, asking for someone to move a bag of money on Monday night at 11 p.m. Irul asks Chan one more time if he's absolutely sure he didn't find any kind of bag in or around the store. Chan thinks for a second, knowing the manager would have reported it instantly if she saw a bag of cash. Then it hits him. He remembers the manager's weird rant about the trash bag dumped outside. He gasps, spinning around as the puzzle pieces finally click into place. He looks out at the curb, staring at that ordinary-looking white trash bag sitting by the construction cones. It looks like normal household waste, but the timing is too perfect. Chan explains it's been there since 3 p.m. and they only left it there because the manager told them not to touch it. He focuses his eyes, and with his unique constitution, he starts to see something the others can't. There's a strange, swirling purple aura around the bag. It's under a powerful cloaking spell. Chan gets angry, realizing the trouble this caused him, and asks Irul if he can break the spell on the bag right now. Irul is surprised, but Chan shows his official specialist certification, explaining that the bag is definitely under magic. Irul gives him the green light, and Chan steps out, his hands glowing with a faint white light as he prepares to ruin the criminal's plan. He grabs the bag, focusing his anti-magic power to tear through the illusion. A massive shockwave of energy ripples through the air as the trash bag explodes into fragments of light. When the smoke clears, Chan is holding a sleek, heavy black briefcase with high-tech silver edges. He notices the lock is damaged, covered in a weird brown residue as if someone tried to force it open with magic. He shows it to Irul, who inspects the briefcase with a grim, professional expression. Irul reaches out, his gloved fingers tracing the edge of the case as he feels the weight. The cop goes silent, his eyes narrowing as he realizes exactly what they're dealing with. He notes that it's incredibly heavy but makes no sound when moved, meaning it's packed tightly to the brim. Chan's jaw hits the floor as Irul does the math. If this is full of 10,000 won bills, it's 100 million. But if it's 50,000 won bills, they're looking at 500 million won. A bag of cash is worth 500 million won, but it's sitting in a trash pile like common junk. Our boy Chan and Officer Irul are deep in the CCTV footage, trying to figure out who left it. There it is, Chan says, pointing at the screen where a goblin is hauling a suspicious white bag toward the store. Irul leans in, his sharp elf eyes narrowing as he notices the goblin is behaving very strangely. The goblin is twitching and looking around as he drops the bag, and Irul realizes there's some kind of spell at work here. He can't quite put his finger on what the spell is, but the goblin's movements are definitely being influenced. Irul pulls out a USB drive, asking Chan if he can take a copy of the footage back to the station for a deeper look. Chan lets him take whatever he needs, but he's still confused. If someone owned that much money, why use a bunch of random mules to move it? Irul explains that with 500 million on the line, the owners are trying to create as much chaos as possible to throw off the trail. The black market is smart. They use so many people coming and going that it makes finding a single clue nearly impossible. By hiring ordinary people with clean records as mules, the bosses can easily cut ties and disappear if anyone gets caught. Irul turns to Chan, curious about the instructions the mules were given before they arrived. Chan remembers that every single one of them, from the lizard to the sloth, said they were looking for a bag of money, not a trash bag. It's a weird contradiction. If they went to the trouble of disguising the money as trash, why wouldn't they tell the mules what to look for? Chan looks at the sleek briefcase revealed beneath the magic and admits that if it wasn't for the manager, he would have tossed it in the bin. He thinks the criminals got lucky, but leaving that much cash on a public street is an insane risk. Irul agrees, looking deep in thought, admitting that a normal criminal would be way too anxious to use a method this sloppy. Chan looks a bit awkward and asks if they can move on from that part of the explanation for now. Irul doesn't push it, telling Chan he doesn't have to feel burdened since it's the police's job to keep him updated anyway. The elf officer is actually grateful. Thanks to Chan and the manager, a lot of his own nagging questions are finally being answered. He's referring to the moment Chan used his bare hands to just delete the disguise magic off the bag like it was nothing. Irul admits they've been losing sleep over a previous case involving an illegal magic wallet that they couldn't find a single trace of mana on. Seeing Chan's null zone ability in action today gave him the answer he needed, and you can see the visible relief on his face. Chan apologizes for not being fully honest about his powers before, but Irul just smiles, happy that his job just got a whole lot easier. Usually, the police have to wait days to summon a magic expert just to break a simple disguise spell, and they're all way too busy. But with Chan around, they can skip the line, and Irul gives him a polite bow for speeding up the entire investigation. Before Irul heads out, Chan pipes up with a question that's been bugging him since they met. He asks if Irul is actually a detective, because one minute he's handling traffic and the next he's solving high-level crimes. Irul starts rattling off a list of departments he belongs to: detective, traffic, youth, cybercrime. It's never ending. Chan is stunned, no wonder the guy only sleeps 30 minutes. By 4 a.m., the parade of different species looking for the money finally stops, and things settle down under Irul's watchful eye. Irul mentions that these black market crackdowns happen every June, which explains why things are getting so heated. Chan realizes the store was being used as a temporary hiding spot, but he's interrupted by a sudden, intense chill in the air. The manager is standing there, and she looks absolutely livid that her store is being treated like a financial drop site for criminals. To her, this isn't just a shop, it's a precious place for her and Chan, and she's not about to let the underworld mess it up. She mumbles something about having destroyed the black market before, which makes Chan do a double take. He asks for clarification, but she just brushes it off, asking what the police are planning to do with the bag next. Chan tells her the investigation is starting immediately and they'll be back in about 4 days with an update. He adds a personal note saying the police officially requested his help as an anti-magic expert for future cases. The manager actually thinks it's a great idea, reminiscing about her own time doing tough undercover work for the police. Chan looks at her, telling her he'd rather she avoid anything dangerous or overly exhausting. The manager blinks, a bit surprised by his concern. Chan clarifies that he feels bad that his side jobs, like working for the salmon office, keep taking him away from his duties at the store. He's worried that leaving her alone for days at a time to go do anti-magic work might actually be bothering her. The manager grows quiet for a moment, then asks Chan if he knows what her life was like before he showed up. She tells him she was at the store 24/7, with no home to go to and no friends to hang out with. Back then, the only way she could break the boredom was closing the shop just to sit in a cafe or call her sister Yunha. She describes those days as incredibly dull, just a repetitive cycle that felt like it would never end. Even though it was her choice to run the store, doing the same thing over and over was slowly draining the life out of her. But then, she says, looking directly at Chan with a soft expression, "You came along." She remembers how surprised she was when she first realized what he was, a human from another world with zero magic. The idea of a person with a null zone constitution was something no one in her world had ever even imagined. We see a flashback of Chan using his power, a reminder that he's a literal walking anomaly in this world of spells. She tells him that every incident he brings back and every story he tells her makes her day a little brighter. With a huge, genuine smile, she tells him that for the first time in her life, she actually looks forward to what tomorrow brings. She quickly clarifies that she's not happy he's suffering through these cases, she just loves the excitement he brings. Chan lets out a relieved sigh and a small chuckle, realizing that his side hustle is actually a win-win for both of them. The moment is interrupted by a notification on Chan's phone. The pharmaceutical company is finally ready for the test. Air Pharmaceutical is asking if they can test the potion today, and Chan agrees, despite the somewhat unreasonable timing. The manager heads off to bed, leaving Chan to deal with the next customer, a very stressed-looking foxman working on a laptop. Chan points out that he has some noisy work to do later, but the foxman snaps back that he paid for a 3-hour spot and isn't moving. The guy is clearly at his limit, calling Chan meddlesome and saying he doesn't have time for distractions. He's fuming because his boss ruined a month's worth of work and now he has to redo everything from scratch. The foxman's face turns bright red with rage as he crushes his coffee can, imagining taking a golf club to his boss's head. A pair of pink heels click on the floor as a voice tells him to just focus on his own work while she handles hers. Chan watches the Chihuahua guy simmer down, feeling a little bad for whatever corporate hell the guy is going through. Then, he turns to see Ellie, the succubus researcher, looking as pretty as ever in a floral dress. She's eager to get started and asks Chan where they should sit to go over the instructions for the potion test. She offers to buy the drinks this time, flashing a bright, hopeful smile that clearly shows she's been looking forward to this meeting. We start with a guide video featuring a cute heart-shaped mascot named Kongdaki, who's here to explain the experiment. Step 1. The participants have to act like they're on a first date. No weird concepts, just natural interactions to test the potion's efficacy. A big red X pops up as Kongdaki warns against the next big no-no. Absolutely no searching the internet for dating tips or pickup lines. The reactions have to be 100% honest and unscripted. The mascot tells everyone to enjoy the experiment with a light heart, but there's a feeling that things are about to get complicated. Chan stares at the screen with a blank look, wondering what kind of bizarre company produces a guide video like this. Ellie explains that this isn't just a demo, it's the actual content for the meeting they're about to have right now. Then she drops a bombshell. She's decided to take the potion and participate in the experiment alongside him. The potion is designed for 2 subjects who recognize that they love each other, represented by a glowing heart-shaped bottle. Since the potion needs a specific situational setup to work, Ellie nervously asks for Chan's consent to proceed. Chan thinks about it for a second, his face remaining calm as he considers the request. He agrees, saying he was actually going to suggest the same thing, which catches Ellie by surprise. He reminds her that since he's immune to the magic effects, he can take the potion with her and keep a handle on any dangerous side effects. Ellie is over the moon, her eyes sparkling as she realizes Chan is actually looking out for her safety. She's personally invested in this project and really wants to see if their hard work at the lab has paid off. Chan glances over at the Chihuahua foxman and another kobold working nearby, wondering if a fake date is really a good idea here. The foxman is literally on fire with stress, but Chan says they've been told to just ignore everyone and do their own thing. Ellie pulls out a very fancy, ornate black box preparing to set up the experiment. The box clicks open, revealing the shimmering potion nestled inside like a rare jewel. She tells Chan that after he gave his feedback last time, the company's wizards worked overtime to incorporate his suggestions. The potion glows with a soft, magical light as she assures him there are no major risk factors involved. Chan is genuinely impressed, admitting it looks like something straight out of a high-level fantasy RPG. Because it's still in the alpha stage, they can't drink it straight, it has to be mixed into a normal beverage first. Ellie's face turns a light shade of pink as she reminds him of the condition. The potion only works if they act like they're in love. She starts to stammer, twisting her hair as she tries to explain how they need to match the condition for the test. Then, she looks him dead in the eye and says, "I want you to love me," looking like she's about to explode from blushing. Chan's brain short circuits. His eyes go wide, and he lets out a shocked "what" as the world around him seems to fill with question marks. He takes a breath and tries to clarify. She means they should pretend to be in love for the sake of the data, right? Ellie frantically agrees, nodding her head so hard she might get whiplash, saying, "Yes, exactly! Just a concept!" Chan settles down, admitting she caught him off guard for a second, while Ellie tries to hide how flustered she actually is. But then Chan remembers the guide video. Didn't it say specifically not to use a concept or act artificially? Ellie quickly explains that artificial means acting like a robot, being natural in their current familiarity is perfectly fine. If they just treat it like a normal blind date, the potion's honesty-inducing effects should manifest naturally. Chan nods, finally getting the logic. The goal is comfort and natural flow, not a scripted performance. Ellie gets to work, opening a bottle of juice and carefully preparing the mixture for both of them. She drips the glowing potion into the mango juice and a can of coffee, the liquids swirling together with a faint shimmer. They both take a long drink, the experiment officially beginning as they finish their beverages. Chan winces, his face scrunching up at the intense bitterness that even the coffee couldn't hide. He asks how long this stuff is going to stay in his system, staring at the empty can. Ellie checks her tablet, noting that with this dosage, the honesty effect should last about an hour and a half. The Foxman Chihuahua looks over from his laptop, secretly monitoring the situation to see if any side effects pop up. Ellie claps her hands together with a sharp snap and declares that it's time to start their natural conversation. A heavy, awkward silence falls over the table as the two of them just stare at each other, not knowing where to start. Chan looks at her, she looks at him. The natural date is off to a very rocky, quiet start. Chan starts to sweat, realizing that when you're told to be natural, it's actually the hardest thing in the world to do. Suddenly, a piece of popcorn hits the table, and Chan looks over to see the Foxman gesturing toward his laptop screen. The screen has a message for Chan. Compliment her by saying, "You look beautiful today." Chan is baffled. Why is this stressed-out office worker suddenly acting like his wingman? Ellie notices him looking away and asks what he's staring at, making Chan jump in his seat. Panicked, Chan blurs out that he was just looking at a bug, and his face instantly turns bright red as a sharp pain hits his gut. He doubles over with a groan, clutching his stomach while Ellie panics, asking if it's an immediate side effect. She's worried he's sick, but the reality is much simpler. The potion is working exactly as intended. Chan looks up, sweating, and admits that he might have just told a tiny lie about the bug. Ellie breathes a sigh of relief, explaining that the pain isn't a bad side effect, it's a physical reaction to force honesty. The potion makes your heart race or your stomach churn if you lie, basically acting like a biological lie detector. She looks at her tablet and asks Chan to rate the severity of that lie on a scale of 1 to 10. Chan looks back at the Foxman, who is staring at him with a "don't you dare snitch" expression. He sighs and says it was just a 1. He asks if he really has to answer every question honestly to make the pain stop, and Ellie confirms that the symptoms subside once the truth is out. She looks at her notes, seemingly satisfied that the potion is effectively triggering physical responses. Chan decides it's his turn to ask a question, and his expression softens as he looks at her. He says there's something personal he's been curious about for a while now. He leans in slightly, and the atmosphere in the store shifts, becoming more intimate as they ignore the busy workers around them. With a serious look in his eyes, he asks the one question that's been on his mind: "Where do you live?" And we see a close-up of Ellie's stunned, blushing face. One simple question about her address turns into a full-blown truth bomb that could change their relationship forever. Chan is genuinely confused why she's panicking, while Ellie stammers that she just wanted to find something they have in common to talk about. Suddenly, her face turns a nuclear shade of red and she lets out a loud hiccup. The potion is forcing her to be way more honest than she planned. Chan feels the side effects too, clutching his stomach as he feels a wave of nausea from the magical honesty forcing its way out. He begs her to just be honest so the physical pain stops, while Ellie looks like she's about to pass out from the pressure. The MC is sweating bullets, joking that if he doesn't speak the truth soon, he's going to hurl a rainbow sherbet right on the table. Ellie is hiding her face in her hands, realizing that this experiment is spiraling out of control for both of them. Seeing her struggle, Chan decides to step in and handle the side effects using the only way he knows how. He reaches out and places his hands on her shoulders, letting his anti-magic flow to cancel out the potion's overwhelming influence. With the magical fog cleared, Ellie finally opens up, admitting she just really likes it when he listens to her and wants to talk with him all night at his place. Chan awkwardly asks if they can't just talk at the store since he's on shift, but Ellie insists that a convenience store just isn't enough. She starts describing her perfect night: beer, nachos, fried chicken, and a movie marathon until they both fall asleep. She's picturing them sitting on a couch together, totally relaxed and away from the chaos of the other world. She wants to talk about everything: the movie, the annoying bosses at work, or even just a random cat they saw on the street. To her, the most precious thing in the world is just sitting there and talking about the most trivial, everyday stuff with him. She's been dreaming about this for days, and she finally gathers the courage to ask him if he'd hate doing that with her. She looks up with teary, hopeful eyes, looking incredibly vulnerable as she waits for his answer. Chan realizes she's been carrying these feelings for a long time, even before she stepped into the store tonight. He keeps his hands on her shoulders, providing a steady, grounding presence as she lets all her emotions out. He tells her to take a deep breath and just calm down for a second so they can talk normally. Ellie blinks, the magical haze finally lifting as she realizes exactly what she just confessed out loud. She's horrified, asking if she really just rambled about beer, nachos, and going to his house for fried chicken. She looks completely zoned out and exhausted, embarrassed that she blurted out things she never intended to say. She's spiraling, wondering if that was some kind of high-level magic because that felt way too dangerous for a simple test. Chan apologizes for interrupting, but reminds her that dispelling spells is his specialty and he had to stop the side effects before they got worse. Ellie thanks him for bringing her back to her senses, immediately taking notes on her tablet about needing to adjust the potion's dosage. Chan points out that different species probably react differently to the brew and suggests they take a break because his stomach is still doing somersaults. They agree on a 10-minute breather, both of them needing a moment to recover from that emotional roller coaster. Suddenly, our grumpy Chihuahua Foxman pipes up from the back, complaining that the show was just getting interesting. He claims he's taking a break because of a trivial problem with his work, though he's clearly just been eavesdropping on their date. He barks at Chan to bring him 3 cans of sports drinks, acting like a total diva customer. Chan is annoyed but realizes the guy is closer to the drinks anyway. Still, he decides to just serve the kobold and get it over with. As Chan walks away, the Foxmon turns to Ellie, calling her pink hair and catching her off guard. He tells her to relax and have some fun, asking why she's acting so nervous because of an idiot like Chan. Ellie tries to defend herself, saying they're conducting an important experiment, but the Foxman isn't buying it. He scoffs, telling her that what they're doing looks less like an experiment and more like a cheesy romance show. Chan steps back in, telling the guy to stop picking fights with other customers while he rings up the drinks. The Foxman tosses enough money for all the drinks and tells Chan he can keep the rest for himself and Ellie. Chan tries to give him his change, but the guy just waves it off, saying it's too much trouble to carry coins. He sighs as the guy leaves, wondering if the Chihuahua actually just bought them drinks as a weird way of being nice. Ellie thinks the guy was super rude, still a bit shaken up by his bluntness. Chan explains that the guy is always like that. His hobby is literally giving stuff away and cursing at people at the same time. Ellie asks if the store gets a lot of unique customers like him on the night shift. Chan laughs, saying he's the only one quite like that, but they definitely have a lot of colorful personalities coming through the doors. He mentions a recent elderly streamer who stopped by for some jumbo ramen, showing how weird his work life has become. As the night ends, Chan tells Ellie she worked hard, but she's worried that they spent too much time just talking instead of working. She realizes that even though it was a test, her symptoms were 100% real, and she thanks Chan for managing her side effects so well. Chan smiles, telling her he actually enjoyed hearing her stories about the kindergarten dragon and the werewolf customer. He's just relieved that the whole experiment didn't end in a total disaster. Ellie grows quiet for a moment, looking at Chan with a thoughtful expression. He notices her staring and asks if there's something else she's curious about. She asks him why he really listened to her story, admitting that most people just ignore her or get frustrated when she talks about her search for love. Chan takes a moment to think, looking up at the store shelves as he considers his answer. He tells her he just wanted to help because he could see how hard she was trying to achieve her goal. He admits that since becoming an adult, he's just floated from job to job for the money, never really putting his heart into anything. But seeing her work so hard for an absurd idea like true love actually made him want to support her. He wants her to find the answer she's looking for because he knows he wouldn't be able to do it himself. He tells her to keep doing her best and promises to help her whenever she needs it. Ellie is touched, thanking him softly, but then Chan brings up the fact that she wanted to visit his home. He looks a bit sheepish, telling her it's a bit difficult to do that right now for a lot of complicated reasons. He promises to think about it and suggests that maybe they can make it happen sometime in the future. He leaves her with one final thought: he definitely wants to meet her again. Ellie's face lights up with a massive, sparkling smile, her heart practically visible as she promises to see him again soon. The next morning, Chan is letting out a massive yawn, looking like he hasn't slept in a week. He's completely drained after the potion experiment, counting down the last 3 hours until he can finally clock out. He's debating if another cup of coffee will even help when the door chimes and the manager walks in, full of energy. She's unusually early and immediately drops a weird command. From now on, Chan has to tell everyone he's a morning shift worker. Chan is confused since he's clearly the night guy, but she insists that he has to lie to any customer who asks. Before he can ask why, the door chimes again, and a massive crowd of people starts flooding into the store. It's a bizarre mix of zombies, skeletons, and beastmen, all of them excited to buy snacks and drinks. Chan is floored. He's never seen this many people at the shop this early in the morning. A bear man walks up to him and asks point blank if he's the one who works the night shift. Following the manager's orders, Chan tells a white lie, saying he's a morning worker, but the bear man just pulls out his phone. He shows Chan a video, saying they all came here because of a viral clip about a very kind person. It's the old streamer from before, the land deity, and he's doing a live mukbang with the store's ramen. The old man is telling his thousands of viewers how kind the young clerk was and how much he loves the food here. The manager and Chan watch the stream, realizing that the store has officially become a viral sensation. The manager remembers this guy. He's the one who gave Chan a massive 500,000 won tip. She explains that the guy isn't just a streamer, he's a literal land deity, a powerful wizard who specializes in agricultural magic. Chan is shocked that a literal deity is spending his retirement playing FPS games and eating instant noodles. The manager explains that land deities use their magic to help crops grow and solve droughts, but this one chose a different path. He retired from the rural life to start streaming, and Chan remembers the guy even tried to read his fortune. The old man told him he'd go through some big events, but that everything would eventually turn out in his favor. The manager isn't sure how much to believe, noting that big events are pretty subjective. She's happy about the extra sales as the manager, but she knows this sudden fame is going to be a headache for Chan. Chan admits he's feeling completely flustered by all the attention from these new customers. He wonders how they even found the store, but the manager points out that the viewers recognize the background in the live stream. She occasionally watches his streams herself and saw the chat blowing up with people wanting to visit the kind clerk's shop. Everyone is excited to spend money at the place their favorite streamer recommended, which is why the morning is so bustling. The manager tells him to keep up the morning worker act so he doesn't get swamped by fans during his actual shift. Chan stares at the video of the old man eating, still unable to believe that a simple act of kindness led to all this. He asks what else the land deity streams, since mukbangs clearly aren't his main content. The manager shows him a clip of the old man wearing kitty ear headphones and absolutely dominating an online FPS game. He's fulfilling his childhood dreams of being a pro gamer, and apparently, he's a total beast at sniper rifles. The manager notes that a lot of items are already sold out, then suddenly pivots to ask how his potion meeting went last night. Chan says it wasn't too hard, but the manager has a mischievous look in her eyes. She gets a feeling about how the succubus researcher must have acted during the test. She asks if Ellie did something like this as she leans in close to Chan. The manager starts acting all sparkly and cute, reenacting a classic seduction pose. Chan is weirded out, asking if a reenactment is really necessary, but she insists it's part of the confirmation process. She teases him, saying he must be really tough to have held back against the succubus's charms. Chan tries to brush it off, saying he just looked at her, but the manager isn't letting him off the hook. She tells him that Ellie definitely used a seduction spell on him, even if it wasn't on purpose. She explains that the succubus race has a natural, self-taught spell that makes other people fall for them instantly. The only condition for the spell to work is that the succubus has to genuinely want the person to like them. Most of them do it unconsciously, and 99% of the time, the target falls head over heels in love. But she laughs, remembering that Chan is a null zone and is completely immune to any kind of seduction magic. Chan says he didn't feel anything at all, though he points out the situation was a bit different than what she's imagining. He reminds her that Ellie was completely out of her mind because of the potion's powerful side effects. Plus, the Chihuahua guy was there the whole time, making it anything but a romantic moment. The manager just smirks, wondering if the accident was really as accidental as Chan thinks. She decides to change the subject, telling him they need to use the rest of his shift to restock the basement warehouse. Just as they're about to head down, the door chimes again, and the manager lets out a happy welcome. It's Hana, the little dragon girl, looking a bit shy as she stands at the entrance. The manager greets her warmly, saying it's been a while since she last stopped by. But then she teases the kid, saying Chan is way too busy with work to play with her today. Hana looks devastated, and Chan quickly apologizes, explaining that he has new duties he needs to finish. He tries to figure out how to explain inventory management to a toddler without sounding boring. He tells her they're going to check out the basement warehouse, which is basically a giant treasure room that looks like a dungeon. Hana's eyes go wide with excitement, and she immediately says she wants to go on an adventure too. The manager leans in, asking Hana if she even knows what work is before she lets her join. Hana looks a bit down, saying she knows work is just the thing that makes her mommy very busy and tired. The manager nods, saying that's why she can't come just to play, but she has a better idea. Chan looks confused as the manager starts cooking up a new plan on the spot. She asks Hana if she wants to work with them, promising her a mountain of snacks once they're done. Hana is all in, her face lighting up as she agrees to join the dungeon team. The manager snaps her fingers, saying they need to be fully prepared before they start this adventure. In a burst of magical light, she officially hires the little dragon Hana as the store's one-day part-timer. Hana even gets her own custom name tag, and the crew is ready to dive into the mysteries of the basement. Walking into the store's basement feels like stepping straight into a high-level dungeon. Little Hana is absolutely floored by how big and wide the warehouse is, and honestly, can you blame her? Chan leans over to the manager, feeling a bit guilty about bringing a toddler into a place that looks this intimidating, but the manager just brushes it off with a smile, telling him it's totally fine. She mentions she even cast a cleaning spell on Hana when she changed her into her little store vest. Chan clarifies he's not worried about dirt, he's worried about Hana seeing all the unusual items they keep down here. He's talking about the cursed dragon scales and other dangerous artifacts, but the manager explains those were moved to a different section ages ago. Today, they're just checking out toys and items meant for kids Hana's age. She promises there won't be any big problems, which finally lets Chan let out a sigh of relief. If the boss says it's safe, it's usually safe, usually. Chan reaches out and flips the light switch with a sharp click, illuminating the massive stone room. The manager walks ahead, telling them to hang tight for a second while she goes to grab the items they need to inspect. Hana isn't one to sit still though. She sees the manager reaching for something and immediately offers her tiny hands to help out. The manager just laughs and says it's okay since the boxes aren't heavy at all. Meanwhile, Hana spots something in the corner and stops dead in her tracks. "Uncle, there's a big problem!" she shouts, pointing at a massive, toothy treasure chest. She's worried because there's no treasure inside this scary-looking box. Chan's eyes nearly pop out of his head. To a gamer like him, a treasure chest with teeth only means one thing: a mimic. He lunges forward, scooping Hana up and hauling her away before the monster can take a bite out of her. The manager looks over from the shelves, completely unfazed, and tells him to calm down. That's not a real treasure chest or a monster. Chan is still holding Hana like a shield, pointing at the mimic while Hana just looks at it with pure wonder. The manager reveals a glowing sword stuck in a rock with a "ta-da!" It's a Hero of Light sword, a legendary toy that was a massive hit years ago. She realizes kids these days probably don't know the anime, but Chan is still staring at the chest with suspicion. It really looks like the real deal. She opens the lid to show him the inside. It's actually a ride for kids, complete with a steering wheel and pedals. It's basically a fantasy go-kart. It's a prop used for kindergarten plays or school festivals, the classic hero finds a chest, but it's a trap scenario. Hana thinks it's the coolest thing ever. Hana turns to her uncle and the sister with sparkling eyes, asking if she's allowed to pull the sword out of the stone. She's practically vibrating with excitement, and the manager apologizes for making her wait so long to have some fun. But the manager wants Chan to check the safety of the sword first before they let Hana pull it. Chan nods and steps toward the legendary blade. He stares at the sword, his face serious. He's a null zone, so he needs to see if there's any malfunctioning magic that could hurt the kid. He notices the area around the hilt's jewel is wavering, but strangely, the magic doesn't dissipate when he touches it. He wonders if it's because he isn't touching the source directly, like during his test with the truth potion. He remembers a time Yunha almost hit him with a broom and decides he needs a closer look. He asks the manager if it's okay if he gets a little rough with the toy, but she tells him to go wild since it's all covered by insurance anyway. Chan gives the go-ahead and Hana grips the hilt with her tiny hands, ready to become the hero of her own story. The manager clicks the lights off, saying this toy looks way better in the dark. Chan starts the countdown. 1, 2, THRE! Hana pulls with all her might, and the blade erupts with a brilliant golden light. Hana is absolutely starstruck by the glow. It even makes a heroic ringing sound which makes the manager happy. But Chan is just standing there with his usual deadpan expression. The manager notices something is off though. Usually the entire sword is supposed to shine like a beacon, but it's looking a bit dim. She explains that the rock is a charger and the sword uses light magic stones to create the shining effect. The Hero of Light anime was huge 10 years ago, so the toy quality is actually top tier for its time. Hana is struggling just to keep the heavy thing up. Chan agrees that there's definitely a problem with the internal magic stone and says he needs to take a closer look at the components. Hana obediently hands the heavy sword over to her uncle, trusting him to fix her new favorite toy. Chan spots the magic stone embedded in the hilt. He's confused because his null zone didn't immediately break the spell when he touched the outside. He figures he needs to pop the jewel out to find the source of the glitch. He uses a bit of force, prying at the gem. The jewel pops out with a pop! But then, everything goes wrong. A massive purple demonic aura explodes from the hilt with a wicked ma-ha-ha-ha. A terrifying spirit screeches, "Finally! This place is mine!" and Chan lets out a startled "Gah!" as the purple ghost looms over him. The spirit lets out a high-pitched "Ree-ee-ee" as it comes into contact with Chan. His anti-magic body is like acid to a ghost, and the thing starts dissolving instantly. Hana is shaken up, asking what that scary purple thing was. The manager looks a bit embarrassed, admitting it disappeared so fast she couldn't even identify it. Chan tries to play it cool, saying the toy seems fine now, but his internal monologue is screaming at him not to touch anything else he doesn't recognize. Hana points at the ground, noticing that the magic stone that fell out looks incredibly dirty and covered in gunk. Chan picks it up, noticing it's covered in something that looks like charcoal. The manager realizes the back of the stone was being corrupted by that weird spirit. Chan tries to wipe it, but it's stubborn. The manager hands him a wet tissue, and they work together to clean the residue off the gem. With the stone finally sparkling again, Chan clicks it back into the hilt of the sword with a satisfying tack. The sword immediately bursts into a blinding, pure light. Now that's what a hero's sword is supposed to look like. The manager figures the light magic couldn't flow because that strange thing was blocking the connection. It must have been sitting in the basement for way too long. Chan wipes the sweat from his forehead. Inspection of the hero set is finally complete, but the manager isn't done yet. She reaches into her bag and pulls out a wooden kitchen spatula? No, it's a magic wand toy. She's super hyped, explaining that this specific toy is incredibly popular and she had to wait a whole month just to get her order in. Hana recognizes it instantly. It's the salt wand from Happy Magical Chef! Chan is just standing there wondering how a toddler knows more about otherworld anime than he does. The manager hands the wand to Hana, explaining that it's the trendiest thing among kids these days. Hana is beaming, telling Chan that this toy is special because it actually lets you transform, together with your friends, she adds. Chan nods, starting to see why these magic toys are such a big deal in a world of wizards. The wand can transform up to 3 people at once. The manager asks Hana to show Chan exactly how it works. Hana grips the spatula and starts swirling it around with a 1, 2, while pink magical energy begins to dance in the air. Transform, she shouts. Chan's jaw drops as a cloud of magical smoke pops all around the little dragon girl. Hana is now wearing a full, adorable chef's outfit with a puffy hat. The manager starts clapping, telling her she looks absolutely precious. Hana is so proud of her salt costume. The wand can turn you into a magical girl, a friend, or even a villain for pretend play. But the manager's face gets a bit more serious. She says the wand has so many complex functions that she has some safety concerns. She asks Chan if he noticed anything strange when the magic was cast. Chan shakes his head. To him, it just looked like a normal, cute transformation. Good, the manager chirps, her mischievous side coming out. Then let's check the other transformation spells, too. Hana looks a bit confused by the sudden shift. The manager grabs Chan's arm and laughs, asking Hana to cast the magic on them. She tells the kid to choose between a villain or a magical girl's friend and transform them however she likes. The instruction manual for the salt wand is surprisingly specific, telling the user to spin it 3 times at a 15-degree angle while chanting a spell at exactly 70 decibels. Chan looks at the manual with total disbelief, wondering if kids are actually supposed to understand these technical instructions. The manager just laughs it off, telling him he can ignore the boring parts. She explains that the instructions are mostly for show because as long as you have the wand, the magic should follow. Hana watches them with wide eyes, curiously asking if a wand is even necessary since the manager can cast magic so easily without one. The manager clarifies that while she calculates complex magic formulas in her head, most beginners need a wand to act as a calculator for their spells. It's a tool for the inexperienced, though many pros still keep a small one on hand just in case things get dicey. As the manager warns that magic is unpredictable, Chan's face remains stoic, though a thought bubble shows he's already made a decision about something. The manager notices he's ready, so she suggests they head to the hallway to test out a real transformation. They move to a wider space in the dungeon-like warehouse, ready to see what this toy can really do. The manager steps behind Hana, guiding her small hands on how to hold the wand at the perfect height. Hana is hyped and ready to go, while Chan stands back, looking a bit nervous about being the target of a transformation spell. The manager tells Hana to take care of the spell, then notices Chan looking a bit drained and asks if he's already tired. Chan admits that playing make-believe feels awkward since he's never had nieces or nephews to play with before. The manager just laughs at his seriousness, telling him to loosen up and just enjoy the game. Suddenly, Hana shouts villain transformation and a massive burst of light erupts, catching Chan completely off guard. Smoke fills the hallway and Chan panics, calling out to see if the manager is okay after that flash. The manager emerges wearing a dark, horned villain outfit, looking surprisingly cool as Hana cheers for her successful spell. The manager turns to Chan, asking if he noticed anything weird about the magic, but he says everything seemed normal. Seeing how well it worked, the manager playfully tells Hana to transform Chan next, which sends a chill down his spine. Chan tries to bargain his way out of it, offering Hana ice cream if she just takes a 5-minute break instead. But it's too late. Hana chants the Salt's Friend spell, and a blinding light washes over Chan before he can even blink. A small spark of pink magic flies from the wand toward Chan, but as it hits him, it just peters out and disappears. Hana stares in confusion, wondering why her uncle didn't turn into a magical princess, while Chan just looks down at his hands, untouched. Chan shrugs, claiming he doesn't know why it failed, while Hana begins to worry that the toy might be broken. The manager leans in, reminding Chan of their earlier conversation about why a succubus's charms don't work on him. Chan realizes where she's going with this. His body is a literal dead zone for supernatural effects. He remembers that his anti-magic constitution means he doesn't just resist magic, he erases it. The manager explains to a disappointed Hana that Chan's body automatically erased the toy's spell because it felt like an intrusion. Hana looks heartbroken, mentioning how she really wanted to see him as a sweet princess, which makes Chan sweat a little. Chan asks if the princess character even looks like him, and the manager bluntly tells him, haha, no. She shows him a picture of the character on her phone, a tiny adorable girl in a frilly dress, and Chan breathes a sigh of relief that his powers saved his dignity. The manager adds that Hana probably wanted him to wear it so they could look like a matching set of best friends. Hana nods solemnly, her big eyes looking up at the wand as she processes the failed transformation. Chan realizes the kid just wanted to feel closer to him, and he feels a slight pang of guilt for his all-null body. He reaches out and gently pats Hana's head, telling her she doesn't need a magic spell for that. He tells her that they're already friends because they work and play together every day. Hana's mood instantly brightens, though she jokingly adds that the only problem is that they're old friends, making the manager pout about her age. The manager decides it's time to get back to the magic test and tells Chan to back up a bit. She grabs Chan and roleplays as the villain, shouting that she's captured the hero's friend to bait Hana into using a real spell. Hana gasps, fully immersed in the game now, and grips her wand with newfound determination. She demands that the villain let the princess go, and suddenly, the wooden spatula wand starts crackling with intense heat. Hana screams fire magic, and a massive roaring sun of orange flames erupts from the toy, preheated to a terrifying 700 degrees. Chan is horrified, realizing this isn't a toy anymore, it's a lethal weapon that no child should ever be holding. The fire rages, illuminating the entire hallway, and Chan screams for the manager to do something. The flames dance in Chan's eyes as the heat becomes unbearable, threatening to consume everything in the hallway. But the manager just smirks, reaching out with her bare hand as the massive inferno starts getting sucked into her palm. With a sharp sound, she completely snuffs out the fire, leaving only a few lingering sparks in the air. She calmly calls out to Chan, handing him her bag and telling him to take Hana upstairs immediately. She thanks Hana for the help, but tells her to go play with a safe bubble gun outside instead, sensing that things just got serious. Upstairs, Chan asks Hana if she's hurt, but she's more worried about whether the manager is angry with her. Chan pets her head, reassuring her that the manager isn't mad at her, but at something else entirely. He explains it as the manager's professional duty as a wizard. She's offended that such a dangerous product exists. Hana starts playing with her new bubble gun, and for a moment, the tension seems to melt away. Chan stands outside the store, looking back and wondering why the manager is taking so long in the basement. He looks at Hana and realizes that if a dragon's mana is used on a defective toy, the results are catastrophic. Hana suddenly shouts that she's finished her masterpiece, drawing Chan's attention away from his worries. High in the air, a massive shimmering bubble floats. It's shaped exactly like Chan's face. Chan is genuinely impressed that she can draw with bubbles, and Hana giggles, wondering what she should make next. Chan checks the time and realizes it's past 10 p.m., telling Hana it's time to head to kindergarten soon. Hana drops a bombshell, saying her teacher told her it's too dangerous to go to school today. Chan's detective instincts kick in as he asks what happened, and Hana vaguely explains that something appeared nearby. A flashback shows a high-ranking hunter or entity looking over a city under a dark, feather-filled sky. Something big is definitely coming. Chan sighs, staring at a massive, glowing orb of energy over a distant castle, realizing he's probably stuck doing another long night shift. Chapter 57 script. It's 1100 p.m., and the streets are ghost town quiet, with Chan noticing there are unusually few customers tonight. He looks toward the back room and sees a bright orange glow. The manager is still back there, and she's clearly working on something intense. Chan asks if she's ever going home, noting that it's already an hour past her usual closing time. She's hunched over a laptop, typing furiously, and Chan asks what could possibly be so important. She explains she's writing a formal report to the Magic Bureau about that toy wand incident from yesterday. She reminds Chan that while everyone has magic, some beings are just on a completely different level. The world is full of different species, but their power scales vary wildly. She points out Hana as the prime example, a pure-blooded dragon. Chan's jaw drops when he hears that a dragon's total magic power is around 10,000, which is astronomical compared to a normal person. The manager explains that all magical products are designed with average power levels in mind. If a high-level being like Hana uses even 1% of their power on a tool meant for 500 mana, it causes a massive, dangerous overload. The toy was supposed to be a gentle breeze, but it turned into a flamethrower because it lacked a crucial safety calculation. The company cut corners to save money, and the manager is furious at their lethal negligence. Chan looks at her, realizing how much this actually bothered her, and asks if she's truly okay. She admits that Hana, or even Chan himself, could have been seriously injured by that toy. She blames herself for not being careful enough, looking genuinely regretful as she stares at the store equipment. The manager notes that if it were anyone else, they would have panicked in that situation. Chan remembers the time an illegal magic tool exploded before, and how terrifying it felt back then. He admits he was flustered yesterday too, despite his calm exterior, but he points out that the manager wasn't. She handled the danger like a total pro. Because she stayed calm, he was able to make sure Hana didn't walk away traumatized. He tells her that her steady leadership is the reason he's even able to keep working at this crazy store. He looks her in the eye and tells her not to beat herself up over what happened. The manager looks up, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through her serious expression. She calls him too kind, and just then, the bell rings as someone enters the store. A female elf officer in a police uniform walks in, and the manager greets her like they were expecting her. She's there about the black market bag of money Chan found, but she says there's something they need to clear up first. She asks Chan point blank if he's absolutely sure he had no connection to the criminals who left it. Both Chan and the manager deny it instantly, with the manager adding she was busy eating snacks at home. Satisfied, the officer opens her notebook and prepares to brief them on the investigation. She explains they're setting up surveillance spells around the store to catch anyone returning for the cash. Then, she asks Chan to officially cooperate as an anti-magic specialist, which leaves him a bit stunned. Chan agrees, but only on the condition that it doesn't involve any physical labor or heavy lifting. The manager excitedly volunteers her own services as a mage, practically jumping at the chance to help. The officer asks for her mage certification, and the manager instantly freezes, claiming she left it at home. She tries to play it off with a joke, asking Chan if he can just hold his breath for 3 minutes instead. The officer notes how close they seem to be, while Chan just looks away, slightly embarrassed by the manager's antics. The manager steers the conversation back to business, suggesting they review the CCTV footage together. The officer agrees, and they pull up the video of the night the bag was dropped off. Chan watches the manager as she analyzes the screen, noticing she seems like a completely different person when she's in work mode. He wonders if this sharp professional side comes from her past experience working with the authorities. He knows she was a high-level mage, so he can't help but wonder why she's choosing to run a convenience store now. The manager smirks at the screen, noticing a detail that the others might have missed. She points to a goblin in the footage and says he's likely in a hospital emergency room by now. The officer is shocked, asking if she did something to him, but the manager clarifies it was for a different reason. She explains that this goblin was the magic supply for the disguise spell on the bag. The footage shows the goblin making strange hand gestures while touching the trash bag. Chan is confused, as spells usually only need one person, but the manager explains it was a trick, where 2 people share the load. The goblin was acting as the battery, constantly pumping mana into the disguise to keep the bag hidden. It was a promise spell, meaning he took full responsibility for maintaining the magic's integrity. Chan is lost in the jargon, wondering what the difference is between a single-use and a continuous spell. A simple graphic explains it. A single-use spell is like an arrow that hits and disappears, while a continuous spell is remotely controlled and stays active. The catch is that continuous spells never stop draining the user's magic power. The manager points out that Chan undid the spell by touching it with his anti-magic hands. Chan asks what happened to the goblin who was responsible for that link once the spell was broken. A realization hits Chan, and his eyes go wide with shock. The manager confirms that when Chan broke the spell, the goblin's mana was likely drained to the point where he could barely breathe. She explains that running out of mana like that is life-threatening, and the other criminal likely planned to let the goblin take the fall. Because the spell was forcibly broken by Chan's null zone, the backlash on the goblin was even more severe. Chan starts to sweat, realizing he accidentally sent a man to the ICU just by taking out the trash at dawn. The officer immediately acts on this lead, ordering her team to check all nearby hospitals for hospitalized goblins. She knows they need to find him fast, because the criminals who lost the 500 million won are probably looking for him too. She tells the manager she'll handle her certification verification later so they can get her paid for her help. She also promises to compensate Chan for breaking the spell, though Chan asks her to just deposit it into the store's account since he's on the clock. The officer salutes and heads out, promising to return the moment they track down the goblin, leaving Chan to process the fact that his simple job just got a lot more dangerous. The manager might look like a regular teenager, but Chan's starting to realize she's been hiding some legendary credentials under that store vest. When he asks if she has any other jobs, she just sighs and says managing a convenience store is more than enough work for her. She admits she only helped with the police investigation because the criminals had the nerve to play pranks in her store, and she wanted to see some old faces. She leans in, revealing that back in the day, she wasn't just a mage, she was a great mage who excelled in every field imaginable. She used to consult for the police all the time, so she figured she might run into an old colleague during this black market case. Chan teases her about forgetting her certificate, wondering if she was actually just trying to avoid an awkward reunion with her old boss. The manager gets defensive, claiming a great mage's pride is at stake and she'd never back out of a job she offered to do. Suddenly, Chan's phone pings with a message from Yunha. She's coming over tomorrow night for a special job. The manager looks over his shoulder, curious, but Chan claims he hasn't been in touch with the blue-haired hunter lately. She gives him the suspicious side-eye, asking if he's been doing secret missions with Yunha behind her back again. Chan swears he's innocent, but the manager remains skeptical, wondering what Yunha could possibly be planning. Wait, a realization hits her. She might know exactly why Yunha is on her way. Chan asks if she has an idea, and the manager's expression turns serious as she looks toward the news. She tells him she has an intuition, but for everyone's sake, she really hopes she's wrong about this one. The TV screen flashes with breaking news. A massive gate incident has occurred at the Academy District, putting all the children at risk. Our boy Puppy is back on screen looking as fluffy as ever, while the manager praises Chan for having a natural talent for the service industry. Chan's busy treating Puppy like a king, offering him more dog treats while the TV in the background continues to show the chaos of the gate. Puppy asks if he's even worthy of being a topic of conversation, and the manager just laughs, telling him he's the best entertainment they've had all day. The manager admits she's glad the pup stopped by, otherwise she would have been bored out of her mind all evening. She shows Chan a live feed of the Academy District, where a massive, swirling orb of blue energy is tearing through the sky. It's a total mess. Puppy munches on a treat, noting that gates are usually rare in this part of the city, which is why there are so many high-rise buildings here. But for some reason, these gates started popping up 2 days ago and they're refusing to close, causing the city to go into full lockdown. Chan realizes this must be why Hana's preschool was closed. Customer volume is dropping as everyone hides indoors. As Chan reaches out to Puppy, he notices something's wrong and asks what happened to the little guy's tail. Puppy's eyes go wide with shock, trying to play it cool, but the manager admits he looked like that the moment he walked in. She can tell he's dodging the question, and she's worried that the story behind the injury might be a long and cruel one. Puppy looks at the manager with a somber expression, finally ready to come clean about what he's been through. Chan tells the manager she can head home for the night, and Puppy promises to explain everything once they're alone. The door chimes as she leaves, and Chan turns back to the dog, demanding the honest truth. He asks again, what exactly happened to his tail? Puppy finally admits he fought against the Black Wind Gang, which Chan recognizes as the local group of bully dogs from the park. Chan asks if it was another fight over food, but Puppy shakes his head, saying he was just trying to protect his territory. He describes the gang as being completely different this time. Their eyes were rolled back, and they were foaming at the mouth like monsters. The Dobermans were babbling nonsense about him smelling like stardust and wanting to play with his paws. Without any warning, they snapped and bit his tail, and Puppy had to endure the pain just to make it out of there. Chan asks why he didn't just run away if they were clearly out of their minds, reminding him that he's been hurt by them before. Puppy looks down, confessing that he wanted to be someone that both Chan and Hana could actually rely on for once. He flashes back to the time Hana invited him to her house, looking like a little angel as she held his paws. They had so much fun playing catch in her backyard, running around the green grass without a care in the world. But the game ended when their favorite stick got stuck high up in the branches of a massive tree. Neither of them could reach it, and Hana looked like she was about to cry, apologizing for her bad throw. Puppy was so grateful for her kindness, but at the same time, he felt a crushing sense of regret. He tells himself that if he were just a little bit stronger, he could have been the one helping her instead of the other way around. That's why he decided to stand his ground against the Black Wind Gang, but Chan tells him to never do something that reckless again. Chan explains that while he respects Puppy's choice to live on the streets, they are different species, and their goals don't always have to align. He was relieved that Puppy seemed happy with his freedom, but seeing him in danger is something he can't ignore. He tells the pup firmly that he shouldn't be putting his life on the line just to prove something to him or Hana. Puppy stammers, trying to argue that he did have a plan even if it didn't look like it. He notes that the Black Wind Gang used to be manageable, but their sudden shift toward rabies-like behavior is what really caught him off guard. Chan thinks it over, asking if they were barking loudly or if there were many of them. Puppy says there were 20, all howling like crazy. Chan's detective brain kicks in, realizing it might not be rabies after all, since rabid dogs usually have trouble barking that loudly. He asks if their leader, Black Wind, was still keeping them in line, and Puppy confirms the hierarchy was always strict until now. Chan's phone rings again, it's Yunha, and her voice sounds frantic over the line. The connection is terrible, filled with the sound of rushing wind and water, and Chan can barely make out what she's saying. Suddenly, a massive boom shakes the store, and Chan's eyes nearly pop out of his head as the windows rattle. Puppy panics, thinking it's an earthquake, and tells the boss to hide, but Chan tells him to calm down as he looks outside. High in the night sky, a figure on a winged horse descends through a cloud of glowing white feathers. Yunha lands gracefully, her blue hair whipping in the wind as she tells Chan to get ready to receive a very special package. Hashtag Chapter 59 script. The store's warehouse is looking a bit cramped, and someone notes that pulling 5 all-nighters in a row is definitely not a good idea. Chan is still on the night shift, holding Puppy like a security blanket as Yunha walks into the back. Puppy jokes that Chan should at least avoid working during the day, but even he's shocked by the massive volume of logistics they're dealing with. Outside, Yunha's Pegasus lets out a huff. She's brought every single item Chan ordered earlier that day. She hands over the invoice, but Puppy lets out a sudden bark, catching her completely by surprise. Yunha's eyes sparkle as she sees the cute little dog, asking Chan if he finally got a pet. Chan sighs, explaining that he's been holding the pup this whole time and she's only just now noticing him. Puppy politely introduces himself, but the fact that he's speaking perfect Korean sends a shockwave through the air. There's a long, awkward silence as Yunha just stares at the dog with her mouth hanging open. "The dog is talking?" she screams, and Chan has to tell her to calm down while he prepares to explain the whole situation. He tells her the short version: Puppy ran away from home to protect his peanuts and now lives in the park visiting the store for snacks. Yunha looks at Puppy with a judging expression, hearing that he's currently contemplating self-improvement. She asks Chan if he really just watched this cute puppy go through all those hardships without helping, making Chan sweat. Puppy quickly jumps to the boss's defense, telling Yunha not to get mad because Chan has actually done a ton for him. Chan asks Puppy why he's being so talkative with someone he just met, and Puppy admits it's because of the horse Yunha is riding. He asks if the Pegasus is a spirit creature, and Yunha confirms that her steed is indeed a supernatural being. Puppy gets serious, asking if it would be okay for him to receive some guidance from such a powerful spirit. He reveals he's been consulting with the Great Manager for a while, and she told him that spirit creatures have powers totally different from magic. Yunha whispers to Chan, asking who this Great Manager is, and Chan bluntly tells her it's her own sister. Yunha thinks it over and says she doesn't mind, but she wants Puppy to do her a favor in exchange. First, she wants them to talk after they finish their work, and second, she wants the inside scoop on what he and her sister chat about. Puppy happily agrees, telling her to take all the time she needs with the boss. Yunha turns to Chan, asking if business has been slow because of the gate, and Chan confirms the streets have been empty. "Perfect timing," she says, pulling a small glowing bottle out of her pocket that's filled with a swirling pink and blue liquid. Chan stares at it, wondering if it's burning water or water burning fire. The two things look nearly identical but have very different properties. She found it inside a gate in the Academy District, a seaside area where a strange sunken section had appeared. She needs Chan's help to figure out exactly what this substance is before they can move forward. If it's just burning water, it's no big deal, but if it's the other one, she's seriously worried about what it means for the city. She promises to explain the details later, but asks for his expert help in identifying the liquid right now. Chan tells Puppy to stay with Yunha for a second as he prepares to perform a makeshift experiment. He holds the bottle up to his eye, studying the way the magic swirls inside the glass. He asks how much it's worth, and Yunha notes that since it's rare, it's about 100,000 won per milliliter. That bottle is worth a fortune. Chan's face goes deadpan as he asks if it's okay if he makes the whole bottle unusable. Yunha is confused, but Chan explains that to find the identity, he needs to do a little anti-magic testing. She looks a bit hesitant but tells him to go ahead, though she wants him to stop immediately if it looks dangerous. Chan pops the cork with a soft pop, and the air around them starts to hum with residual energy. He pours the glowing liquid directly onto his bare palm. As it touches his skin, it sizzles and steams, the magic being forcibly erased by his body. Within seconds, the glowing fire in his hand vanishes, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke. "Done," he says calmly, while Yunha and Puppy freak out over how incredible his power is. Puppy asks how on earth he did that, and Chan just says it's a trick he learned while getting his anti-magic certification. He learned how to choose which magic properties to eliminate, allowing him to peel back the layers of a spell. He realized that in this liquid, either the water or the fire required a massive amount of magical power to exist. He started by erasing magic at level 100 and slowly lowered it. Whatever remained in his hand would reveal the substance's true identity. Yunha is floored, calling him amazing for pulling off such a technical move on the fly. She jokes that he acts like he's been doing this for decades, asking if he's living his second life, but Chan tells her to stop with the embarrassing compliments. He asks her to get to the point. Why did she need to know the identity of the liquid so badly? Yunha explains that this substance isn't something that should ever be found in the Academy District. Usually, if a gate appears there, the inside is just a regular ocean environment. But water-burning fire is only found in a volcanic zone 10 kilometers away. She's worried an underwater volcano might be erupting inside the gate. Chan looks concerned, suggesting that the two gates might be resonating with each other. Yunha pouts, noting that whether a gate is open or closed isn't even the most dangerous part of this situation. The existence of the gates causes chaos and hits the news, but the real problems are much more sinister. First, there's the risk of magical beasts escaping and tearing through the city like a nightmare. Second, if a gate is left alone for too long, it closes on its own without the core being removed, causing massive natural disasters. In the worst cases, you get earthquakes, typhoons, and nearby animals suddenly becoming violent or plants growing in abnormal ways. Yunha mocks Chan for not knowing this, asking if he lived on a deserted island before moving to the city. Puppy thinks back to his home in the remote countryside, where deer scream every day, and Chan admits he's actually jealous of that quiet life right now. Yunha smiles, ready to answer any more questions he might have. Puppy pipes up, asking if the violent animals she mentioned includes the local stray dogs, and the vibe just got a lot heavier. The streets are dead quiet, but deep in the shadows of the nearby park, something is going very wrong with the local strays. Yunha realizes that the behavior Puppy described matches exactly what she's been seeing at the Academy District gates. She decides to head to the park immediately to investigate, but she asks Chan if he can handle the massive delivery on his own. Yunha insists on taking Puppy with her since the little guy needs to talk to her Pegasus anyway, and they need to move fast before this gate phenomenon gets worse. Chan tells them not to worry and just go, noting that the manager's sister had already arranged for these items to be delivered early anyway. Yunha drops the mountain of boxes right there on the sidewalk, thanking Chan as she prepares to take off into the night sky. Chan starts looking at the pile and realizes he's got his work cut out for him, but Puppy stops them for a second before they leave. The little fella has something important he needs to say to the boss before they head into danger. Puppy admits that when he said he fought the Black Wind faction for Chan and Hana, it wasn't the full truth. He realized he was just using them as an excuse to find the courage to get stronger for himself, and he feels a bit guilty about it. But thanks to Chan's words, he's found his focus and promises to find his own path as a spiritual being without being greedy. Chan watches them fly away on the Pegasus, shouting for Puppy to take care of himself as they vanish over the skyscrapers. Now it's just Chan and a mountain of boxes, and he knows he needs to get this done quickly before the morning rush. He starts moving the heavy crates, thinking he can power through it, but a sharp pain suddenly shoots through his lower back. The manager finds him slumped over the counter and scolds him for overdoing it when he could have just left the boxes alone. Chan groans, admitting he just didn't want the sidewalk to be a mess, but he's shocked that his back is giving out while he's still in his 20s. She gently fusses over him, reminding him that your back is precious no matter how young you are. She makes him promise to just leave the heavy lifting for next time, looking genuinely worried about her favorite employee. Chan notices the manager looks a bit pale and out of it, and he asks why she seems so down today. She lets out a heavy sigh and asks if she can hold his hand for just a minute, her fingers trembling slightly. She presses her forehead against his hand, seeking some sort of relief from a pressure only she can feel. A second later, she brightens up instantly, a huge smile returning to her face as if a weight was lifted. Chan is confused, but she explains that the chaotic magic in the air was making her feel sick, and his anti-magic touch wiped it clean. As a great mage, her senses are so sharp that she instinctively feels when something bad is happening with magic nearby. She starts rubbing her face against his sleeve like a cat, thanking him for the recharge while Chan tries to push her away. She checks the registers and notes that, even though the morning was busy, the night shift has been a total disaster for sales. Between the news telling people to stay home and the gate nearby, the streets are empty, and things are going to be quiet for a while. She tells Chan to get some rest and see her tonight, as the city settles into a tense, unnatural silence. Chan walks through the quiet neighborhood, realizing that while his world feels normal, the other world is currently in total chaos. He reflects on how similar yet completely different these two worlds are, living side by side in the same space. Then he remembers, in his world, whales don't fly and massive energy gates don't rip the sky open, so maybe they aren't that similar after all. He heads home for some much-needed sleep, but back at the store, someone else has arrived to see the manager. The manager is laughing with a guest, thanking him for the advice that helped Chan pass his recent exam. It's the wolf sir, looking sharp in his suit as he modestly brushes off the compliment. He insists that it was all thanks to Chan's exceptional skills, while Chan stands in the background feeling a bit awkward. Chan walks in and gets hit with a wave of déjà vu, seeing the two of them chatting just like before. Wolf Sir greets him warmly, saying he's been meaning to thank Chan for everything lately. He's already heard about Chan getting his certification and offers his sincere congratulations. Chan wonders just how long they've been talking, but Wolf Sir laughs and says customers stopped coming around 700 anyway. His face turns serious as he warns Chan that tonight is going to be a very, very bad night. The manager agrees, saying her body has been reacting more sensitively to the magic pollution as the hours pass. She suspects there might be a high-level magical battle happening somewhere close by. She warns Chan not to set foot outside the store tonight, but he tries to reassure her that it's not like a gate is going to open on their doorstep. Wolf Sir watches them, noting that the two of them seem to rely on each other quite a bit. Chan admits he's been learning a lot from her since he didn't know anything about this crazy neighborhood when he started. The veteran looks out the window, admitting the driving situation today is a complete mess due to the magic in the air. He says he even told his partner to stay indoors today, and Chan assumes he's talking about his wife. Wolf Sir smiles, realizing he's never actually told Chan about his family before. He pulls out a photo showing off a young girl, and Chan immediately asks if that's his granddaughter. Wolf Sir beams with pride, saying his son wants her to be an athlete, but he thinks she's cute enough to be a child actress. He gets lost in his own world, bragging about her charm while Chan tries to figure out who everyone else in the photo is. The photo shows a whole family of various races, and Chan starts to realize the Wolf Sir has quite the diverse household. Wolf Sir keeps rambling on about how his son is going to spoil the kid if he's not careful. Chan has to awkwardly interrupt him, trying to bring the old man back to reality. He notes that the stoic veteran completely transforms into a doting grandpa the moment he starts talking about family. Chan points out that he doesn't see a wife in the photo and asks if she's in a different one. Wolf Sir points to the beautiful orange-haired woman in the front and says, "This is my partner, she's still beautiful after 60 years, right?" #tag chapter 61 script. Chan's eyes practically bulge out of his head as he looks at the woman who looks like she's in her 20s, while Wolf Sir is clearly a senior citizen. She has a serene, otherworldly atmosphere about her that feels subtly different from any race Chan has seen so far. Chan tries to be polite, agreeing that she's beautiful, but he can't help but ask what race she actually belongs to. Wolf Sir goes quiet for a second, his expression softening as he thinks about his wife. He admits she's part of a very rare race, and Chan quickly says he doesn't have to talk about it if it's a sensitive topic. But the old man laughs, saying it's only fair to answer since Chan is always so helpful with his own questions. He takes us back to his days as a war veteran when he was assigned to a high-stakes protection unit. The person he was tasked with guarding through the hell of war is the very woman who became his life partner. Back then, she was a powerful mage, a kind and ancient spirit who walked among mortals. Chan asks why she needed protection in the first place, sensing a deeper, darker story behind the romance. Wolf Sir's face shadows over as he admits the reasons weren't good ones, and he leaves it at that. The mood in the store gets heavy fast, and Chan realizes he might have stepped on a psychological landmine. He quickly tries to change the subject, asking what the veteran has been up to since they last saw each other. Wolf Sir says he's been hanging out with some old friends, playing pool and watching movies for the first time in years. They tried watching a war movie, but his friends turned it off halfway through because it was too unrealistic. He laughs it off, saying that when you've lived through the real thing, Hollywood's version just doesn't cut it. Chan asks if he actually enjoyed the time with his friends, noticing a flicker of sadness in the old man's eyes. He says it wasn't bad, and he was relieved to see his retired comrades living peaceful lives at last. But strangely, he can't seem to shake off a deep, hollow feeling that follows him everywhere he goes. He admits he started this driving job out of pure stubbornness, even though everyone told him he should just stay home and rest. He felt like there was still so much more he could do for the world, rather than just waiting for his time to come. But watching that movie brought back all the memories of his service days, and that hollow feeling only got stronger. Chan asks if he still keeps in touch with the people he fought beside back then. Wolf Sir says no. After the war ended, they took one final group photo and made a solemn promise never to contact each other again. Chan is shocked, asking why they'd avoid their own comrades, but the veteran says it was their commander's final order. The order was to forget all the bad memories and the pain they shared if they ever wanted to truly live again. In the military, a superior's order is absolute, so they all followed it, even if it meant living the rest of their lives in isolation from one another. He sighs, realizing he's rambling about nonsense, and tries to end the conversation right there. But Chan stops him, suggesting that maybe he should actually go find that commander. Chan tells him that the peace everyone enjoys today is only possible because of the sacrifices they made in that war. He admits that no one who wasn't there could ever truly understand the hardships they faced, and he points out that as the leader, the commander might have been carrying a burden even heavier than everyone else's. Chan suggests that maybe the order to forget wasn't a command at all, but a desperate request for help. Maybe he was saying, if you ever find a way to forget this pain, come back and tell me how. Wolf Sir looks stunned, wondering if his commander has actually been waiting for them this entire time. Chan notes that it's always easier to deal with the hard times when you're with people who truly understand what you're going through. He apologizes for overstepping, but Wolf Sir is lost in thought, realizing he never considered that his commander was suffering too. He remembers how his leader always took the lead and looked out for everyone, appearing as an unbreakable wall. He thanks Chan for showing him a completely new perspective on his past, looking more at peace than he has in years. Suddenly, the store bell rings, and a stumbling, drunk customer walks in, muttering about getting another drink. Chan greets him, and Wolf Sir offers to help out since the night is getting weird anyway. The guy slaps 5 bottles of soju on the counter and reaches into his pocket to pay, but instead of money, he pulls out a handful of brown fur and slams it down. Chan is horrified, asking what the hell is with the tail, but the drunk guy claims he caught it with great difficulty. Chan looks closer and realizes it's not a tail, it's a live squirrel, and it's clutching a massive glowing blue magic stone. The stone is crackling with raw electrical energy, and Chan demands to know where the guy found something so dangerous. Before Chan can say another word, Wolf Sir senses a surge of power and screams for him to get back. Zap! A massive bolt of lightning explodes from the squirrel, sending the drunk guy flying across the store. The squirrel starts parkouring across the shelves, shooting lightning bolts like a miniature god of thunder. Chan dives for cover as the store starts to get trashed, wondering what kind of nightmare he's woken up into. Outside the glass doors, dozens of glowing purple eyes appear in the darkness. The feral dogs have arrived. The squirrel lets out a tiny, high-pitched roar, and another massive zzz-zap tears through the ceiling. The electricity arcs everywhere, lighting up the store in a blinding blue glare as Chan screams at the crazy rodent to stop. Explosions start going off on the shelves, and it's clear this squirrel isn't going to listen to reason. Wolf Sir stays calm, shielding his head while Chan tries to figure out how to stop the lightning rod without getting fried. Chan looks out at the chaos on the street, realizing that the squirrel's power is attracting every magic-crazed beast for miles. Wolf Sir notes that the squirrel only seems to react when it sees someone moving toward it. He says he could catch it before it has time to react, but he wants to hear Chan's opinion first. Chan notices something strange. The squirrel isn't just holding the stone, it's desperately trying to pull the magic out of it. He tells Wolf Sir they need to catch it and examine that stone immediately. It might be the core of a nearby gate. With the feral dogs scratching at the glass and a lightning-charged squirrel on the loose, tonight just became a fight for survival. The store is turning into a high-voltage death trap as the squirrel lets out a massive discharge of electricity that lights up the entire room. Wolf Sir narrows his eyes, noticing that the glowing blue gem on the little guy's chest was definitely put there on purpose, meaning this squirrel isn't even the one in control. The gem is going totally berserk, far more dangerous than any magic toy, and a massive crackle of lightning rips through the air as the squirrel screams in pain. Our boy Chan is feeling the pressure, wondering how they're supposed to catch something that's basically a living taser, but Wolf Sir stays cool and suggests a diversion. He's going to step up and act as the bait, telling Chan to stay ready and grab the squirrel the second he sees the opening. With a calm veteran gaze, he tells Chan to keep his head in the game and stay focused, waiting for the signal. They're whispering now, making sure the plan is set, and Wolf Sir starts the countdown. 3! He lunges forward and the squirrel panics, charging up another lethal bolt of blue energy just as Wolf Sir shouts for Chan to move. Wolf Sir whips out a handful of coins, throwing them with professional precision to distract the beast. The squirrel takes the bait, blasting the coins with a massive strike of lightning that shakes the entire shelf. Wolf Sir doesn't miss a beat, signaling Chan to go for it while the squirrel's energy is spent. A loud crack echoes as the squirrel tries to scramble away, its movements getting desperate. Chan charges in, realizing this is his only shot while the lightning is on cooldown. He reaches out his hands, praying his anti-magic constitution is enough to keep him from getting fried as he closes in on the glowing gem. But wait, something's wrong. Chan stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in total shock. What the heck? The squirrel wasn't empty, it was just charging up for a second. Even bigger blast. It's a massive discharge, and Wolf Sir has to move like a blur to intercept the bolt before it hits Chan, the power of it lighting up the dark store. Chan is frozen as the squirrel stares him down, its eyes bulging out while it grips that volatile gem. Wolf Sir stands his ground, his hand glowing with a fierce blue energy as he absorbs the shock, his suit sleeves smoking from the heat. His eyes sharpen, focusing all his veteran power into one single point. A massive boom rocks the floor as the energy collides, shattering the tiles beneath them into a million pieces. This is it. Wolf Sir yells for Chan to finish it while the squirrel is airborne and defenseless. Our boy doesn't hesitate, diving across the floor and snatching the squirrel right out of the air. Chan hits the ground hard, groaning in pain as he wonders why his life is always this much of a mess because of one tiny rodent. He's literally lying there wondering if being an adventurer was supposed to be this stressful. Wolf Sir kneels down, checking on him, and Chan can only mutter that it feels like he's about to die. But then they notice the gem. It's changed, and Chan remembers he needs to get that dangerous thing off the squirrel's chest immediately. The second his fingers touch the stone, it just disintegrates. His anti-magic constitution completely nullified the spell, turning the lethal gem into harmless blue powder on the floor. Wolf Sir realizes the gem was already on the verge of exploding, and some psycho actually glued it to a living animal just to cause chaos. The immediate threat is over, so they decide to step outside and see if the rest of the neighborhood is still in one piece. Chan looks around and realizes the entire herd of deer that was surrounding them is just gone. The squirrel is still squeaking and struggling in Chan's hand, but at least it's not a walking bomb anymore. He lets the little guy go, watching it scurry off into the night where it belongs. Wolf Sir gives him a pat on the back, praising his hard work, but Chan knows the veteran did all the heavy lifting. Chan is curious now. He asks about that blue energy Wolf Sir used to block the lightning with his bare hands. Wolf Sir smiles, admitting he forgot for a second how observant Chan is as he gathers a swirling vortex of blue mana in his palm. He explains that magic isn't just for flashy spells, it's all about how you train your raw power and focus it. He demonstrates by imbuing his fist with mana, explaining that you can use it to make objects, or even your own body, unbelievably hard. Then, he reaches down to the pavement, telling Chan that there are even more subtle ways to use it. With a light touch, he begins to lift a single brick right out of the solid ground. By using magic to create high-frequency vibrations, he can loosen and remove a specific object without damaging anything else around it. He casually mentions that if you use this in a fight, you could basically dislocate an opponent's bones without them even feeling it, which honestly creeps Chan out a bit. That's the secret to how he blocked the lightning earlier, a layer of vibrating magic power that acts as both the ultimate shield and a deadly counterattack. He offers to teach Chan some of these basic techniques, thinking our boy would be a natural at it. Chan isn't so sure he ever wants to go around dislocating people, but his thoughts are interrupted by his phone vibrating in his pocket. It's Yunha. He asks Wolf Sir for a second to take the call, feeling like something is definitely wrong. He picks up, but before he can even say a full hello, he realizes Yunha sounds completely panicked. The signal is terrible, cutting in and out, but he hears her screaming about a gate and telling him to hurry. She's shouting that it's coming and there's no time left, her voice filled with a fear he's never heard before. Chan is trying to make sense of the static, but he can tell by the look on Wolf Sir's face that the situation just went from bad to worse. Suddenly, the line goes clear for 1 second. Yunha screams for him to close the front gate and take cover. A massive crack echoes as the glass starts to shatter, and Chan can only shout in confusion as the world around him begins to explode. The ground starts rumbling violently, and a strange humming light descends from the sky right in front of the store. Suddenly, a bird, a common pigeon, comes crashing down onto the ground, but something about it is completely off. Its eyes glow a sinister, demonic red, and its feathers look like they've been replaced with jagged shards of steel. The bird lets out a low, predatory growl, and Chan's survival instincts scream at him as the creature prepares to pounce. It launches itself at them like a metallic missile, and Chan is left wondering why everything in this world is trying to kill him today. Wolf Sir steps in front of him instantly, his hand reaching out as he prepares to swat the monster out of the air. But before he can strike, a massive gust of wind and a shadow from above slam into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Through the chaos, a familiar voice calls out, desperately asking if Chan is okay. It's Yunha. She's dropped down from the sky on her Pegasus, looking like a total badass in her hunter gear. She practically tackles Chan, checking his hands, face, and ears to make sure he's not missing any pieces, while he just sits there dazed. Wolf Sir watches the scene with a dry smile, realizing that Chan is indeed very much alive and well. Yunha finally notices the classy wolfman standing there and asks who he is, and Wolf Sir introduces himself as a new friend of Chan's. Yunha introduces herself as a proud A-rank hunter, and Wolf Sir is genuinely impressed by how much power someone so young possesses. He asks if she's the one who took down that metallic bird, and she explains her weight manipulation magic. If she knows the weight of an object, she can crush it from a distance. The fight's over for now, but Yunha looks at the fallen bird and asks Chan to help her with one last thing. Chan reaches out and touches the bird, and instantly, the jagged steel feathers and red eyes vanish, leaving behind just a normal, confused pigeon. Yunha explains that the bird was mutated by the gate's energy. It wasn't just one bird, but a whole swarm that turned into monsters. She looks at Chan with genuine worry, telling him he must have had an incredibly tough time while she was away. She looks around at the smashed shelves and broken glass, realizing the store is a total disaster zone. Chan starts listing off the crazy night they had: lightning squirrels, herds of deer, and Yunha can barely believe the chaos. He tells her that Wolf Sir was the real hero, and if it weren't for him, Chan would have probably spent the whole night screaming. Yunha gets serious, asking Wolf Sir for a private moment to talk to Chan about some classified hunter business. She brings up the gate opening she warned him about earlier at the Southeast Park. It's not just one gate anymore. She shows them a map where dozens of magical signatures are lighting up the city like a Christmas tree. The park gate and the Academy District gate have synchronized, creating a feedback loop of dangerous energy. That's why the animals are going crazy. They're being pulled through these gates and mutated by the raw mana. But there's an even bigger problem. When gates sync up like this, it usually means something far more dangerous is lurking. She calls it a core gate, and she's terrified that one has appeared somewhere very close to them. A core gate acts like a hub, connecting multiple individual gates and allowing them to spawn anywhere at any time. She explains the nightmare scenario: if a core gate the size of a stadium opens in a city and connects to a volcanic dimension, the entire city is wiped out in seconds. Chan realizes this is a full-blown emergency, his eyes wide as the scale of the disaster finally sinks in. He asks if they can find it, and Yuna tells him they've been tracking it ever since the stray dog started acting weird. Everything is connected. The feral dog's puppy warned them about where the first sign that the resonance was starting. She pulls up the grid on her phone, showing the Academy Gate and the Park Gate as 2 points of a massive triangle. She points to the center of the triangle, and Chan's heart sinks as he sees the location. The core gate is going to open right near the convenience store. Chan and Wolfsir share a look of grim realization. The danger isn't coming. It's already here. They can only make rough guesses for now, as these gates are completely unpredictable and could pop up in any alleyway. Wolfsir stands up, telling them he has to head out immediately, catching Chan by surprise. He points out that the danger zone includes his own home, and he needs to get back to his partner to make sure they're safe. Yunha feels terrible for scaring him, but Wolfsir tells her it's a relief to have the information early. She offers to have other hunters monitor his area, but Wolfsir politely declines, confident in his own abilities. He tells Chan not to worry too much, saying that the city's response systems are better than they used to be. Yunha starts teasing Chan, asking if he's scared, and Wolfsir just laughs at how close the two of them have become. Chan thanks Wolfsir for everything, truly grateful for the protection and the lessons he provided today. Wolfsir gives a warm, fatherly smile, promising to repay the favor someday. He walks out into the night, leaving Chan and Yunha to deal with the insurance and the cleanup of the store. Yunha tells Chan to focus on fixing the door and let the professionals handle the gates, trying to keep his spirits up. Chan asks if she was really allowed to tell him all that top-secret core gate info, but she just laughs it off. She knows Chan isn't the type to go spreading rumors or causing a panic. She playfully ruffles his hair, telling him that they aren't exactly strangers, so sharing a few secrets is totally fine. Chan blushes a bit, clearly appreciative of the trust she's placing in him. With a final wave, she takes off on her Pegasus, telling Chan to give the manager a full report and that she'll see him later. Chan starts telling the manager about Wolfsir's incredible magic control, wondering if she can do the same thing. He mentions that Wolfsir said other species could learn it too, but he stops when he notices the manager is being unusually quiet. She's standing behind the counter, staring at nothing with a very guilty look on her face. She's muttering to herself about Wolfsir's technique, saying it reminds her of someone from a long time ago. Chan asks what's wrong, and she starts fidgeting with her hands, looking like she's about to give him some really bad news. She apologizes profusely, telling Chan that he might want to find a nearby inn to stay at for the night. Chan's face drops as she delivers the punchline. She can't send him back to his own world tonight because the teleportation device is completely busted. Chan just stands there in the silence of the wrecked store, his jaw hitting the floor as the reality sets in. He's stuck in the middle of a monster apocalypse with no way home. The manager starts reminiscing about a time long ago when she worked with a special elite unit, and one of the soldiers asked her for an impossible spell. They needed a way to catch a magical sniper from 10 kilometers away, someone who could blast through 24-hour protection spells in a single shot. To stop the cycle of violence, they had to take the shooter alive, so she gave them a high-powered detection spell to track the mana trail. She warned them not to use a single drop of magic while closing in, or the sniper would sense them and vanish instantly. Those guys actually ran 10 kilometers on foot just to catch one person. Even the manager doubted they could pull off such a crazy stunt. But against all odds, they did it, proving that raw physical grit can sometimes beat high-level sorcery. The unit later came back to thank her, showing a level of discipline and gratitude she rarely sees in this world. She eventually realized they succeeded because their physical training was so elite that they only used magic to reinforce their bodies at the very last second. Looking at how Chan handles himself, she starts wondering if Wolfsir was actually one of those legendary soldiers from back in the day. Meanwhile, our boy Chan is sitting on the floor, totally spaced out after the chaos of the night. He realizes he stayed way past his shift and starts panicking about why he's still hanging around the store. The manager breaks the bad news. The impending core gate has messed with the store's mana field. The holographic keyboard is flickering with errors, the teleportation formulas are completely trashed, and nothing is working. Chan's heart drops as he asks if he's stuck here forever, but the manager quickly shuts down that nightmare. The formulas can be fixed, but the Magic Bureau has a strict certification process that's going to take at least 2 days to clear. It's a massive headache meant to prevent home theft, and Chan is stuck wondering how he's going to survive 48 hours in this crazy world. Normally he'd just wait it out, but with lightning squirrels and monsters roaming the aisles, the situation is looking pretty grim. Gates are popping up everywhere, and a literal army of feral glowing-eyed dogs is surrounding the area. He knows that if Wolf Sir and Yunha hadn't shown up last night, he'd probably just be a pile of bones right now. The manager looks him in the eye and gives him a solid promise she'll do whatever it takes to get him home. She tells him to relax and trust the process, but Chan still looks like he's waiting for the next monster to burst through the ceiling. She knows he's feeling uneasy, but tells him it's only natural to be scared when you're dropped into an alien world with no way out. She pops open the cash register with a metallic clack, deciding it's time to handle Chan's living situation. She pulls out a fat envelope and asks if he remembers the tip the grandpa streamer left behind a while back. Since the old man never came back for it, she declares that the cash officially belongs to Chan now. She points him toward a decent hotel 15 minutes away and tells him to go get a good meal and some real sleep. Chan hesitates, saying that money was supposed to be for a group meal, but the manager just shoots him a sharp look. She starts pulling more cash out of her own wallet, teasing him about whether he needs an allowance too. Chan finally heads out into the morning air, noticing that the streets are eerily empty for this time of day. He's walking through the quiet district, wondering if everyone is hiding because of the core gate, when his phone starts buzzing. He groans when he sees Professor on the screen. This guy never calls unless there's a massive problem. He answers the call, and you can hear the exhaustion in his voice as he greets the bureau official. The professor is in a rush, demanding a status report while he oversees a high-stakes pharmaceutical project and a police investigation. Chan tells him the teleportation is down and things are getting complicated, and the professor actually tells him not to rush his pace. Chan is skeptical, wondering why the guy even called if he was too busy to talk. A massive bear man in a suit passes by as Chan asks what kind of secret work requires so much constant travel. The professor stays tight-lipped, claiming it's a matter of national security that he can't discuss over an open line. Chan puts 2 and 2 together and asks if this confidential matter is actually about the core gates. The professor sounds genuinely shocked that Chan knows about it, but Chan just explains that his workplace got wrecked by gate-mutated animals last night. A red-haired woman listens in as Chan mentions that a friend filled him in on the situation. The professor reveals he's part of a temporary emergency committee formed specifically to stop the core gate disaster. He shows a map of the city, explaining that they only have 60 specialists to cover 30 square kilometers, a literal impossible task. Chan is stunned, realizing there's no way 60 people can handle a city-wide collapse. The professor explains their standards are insanely high. You need 3 years of perfect experience just to even apply. There's a heavy silence on the line as the professor finally gets to the point. He wants Chan to join the team. If he joins, he'll be assigned a radius right around the convenience store with full authority to handle emergencies without waiting for permission. He leaves the choice to Chan, telling him he has every right to refuse if he doesn't want the heat. Chan realizes the professor is basically asking if he can protect his own store when the world starts falling apart. He clenches his fists, thinking about the consequences of running away from a fight he knows is coming. The professor calls him by his exam ID, number 44, and demands a final decision right then and there. Chan's mind flashes back to the chaos of the night before, realizing he has zero experience and barely understands how this world even works. He's leaning towards saying no, but he asks for 1 night to sleep on it and give a final answer tomorrow. He asks about government support since he's homeless right now, and the professor promises to text him the benefits list by midnight. Chan hangs up with a heavy sigh, only for his phone to chime again immediately. It's a series of worried texts from Elena, asking if he's okay after all the gates started opening nearby. She asks to meet up urgently to discuss the medicine issue, and Chan wonders if there's a problem with the potions they've been working on. He agrees to meet her, looking out over a city that looks normal but is secretly being torn apart by magical resonance. Down in the river, a massive water dragon surges through the current, a reminder that this world is anything but ordinary. Chan watches the dragon with awe as he catches a taxi, realizing how much he still has to see here. The taxi driver is a lizard man who notices Chan's wide-eyed expression and asks if it's his first time in the big city. The driver laments that the gates are ruining the view, telling Chan he should come back when the city isn't under a state of emergency. Chan gives a small, tired smirk, starting to feel a bit of a connection to this chaotic place. The taxi speeds off through the futuristic skyline, heading toward his meeting with Elena. He arrives at a place that looks more like a traditional folk museum than a cafe, dominated by a giant white vase-shaped building. Elena spots him and runs over, apologizing for being late while her tiny bat wings flutter with excitement. Chan catches her off guard by complimenting her style, noticing how much effort she put into her outfit. She's blushing hard as he reminds her that every time they've met, she's always dressed incredibly well. She tries to play it cool, acting like she just grabbed whatever was in her closet. Chan doubles down, telling her she's so pretty that anything she wears would look amazing, which nearly makes her melt on the spot. She starts fidgeting, asking what kind of style he'd like his future girlfriend to wear. She quickly claims she's only asking for market research, but her eyes are practically begging for an answer. Chan wonders to himself why a pharmaceutical researcher needs dating advice to make a potion. He tells her that as long as it suits the person, like it does her, then it's perfect, sending her into another blushing frenzy. She quickly leads him inside the cafe, her heart racing as she tries to get back to business. Suddenly she stops and suggests they stop calling each other boss and customer now that they're outside the store. Chan agrees, saying it feels a bit weird to be so formal, and asks her to just use his name from now on. She looks away, her wings drooping shyly as she agrees to call him Chan, while he calls her Elena. They sit down at a table covered in gourmet cupcakes and rainbow-colored desserts. Chan notices the latest potion on the table and asks if this is the new truth potion she's been developing. Elena explains that her bosses were thrilled with the results of their last experiment, thanks to Chan's help. She leans in, her eyes shining as she asks if he'd be willing to help her with more projects in the future. Chan takes a sip of his drink, telling her he doesn't mind as long as they finish the current project first. She's overjoyed, and they share a quiet moment of triumph over their successful collaboration. She shows him the new blue potion, explaining it's a more stable version with a brand new added effect. The new effect is being honest with oneself, a concept that catches Chan completely off guard. Elena admits she suggested it herself, wondering if someone who lies to themselves can ever really be honest with the world. Her team leader loved the idea, and Chan is genuinely impressed by her creativity and insight. He tells her she must be getting a lot of recognition at work, but she modestly claims she just got lucky that day. He asks if she ever makes potions for fun, and she admits it's actually a hobby she enjoys on her days off. Chan tells her she's clearly talented, but she insists she only makes simple things with prepackaged ingredients. She asks if he ever needs any specific potions, offering to brew something special just for him. She then asks the big question, what kind of work did Chan do before he ended up at the convenience store? Chan goes silent, realizing she's always the one talking while he just listens. She wants to know more about him, his life, his hobbies, and what makes him tick. Chan bluntly tells her his life was just work and sleep, constantly traveling on business trips until he was too tired to do anything else. He stares at her with a heavy gaze, asking if she really wants to hear a story that's as boring and gray as his. Elena panics, thinking she brought up something painful or awkward for him. He quickly changes the subject, reaching for the blue bottle and asking exactly what happens if someone drinks it. She explains that this one is different, it brings out a replica of the drinker's inner persona and thoughts, but how that persona reacts is totally unpredictable. Chan decides he's going to try it, asking for the safety precautions and how to handle the other him. Later that night, a cute raccoon in a suit at the hotel front desk confirms Chan's luxury reservation. He's being guided to a business-class room for a 2-night stay, feeling like a high roller for the first time. He looks up at the massive skyscraper, stunned that the countermeasure committee put him up in a literal 5-star hotel. The professor's message is clear: decide by midnight in 2 days, and don't call before then. Chan enters his room, glad that he didn't have to waste any of his own cash on a place to sleep. He's absolutely blinded by the luxury, chandeliers, ornate paintings, and a view that's out of this world. The raccoon bellboy bows, asking if there's anything else he needs for his peaceful time. Chan just thanks him, still feeling a bit out of place in such a fancy setting. He flops onto the bed, amazed at how fluffy it is. It's like a cloud compared to his usual mattress. He jokes to himself about getting sucked into the bed, but his mind is still racing with thoughts of the job offer. He pulls out Elena's truth potion, deciding he needs to clear his head before he can make any big life decisions. Elena warned him it's dangerous to use alone, but he feels like he needs answers he can't get from anyone else. He needs to know exactly what his current mental state is and why he feels so lost. He looks at the potion, wondering why he couldn't just say no to the professor immediately if he was so scared. He thinks about how everyone has helped him, Wolf Sir, Yunha, the manager, and wonders if he's even capable of standing on his own. Suddenly, a small, high-pitched voice calls him Mr. snapping him out of his deep thoughts. He looks down and sees a small child holding a soccer ball, staring up at him with curious eyes. The kid tells him he looks pale and sick, and Chan is paralyzed with shock as he looks at the boy's face. The boy introduces himself as Lee Chan, 9 years old, and asks the grown-up version of himself if he knows where they are. The world is looking huge and full of stars as our boy Chan stares up at the impossibly high ceiling of his luxury hotel room while his younger self wanders around in awe. Chan looks at the kid and asks if his name is written with the character for shine, trying to confirm the impossible. The kid nods, and Chan realizes he can't deny it anymore. The little guy standing in front of him is literally his own past self brought to life by the potion. He looks at the kid's ragged clothes, the sneakers with holes in them, and that old beat-up soccer ball that looks like it's held together by luck. Chan remembers being obsessed with soccer and begging his mom for a real ball, only to receive this weird unidentified hand-me-down that broke his heart. He remembers the total meltdown he had, screaming and crying on the kitchen floor while his mother just ignored him and kept washing the dishes. His mom didn't budge, so eventually he just gave up, took the old ball, and went out to get teased by all the other kids. He looks at the blue potion bottle in his hand, realizing this truth potion is the only reason his past is literally standing in his living room. Elena warned him that the potion models the user's ego and thoughts into a physical form, but even she didn't know it would go this deep into his memory. Little Chan looks up with a defiant pout and asks the older Chan if the kids are still making fun of him for being poor. Older Chan just smiles, telling the kid he's not here to make fun of him and invites him over for a real talk. The kid hits him with a classic "mom said don't talk to strangers," but older Chan isn't taking no for an answer. He pulls out a 10,000 won bill and offers it as a counseling fee, knowing exactly how to bribe his younger, broke self. They start talking under the magical glow of the chandelier, and the kid is blown away by the fact that magic actually exists in this world. Chan points out that even the starry ceiling above them is a spell, and the kid's eyes light up with pure wonder. The little guy gets a look of pure jealousy, wishing he had a magic phone that could fix anything or make his life easier. He imagines turning his trash soccer ball into a brand new one, while the older Chan just watches him with a bittersweet smirk. But Chan's face gets serious as he tells the kid that this world isn't just full of cool tricks and starry ceilings. He remembers the lightning-shooting squirrels and the metallic pigeons, realizing that for every wonder, there's something terrifying that defies logic. He warns the kid that this world is dangerous, but the boy suddenly cuts him off with a blunt "that's a lie." The little guy looks him dead in the eye and asks what he's really afraid of, because it's definitely not the monsters. He points out that if Chan was truly scared, he would have quit the store and rejected the professor's offer ages ago instead of hesitating. The kid hits him where it hurts, saying the real reason he won't quit is because he's trying to hide his true self from the people in this world. Chan clenches his fist as the kid calls him out for feeling like an insignificant nobody who doesn't belong anywhere. He remembers the years of being a faceless worker, getting scolded by bosses, and feeling like a failure in a gray, boring office. He spent his entire 20s alone, focused only on the grind, never making friends or finding a place where he truly fit in. No matter how hard he worked, the results never came, and he eventually just gave up on everything and started drifting through life. But the kid points out that everything changed when he came here. Now, for the first time, Chan actually wants to live up to people's expectations. Chan looks at the kid and realizes this isn't just a ghost from his past, it's the personification of his will to keep going through the dark times. A genuine smile finally breaks across his face as he admits it out loud. He actually likes being here. He remembers Elena listening to his stories, Puppy thanking him, and Hana crying for him. It was the first time anyone treated him like more than a stranger. Compared to his old life, the days he spent in this chaotic magical world are the happiest he's ever been. He grips the edge of the bed, admitting he's terrified that he'll fail the people who finally believe in him and get cast out into the cold again. He looks at his younger self and asks the big question, is this all just going to end in another failure? The kid doesn't give him an easy answer, telling him that his future is entirely in his own hands. He tells older Chan to actually work hard for once, especially since he finally has real friends who are rooting for him. The kid walks toward the light, leaving Chan alone with his thoughts and a new sense of purpose. Little Chan gives one last big toothy grin, looking happier than he ever did in the real world. He says he's heading out and asks if the mister has any last words of advice for him. Chan looks at him with a soft expression and just says, "Be good to your mother," as the kid vanishes into a cloud of glowing dust. The silence of the room is broken by his phone ringing. It's the professor, calling right on schedule. The professor's voice is cold as ice as he asks if number 44 has finally made a decision. Chan doesn't hesitate, he says he'll do it, and then surprises the professor by telling him to drive safely on his way home. Cut to the next morning, and Chan is stepping out of a taxi in front of the convenience store, feeling like a completely different man. He walks inside to greet the manager, but he stops when he sees a very familiar very grumpy face. It's that kobold regular, Charlie, and he's currently surrounded by a literal wall of fire while typing furiously on his laptop. The manager greets Chan with a cheerful smile, asking if he got some good rest while the kobold just keeps growling in the corner. Chan notices the counter is covered in milk cartons and the manager is happily sipping one down. She giggles, explaining that the runt kobold bought them for her because he thinks she needs to grow taller. Chan looks at the kobold's intense, bulging eyes and realizes this regular is a lot more dangerous and fiery than he looks. The manager drops the good news bad news bomb, telling Chan that he can actually head home tomorrow. Chan is shocked it got resolved so fast, but she admits she just called in a few favors at the Magic Bureau to speed things up. But the bad news is that the core gate resonance is making her feel physically sick, her face looking a bit pale as she leans against the counter. She asks if she can leave work early to meet up with Yunha and deal with the magical pressure. Chan tells her to go safely, and just as she leaves, his phone rings, it's the professor again, and the registration is finally complete. He gets a message saying they'll contact him soon with all the relevant data he needs to start his new job. Suddenly, the kobold slams his laptop shut and tells Chan he's stepping out for a bit, leaving our boy in charge of the whole store. The door chimes as Chan picks up the phone, and the professor's voice comes through, sounding more serious than ever. The official decree is in. Chan is now authorized by the police and the Hunters Association to explore and eliminate gates in his assigned area. Chan asks if the situation has officially hit catastrophic levels, and the professor's silence is all the answer he needs. The committee believes the core gate will naturally collapse in as little as 2 days, and if they don't find it before then, it's game over. The professor tells number 44 to treat this like the national exam and achieve the best results possible before hanging up. Chan stands in the quiet store, rubbing his chin and trying to process the fact that the fate of the district is now on his shoulders. He looks at the map of his assigned area, realizing it's the exact same spot Yunha predicted the core gate would appear. He remembers sitting on his hotel bed, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the task ahead of him. Looking at the map now, with Wolf Sir and Yunha gone, the responsibility feels like a crushing weight on his chest. A massive image of the core gate fills his mind. If it opens here, he'll have to handle a world-ending disaster all by himself. Everyone else is too busy fighting their own battles, leaving Chan as the only line of defense for the convenience store. He walks down the empty street, his face set in a grim expression as he realizes there's no one left to call for help. He's all on his own now, clutching his phone like a lifeline as he tries to find a starting point. Suddenly, a strange blue rain starts falling from the sky, and Chan looks up, wondering what kind of magical disaster this is now. Suddenly, the store door swings open, and the kobold, Charlie, screams at him to get his butt inside before he catches a cold. He calls Chan a rascal and tells him to hurry up and get the mats out so the floors don't get ruined by the customers. Chan is confused, wondering why the store manager is so worked up, while Charlie points a furious finger at him. He asks Charlie why he's even working in the store when the gates are making everything outside a total war zone. Charlie lets out a frustrated growl, claiming he can't work at home because his bed is a literal succubus that seduces him into napping. He tells Chan to stop staring at his phone like a pathetic loser and get back to work already. When Chan mentions he's working as a part-time anti-mage, Charlie's eyes go wide and he calls him a dog of the state. Chan admits he's worried because everything is new to him, but he genuinely wants to do his best to protect the place. Charlie looks skeptical, asking why a simple convenience store worker is going to such insane lengths for a part-time gig. He looks around at the empty aisles, realizing that if the gate destroys the neighborhood, the store will go bankrupt and he'll lose his favorite spot. He asks Chan what his actual mission is, and Chan admits it's a choice between dealing with damage or finding the core gate. The kobold's ears twitch, and he suddenly tells Chan to follow him to the back, his tone getting surprisingly serious. He tells Chan to stop spacing out and show him how the Bureau expects him to find that damn gate in such a huge area. Chan explains the basic theory. If you connect the dots between where the most gates are opening, the core should be right in the middle. He tells Charlie his search radius is 1.5 kilometers, and the kobold tells him to shut up and manage the store while he gets to work. Charlie's face goes full demon mode, threatening to punch Chan in the face if he makes even a single noise while he's concentrating. The heavy rain keeps pouring down on the city as the lights of the convenience store glow like a lone beacon in the dark. Chan sets down a cup of coffee, moving as quietly as possible so he doesn't trigger the kobold's rage. He watches Charlie from the counter, feeling the tension in the air as the tiny hacker dives into the code. Charlie has been dead silent for 10 minutes, his fingers flying across the keys like he's performing a grand calculation. He suddenly calls Chan over, calling him a store worker, and tells him to look at the status of the gate occurrences. He shows a map covered in green circles, explaining that the bigger the circle, the more gates have been reported in that specific zone. Then he clicks a button, and a cloud of orange data points explodes across the screen, stuff the Magic Bureau hasn't even announced yet. Charlie explains that he's combined official reports with data from social media and internet broadcasts to get a real-time view of the chaos. He mocks the bureau for being lazy bums who only move when a problem is right in front of their noses. Chan asks if he actually works for the bureau, and Charlie nearly has a stroke, screaming that he would never work in a place like that. He's absolutely fuming, telling Chan that if he says something that stupid again, he's a dead man. He admits he only does freelance projects for them when they get desperate enough to pay his high fees. Chan asks if data analysis is his real job, but Charlie laughs it off, saying that kind of labor is way beneath him. He reveals his true title. He's a security expert whose main job is hacking into high-level companies to show them how weak their defenses are. He tells Chan to never mind the details and focus on the screen as he pulls up the final result of his search. By narrowing down all the data, he's managed to pinpoint the exact locations where the core gate is most likely to spawn. He's narrowed it down to just 8 potential spots, which is a massive upgrade from the hundreds Chan was looking at before. Chan looks at the map with a sense of relief. 8 places is a number he can actually manage to check in a single night. He realizes he's been saved by the most unlikely person, and the weight on his mind finally starts to lift. He looks at the grumpy kobold with newfound respect, realizing this guy has been full of surprises from the start. The rain outside is getting even heavier, sounding like a constant roar against the store windows. Charlie stands up and hands Chan his card, telling him to ring up a coffee and some eco-friendly bags. Chan is confused, but Charlie just barks at him that there's no problem with a customer paying for what he wants to drink. Chan tries to say he was going to buy it for him as a thank you, but Charlie gets offended, asking what kind of part-timer buys drinks for customers. He tells Chan to stop messing around and ring it up so he can finally head home and sleep. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Chan's head, and he realizes he has a better way to settle the debt. He suggests they trade the 3 gate maps for the price of the coffee, making it a professional exchange instead of a favor. Charlie asks if he's trying to negotiate with him, but Chan insists he just doesn't want to take money from someone who helped him so much. He hands Charlie back his card, saying he's excluding the price of the bags too, just to make it a fair deal. Charlie lets out a tsk, but he doesn't look as angry as before as he grabs his stuff to leave. He grabs Chan's phone and punches in his number, and Chan is surprised to see his contact name is simply Charlie. The kobold asks if he has a problem with the name, and Chan just gives him a tired smile, saying it suits him perfectly. Charlie prepares to head out into the storm, putting a bag over his head to keep dry, and tells Chan to mind his own business. He walks toward the door, grumbling that as long as his head and bag stay dry, he doesn't care about anything else. But just before he leaves, he stops and calls out to Chan one last time. He points a sharp finger at him and tells him to make sure he finds that damn gate and saves the store from going under. He admits that if the store goes bankrupt, he won't have a quiet place to work anymore, and Chan gives him a determined look. Chan looks at the 8 dots on his phone, promising himself and Charlie that he definitely will protect this place. Chan stands in the pouring rain, squinting through the downpour as he checks his phone to confirm his location. He arrives at the night market, but the place is eerily dark and completely deserted. This is the closest of the 8 locations identified by Charlie, just a 10-minute walk from the convenience store. The silence is unsettling. There's no way a busy market should be this quiet unless something deeply wrong is happening. He stops to think, recalling how gates are powered by mana stones. If they're active, there has to be a magical trail he can follow. He decides to try the same trick he used back at the columbarium, focusing his senses to detect magical interference. His eyes sharpen, narrowing as he filters out the physical world to see the hidden energy flowing through the air. Suddenly, the world around him begins to warp and ripple like a reflection in a disturbed pond. Everything looks crumpled and distorted, like the very fabric of reality is being crushed by an invisible hand. The visual distortion is so intense, it makes his head spin, and he clutches his face as a wave of nausea hits him. He staggers back, his stomach churning from the sheer pressure of the magical noise surrounding the area. He takes a breather, wondering if every other location is going to be this physically draining to investigate. Wait. He notices a sharp contrast where the crumpled buildings suddenly transition back into a normal straight street. Looking back toward where he just came from, the world looks perfectly fine, as if the magic hasn't reached that far yet. He realizes the core gate has a specific range of influence, and he pulls up a tracking app to map out the activity. It's just as he suspected. The further he moves from the gate's hidden center, the weaker the distortion becomes. But since he can't actually see the gate itself, he knows no one will believe him if he calls for backup now. As an outsider in this world, his only choice is to find definitive proof. He's got to run and check the rest of the spots. Chan bolts through the rain, his raincoat flapping as he pushes himself to cover as much ground as possible. Ding! He makes it to another location, slamming his hand down on a counter as he catches his breath. It's a bust. He's searched 8 different places now and hasn't found the actual gate, just the shadows of its power. Every single one of those 8 spots showed the same weird crumpled phenomenon he saw at the market. Something massive is definitely pulling the strings across these locations, and if he connects the dots on the map, he remembers a conversation with Yuna about how these gates link up, using a forest park as the final anchor. He points to a specific spot on the digital map, his finger landing right on the heart of the resonance. It's right there, less than a minute away from his own convenience store, hiding in plain sight. He can't believe his luck. Why does every world-ending disaster have to happen right in his backyard? He decides to call the professor to report his findings and ask for a plan of attack. Naturally, the professor's line is busy, probably swamped with calls from every other panicked official in the city. Chan scrolls through his contacts, feeling helpless because he can't even see the gates properly without getting sick. He decides to send a text to his group chat, warning everyone to stay away from the store until he gives the all clear. The message goes out, "Something is about to happen. Do not come until I contact you again." He tries to call the manager next, but her phone goes straight to voicemail, leaving him totally stranded. He tries to stay calm, knowing the manager was a legendary wizard who can probably handle herself in any crisis. But his heart sinks when he thinks about little Hana, and suddenly he hears her voice calling out to him. He looks at his phone in confusion, hearing her voice even before the call is actually connected. "Mister!" Hana's face appears, lit up with a massive, innocent grin despite the chaos outside. Chan's jaw drops as the little dragon girl literally teleports or lunges right into his arms out of nowhere. The wind howls and the rain lashes against the windows, but Hana doesn't seem to care at all. She clings to him, saying how much she missed him, while Chan nearly falls over from the sudden impact. He asks her why she's here. She was supposed to be safe with her mom for the next week. Hana just tilts her head, explaining that her mom didn't say where they were going, just that they had to leave. Chan sighs, telling her that her mom was right. The outside world is way too dangerous for a kid right now. He notices a scrape on her knee and scolds her for being so reckless and coming here all by herself. Hana looks down, admitting she was afraid she wouldn't get to see him for a long time if she didn't come today. Chan feels a pang of guilt but stays firm, telling her that something really bad could happen if she keeps wandering off. The poor girl starts to tear up, and Chan has to tell himself to stay strong for her own safety. He decides the best thing to do is take her straight to her mom's office where it's safe. As they get ready to move, he notices Hana constantly scratching at her dragon horns like they're bothering her. He asks when the itching started, and she says it's been tingling ever since she was on her way to the store. She points out the window, showing him the exact area where the feeling got almost unbearable. Chan stares out at the street, his mind racing as he realizes Hana might be sensing something he can't. He double checks with her. Did her horns really start acting up the moment she passed that specific spot? Hana nods enthusiastically, and Chan realizes his little dragon niece might be the ultimate radar he needs. His intuition was right, there's something hidden there, but it's not in plain sight like the gates on the news. He realizes there's only one way to pinpoint the core gate, even though he hates putting Hana in the line of fire. He looks her in the eyes and asks her for a massive favor to help him save the city. They step out into the torrential rain, 2 small figures against a city that's about to be swallowed by magic. Chan holds her hand tightly, telling her that if she gets scared or unsure, she just needs to tell him. He explains the plan. He's going to hold her horns and use his anti-magic to tune her sensitivity like a radio dial. Hana is all in, trusting her mister completely as she gets ready for the process. Chan hesitates for a second, worried that it might hurt her or make the itching even worse later. But Hana looks up at him with pure gratitude, reminding him of all the times he's helped her in the past. She thinks back to when he helped her make a present for her mom and helped her find her place in this world. Because of him, she made friends with Puppy and felt like she finally belonged somewhere. She gives him a huge, determined smile, telling him that it's her turn to help him now. Our boy can't help but smile back, moved by how much this kind child has grown. Hana asks if he knows where Puppy is, and Chan admits he hasn't seen the little spirit creature for days either. They make a promise to play a big game of ball together as soon as Puppy comes home. Chan gently places his hands on her horns, and you can see the faint glow of his anti-magic beginning to stabilize her. The itching vanishes instantly, and Hana looks amazed as the discomfort is replaced by a clear, sharp focus. Chan thinks about dragon biology, how young dragons unconsciously sense magic, but Hana's pure blood makes her sensitivity off the charts. Unlike Chan, who has to rely on visual distortions, Hana can literally feel the core gate's pulse through her horns. He looks around the empty street, demanding to know where this damned thing is hiding. He adjusts his grip, narrowing down the signal as Hana's horns react to the hidden energy. Hana points down, her tiny finger aimed directly at a heavy iron manhole cover in the middle of the street. Right here, she says, my horns are going crazy itchy over this spot. Chan realizes he was a fool. He assumed the gate would be floating in the sky like the ones in the news reports. But these gates can appear anywhere there's an empty void, and the underground sewers are the perfect hiding spot. He warns Hana that the sensation might get stronger as they get closer to the source. He asks her to use her dragon senses to peek underground and tell him exactly what she sees. He dials her sensitivity back up, counting down as he lets more of the magical signal through to her horns. Hana winces as the noise returns, her little hands going to her head as she concentrates. She describes something super deep down, something that feels wrong and strange to her senses. It looks like a dark mass, she whispers, and Chan knows he's finally found the heart of the core gate. He tells her she did a great job and dials down the sensitivity so she can finally relax. He promises her that her horns won't itch for a while now that he's shielded them with his touch. As he prepares to take her back, a crackling sound comes from his pocket. A voice message is trying to break through. It's the manager. But the magical interference is so bad the connection is barely holding on. Chan panics as the phone goes out of service again, realizing the gate's activation is already starting to jam all electronics. Bloop! The call finally connects, and Chan shouts into the phone asking the manager where she is. The line is full of static, and the manager's voice is distorted, but she tells him she's at the Magic Bureau. She uses a high-level telepathy spell to bypass the interference and speak directly to his mind. She explains that she's stuck doing paperwork at the Bureau to get permission for higher-level magic. Because she's technically retired, the red tape is insane, meaning Chan is on his own for at least 3 more hours. Chan is stunned. 3 hours is plenty of time for the whole neighborhood to end up underwater. The manager warns him that the rain is causing massive flooding across the entire district. Outside, the water levels are rising fast, turning the streets into dangerous rushing rivers. Suddenly, the manager asks him to say something ridiculous. Ribbit ribbit. He says it, and instantly, a massive blue magic circle erupts around the convenience store. It's an anti-flooding spell, a protective barrier that will keep the store dry no matter how high the water gets. The manager asks him one last time if he can handle things for 3 hours until she can get there. Chan looks at the swirling storm outside and takes a deep breath, steeling his resolve. Take your time, manager, he says, his voice calm and determined. He promises to protect the shop with everything he's got, and the manager thanks him before the line cuts out. Suddenly, a loud splash and a scream from outside make Chan jump in surprise. He looks out the front glass and sees the water is already waist-deep and rising by the second. It's not just rain anymore, it's a full-on flash flood that's tearing through the streets. He thanks his stars for the manager's magic, but then he hears a desperate cry for help through the roar of the water. It's Puppy. The poor spirit creature is trapped on a floating crate, crying out that he can't die here. Chan doesn't hesitate. He shouts Puppy's name and bolts for the door. He dives into the freezing, rushing water, struggling against the current to reach the terrified animal. Puppy tells him to be careful, but Chan gets slammed against a submerged pillar, coughing as the water threatens to pull him under. Suddenly, a figure flashes through the air, moving with incredible speed and grace despite the storm. Chan looks up, gasping for air, as a familiar face appears through the mist and rain. It's Yunha. She looks down at him with a confident smirk and tells him, Big sister's here now. The rain is absolutely relentless, turning the city streets into a rushing river as Chan gasps for air, barely keeping his head above the water. Back inside the safety of the store, Chan is dripping wet and shivering while Yunha looks at him like he's a total idiot for jumping into that current. Puppy sits on the floor looking fluffy and unbothered as he apologizes to Boss Chan and Yunha for causing such a scene. Yunha waves it off, telling him not to sweat it, even though Chan is currently hacking up a lung from the swamp water he swallowed. Puppy explains that the park he was hanging out at got flooded instantly, leaving him with nowhere to go. He tells them he only survived because a lucky wooden box floated by, and he rode it like a raft until he found the store. Chan asks Yuna why she's even here since all the hunters are supposed to be out on emergency calls right now. She tells him she came because he sent that ominous text message earlier. Chan checks his phone and realizes the signal finally cut back in. His notifications are blowing up, Elena is spamming him with crying emojis, and Wolf Sir is asking if everything is okay. Even Charlie the Kobold is screaming at him through text, calling him an idiot for not answering and making them all worry. Chan starts to type a reply, but the screen flickers and dies. The magic from the gate is killing the signal again. Yunha explains that the gate's energy is so thick it's acting like a jammer, which is exactly why she rushed straight to his side. Now that she knows he's alive, she's ready to head back out and continue her mission to track down the core gate. Chan asks if she's part of the elite response team, surprised because those guys usually only take veterans with years of experience. Yuna smiles, remembering her mentor, a high-ranking official who saw her potential during her certification exam. Because of his backing, she's been put on the front lines to find the gate, but Chan has a surprise for her. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her he's already found the exact location of the core gate. Yunha is floored, wondering how a guy with 0 mana could find something the best mages in the city missed. Chan leans in, telling her he needs her help to confirm it and take the next step. Suddenly, Puppy's ears twitch. He hears someone screaming and cursing at the top of their lungs across the road. The group looks toward the door, hearing the sound of someone splashing through the water and hurling insults at the rain. The unmentionable curses get louder and louder, echoing through the empty, flooded streets. Through the darkness, someone is aggressively swimming through the flood, their arms churning the water with pure rage. It's Charlie. He bursts through the surface, screaming at Chan for being a jerk and ignoring his messages. Chan stares at him, baffled that the kobold actually swam all the way through a natural disaster just to yell at him. He asks Charlie if he was trying to connect with nature or if he was escaping from something dangerous. Charlie explodes, telling Chan to shut up and just give him the keys to the bathroom right now. Apparently, Charlie's house is flooded, his toilet is useless, and he's been holding it in for 10 miserable minutes. Chan bluntly tells him that if Charlie had to swim here, he should know the store's plumbing is probably in the same mess. He paints a vivid mental picture of the situation, and Charlie realizes he's in for a very long, very uncomfortable day. The three of them stand in an awkward silence, the reality of the apocalypse finally sinking in through their wet clothes. Sighing, Charlie gives up on the bathroom and pulls out his laptop, deciding to just work through the pain. Chan watches him type away, thinking that this isn't just workaholism, Charlie is straight up losing his mind. Yunha whispers to Chan that the kobold clearly loves him, because that bathroom excuse is way too fake to be real. Chan ignores the teasing and gets back to business, telling her he found the gate location thanks to some experts, meaning Hana and Charlie. He points to Charlie, who actually marked the predicted gate location on a digital map before his house went under. Chan asks if she can call for reinforcements now that they have a precise target for the anti-magic team. Yunha looks at the map and then back at the storm, admitting that high risk isn't enough for the higher-ups to move. Right now, the government is only protecting their own buildings and expensive real estate, leaving the rest of the city to rot. Chan scowls, frustrated by the clueless bureaucrats who are letting the city collapse while they wait for solid proof. He pets Puppy, trying to clear his head, but he knows he can't afford to waste another second. Yunha sees the look on his face and smiles. She asks him exactly where he thinks the gate is hiding. Moments later, Yunha is wading through the flood with Chan on her back, heading toward the manhole. The water is dark and churning, making it impossible to see anything below the surface with the naked eye. Chan asks if she's tired from carrying him through the current, but she laughs it off, calling him the lightest boy she's ever lifted. She explains that she's using her weight magic to make herself heavy enough to stay grounded against the rushing water. Chan realizes they have to go underwater to check properly, so he grips her waist tight as they prepare to dive. Yunha takes a deep breath and plunges into the murky floodwater, her goggles shielding her eyes. She swims near the bottom, searching the street surface, but everything looks normal at first glance. She reaches the manhole cover Chan pointed out, hoping his prediction isn't just a wild guess. The moment she touches the iron cover, it begins to rattle violently, and a massive surge of energy erupts from below. A muffled explosion rocks the street, sending a plume of water and dark energy into the air. Bubbles fizz and pop on the surface like boiling oil, and Yunha realizes Chan was 100% right. The distortion clears for a split second, and both of them stare down at the gaping maw of the manhole. It's leagues beyond anything Chan saw this morning. The space inside is twisted and black, like a portal to hell. Chan feels the magical pressure and knows for a fact that this is the core gate, the heart of the disaster. He looks over at Yunha, but her face has gone pale. She knows exactly how dangerous this thing is. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind them, glad to see that they're both in good health. It's Wolf Sir. He's standing in the rain, looking calm and composed as he asks them what they're doing in the middle of the street. Yunha's mind flashes back to a few years ago when she went with a senior hunter to close a different core gate. Her senior was a massive guy with a panther's head, and even he looked nervous as they approached the tunnel. The space inside that tunnel was warping right before their eyes, creating a darkness so thick that light couldn't even penetrate it. The Panther Senior explained that the gate wasn't just pulling things in, it was twisting reality and spitting it back out. Yunha looks back at the manhole, shivering because this one feels exactly like the nightmare she barely survived years ago. She notices that the water isn't actually flowing into the manhole, some force from inside is pushing it back out with incredible pressure. She asks Chan if he sees anything weird, hoping his anti-magic eyes can find a weakness she can't. Chan confirms it. The space inside is warped in a way that makes his head hurt just looking at it. Wolf Sir joins them, looking down at the swirling darkness and admitting that this situation is really bad. Yunha continues her story, saying they had to call in a specialist back then just to measure how long they had before the gate collapsed. The expert, a man with an eagle's head, told them they had exactly 3 hours before the gate would naturally disappear. Yunha is convinced that this manhole is on the exact same timer, 3 hours until it either vanishes or explodes. Wolf Sir says they have to contact the magic authority immediately because if this thing blows, the whole district is gone. Yunha tells Chan to go home and stay safe while she and the veteran handle the report and the backup request. Wolf Sir laughs, saying his wife is sleeping soundly and he's got plenty of time to help them save the city. He truly feels that staying here and finding a quick solution is the best way to handle this mess. Chan looks at him, sensing that the old man already has a plan brewing behind those sharp eyes. The clock is ticking, 3 hours to do something before the city becomes a memory. Chan checks his phone again, but the jammer effect is still total. There's no way to call for reinforcements from here. He realizes he has two options: run away and save himself, or do something boss level to fix this. Wolf Sir interrupts his thoughts, pointing out 2 more people struggling through the flood on the other side of the road. Yunha leans in, asking Chan if he recognizes the 2 women who are about to get swept away. Chan is shocked to see more people out in this madness, especially since the water is nearly over their heads. It's Officer Iruel the elf, and she's dragging a coughing, exhausted Elena through the current. Chan's jaw drops. He literally told everyone to stay away, and now his entire store family is gathered in a flood zone. He shouts for Wolf Sir and Yunha to help them, and they move like lightning to grab the 2 women. Iruel looks up, her eyes glazed with exhaustion, barely recognizing Chan through the pouring rain. Chan grabs Elena, telling the others he'll take care of her since he knows the succubus well. The group splashes back toward the store, the current trying its best to pull them apart. Wolf Sir catches Iruel as she stumbles, telling her she shouldn't overexert herself, even if she is a high-ranking officer. He tells her that in a crisis like this, working together is the only way to avoid getting hurt. Yunha helps Chan drag Elena, telling the succubus to let them help so she can finally catch her breath. Iruel finally relents, thanking them for the cooperation as she leans on the veteran. Yunha flashes a bright smile, offering to lead the way since her weight magic makes her the most stable person in the water. She tells Chan to hold her hand tight as they make the final push back to the convenience store. They move as a unit, a small line of survivors fighting against the power of a core gate. Chan is amazed that Yunha is moving through the rushing water like it's a calm pond, and he asks if she can cast that same spell on him. Yunha laughs, saying there's no way she's using her magic on a living person unless it's an absolute emergency. She tells him that country folks don't understand how dangerous and complicated it is to cast spells on humans. If you aren't a top-tier professional, casting magic on someone else can go wrong in a million ways. As they reach the store entrance, Puppy's ears twitch. He senses someone else inside. The door slides open, and the manager stands there holding Puppy, greeting Chan with a huge, cheerful smile. Chan asks if she finished the paperwork at the Ministry of Magic, and she complains about how many documents she had to sign. The manager looks at the soaking wet, exhausted group and realizes Chan has been through hell while she was gone. Chan nods, and the manager tells him to hold still so she can release a special enchantment on him. She snaps her fingers, and a warm golden light washes over the group, instantly drying them off and healing their fatigue. The manager laughs, declaring that today she is invincible because of her recent visit to the ministry. She's stacked with 8 invincibility buffs. She originally had 9, but she used one just to teleport back to the shop faster. She's ready to take care of the customers, but Yunha pulls her aside, saying they need to have a serious talk. The manager's playful expression vanishes as she sees how urgent Yunha's face has become. She gently sets Puppy down and follows Yunha into the back office to discuss the situation. She calls Chan over, telling him he needs to be part of this discussion since he's the one who found the gate. They close the door, and Yunha drops the bombshell. She and the manager are planning to dive into the manhole. Chan is horrified, asking if they're really going in without reinforcements or a backup team. Yunha explains that they don't have time. The gate could blow or disappear any minute, so they have to destroy it themselves. But there's a massive problem. They don't have enough people to both attack the gate and protect the store. The store is safe for now, but they have no idea what the gate's explosion will do to the neighborhood. Yunha adds that the manager hasn't done this kind of work in a long time, and the manager takes personal offense at that. The manager snaps back that she's still in her prime, but Yunha insists that the danger is still too high. She looks at Chan, hesitating because she isn't sure if she should bring him along or leave him behind. They need an anti-magic user to handle the unpredictable energy inside the gate, which makes Chan essential. But Yunha admits she isn't confident she can protect both the manager and Chan at the same time if things go south. The manager tells her to relax, but Yunha knows that handling it is way easier said than done in a core gate. She sighs, wishing they had just one more heavy-hitting combatant to round out the team. The 2 women start to argue about leaving Chan behind, but he finally cuts them off. Chan steps forward, telling them they don't need extra people because he's already solved the problem. He looks them in the eye and asks them if they'll trust him on this one reckless idea. He walks back out to the main store area and addresses the entire group: Charlie, Elena, Wolf Sir, and Erul. He explains the situation. The core gate is right outside, and it's about to make things much, much worse. Chan tells them he's about to do something completely reckless, and he needs every single one of them to help. He lets out a long breath, thinking about how he hasn't even gotten his first paycheck yet, and now he's asking a squad of monsters and mages to start a war. Chan stands firm, asking his group of regular customers and allies for a huge favor to save their city. He jokes about not even getting his first paycheck yet, but everyone can see the weight of the world in his eyes. Charlie the kobold asks what the plan is, and Yunha steps up, explaining the mission to dive into the sewers and destroy the core gate. Yunha turns to Officer Erul, acknowledging that Chan spoke highly of her skills as a bureau official. The plan is simple. While the main team hits the gate, Erul needs to stay behind and protect the store and the survivors. Erul accepts the duty with a serious look, promising to keep the citizens safe so the team can focus on the fight. Next, Yunha turns to Charlie, calling him a chihuahua just to mess with him, which clearly hits a nerve. Charlie snaps back, furious at being asked to hack the magic agency when the signal is totally dead. Yunha's temper flares, and Chan has to step in to keep her from squashing the grumpy kobold right then and there. The manager steps in with a smile, asking Charlie if he could make a call if she managed to find even a tiny bit of signal. She pulls out a glowing blue emergency device used by bureau employees, hoping it'll be the tool Charlie needs. Charlie inspects the magic gem, his eyes narrowing as he realizes he might actually be able to make this work. He demands 5 minutes of silence, his fingers already blurring across his keyboard as he starts his digital assault. The manager then turns to Elena, acknowledging her expertise as a researcher for a major potion company. They need a specific cocktail of magic potions to survive the upcoming dive into the flooded abyss. The shopping list is intense. They need rapid freeze, mana neutralizers, and most importantly, a way to breathe underwater. Since standard guild potions are banned, they need a creative alternative that can keep them alive for at least an hour. Elena goes quiet for a moment, her mind racing through thousands of pharmaceutical formulas. She pulls a white bag toward her, revealing she has something that will work for about 30 minutes. The manager says that's plenty, and Elena puts on her glasses, ready to show off why she's the best in her field. While the experts focus on tech and chemistry, the rest of the team prepares for the physical brutality ahead. Yunha turns to Wolf Sir, asking if the rumors are true that he's a veteran from the Great War. Wolf Sir confirms he was part of a secret special division, and the manager laughs, saying she probably met his old captain. In a flashback, she remembers working with a legendary mana user who was tasked with guarding the president himself. Wolf Sir just smiles, acknowledging that his former captain was indeed a master of mana manipulation. Yunha sets the formation. Wolf Sir will be paired with Chan to keep our boy safe in the thick of the magic. Wolf Sir tests a glowing vial, confident that he's dealt with much worse environments than a leaky sewer gate. The tension breaks for a second as Elena and Charlie both declare they're finished ahead of schedule. Elena, blushing, hands over a set of perfect potions she brewed in under 5 minutes, a feat that usually takes hours. Charlie slams his laptop shut, calling everyone brats and announcing that the communication line is live. He tells Chan to answer the phone and state their purpose, acting like he didn't just pull off a technological miracle. Chan picks up, wondering how Charlie even bypassed the dimensional jamming as the call connects. A flustered voice answers on the other end, clearly confused about how someone is calling them during a total blackout. Chan stammers that he's not with the bureau, which only makes the guy on the other end even more confused. The manager jumps in, identifying herself as Professor Deckard's advisor to lend some official weight to the call. She reports the core gate's location and the 2-hour countdown, demanding a budget and backup immediately. She hands the phone back to Chan, satisfied that she's bluffed their way into getting official support. Chan whispers to Charlie, worried that the police might actually arrest him for impersonating an official later. Officer Erul just stares at them, her silent gaze saying she's definitely going to have to file a report on this madness. Elena pulls Chan aside, holding a small bottle she made in the spare seconds she had left. She hands him a concentrated first aid potion, her eyes full of worry for our boy. It's a top-tier healing brew designed to handle everything from deep cuts to broken bones. She explains how it works, but Chan stops her, looking at her with a gentle but serious expression. He asks her the one question that's been on his mind: why did she come here even after he told her it was dangerous? He points out that she fell into the water and nearly drowned just to reach the store. Elena looks down, admitting she saw the store on the news and couldn't stand the thought of him being alone in the dark. She feels silly for being stranded and needing rescue, her hands trembling as she tries to apologize. A flashback shows Elena at home, constantly looking at a photo of Chan and worrying about what he thinks of her. She was terrified she had offended him and that she'd never get the chance to make it right. "I just rushed over without thinking," she whispers, her eyes welling up with tears. Chan looks at her kindly, telling her it's not trouble, it's concern, and he's just worried she might get hurt. He tells her that just like she worries about him, he worries about her too, making Elena's heart skip a beat. She nods, finally feeling a sense of relief as Chan thanks her for the potion and prepares to leave. The moment is instantly ruined by Charlie, who is watching them from the side with a smug, knowing look. He asks if that's all, implying they were supposed to do something more romantic before the mission. Chan gets flustered, demanding to know what Charlie is even talking about. Charlie just sighs, calling Chan a loser and shaking his head in disappointment. The manager calls out, telling Chan not to be mad. It's time for the final member of the team to step up. Puppy wants in. The manager explains that the little spirit dog refuses to be left behind. Chan thinks it's too dangerous, but the manager says Puppy has been whispering to her about how much he wants to help. Yunha's solution is to wrap the pup tightly in a backpack, ensuring he doesn't get swept away in the current. Chan smiles, remembering that their puppy is a lot tougher than any normal house pet. The pup gives an enthusiastic woof as he's tucked into the bag, ready for the adventure of a lifetime. The team arrives at the manhole, the water churning around the iron cover like a hungry beast. The manager decides she and Yunha will go down first to clear a landing zone for the others. They plunge into the darkness, leaving Chan and Wolfsir on the surface for one last tense moment. Wolfsir admits he hasn't quite mastered walking on water, and he carries Chan down the ladder into the abyss. Chan grips the rungs, adjusting Puppy's bag as they descend into the pitch-black sewer system. He looks down, shocked by how deep and unnervingly quiet the sewers have become. Suddenly, a massive rumble shakes the walls, and Chan's eyes go wide as the world starts to vibrate. The gate releases a wave of space distortion, and Chan's hand slips from the ladder. H! Chan screams as he falls into the black void, the ground disappearing beneath him. He tumbles through the air, his vision blurring as the gravity of the core gate pulls him in. Wolfsir dives after him, shouting for him to hold on tight. It's better to let themselves fall than to fight the distortion. Flash! A blinding light forces Chan to close his eyes as they breach the portal's surface. He wakes up on a sandy floor, the manager's face appearing above him, telling him to snap out of it. He sees Puppy is safe in her arms, and a wave of relief washes over him. They are surprisingly fine, but the world around them has completely changed. Chan looks around for the others, and he hears Yunha's voice calling out to him from the distance. He looks out and sees Yunha and Wolfsir standing on what looks like a beach, with a ghost city rising from the mist. Yunha asks him if he's ready to make a decision now that they've seen the real gate. She points toward a vast, glowing ocean that seems to stretch on forever. Chan is speechless, his jaw dropping when Yunha asks him if he even knows how to swim. They are standing on the surface of the core gate, a place that pulls in and regenerates other gates from all over the world. It's an infinite gate factory, and they are looking at the production line of the apocalypse. Yunha's magic confirms that the actual core is hidden deep beneath that glowing sea. She asks Chan one more time, is he in favor of diving in? Or does he want to turn back? Chan asks how deep they have to go, and his face pales when she says, about 2,000 meters. "That's the deep sea!" he shouts, terrified that the water pressure will turn him into a dried fish instantly. The manager explains that the water isn't actually real seawater, it's a shapeless mass of pure mana. Since Chan has his anti-magic constitution, the pressure won't affect him at all, he can walk through it like air. But she warns him not to relax, as the gate is swarming with monsters that shift and change with the environment. Yunha is worried that as they get closer to the core, the guardian monsters will swarm them like a hive. Wolfsir stands tall, his ears twitching as he senses a slight vibration coming from deep within the sand. Chan feels his own hand trembling, but he grips it tight, his resolve hardening. "We have to go," he says, and Yunha smiles, promising that nothing will happen to him as long as she's breathing. Chan tries to tell Wolfsir he doesn't have to guard him, but the old soldier isn't having any of it. He tells Chan that after seeing the boy's courage, there's no way a veteran like him could stay behind. Chan realizes Wolfsir saw how scared he was and is stepping up to give him strength. He feels a bit embarrassed for showing a weak side, but Puppy just licks his face to cheer him up. The pup explains that being with the team is the most enjoyable thing he can imagine. Even if he's a burden, Puppy wants to see this through to the end for the sake of his friends. Wolfsir looks at the small dog with respect, acknowledging Puppy's upright spirit. They promise to have a celebratory tea together once they save the city, and then they dive into the glowing blue abyss. The underwater world is breathtaking, and Elena's potion works perfectly, allowing them to breathe as if they were on land. Wolfsir is impressed by the succubus's skill, noting that brewing such quality in 5 minutes is a master-level feat. Suddenly, the manager signals everyone to stop. Something massive is moving in the shadows below them. A giant purple tentacle drifts through the water, and Chan's eyes nearly pop out of his head. It's a monstrous octopus, its scale so huge it looks like a mountain drifting through the deep sea. Yunha tells everyone to be quiet. The beast is currently sleeping, and it's best to let it stay that way. The fact that such a guardian is here means they are already 2/3 of the way to the core. The manager urges them to stay strong and keep moving while they have the chance. But then, Yuna notices something moving beneath the giant octopus, a shimmering white light. "Ah, damn," she whispers as a swarm of smaller glowing creatures begins to emerge from the rocks. They are monstrous deep-sea anglerfish with rows of jagged teeth, and they are coming out to feed. "Get down!" Yuna shouts as the swarm surges upward, ignoring the hunters and heading straight for the sleeping octopus. Chan watches in horror as the tiny monsters begin to tear into the giant's flesh. The giant octopus erupts in a silent scream of agony, its massive eyes snapping open in a blind rage. Yunha realizes the plan is blown. They have to dive deeper before the beast starts thrashing. The octopus goes into a frenzy, its tentacles whipping through the water and creating massive whirlpools. Yunha shouts for Wolfsir to take the manager and Chan and bolt for the entrance of the core. She realizes someone has to stay behind and draw the beast's attention, or they'll all be crushed in the crossfire. Chan shouts her name, but Yunha is already moving, a cold, sharp determination in her eyes. She draws a tactical knife, its blade glowing as she prepares to face the mountain-sized monster alone. "Bring it on, you bastard," she smirks, ready to show this gate why she's an A-rank hunter. Imagine being buried 2,000 meters deep in a sea of pure magic where the pressure alone could crush a normal person into dust. Our boy Chan, the manager, and Wolfsir have finally reached the destination, but they've got to hurry and get the scrolls ready for Yunha. Chan's struggling though, the magical energy here is so thick it's literally blurring his vision and distorting the world around him. He can't even see the entrance the manager is pointing out, so she tells him and Mr. Wolf to just keep their heads down for a second. With a casual wave of her hand, she lets out a burst of power that clears the path. Suddenly, a bunch of dead monster fish start raining down from above. Turns out that giant octopus they saw earlier was having a feast and just tossed the leftovers their way. Chan's worried about Yunha being back there with those things, but the manager just smiles and tells him not to sweat it. Yunha's more than capable. To settle their nerves, the manager hands out some sweet tonics to help them stay calm before they find the entrance. It's a bit of a weird time for a snack break, but hey, sugar really does help when you're facing a world-ending disaster. Just as the sugar hits their system, the manager spots it. There it is, a massive metal fence hidden deep in the rock, marking the entrance to the inner sanctum. The manager tells Chan to spray a metal solvent on the bars, but before he can even finish, a massive tentacle slams into the ground right behind them. It's a piece of the giant octopus, and it looks like the fight back there is getting way more intense than they thought. Chan is wide-eyed with shock, realizing just how much danger their teammate is in. Yunha screams for them to get inside and move fast, while the manager tells Chan to stay focused on the task at hand. She's buying them every second she can, dodging the massive limbs of the beast with everything she's got. Wolfsir keeps his hand on Chan's shoulder, reminding him to stay calm so they don't mess up the entrance. The solvent starts hissing as it eats through the metal, and the manager tells Yuna she just needs to hold on for 2 more minutes. Yunha talks big, saying she could go for 2 hours, but then the octopus gets a lucky grip on her leg. The team freaks out as she's dragged toward the monster's mouth, and she's screaming for the manager to save her magic for the core. But then, a tiny booming voice echoes through the water, telling the great octopus elder to stop right now. It's Puppy. Our little fluffball is using his word command to tell the monster that these humans aren't even tasty enough to eat. He pleads with the beast, explaining that they're just trying to pass through and don't want any trouble. Puppy puts every ounce of his spirit power into the order, coughing from the strain as he begs the octopus to just look the other way. The monster actually freezes, and Yunha manages to scramble away, looking at the little dog in total disbelief. Puppy lets out a tiny squeal of victory, thanking the octopus for its mercy, while Chan watches on, stunned. The massive eye of the beast glares at them one last time, but it actually backs off. It swims away into the dark, leaving the team a clear path forward. Yuna stands there, catching her breath while staring after the retreating monster. She asks the manager if what she just saw was real, and the manager confirms it. Wolfsir explains that Puppy used a word command, a high-level magical order that forces obedience. It's incredibly rare and powerful, but as they look at the little guy, he's already tuckered out. He used every bit of his energy to save them and is now fast asleep in Chan's bag. Yunha jokes it off, acting like she wasn't just seconds away from being fish food, which gets a laugh out of Wolfsir. But the atmosphere turns heavy again as they look deeper into the cave. The purple mana leaking out is getting way more intense, and they're officially running out of time. They hurry inside, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the eerie, glowing tunnel. The distortion is so bad here it looks like the air itself is melting. The manager warns them that the magical energy is so high it'll make their skin tingle, and she tells Chan to speak up if it gets too much. Suddenly, the manager calls for a halt. Yunha asks what's up, her hand already moving toward her blade. The manager explains that the closer they get to the core, the more guardian beasts they're going to find. And right on cue, something massive starts moving in the shadows. Rocks start tumbling down as a giant figure begins to assemble itself. It's a golem, a massive pile of living rocks standing between them and their goal. A glowing yellow eye lights up in the center of its head as it locks onto the group. Yunha doesn't hesitate. She leaps into the air and slashes at it with her knife. But her blade just bounces off. The stone is way too tough for a normal strike. The golem raises a massive fist to crush her, and Yunha barely has time to react as it swings down. But before the hit lands, Wolfsir flashes in, catching the golem's arm with his bare hands. He looks at Yunha and tells her she's clearly exhausted from the octopus fight. With a confident smile, he tells her to rest easy. He's taking over from here. Wolfsir stands his ground as more golems emerge from the walls, but he doesn't look worried at all. He dodges a massive rock that flies past them, and the impact is so loud it shakes the entire cave. He realizes that if he just plays defense, the others might get caught in the crossfire. He asks Yunha for permission to go all out and neutralize them. Yunha gives him the green light to smash them to bits, and Wolfsir moves like a blur toward the lead golem. He uses his shoulder-popping technique, a move that literally cuts off the flow of mana inside a target. He slams his palm into the monster, and a massive shockwave of energy ripples through its stone body. With one hit, the golem completely shatters into a pile of pebbles. Wolfsir adjusts his suit sleeves, looking like he just finished a light workout instead of a life-or-death battle. He tells Chan and the manager to go find the core gate while he and Yunha hold the line here. They've got less than 20 minutes left before the gate vanishes and destroys the city, so there's no time to argue. The manager hands her backpack over to Yunha and tells her to back up Mr. Wolf as soon as she's caught her breath. Yunha nods, telling the manager to be careful as they head into the heart of the storm. The manager grabs Chan's hand, telling him to hold on tight and never let go no matter what happens. But Chan stops for a second, looking back at the old veteran. He tells Wolfsir he absolutely cannot get hurt, because if he does, his wife will be incredibly worried. Wolfsir pauses, a soft smile touching his face at the reminder of what he's fighting for. He promises he'll keep that in mind, and with that, the team splits up. The manager activates her magic, and they take off like a rocket. Chan is literally screaming as he's dragged through the air, while the manager waves a cheerful goodbye to the others. Yunha is left standing there, completely awestruck by just how fast and powerful her sister's magic really is. Wolfsir turns his attention back to the remaining golems, ready to finish the job. But weirdly, the golems aren't attacking anymore, they're just standing there like they've lost their will to fight. Wolfsir isn't about to wait around, he's got a job to do. If they won't come to him, he's going to bring the fight to them. Meanwhile, Chan and the manager have arrived in a pitch-black area where even the ground feels like it's missing. Chan realizes he's walking on nothing. This part of the world hasn't even fully formed yet. The manager lets out a sigh and uses her magic to illuminate the area, revealing a surreal landscape of glowing plants and floating rocks. Chan is genuinely amazed, telling the manager her magic is awe-inspiring, which makes her brag about being a big-shot archmage in her prime. She asks for the mana neutralizer they brought from the store, preparing to stabilize the area. They walk deeper into the glowing cave, the silence feeling heavier with every step. The energy is getting stronger, and Chan starts wondering what the actual nucleus of a core gate even looks like. Suddenly, the manager stops and apologizes to Chan out of nowhere. Chan's confused, asking what she could possibly be sorry for. She looks back at him and admits that on his first day at the store, she made a vow to protect him from all the scary stuff in this world. She thought since he came from a world without magic, he'd be terrified, so she tried her best to keep him away from scenes exactly like this one. She feels like she failed him by dragging him into this mess, and she's been wanting to say sorry all day. Chan just looks at her, telling her there's absolutely no reason to apologize. He admits he was scared. I mean, a dragon bullied him on day one, and he's played tag with lightning squirrels. He saw a giant octopus eating stone monsters like it was a video game, and his heart was racing like crazy. But he tells her that what he's actually afraid of isn't the monsters. He's terrified that if he makes one small mistake, he'll put everyone he cares about in danger. He feels like he's never done anything right in his life, and he doesn't even know how to start. He's anxious that if he messes up, the people who actually rely on him will turn their backs. He doesn't want their memories to become things of the past. He wants to keep laughing with them tomorrow. The manager looks at him with newfound respect and promises to help him as much as she can. They look up and see it, a massive, glowing droplet of energy floating in the center of the cavern. She tells Chan it's time to harvest the frozen mass, and she creates a magical bridge for him to walk on. Chan jokes that he feels like a princess on this bridge, and the manager just laughs, telling him to get comfy before the hard part starts. She looks him in the eye and tells him to come back safe, assuring him that he's always done a great job. Chan gives a small smile, takes a deep breath, and says he'll do his best. He leaps into the core energy, and the purple mana is so dense it feels like he's swimming through thick sludge. His head is pounding from the magical pressure, and he knows he won't last long in there. Then he sees it, the core gate nucleus, a floating purple gem that looks like it's pulsing with life. Suddenly, the gem opens up to reveal a giant glaring eye. Chan can feel its intense glare, like the gate is scolding him for trying to ruin its fun. But Chan isn't intimidated, he gets pissed off instead, yelling that if the gate wants to play in his store, it better pay rent. He reaches out and grabs the nucleus, demanding that it lets him clock out already. The gem unleashes a flood of mana to try and shake him off, but Chan holds on with everything he's got. This is his first job in this world, and he refuses to leave until it's finished properly. Just as he's about to hit his limit, the manager's hand reaches into the void and grabs his. She tells him he's done enough and it's time to go clock out together. Our boy Chan is barely conscious, hearing voices drifting through the haze, telling him to take it easy because he pushed himself way too hard. He wakes up upside down, feeling drained, and his first instinct is to ask the boss where he should put the damaged goods. Memories start flooding back, the giant eyeball, the crushing mana pressure, and he remembers the manager reaching out to save him at the last second. She told him it was all over and cast a massive spell, and after that, everything became a blur. When he finally opens his eyes, he's back at the store, but the place is a total disaster zone. Apparently, while they were gone, some ginkgo trees started a protest march through the streets because of the gate. Talk about a weird world. Elena is right there, hovering over him with worry, while Chan apologizes to the manager for being stuck on the floor while everyone else is working. Suddenly, a massive snarling dogman face fills his vision, looking absolutely furious. It's one of the customers, shouting at the weak little punk to get off his butt and help clean the store. Chan jumps up so fast he's basically vibrating, while Yunha and Wolfsir just laugh at the chaotic scene. The manager claps her hands, wearing a huge smile as she thanks everyone for their hard work in saving the store and the city. She treats the whole squad to cup noodles. It's not much of a feast for saving the world, but it's on the house, which is a rare win. Chan sits there staring at his noodles, looking totally spaced out, and Elena starts to worry that the mission was too much for him. He tells her he just saw something terrifying on his phone, and the suspense is killing her. It's a message from his supervisor at the Magic Bureau asking for a status report, and the manager just tells him to be honest about it. Chan types back the most casual message ever: "I destroyed the gate core. What now?" Talk about an absolute flex. The response is instant. They want an expense report and tell him a high-ranking official is coming to visit him soon. Chan's sweating, wondering if Professor Lee is coming to yell at him for using his name without permission to get into the bureau. The red-haired vampire professor is already on his way, looking sharp and checking his own messages. Chan asks the manager if they should try to bill the government for the store damage, but she's already thinking about insurance. Chan turns to the rest of the crew, asking if there's anything they want from the government as compensation. As they pack up to leave, Yunha reminds Chan not to forget about his payment, while Puppy is happily snuggled in her arms. Chan and the manager wave goodbye to their ragtag team of heroes as the sun begins to set. Chan admits he's still feeling drained, so the manager offers to dispel the anti-magic lingering on his body. With a snap of her fingers, Chan feels totally refreshed, realizing she used her last bit of magic just to make him feel better. But the manager isn't done yet. She pulls out one more trick from her pocket. She hands him a recovery potion from Elena, telling him to take it and get some real sleep when he gets home. Chan looks at her and asks a deep question. Why does he even have this anti-magic body in the first place? He's been wondering why someone from a world with no magic is the only one in the entire otherworld with this specific trait. The manager admits she's been curious too, and she wants to run an experiment. She asks if she can come over to his house today to see his world for herself. They step through the portal, and the manager is immediately impressed by how clean the air is in Chan's rural town. Chan's confused why she's so excited about a world with nothing, but to her, a world with no magic is fascinating. She's literally asking if they ride around on mammoths. She has zero idea how normal humans actually live. Chan just goes along with it, hoping they can actually find some clues about his origin. Suddenly, bam! The manager walks right into an invisible wall and gets knocked back. Chan stops in his tracks, looking back with total confusion. She's rubbing her forehead in pain, while Chan asks if she's okay. She pulls out some coins from her world and tells Chan to watch closely as she runs a test. She tosses the coin toward the boundary, and it flies right through. She realizes that inanimate objects can pass, but she's still blocked by the invisible barrier. Chan watches as she reaches out her hand, but it's like she's pressing against solid glass. She figures it out. To enter Chan's world, you must have zero magic. Because magic is essential to the people of her world, that invisible wall acts like a filter that keeps them all out. She looks a bit sad, admitting she really wanted to see where Chan lives. She starts to turn back, but Chan isn't ready to give up yet. He reaches out and grabs her hand firmly. The manager is stunned as Chan pulls her forward, right through the barrier she couldn't cross. He reminds her that he's been able to bring back potions and items from the store without any issues. He figured that since his body acts as a null zone, he could use his own constitution to act as a bridge for her. She's so proud she could burst, calling him a full-fledged anti-mage, while Chan just scratches his head sheepishly. He asks her what she thinks of his world now that she's actually standing in it. She looks at the sunset over the quiet buildings and finds the whole place quaint and charming. She confesses it's always been her dream to visit a place where no one knows who she is, a place where she can finally feel at peace. She looks at Chan with genuine gratitude, telling him he just fulfilled her biggest wish. They stand together overlooking the city as the sun dips below the horizon, a rare moment of quiet in their chaotic lives. Later, back at his place, Chan's phone pings with a notification from the manager. She sent him a message telling him he worked hard and that his first paycheck has been deposited. Chan's eyes practically pop out of his head when he sees the number. He was expecting maybe $1,000,000 for his hourly wage and some bonuses. But the total is 20 million won. He's freaking out, thinking there must be a mistake. The manager texts back a full breakdown, base pay, night shifts, and a massive bonus for cleaning out the basement storage, ka the core gate. She even threw in an extra 30,000 won for fried chicken. Chan's starting to realize just how much his boss loves her employees. He looks at his bank balance, still in total disbelief that a convenience store job could pay this much. He wonders if it's even okay to accept this kind of money, but he's already starting to plan his budget. He starts listing off everything he can finally pay for: rent, treats for his pets, and even recovery potions for his friends. He feels a wave of relief washing over him. Having money finally makes him feel like he can pay back everyone who helped him. Bang, bang, bang. Someone starts pounding on his door, screaming about the rent. Chan peeks out, wondering who the hell is causing such a ruckus at this hour. It's the son of his landlady, announcing that he's taking over and that the rent is going up immediately. The guy is a total jerk, claiming Chan has been living cheap for way too long. Chan knows this guy is full of it. He hasn't even read the contract or the laws about rent hikes. The guy won't even come inside to talk, which tells Chan he knows he's in the wrong, and it makes Chan's blood boil. He slams the door, muttering about kids these days having zero manners. He looks around his tiny room, realizing that while he's lived here a long time, there's no reason to stay if he's being harassed. He starts wondering if there might be a cheap room available near the store in the otherworld instead. The next day, the news is all over the core gate being neutralized, with the government taking all the credit for the recovery efforts. A news anchor with purple hair and gray skin explains that recovery work is focusing on major facilities. The manager is watching the report at the store, looking a bit thoughtful as she checks her own tablet. Chan walks in early for his shift and she greets him with her usual cheerful energy. Chan tells her he's got something important he wants to discuss. He drops the bombshell. He's thinking of moving to her world and wants to know if there are any good studio apartments. She's shocked, and Chan admits that some issues came up with his current house back in the human world. He realizes he finally feels like it would be okay to live here and try out new things. Suddenly, the store bell rings, and Chan is surprised to see a familiar face. It's Professor Lee, the vampire official, and he greets the manager with a surprisingly formal tone. He asks for permission to take Chan for a moment to discuss the recent gate incident. Chan hands over the expense report for the mission, and the professor starts reading through the list of specialists Chan hired. It's a hilarious list: 800K for potions, expensive dog treats, a box of Zero Coke, and a chamber pot? The professor looks dead at Chan and asks what the hell the chamber pot was for, making Chan scramble to tell him to just ignore that part. Chan explains that his team didn't want money, especially the hacker Charlie, who would be toast if his info ever reached the bureau. Chan pleads with the professor to just process the report, giving all the credit to these mysterious specialists. The professor asks if there's really nothing Chan wants for himself. He reminds Chan that since he impersonated the professor in his messages, everyone thinks the professor did all the work, which diminishes Chan's own contribution. Chan doesn't care. He tells the professor to keep it that way. Just being paid for his participation is enough. He doesn't want the attention, fearing his identity could be exposed and put his friends in danger. The professor sighs, realizing he's going to be bombarded with questions if he claims to have acted alone, but he agrees to Chan's request. They move to the store's break area to discuss something else. The professor shows Chan a photo of a really nice modern apartment on his phone. Chan's eyes light up until he learns it's the teaching assistant dormitory at the academy. He immediately shuts it down, telling the professor he has zero interest in being his assistant. The professor lets it go for now, but Chan knows this vampire is persistent and he needs to be careful. Before leaving, the professor asks one last personal question. He asks Chan how much he actually knows about the manager. Chan's surprised by the sudden curiosity, but the professor claims it's just a light question. Chan remembers the professor acting weirdly formal around her before and wonders if there's a hidden past he's not seeing. He simply tells the professor that all he knows is that she's a good person, and that's enough. The professor walks away into the night, leaving Chan and the manager alone in the store. Chan tells the manager that the professor seemed really curious about her history. She turns to Chan and asks if he is curious about her too. She lists off all the things he might want to know, like why the professor is interested or why she's running a store in the first place. She realizes they've talked a lot, but she's never really told him her own story. She offers to tell him everything right now if he wants to hear it. Chan just looks at her and repeats what he told the professor. She's a good person. He says she was the only one who didn't find him weird and tried to help him when he was lost. That's all he needs to know. The manager looks touched, a soft smile appearing on her face as she realizes how much he trusts her. She immediately starts teasing him for thinking so highly of her, trying to hide how much she appreciated it. Then, she makes a major announcement. She's relocating the entire convenience store. She explains that the recovery on the street is going to be the slowest and business has been abysmal. She claims they might end up on the street if they don't move, and Chan is stunned that she's still paying him so much while the store is struggling. She's moving to the Academy District, and Chan decides he should look for a place over there to be close to his job. He starts listing his dream conditions for a new place. He really wants a loft this time. He wants good water pressure, good heating, and a high floor so he doesn't have to deal with noise from the street. He asks the manager what the general price range is, hoping his 20 million won will be enough. The manager looks at him with pity and tells him to avoid lofts at all costs in this world. She explains that most lofts were formerly owned by orcs, who live, let's just say, messily. Places with good water pressure are flooded by marine races, and top floors are infested with harpies who shed feathers everywhere. Chan realizes that apartment hunting in this world is a literal hellscape compared to back home. He begs the manager to go look at places with him, but she refuses, claiming someone has to watch the store 365 days a year. She starts typing on her phone looking for someone else to help our boy out. She realizes Yunha lives in the Academy District and texts her immediately. Yunha replies fast, showing she's at home with her fluffy dog, and says she knows a place that might work. She says there's a place with no deposit and only 250k won for rent. Chan's jaw drops at how cheap that is. He wants to see it immediately, but the manager warns him that if a place is too cheap, there's usually a catch. Just then, the door chimes, and little Hana walks in looking absolutely heartbroken. She's crying because she thought Chan was moving far away, and they have to quickly explain that he's just moving to the Academy District. Hana wipes her tears and explains that her mom said it was okay to stay now because the gate was neutralized. She wanted to come play with her favorite mister, looking as adorable as ever. Chan tells her it's too late to be out alone and offers to take her back to her mom's office. While they're walking, the manager gets a text saying Yunha already spoke to the landlord. The next day, Chan arrives at the address, and the manager shows him a photo of what the inside looks like. It's stunning. When he actually steps inside, he's floored by how clean and modern everything is. He was so nervous it would be a dump, but for 250k a month, this place looks like a luxury suite. But then he sees the landlord, a giant talking tortoise, and asks the burning question, is it true that it appears? He looks around, not seeing any major problems, but the low rent is still making him suspicious. He asks the tortoise just how bad it has to be to set the rent this low. The tortoise just gives him a mysterious look and says he'll know when he experiences it. Whoosh. Suddenly, a faucet bursts open and starts spraying water everywhere. Chan is splashed in the face, looking absolutely stunned as the apartment starts to lose its mind. The lights start flickering, things are clattering, and the whole place turns into a supernatural circus in seconds. Chan realized way too late that this haunted house is more chaotic than an entire dungeon. Moving into a luxury apartment should be a dream, but for Chan's new landlord, this building quickly turned into a literal nightmare. Every time they tried to remodel, ladders would move on their own and power breakers would trip, forcing the entire project to a screeching halt. The landlord spent a fortune on exorcists, but this demon was a master of hide and seek, leaving his wallet empty and the house still cursed. Desperate, he put out a dirt-cheap rent offer for anyone brave enough to catch the demon themselves. Our boy Chan is on the phone with Yunha, telling her that while he hasn't seen a demon, the poltergeist activity is off the charts. Yunha's worried, suggesting he look for another place. but Chan is locked in. He's not letting go of a 2-room apartment with no deposit for basically pennies, ghosts be damned, the rent is too good to pass up. Yunha reminds him he's fought real demons before, but Chan is stubborn, deciding to give the place at least a week. She gives in and offers to bring Puppy over to help him move in right away. She's officially on vacation and has nothing but time to help her favorite partner in crime. Yunha feels responsible since she recommended the place, and she won't let Chan live in a demon-infested house alone. Chan asks how Puppy is doing, and Yunha says the little guy is still exhausted and napping after his big fight. Turns out, Puppy doesn't even remember using his word command on the octopus. The move takes so much focus it causes memory loss. It's a heavy price to pay for such power, literally draining the stamina and mind of the user. Yunha promises to give the little hero the royal treatment while Chan heads back to the store. He walks into the shop, greeted by the usual chime of the door. The manager and little Hana are having a total snack party behind the counter, keeping the vibes high. The manager asks how the new house is, leaning in with a mischievous grin to hear the haunted details. Chan explains the flickering lights and flying objects, planning to head back with Yunha to exorcise whatever is in there. The manager thinks it's weird that only Chan's unit is affected. If the whole building were haunted, everyone would be complaining. She has a hunch that since the experts couldn't find a demon, the cause might be something else entirely. Little Hana is listening in, totally fearless and curious if ghosts are actually going to show up at Uncle's house. She's never seen one before and thinks the idea of a ghost is more fascinating than scary. Suddenly, Hana's phone rings, it's her mom, and Chan and the manager instantly go into panic mode to get her home. Hana answers happily, telling her mom she's just hanging out with the mister at the store. Chan and the manager share a look of pure dread. They know how terrifyingly powerful Hana's dragon parents can be. Hana says her mom is done with work and is already nearby to pick her up. Chan screams for the manager to open the teleport gate immediately. They've only got 10 seconds. It's a mad scramble as the manager charges the gate and Chan locks up the store for safety. The manager warns Hana to never come by this late again, even if she misses Chan, for her own safety. They wave her off, hoping they made it in time before her mom spotted them. Chan asks the manager to delay the store relocation until tonight so he can personally tell all the regulars they're moving. She agrees, knowing that keeping their loyal customers is the key to running a successful business. Outside, Chan spots a massive black limo, it's Hana's mom's ride, and it looks like something out of a spy movie. Even in the other world, seeing a personal limo and driver is a sign of serious wealth and power. Chan realizes Hana's family must be high-ranking elites to have this kind of setup. Hana thanks him for the past 2 days, being her usual adorable self as she heads to the car. Chan watches her go, but then he notices a dark presence inside the vehicle. Hana climbs in, asking her mom what's wrong, but the atmosphere inside the car is deathly heavy. An icy chill runs down Chan's spine. He feels an intense, murderous gaze locking onto him from behind the tinted glass. Every instinct he has tells him to look away and act natural. He knows he shouldn't make eye contact with that woman. Inside the car, the dragon mom lets out a small smile, telling Hana it's nothing, but the pressure she just released was enough to level a building. Later, Chan tells Yunha about the encounter, still feeling the lingering pressure from the dragon's aura. Yunha explains that dragons use magic detection to read people's energy, and seeing a stranger near her kid made her defensive. It makes sense. Any parent would be tense meeting someone new who's been hanging out with their daughter. Puppy jumps up, asking if the boss is feeling okay after that encounter. Chan tells the little guy to worry about himself, seeing as he's been sleeping for what feels like forever. They arrive at the apartment and find the hallway completely flooded with water. Chan's confused, wondering if the landlord was cleaning or if a pipe burst while he was gone. It was fine just an hour ago, and Puppy starts sniffing around, sensing something nearby. Puppy calls out to Chan, telling him there's a strange, musty stench coming from the room. They burst in, and the scene is a total disaster. Water is spraying everywhere like a high-pressure hose. The bathroom is overflowing, and the whole place is turning into an indoor swimming pool. Chan stands there, completely shell-shocked at the sheer level of destruction in his new home. Yunha looks at him with pity, asking if he's absolutely sure the place was fine before. Chan finally snaps, screaming into the empty air for the ghost to come out and talk this out like a man. Even Puppy joins in, barking his head off and telling the intruder to stop trashing someone else's home. Chan is furious, yelling that nobody else would even want to live in this mess except him. Suddenly, the chaos stops and a soft meow echoes through the room. They freeze, hearing a tiny kitten crying somewhere in the debris. Yunha realizes this isn't a demon at all. It's something else. Something magical. OW. Something invisible brushes past Yunha and she yells in pain as her tail gets hit. Whatever it is, it's fast and invisible and it just smacked them again without a second thought. Chan realizes the entity is sensitive and he's starting to piece together what they're dealing with. He calls for Puppy to help him out, having a plan to lure the invisible intruder into a trap. He borrows a fluffy pink keyring from Yunha and tells Puppy to wag his tail as hard as he can. He attaches the lure to Puppy's tail. It's the ultimate cat toy strategy. He tells Yunha to step back, waiting for the perfect moment for the predator to strike. Chan's betting his 6 months of pet shop experience that no cat, spirit or otherwise, can resist this thing. He sees a ripple in the water, his eyes tracking the movement as it lunges for the lure. Gotcha. Chan reaches out and grabs the air, catching a tiny, struggling rascal that lets out a surprised meow. He lifts it up, and though it's hard to see, he can feel the tiny, transparent body of a kitten in his hands. Yunha can't see a thing, but she figures it out from the crying and the fresh scratches on Chan's arms. She realizes why the landlord's evil spirit story felt off from the start. The place only got trashed when people were actually there or during construction. Most ghosts go on rampages regardless of whether people are home, but this house stayed quiet when empty. That means it wasn't a haunt, it was a sentient being using telekinesis to drive people away. The little guy was just defending its territory, and it chose the loudest way possible to do it. The kitten bites Chan's hand, struggling to get free as he tries to apologize for grabbing it. Yunha notes how sensitive it is to magic, which explains why it's been chasing out every exorcist and mage the landlord hired. They're stuck with a problem. What do you do with a spirit cat that nobody can see? Esplash. The cat uses its power to blast Yunha with a wave of water as revenge. Yunha's soaked, but she's laughing it off, realizing this kitten has one hell of a temper. Chan stops playing nice, glaring at the trespasser and demanding an apology for the watery mess. He tells the cat that if it doesn't listen, he won't hold back next time he kicks it out. The kitten screams in defiance, throwing a total tantrum as it tries to break free from Chan's grip. Chan doesn't budge, telling it that if it doesn't like being manhandled, it shouldn't treat others that way. He gives it a stern order to stop the chaos and clean up the entire room immediately. He threatens to give it a bath himself if it doesn't comply, and for a spirit cat, that's a terrifying prospect. The kitten gives in, and with a massive swirl of telekinetic energy, it pulls all the water back into the drains. In seconds, the place is spotless, and Chan realizes that having an invisible cat might actually have some perks. He decides he better get the little guy something to eat before it starts trashing the place again. Later at the store, the manager is staring at a bowl of kibble through her phone, still unable to see the phantom cat. Even Chan's anti-magic didn't dispel its invisibility, which means the transparency is just a natural part of its body. The manager guesses it's a 99% spirit beast, and Chan says it's been napping peacefully since it ate its fill. Suddenly, the store bell rings and the manager snaps back into customer service mode. A young woman walks in, asking for help with a very calm and collected demeanor. She asks if she can stay in the store for just a couple of hours, looking a bit tired. The manager tells her to make herself comfortable, but Chan is already sensing something unique about her. She has silver hair and silver eyes, she looks elven, but there's something subtly human about her. The manager catches Chan staring and tells him it's rude to gawk at the customers like that. Chan apologizes, but he can't shake the feeling that this girl is different from anyone he's met so far. The manager sends him a text, telling him to keep the invisible cat a secret because it'll cause major problems if the word gets out. Chan replies that he's already told the regulars about the store moving, and Officer Earwol found a new clue about that briefcase case. The manager starts planning what to offer Earwol for her help, when suddenly the silver-haired girl stands up. Chan asks if something is wrong, but she just gives him a piercing analytical look. She walks right up to him and asks how old he is, catching him completely off guard. Chan is baffled, wondering why a total stranger is asking for his ID out of the blue. He says he's 29, and she replies that she's 20, so she's going to call him Appa from now on. Then she drops a bombshell. She tried to use magic in the store just now and it failed, and she's certain it's because of him. She asks him outright if he's from another world, and Chan's heart skips a beat. He can't believe she figured it out so fast. He tries to play it cool, but her certainty is terrifying. The manager tells Chan to start his shift later and go have a little talk with this customer instead. She smiles, saying the girl doesn't seem like a bad kid and it might be worth investigating. Chan agrees, telling the girl he'll be quick as they head to the seating area. He asks her straight up what she's trying to do and why she was using magic inside the store. He reminds her that she can't just use magic wherever she wants and demands an honest answer. The girl notes that he's not even denying he's from another world, which confirms her suspicions even more. Chan tells her he's not the type to entertain wild theories from strangers and repeats his question. She admits she was using magic, but she claims it wasn't aimed at him specifically. She refuses to give a reason, calling it personal, and points out that he hasn't answered any of her questions either. Chan realizes she's masterfully deflecting, acting like a typical cocky college freshman. He's sweating, wondering if she used a spell or some other method to see through his mask. He needs to find out how she learned the truth, so he pulls out his semi-mage certification. She recognizes it immediately as the lecture everyone at her school was dying to attend. Chan explains that his body naturally resists magic and he's gotten requests from all over because of it. He claims her magic failed because of his resistance trait, not because of any otherworld nonsense. She doesn't look convinced, but their conversation is interrupted when the door bursts open. A group of drunk monsters in suits stumble in, screaming about going for round 2. They're completely wasted, spilling drinks and causing a scene, and Chan can smell the trouble from a mile away. A green-skinned goblin in a suit points a finger at the counter, acting like he owns the place. He demands a pack of cigarettes, staring at the manager with bloodshot eyes. The manager keeps her cool, politely telling him that she can't sell smokes to him. She bursts into a huge laugh. Holding up his ID card, he literally handed her his high school ID while trying to buy cigarettes. She tells them to head home, noting that their school is right next door and they shouldn't be out drinking. The goblin gets cocky, offering to pay 3 times the price if she just bends the rules a little. He even offers 5 times the price, thinking money can buy his way out of anything. He claims business has been rough lately and there's no point losing money just to follow the law. Chan is disgusted, thinking this kid is barely out of diapers and is already trying to play big shot. He steps in, telling the silver-haired girl they'll finish their talk later because he's officially on duty. The girl tells him to just wait a minute, her expression turning cold as she watches the drunks. She tells Chan she'll take care of them herself, and Chan is stunned by her confidence. She pulls out her phone and takes a picture, telling Chan to stay quiet while she focuses. She starts a call, giving the exact location of the store west of the main gate. She tells the person on the other end to hurry because things are getting out of hand. She looks back at Chan and tells him to give it 3 minutes. The trash will be taken care of by then. The silver-haired girl Yuri tells Chan to just give it 3 more minutes, promising that the rowdy students will be dealt with soon. She can't believe they're making such a massive scene just over a pack of cigarettes. Chan looks at her, totally confused by the specific 3-minute timeline, wondering if she's timing her ramen or something, but Yuri just tells him he'll see the results soon enough. She counts down the final 2 minutes with a calm, almost eerie confidence, leaving Chan standing there wondering what kind of trap she set. Meanwhile, the drunk goblin student is stumbling around, shoving a stack of cash toward Chan and demanding he buy the cigarettes for him since he's an adult. The little brat even offers to pay extra for the trouble, but Chan and Yuri just stare at him with deadpan expressions, completely unimpressed by his bribe. Chan thinks to himself that it's been a while since he's dealt with a minor this ridiculous. At least the vampire kid from before bothered to fake an ID. But this kid is just waving cash around like it solves everything, begging Chan to take the money if the first bribe wasn't enough. Chan bluntly tells the kid he's got the wrong person and refuses to help, but before the goblin can complain further, a massive, terrifying shadow looms behind them. The dean of the academy has arrived, looking absolutely demonic with glowing eyes and a murderous aura as he greets his hard-studying students. He mocks them with a terrifying grin, offering to personally buy them all the alcohol and cigarettes they want as a reward for their behavior. The goblin student is shaking like a leaf as the dean explains the price. Each bottle of booze is going to cost them 50 laps and 50 demerits, plus some tasty flicks to the head. The dean's eye twitches with pure rage as he asks them if they want to make that deal, and honestly, death probably looks better to them right now. The dean immediately shifts gears, turning to the store staff and sincerely apologizing for the trouble his students caused. The manager, yeon-woo, just brushes it off with a smile, telling him it's fine and that nothing was actually damaged during the scuffle. The students are literally pinned to the floor in shame as the dean thanks the manager for being understanding, promising to keep them on a shorter leash. But then the dean gets curious and asks if it was the manager who called in the report on the kids. He explains that he thought the call was a prank because the voice was modulated, but then he got a text with photos of the kids caught red-handed. He really wants to thank the person who called it in, and the manager looks a bit surprised, not knowing who it was either. The manager claims she was in too much of a panic to notice who called, and Chan just watches as the dean prepares to drag the brats away. The dean drags the rascals out of the store by their ears and collars, leaving the shop quiet once again as the bell chimes. The goblin is still whining, but the dean isn't hearing any of it, snapping at him to shut up and move his feet. Chan is impressed that the dean showed up exactly when Yuri said he would, and he turns back to her as she calls out to him. Yuri shows him her phone timer, exactly 3 minutes, and brags about how everything got handled in a flash. But the playfulness vanishes as she leans in, asking Chan when he's finally going to be honest with her about who he really is. Chan tries to deflect, asking why she's so obsessed with him, but the manager suddenly pops up, teasing that their cute customer seems very interested in her employee. The manager leans in close to Yuri, admitting that she's actually pretty curious about her too. Yuri tries to act humble, saying she isn't interesting at all, but the manager isn't buying it, noting that Yuri showed them something fascinating earlier. She calls out Yuri for using a very specific and rare kind of magic to contact that dean. The manager asks how she knew the dean was nearby or how she even had his private contact info, and Yuri nervously claims she just asked someone she knew. When pressed on who that contact is, Yuri's face goes pale as she tries to come up with an excuse. She decides to keep it a secret, and the manager just smiles, saying she understands. Yeon-woo brags that back in her day she was famous for her magic and has studied almost every spell in existence. She starts breaking down Yuri's trick, noting it wasn't a standard information spell and required a medium like a phone, yet worked perfectly even near Chan's anti-magic zone. Yuri listens intently, looking a bit intimidated as the legendary archmage prepares to reveal her secret. The manager explains that Yuri's magic isn't something a normal mage can pull off. It requires massive preparation and a mix of several mana types. To even use that kind of magic, Yuri must be a mixed blood, specifically a mix of at least 4 different races. Yuri is stunned as the manager tells her she knew the moment she saw her that she wasn't a pure human. The manager points out that her unusual hair and eye color were dead giveaways of the complex mana she uses, and asks if Yuri wants to hear more. Yuri has heard enough. She's completely exposed. The manager gives her a final piece of advice with a playful finger wag. She warns Yuri not to rely too much on that stumbled into magic, because spells like that can betray the caster at any moment. She reminds Yuri how her magic failed earlier because of the manager's staff, warning her that others might figure out her trick too. Yuri looks down, taking the warning to heart, realizing she's dealing with someone way out of her league. She quietly accepts the advice, and the manager flashes a bright, satisfied smile. The manager claps her hands, announcing she's done and handing the floor over to Chan to finish the conversation. Chan is hesitant, feeling like talking more won't really change anything, while the manager pouts, wanting more drama. Chan admits he doesn't even know her name yet, and Yuri formally introduces herself as Na Yuri. Yuri tells Chan she wants to keep talking about his secret, but since they aren't close yet, she's willing to wait until they are. She asks if she can get closer to both of them, and the manager laughs it off, saying they can't stop a customer as long as she buys something. Yuri drops a bombshell. She doesn't want to be a regular customer, she wants to work there. Chan and the manager are both floored as Yuri asks for a part-time job, pointing out how busy the store looked earlier. The manager recovers instantly, excitedly agreeing because they've been looking for new staff anyway, while Chan just looks stressed. The manager tells Yuri she's off shift now, but asks her to come back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to start. Yuri waves goodbye to Ma'am and Appa, heading out into the night with a mysterious smile. The manager waves her off, telling her to get some sleep, while Chan stands there wondering what just happened. Chan asks if she's really going to hire that mysterious girl, and the manager confirms it, saying they need the help. She adds that it'll actually be good for Chan specifically, which catches him off guard. She reminds him that Yuri is the first one to question if he's from another world, and warns that this might happen again with others. The manager's logic is keep your enemies closer. If they get friendly with Yuri, they can find out how she figured out his secret and prepare for others. Chan rubs his chin, admitting that she actually makes a very good point about surveillance. He realizes Yuri is the first non-human to see through him so fast, and he worries that if a fanatic or lunatic found out, they might try to use him to reach Earth. The manager claps her hands, declaring that the convenience store relocation is officially complete. Chan is shocked to realize they are already in the Academy District. The move happened while he wasn't even looking. The district is teeming with various monster students in school uniforms, and the manager is ready to welcome all of them as customers. She tells Chan to stay sharp, predicting that the students will swarm the store like crazy tonight, leaving Chan fearing for his survival. The scene shifts to Chan's night shift. He's in uniform, on the phone, telling someone that the shop is actually quiet. The store is completely empty, not a single soul in sight despite the manager's hype. The person on the phone is confused because the place should be packed with kids, but Chan hasn't even seen anyone on the streets. Chan sighs, thinking about how excited the manager was about the sales tonight when the doorbell suddenly rings. A customer finally walks in, and Chan tells his sis on the phone that he has to go. A variety of snacks are plopped down on the counter: Hershey's, chocolate sticks, and snacker bars. It's Yuri. She asks if she's late and hopes she did a good job showing up early. Chan tells her she did great, but asks why she bought all this stuff. She explains it's just good manners to buy something before her first day. Yuri asks to look around the store until the manager arrives, but the bell rings again with a loud thud that startles them both. A tired-looking kobold in a business suit, Charlie, walks in looking like he's about to have a mental breakdown, asking Chan if they sell poison. Charlie is desperate, asking for a poison that leaves no trace and sends someone to the afterlife instantly, claiming he doesn't care about the cost. Chan politely asks why he needs poison, and Charlie growls that he's going to deal with his damn beagle boss before work. He rants about his lunatic mutt of a boss who signed a 2-month contract that they have to finish in just 3 weeks. Charlie is fuming, loosening his tie and shouting about how his boss has no idea what security actually means, and he's ready to send him straight to hell. Yuri whispers to Chan, asking if they even sell poison, but Chan tells her the customer is just speaking figuratively and to ignore it. The bell rings again, and a cheerful voice shouts, "I'm here!" as Seo Yunha bursts into the store with a huge smile. Yunha greets Chan but immediately notices Charlie, calling him the Chihuahua guy, which sends the kobold into a rage. Yunha turns her attention to Yuri, blinking as she realizes there's a new face in the shop. Yunha introduces herself as the hunter who handles the store's deliveries, while Charlie snaps that his name is actually Charlie, not Chihuahua. Yunha tells Yuri not to be scared because Charlie is a good kobold deep down, and Yuri politely greets the delivery lady. Yunha laughs, telling her to just call her Yunha, and mentions she heard Yuri is only 20 years old. Yunha sighs with jealousy, admitting she's 30 now, and suggests they drop the formalities since they'll be working together. The room goes dead silent as a crack sound effect appears over Yuna's face. Chan and Charlie both realize she's sensitive about hitting the big 3 ill. Chan starts trembling, trying not to laugh, and Yunha snaps at him, asking if he's trying to die today. Charlie jumps in, calling Yunha the dozen egg lady, since 30 eggs make a heartin, and she looks ready to throw hands with the kobold. Charlie tells dimwit Chan to leave the old lady alone and recommend him a drink instead, while Yunha fumes in the background. Charlie finally leaves, and Chan watches him go, wondering if the guy has a good or bad personality since he actually waded through their bickering to buy a drink. Chan asks Yunha where her spirit dog Puppy is today, and she explains she dropped him off at his old park. She says Puppy wanted to stay near the new store, but he had some unfinished business at his old territory first. Yuri wonders if this unfinished business is dangerous, but Yunha says the dog wouldn't tell her anything. Yuri asks if Mung Mung is a park caretaker or something, and the others awkwardly try to explain he's a special friend with a lot of history. Yunha makes a quick exit, feeling the awkwardness, and waves goodbye to Chan and Yuri. Chan decides it's time to head inside and get to work, and Yuri follows him with a yes sir. The manager calls Chan on his phone, greeting him brightly and asking if the store is swarming with customers yet. Chan looks at Yuri, who is staring back at him, and he nervously tells the manager that of course there are lots of customers. The manager imagines a crowd of hungry students swarming the place, saying she even asked Yunha to bring extra rice balls and gimbap. Yuri bluntly interrupts, telling the phone that there hasn't been a single person in the store since she arrived at 8 a.m. She adds that the only one who showed up was that Chihuahua kobold, completely ruining Chan's lie. Chan panics, whispering to Yuri to phrase things more gently so the manager doesn't blow up. The manager's voice goes cold as she asks if Yuri really came that early, and Yuri gives a peace sign to the phone. Chan confirms she was 2 hours early, and the manager softens, telling Yuri she worked hard. The manager asks Yuri if she's currently studying for the aptitude exam. Chan has no idea what that is, and the manager explains it's a monthly magic test that all high schoolers take. She explains that in high school, kids are split into magical and non-magical departments, and the magical track students have to take these grueling tests. Yuri notes that everyone is glued to their desks and skipping meals to study, which is why the streets are empty. The manager checks the schedule and realizes all schools are closed for the week because of the recent gate incident, and the exam is next Monday. Chan worries that they won't have any customers until then, though the manager tries to cope by saying there are still teachers and college students. The manager starts crying over the phone, realizing this month's sales are going to be a disaster right after they moved. She quickly pulls herself together and sends them the new work schedule she stayed up all night planning. Yuri likes the shift, and the manager tells her they'll fill out the official employment contract once she clocks in. Yuri turns to Chan, suggesting they drop the formalities since he's technically her senior now. She says it'll make it easier for them to get along faster, looking at him with those sharp silver eyes. Chan agrees, then heads home, thinking about how expensive cat supplies are and wondering if he should have just stuck to buying food. He carries a box of gear toward his apartment, telling himself it's worth it because he's taking care of a great and mighty invisible cat. He runs into his landlord, the Turtle Man, who asks how the exorcism of the demon cat is going. Chan feels guilty about lying, wondering if he should tell the truth about the invisible cat, but decides he has no choice. He tells the landlord it's not hard to catch, but might take some time, and the Turtle Man listens with interest. Chan promises he'll take care of the demon no matter what, looking very determined. The landlord is relieved, mentioning that Yunha praised Chan a lot, which makes him trust him even more. The Turtle Man offers a deal. If Chan clears the demon, he'll waive 2 months of rent as payment. Chan is shocked and delighted, bowing deeply and promising the landlord can count on him. The landlord walks away happy, and Chan waves him off, feeling like he just hit the jackpot. Chan has a massive grin on his face, celebrating the fact that he just saved 2 months worth of rent money. He heads upstairs thinking that spending 300,000 won on cat gear was a total bargain considering the rent savings. He declares that Invisible Cat is the best cat, but as he enters his living room, he sees a transparent blue silhouette rolling around. The cat has ripped open the bags of food and made a total mess of the couch and floor. Chan snaps, yelling at the invisible cat to clean up the mess if it's done playing, while the cat just lets out a cheeky mrow. Chan sighs and slumps onto the couch, realizing that being a pet owner is going to be a lot of work. He pulls out a red collar with a bell, deciding he's going to put it on the cat just this once. He fumbles around trying to find the cat's neck, finally clicking the collar into place around the blue spirit. Chan smiles, noting that at least now he won't step on the cat by accident thanks to the bell. He pets the cat, warning it not to cause damage worth more than the rent he saved, or they'll both be in trouble. The scene shifts back to the store, where the manager is surprised that Chan was late because he was cleaning up cat food. They chat about how kittens roll in everything, and Chan admits that just when he thinks things are fine, the cat wrecks the place again. Chan asks if she knows much about cats, and the manager admits she's never raised an animal herself. The bell rings, and the manager greets the new arrival. It's Officer Irul. Chan notes that the Academy District isn't Irul's usual patrol zone, but she explains she's been stationed there for a month to help with staff shortages. But then her expression goes dead serious. She tells them she's actually there regarding the stolen cash bag case from before. Irul looks Chan straight in the eye, telling him she's going to need his cooperation once again, and the atmosphere in the store turns ice cold. The recording starts with a goblin courier sounding absolutely broken, admitting he would have quit a long time ago if he knew his bosses were pulling such dirty tricks. Officer Irul watches as the goblin complains about his hospital bills, realizes the money bag organization has zero loyalty to its own people. The goblin is covered in bandages and looking miserable as he sips a drink, begging the impatient officer to just let him finish his story. He reveals the next move, Saturday at midnight, the men's restroom at Futaba Park, and warns them to go fully prepared or they'll end up just like him. Back at the store, Irul explains that this voice belongs to the notorious Moneybag Courier, a key lead in their investigation. Chan asks if the goblin was under some kind of mind control, but the manager notes that he seems to be talking way too normally for a puppet spell. Chan admits he's a bit out of his depth here, while the manager starts analyzing the situation with her usual sharp intuition. Our boy worries if the organization will actually show up, but the manager is convinced they'll stick to the schedule because of their own arrogance. She explains that whoever enchanted that bag put a lot of pride into their magic, and people like that would rather push through with their plan than admit defeat. Chan realizes this means the enemy is going to show up at the park with a massive amount of backup and deadly measures. Suddenly, Chan volunteers to go with the officer this Saturday, catching Irul completely off guard. Irul warns him it's going to be dangerous, but Chan has already thought it through. He knows they'll use disguise magic on the bag again. He points out that if a criminal claims a magic bag is just a regular trash bag, a normal officer can't easily prove him wrong on the spot. Irul realizes that without immediate proof, they might not be able to make an arrest before the suspect escapes. Chan explains his cheat code. His body will instantly nullify any disguise spell, allowing them to catch the criminals red-handed. He looks at the manager, apologizing for dragging her into more police work, but he knows they need this win. The manager pretends to be unsure, tapping her chin while she weighs the risks to her favorite employee. She decides she's coming too, claiming she's worried about Chan, while Irul says she'll need to clear this civilian assist with her team leader first. Irul salutes, thanking them for the advice and promising to lead the stakeout if the operation gets the green light. As the officer leaves, the bell rings and the store goes back to its usual quiet atmosphere for a brief moment. The second the door closes, the manager explodes on Chan, telling him he's gotten way too bold since the last incident. She scolds him for throwing himself into police work, reminding him that these criminals aren't playing around and use lethal weapons. Chan takes the lecture like a champ, but then he brings up a practical problem. If both of them are at the park, who's watching the store? The manager flashes a V sign, revealing that Yuri has been training all afternoon and is actually picking things up pretty fast. Chan isn't so sure Yuri is ready to handle customers alone, especially with their sales currently being at an all-time low. The manager groans, wishing the school exams would just end so the students would come back and spend some money. Saturday night arrives, and Chan walks toward the store, ready for the mission to begin. He finds the manager and Yuri surrounded by about 10 cups of coffee, which seems like a bit of an overkill. The manager explains that Yuri has never stayed up all night before, so they're thoroughly preparing her with a massive caffeine boost. Yuri looks a bit dazed from the caffeine, but insists she'll be fine, telling Chan to leave the store's night shift to her. Outside, a police car pulls up, and the gravity of the situation finally starts to sink in for our boy. Irul steps out, thanking them for waiting, and the manager notices something different about the officer. She points out that Irul's hair looks a bit lighter, wondering if she's excited for the mission or if something good happened. Irul brushes it off and tells them to move out, while Yuri watches from the door, looking a bit confused by the whole setup. Yuri asks if Chan is getting arrested, and he has to quickly explain that they're just cooperating with an investigation. Chan hops into the back of the police car, and as they drive off, Yuri mutters that she knew there was something shady about him. They arrive at the park under the cover of darkness, and Irul starts laying out the tactical plan. It's 10:15 p.m., and the trade is in 90 minutes. Two of them will take the bench while one waits in the restroom as the courier. Before they start, Irul insists on using codenames to keep their identities a secret from the criminals. Irul chooses Sparrow, the manager goes with Penguin, and Chan is stuck with Magpie, making the whole operation feel like a weird bird convention. Irul orders Penguin and Magpie to the bench, planning to take the high-risk restroom position herself. But the manager pouts, demanding to know why Chan is always trying to hog the dangerous roles. Chan argues that if the enemy comes prepared with magic-blocking gear, he's the only one who can actually do anything. The manager sits on a swing, frustrated that she didn't get permits for more offensive spells before this mission started. Chan hands her a pair of earpieces, telling her not to worry and that he's got things under control. Irul confirms the radios are synced up, ensuring they stay in constant communication throughout the stakeout. Suddenly, Irul draws her baton with a sharp shing, her eyes turning cold and professional. She promises the manager that she won't let a single person lay a hand on Chan and tells him to call her the second he gets a bad feeling. Chan is now tucked away in a bathroom stall, feeling incredibly cringy about using bird codenames over a police radio. The manager tells him it gets fun after a while, noting that the park is suspiciously quiet for a Saturday night. Sparrow asks Magpie if he wants to grab a beer after the mission, trying to keep the mood light before the storm hits. Suddenly, Irul's voice goes sharp, someone is approaching the restroom, and she tells Chan to stay inside the stall and watch. A dapper-looking man with the head of a black mountain goat walks in, looking far too calm for a criminal drop-off. Chan peeks through the crack in the door, whispering into his radio that the target has arrived, but he's alone. Chan notices the guy brought a briefcase instead of a trash bag and realizes the bag isn't rippling with disguise magic, it's a real case. The goat man opens the briefcase, and a blinding explosion of purple light fills the room, catching Chan completely off guard. The light is painful, and Chan's whole body starts tingling. He realizes he's been caught in some kind of high-level sensory trap. The goat man looks around, noting there's no detectable mana nearby, which means he thinks he's ahead of the police. He decides to activate a containment spell immediately, intending to capture whoever showed up to bust him. Chan realizes with a shock that this guy wasn't here to deliver a bag, he was here to deliver a trap for whoever exposed their scheme. Our boy whispers for Sparrow and Penguin to get there fast, as the goat man locks the door with a menacing click. Irul confirms they're on their way, while the goat man senses someone is hiding in the stalls and begins his move. The villain kicks the stall door open with a massive K-rack, but Chan is already on his feet and ready for the fight. Chan doesn't back down, shouting for the criminal bastard to bring it on as he prepares to use his anti-magic fists. Irul and the manager are sprinting through the park, but they know they're still seconds away from the bathroom. Inside, the goat man lunges at Chan, but the kick barely misses as our boy scrambles back. Chan is wide-eyed, realizing the goat man is physically much stronger and faster than he expected. He keeps his guard up, daring the villain to come closer, knowing that as soon as they touch, the goat man's magic is useless. Chan manages to grab the briefcase, shouting into the radio that he's secured the evidence and is initiating an emergency retreat. Irul's voice cracks over the radio, telling him NOT to come out and to stay exactly where he is until they arrive. Before Chan can react, a massive shockwave hits his eardrum, making him scream in pain as the radio feedback spikes. Chan stumbles back, clutching his head, and realizes something is very wrong with the air in the room. He notices a glowing magic seal on the wall that the goat man slapped on earlier. It's a high-level barrier blocking the exit. Chan realizes the whole place is rigged so people can enter but can't leave, but before he can break it, a group of orc thugs bursts through the door. The goat man shouts for his muscle to grab the target, but then he sees his own men being tossed around like ragdolls outside. The orc thugs are terrified, telling their boss that the elf officer waiting outside is way too strong to handle. The orc boss orders half his men to rush Irul while the others secure the bathroom, but Irul is already moving like a blue blur. Irul performs a gravity-defying flip, knocking out two orcs before they can even raise their weapons. The remaining orc thugs break into a cold sweat, realizing they've picked a fight with a literal war machine. Inside the bathroom, Chan watches as one of the orcs gets kicked through the door, looking absolutely demolished. Irul doesn't stop, delivering a high-speed strike to another thug as she clears the path toward Chan. The orcs are screaming in agony as Irul systematically dismantles their team, breaking limbs and spirits in equal measure. She stands over the fallen thugs with her baton, coldly telling them that they aren't allowed to go a single step further. Her eyes glow with a lethal intensity as she warns that heading toward the bathroom is highly discouraged. Chan is watching the whole thing through the crack in the door, eyes sparkling with admiration at how awesome the officer is. Irul asks for a status report on the bathroom, and Chan tells her it's just him and one unconscious goat man left inside. She tells him to stay put while Penguin heads his way, and Chan sighs, realizing he's stuck until the manager arrives. Suddenly, the goat man wakes up, groaning and demanding that Chan hand over the bag immediately. Chan mocks him, asking if boss is finally awake, which only makes the goat man more furious. The goat man snaps that he isn't the boss, but he's interrupted by the sound of Chan clicking the briefcase open. Inside, Chan finds two pieces of paper, one with a blue magic circle and one with a red one. Chan deduces the blue one is for detecting mana, which explains why the goat man didn't sense Irul and the manager earlier. Chan holds up the red paper, asking what it's for, and the goat man is stunned that Chan can't recognize basic magic circles. The villain calls Chan a fraud, laughing that no semi-mage would fail to recognize a high-level paralysis seal. Chan looks offended, snapping back that he isn't a fraud and asking if the goat man had someone else take his certification exam for him. The goat man is insulted, shouting that he ranked first in his exam and lunges at Chan to take back the briefcase. Chan braces for the hit, worrying he's about to get smacked when a glowing hand suddenly catches the goat man's fist mid-air. It's the manager. She appears out of thin air, declaring that as a store manager she cannot tolerate any physical abuse toward her staff. She calls it legal self-defense, and unleashes a massive counterattack that sends the goat man flying through the air. The goat man is slammed into the wall with enough force to shatter the tiles, leaving him completely incapacitated. Chan is shocked, asking if she just teleported, but the manager explains she was just using a high-level invisibility spell. She explains that while Irul was busy tenderizing the orcs outside, she snuck in to make sure Chan didn't get his head kicked in. Chan asks how she got through the sealing spell, and she scoffs, saying the formula was so sloppy she just tweaked it until it fell apart. She adds that the goat man is only down because he was stupid enough to hit her, triggering her automatic counterspell. Outside, they find Irul standing over the defeated orcs, her hair still glowing as she maintains her combat stance. The orc thug on the ground curses her out, calling her a pointy-eared freak, and warns her that she won't walk away from this. Irul ignores the insults and cuffs the leader, telling him that their money is now state evidence and they can forget about getting it back. The orc screams that the money belongs to them, but Chan is just impressed by how cool and collected Irul remains under pressure. Irul asks Chan to touch the sealing paper on the wall, and as soon as his hand makes contact, the magic dissolves into nothing. Chan turns to see the manager squatting over the goat man, scrolling through his phone while he's still slumped against the wall. She examines the red magic circle, noting that it was definitely meant to be used as a weapon against them. The manager flashes a mischievous grin, declaring that this paper is now a lost item and they're going to return it to its owner. She tells Irul they're going to visit the mastermind using the goatman's phone log to track their location. The manager reveals that the red circle is a forbidden nerve paralysis spell, a serious crime that proves the mastermind is truly dangerous. She insists they go today to have an honest conversation before the organization tries to attack their store again. Chan agrees, admitting he really wants to see the face of the person who threatened his life and called him a fraud. Irul is also ticked off about being called a fraud, but she points out a major logistical problem. Chan and the manager look confused as Irul explains why they can't just drive to the enemy's base in a police car. She says they need to take the orcs' van instead so they can enter the mastermind's den without raising suspicion. But here's the kicker. Irul is a law-abiding officer, and driving an uninsured vehicle violates the Auto Liability Act, a crime she refuses to commit. She asks if either Chan or the manager has a driving license, and they both look like they've been caught stealing cookies. Chan admits his is at home, and the manager sheepishly reveals she only has a second-class license, which isn't enough for a van. Chan suggests taking a bus, but Irul notes that no buses or taxis go to the isolated hill town where the mastermind is hiding. Walking would take 2 hours, and by then, the enemy would have realized their hit squad failed. The manager gets a bright idea and suggests hiring a designated driver who knows how to handle a mission like this. The scene cuts to a dapper hand pointing at a GPS map on a dashboard. Someone has accepted the job. Irul thanks the new driver for cooperating, apologizing for the lack of details since it's still an active case. The driver is Wolf Sir. He flashes a gentlemanly smile, telling them to relax because any business of the manager's is his business too. He promises to get them to the enemy base safely, and with him behind the wheel, the real fight is just beginning. The team arrives at a place called Byomchan, which looks like a totally normal bar to any passerby. The manager warns that inside, it's actually a nasty criminal den hiding in plain sight. She tells Irul to wait outside while she and Chan head in to greet the owner. Wolf Sir offers to join if things get too hairy, but the team insists on not troubling a civilian driver any further. Wolf Sir tells them not to be so cold. He might be a civilian now, but his loyalty runs deep. He reminds them that once you've fought side by side in a disaster like the gate incident, you're comrades for life. He's ready to jump in the second they call. Inside, they're greeted by a massive, gold chain-wearing orc who looks more like a bouncer than a waiter. Chan looks around and realizes every employee in this place is a hardened thug. He tells himself they need to pick their words very carefully or things will get violent fast. The orc tries to force them to order at least 2 chickens per person, but the manager cuts him off, saying they're just here to return some lost property. She flashes the red paralysis spell paper with a bright, innocent smile that feels totally out of place in this dump. She explains a black goat kid dropped it at the park, and they were kind enough to bring it back to the rightful owner. The thugs go silent as the manager asks if the boss is around. Deep in the back, a goblin in a suit stops what he's doing, his hand trembling as he recognizes the paper. The thugs mock them, laughing at their bird code names, Magpie and Penguin, calling them total idiots. The big orc looms over them, accusing them of being the punks who stole their wages from the park. The goblin boss steps out, fuming that he sent a hit squad to catch the thieves, only for the thieves to walk right through his front door. The goblin demands to see their faces, wanting to know which one of them was strong enough to break his high-level magic. He points at Chan, calling him the kid's guardian and a thief who stole his hard-earned money. The manager snaps back, telling him not to call her staff a thief. She then insults his magic, calling the spell so incomplete it's actually a safety hazard. The goblin is insulted, bragging that he used to be a famous mage, but the manager just gives him a blank, unimpressed look. She starts lecturing him like a schoolteacher, pointing out how he failed to match the neural system and used the wrong ancient scripts. As she breaks down the technical flaws of his magic, the goblin boss starts shaking, realizing her voice and analytical style are terrifyingly familiar. The goblin starts stuttering, looking at the manager like he's seen a ghost from his darkest nightmares. He screams in terror, asking why that crazy demon is standing in his bar. A flashback begins. To the goblin, it was just a normal day at the lively black market where everyone was working hard. He was just a low-level worker back then, scrapping by and hoping for a better life. Everything changed the day she arrived, descending from the sky like a force of nature. In an instant, a single snap of her fingers unleashed a nightmare of violet lightning. Lightning struck everywhere, shattering machines and making merchants and customers vanish into thin air. The goblin thought he was dreaming because the scale of the destruction didn't even make sense. The one who wrecked his entire world was a girl in a red cloak, looking down at the carnage with a cold, expressionless face. Back in the present, the goblin admits he spent months holed up at home, shaking with fear after that encounter. He couldn't even go outside because he kept seeing her face, and now, just as he finally overcame the trauma, she's back. He calls her a demon-faced bastard, vowing that he won't let her ruin his life a second time. Chan leans in, whispering to the manager, asking if it's true that she destroyed a shop and kidnapped people. The manager panics, claiming the story is blown out of proportion. She explains she was just busting an illegal black market and sent all the merchants straight to the police for their crimes. She claims every criminal was locked away safely without a scratch, leaving Chan wondering why this goblin is still free. She guesses he was probably a nobody handyman too insignificant to arrest. The goblin is triggered by being called a nobody, screaming that he clawed his way up to the top. He orders his orcs to crush both of them immediately. Chan doesn't even flinch, he just sticks a finger in his ear and yells for Officer Irul to help. The bar window shatters with a loud crash as Irul bursts in, declaring that negotiations are officially over. She draws her baton, telling Chan and the manager to go after the suspect while she handles the orc muscle. Chan and the manager sprint past the thugs, leaving Irul to do what she does best, dismantling an entire room of criminals. The goblin boss sees Chan coming and books it toward the back of the building, desperate to escape. Chan shouts that he can't just attack people and expect to run away, chasing the goblin through the back corridors. The manager points out where the goblin went and they follow him toward a mysterious door. They burst through only to find themselves staring into a void of darkness. Chan and the manager are stunned as they step through the door and find themselves in a completely different hallway. They see the goblin boss running through a literal maze of identical doors in a surreal, white-walled corridor. The goblin smirks, thinking they're pathetic fools for following him into his designated movement trap. He explains that only he can use these doors. The moment anyone else opens one, they'll be teleported to a random location. He mocks them, imagining them being teleported from a forest to the middle of the ocean while he gets away clean. He laughs hysterically, thinking he's finally won and paid back the demon spawn manager for his past trauma. He tells himself he's finally breaking free from his old nightmares as he reaches for the final exit. He says a dramatic goodbye to his trembling past self, ready to embrace his victorious future. He swings the door open with a flourish, only to find Chan and the manager standing right there, waiting for him with bored expressions. The goblin lets out a silent scream of pure terror, his soul basically leaving his body as his victorious future goes up in smoke. He's horrified, asking how they broke his 5-layer security magic. The manager just brags that her employee is an insanely talented anti-mage. The goblin screams for these ghost-like freaks to stop chasing him, slamming the door and running again. Chan sighs, telling the guy to just stop running already. They realize they've accidentally wandered into the goblin's private office. The manager is gasping for air, clutching her knees and admitting she hasn't run this much in ages. She tells Chan to go on without her, looking like she's about to pass out from the cardio. Chan nods and keeps up the pursuit, leaving his boss to recover in the office while he heads back out into the street. The goblin is sprinting down the stairs, cursing the crazy bastard who won't stop chasing him. He rounds the corner and sees a dapper old man standing in his way. He screams for the old man to move, not realizing who it is. The goblin tries to shove past, but the old man stands like a brick wall. He asks the goblin if he didn't hear him the first time. The goblin insults him, calling him a dusty old wolf, but the man's eyes go cold. Chan catches up and is surprised to see Wolf Sir standing there, calmly dusting off his suit. Wolf Sir claims he was just taking a stroll to look at the stars and asks Chan if he's chasing that rude little goblin. Chan confirms the goblin is the culprit, and in a flash, Wolf Sir's foot comes down like a hammer, pinning the runner to the pavement. The goblin is pinned to the ground, screaming for the old man to let him go, but he's going absolutely nowhere. Wolf Sir flashes a polite smile at Chan, asking boss where he'd like this manners-starved goblin delivered. Chan gives him a big thumbs up, telling him he's the absolute best as they prepare to wrap up the case. The police arrive in force, and Irul thanks the team for their hard work, noting the incident was resolved perfectly. She promises the staff will receive a cooperation fee for their help, and the manager's eyes light up at the mention of money. Irul turns to Wolf Sir, asking if he'd like to receive a Citizen's Award for his crucial role in catching the runner. Wolf Sir politely declines, laughing that he's just an old man who happened to be in the right place at the right time. He insists he merely watched the work being done, even though he literally stomped a criminal into the dirt. The manager offers him 3 months of free cigarettes as a reward, but he just takes the thought as thanks and smiles. Iruel admits she finds working with civilians like them surprisingly reassuring. It puts her at ease more than her fellow officers do. The manager notices Iruel's hair color is starting to return to normal, realizing she's finally relaxing after a high-stakes mission. The manager teases her, asking if that means she actually likes working with them, making the stoic elf officer freeze up. Irul tries to deny it, and Chan has to step in and tell the manager to stop teasing the poor officer. The manager pouts at Chan's sharp tongue while Irul blushes and quickly suggests they get in the patrol car to head home. Later, Chan and the manager barely make it onto the last bus of the night. They collapse into their seats, Chan feeling like he's done a whole year's worth of exercise in a single evening. Chan asks why she didn't just take the ride from Irul, and the manager admits she wanted to make things easier for the officer. She explains that after checking the goblin's office, Irul is going to be pulling all-nighters for days to sort through their illegal dealings. Chan looks at the manager, thinking back to the goblin's story about her being a successful archmage who wrecked a black market. He realizes she wasn't just successful, she was a legend who effortlessly handled high-level threats, yet now she's just running a store. Our boy finally builds up the courage to ask, "Manager, why did you end up running a convenience store?" She's caught off guard by the sudden question, and Chan explains he's just curious after hearing the goblin talk about her past. She thinks about it, tapping her lip, and admits the biggest reason was simply money. She figured out that selling rare items alongside normal goods could lead to real profit, much more than being a hero ever did. Chan remembers they used to sell things like dragon scales, which were always sold out instantly before the gate incident. But then, her expression softens as she admits there was a smaller, more personal reason too. She tells him she just wanted to live quietly. While she could shrug off insults from criminals, the normal people she helped started to dislike her little by little. She hated working while being feared and hated by the very people she was protecting, so she chose retirement and a quiet shop instead. She asks if that clears up his curiosity, but Chan is silent, his heart aching for the burden she carried as a legend. She laughs it off, apologizing for the dark reason, but Chan looks her in the eye and tells her he'll never dislike her. He tells her she's incredibly kind and always steps up to help others, more than anyone he's ever seen. Her face breaks into a genuine, happy smile. Chan promises that even if people like that goblin mouth off to her, he'll be the one to curse them out next time. He gets fired up, ranting about how a criminal has no right calling a good person like her a demon. The manager leans her head on his shoulder, whispering that she's suddenly feeling very sleepy. She tells Chan to wake her up when they reach their neighborhood stop, closing her eyes and drifting off. Chan agrees, letting her rest, finally seeing the vulnerable human side of the ancient archmage. The next morning, the sun is shining, and birds are chirping as a new day begins. Chan checks his phone. His sister has been spamming him to wake up and come get a super soft blanket she got for him. He cuddles into his bedding, thinking about how having a good sister saves him so much money and keeps his life comfortable. Chan heads out and runs into Yunha, who is looking down at her phone with a very concerned expression. He greets her cheerfully, suggesting they take the manager out for steak soon to celebrate their recent win. Yunha snaps that there's no time for steak and shoves her phone in his face, telling him to look at a viral video. The video shows a fluffy white dog. It's Puppy. But he's standing on his hind legs in a park, holding a stick like a staff. They rush to the park shown in the video, realizing Puppy is attracting a massive crowd. Yunha and Chan sprint through the park, confused by why there's a whole group of people filming their dog. Chan yells for people to step aside, announcing that the dog belongs to them. They stop dead in their tracks, their jaws dropping at the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Puppy is standing on a concrete block, howling "Ooh!" like he's performing some kind of ancient ritual for the cameras. Chan quickly scoops him up, telling him that's enough performing and it's time to go home. A guy in a red hoodie gets angry, shouting that they're filming and demanding Chan put the dog down immediately. The guy claims Puppy doesn't have a name tag, accusing Chan of making up the name Mung Mung on the spot. Chan dares the guy to call him by a random name and see if he reacts. The guy tries Whitey, but Puppy just gives him a blank stare. Yuna calls out Mung Mung, "Shall we go home?" And Puppy immediately perks up, proving who the real owners are. The guy tries to grab Puppy, but Chan turns and walks away as the filmer trips and falls, realizing his million-view star is leaving. Later, Yunha and Chan stand over Puppy, demanding he explain why he's trending on social media with hundreds of likes. They ask what he was really doing at his old park, and Puppy lets out a soft yip, ready to tell his story. Puppy explains he just wanted to have a final meal with the street dogs who helped him when he first arrived in this world. But then, a group of terrifying dobermans known as the Black Dark Wind appeared and told everyone to leave the park. With no people around, there was no food, and the street dogs were starving. Puppy stood up to the bullies to protect his friends. He tried to reason with them, saying they should share and overcome the hardship together instead of monopolizing the park. The Black Dark Wind didn't listen and tried to attack, and Puppy admits he got so emotional he shouted at the top of his lungs. He yelled, "Stop!" And suddenly the bully dogs froze like stone, answering his words with mechanical, stiff responses. It was so bizarre and unsettling that Puppy panicked and fled with his friends, never even getting to finish their meal. Chan realizes Puppy doesn't even remember using his power. He collapsed unconscious right after and his memory is hazy. Yunha realizes this was definitely his word command again, though it manifested differently than it did during the gate disaster. They deduce that whenever Puppy's emotions run high, he uses his absolute authority unconsciously. Chan worries that if he doesn't realize he's doing it, they'll need to take measures to protect him. He decides to consult the manager about it later. Yunha looks at Puppy, telling him she's had a lingering thought every time she sees how smart and understanding he is. She suggests Puppy could live much more comfortably and securely as a pet in a real household rather than being on the streets. She even mentions someone who wants to adopt him. Puppy is grateful but firmly declines, stating that he has an extremely important dream he must fulfill, though he admits he has absolutely no idea what that dream was. Having a dream is easy, but remembering why you started is the real challenge when the world keeps knocking you down. Chan looks down at the little fluff ball, realizing that Puppy, or Mung Mung, is struggling with some heavy thoughts. He reminds the little guy about the time he wished he was stronger while playing with the dragon toddler Hana. Chan recalls Puppy saying he wanted to find a way to repay everyone for the kindness they'd shown him. He asks Puppy if his real dream is simply to be someone who can help others, just like he was helped. Puppy's eyes light up as the realization hits him that was the incredibly important goal he had forgotten. He admits he only let it go because he was struggling just to survive on the streets, with no room to even think. Chan and Yunha both nod in understanding, telling him it's not because he's weak. Everyone loses sight of their dreams when they're exhausted. They tell him not to take it so seriously, and Puppy gives a soft, appreciative whimper. Chan scratches his head, thinking the first step for Puppy should be securing his basic needs like food and shelter. He notes that Puppy has fully moved into the academy district now and asks if he's finding it livable. Puppy rolls around on the grass, thinking about how clean the lawns are and how comfortable it is to nap there. He mentions that the pet owners in this neighborhood are actually nice enough to share snacks with him. He even mentions a dancing gentleman he tried to copy, which explains why Puppy went viral on social media. With Chan and Yunha looking after him, Puppy feels way more at ease than he ever did in the past. Since Puppy isn't worried about his next meal anymore, Yunha suggests it's time to focus on that dream. Chan agrees and decides to give Puppy's dream a clear direction. He suggests Puppy start by helping another spirit being, just like himself. Chan asks Puppy to help him deal with the invisible cat back at his place and translate what the feline is actually thinking. Puppy looks curious, wondering what exactly Chan wants to know about the mysterious cat. Chan sighs, explaining how the little bastard trashes his house every single day before napping on the sofa. Aside from his personal annoyance, Chan really wants to know why the cat is so dissatisfied. If another tenant moves in later, he needs to make sure the cat doesn't cause a scene that brings the cops to his door. They walk into the apartment to find total chaos, and Chan is honestly tempted to call the authorities right then and there. He tries to wake the cat up, poking at the invisible silhouette nestled among the feathers. The cat lets out a lazy yawn, acting completely unbothered after wrecking the entire room. Chan demands to know why the cat keeps making such a mess of the place. He tells the cat to use its words if it has a complaint, but the cat just leaps up, sending feathers flying everywhere. Puppy panics, telling Chan to stay back and head for the bathroom while he tries to handle the situation. The cat lets out a series of aggressive meows, and Puppy gasps, realizing the cat is actually speaking. Puppy translates, saying the cat demands its food bowl be filled properly before it'll even consider talking. Chan is baffled since he heaps the bowl full every morning, but Puppy says the cat thinks that's nowhere near enough. Apparently, the cat wants 2 full bowls and some milk, making Chan realize just how shameless this feline is. Chan shouts that the furball is going to turn into a pig, but the cat just hisses and creates a whirlwind of feathers. Puppy tries to act as the peacemaker, begging Chan to calm down. Then he turns to the cat, pleading with it to stop the kya screaming fit. Puppy quickly clarifies that Chan didn't bring him here to kick the cat out of the house. He explains that the boss just wants to understand the cat's situation, but the cat screams back, calling Puppy a liar. The cat is convinced Chan brought a turtle, its nickname for Puppy, just to evict him. We see a glimpse into the cat's past. As a weak kitten, he was shoved aside by siblings and eventually abandoned by his mother. He spent his life hiding in trash cans, living in constant fear of humans coming to capture him. Once his body became transparent and he gained magic, he finally found a way to survive. But it was still a lonely, dangerous life. Puppy explains that the cat only settled in this house a few months ago after wandering in through an open window. Chan looks at the cat, wondering why it felt the need to cause so much chaos if it just wanted a home. Puppy says the cat loves the sunlight here and has absolutely no intention of leaving. Chan looks the invisible feline in the eye and promises that he isn't planning on kicking him out. He points out that he wouldn't have spent 300,000 won on cat supplies if he wanted the cat gone. He even explains the collar. It's so he doesn't accidentally step on the cat since he can't see him. Puppy asks if Chan can use his power to fix the cat's transparency, but Chan says the manager thinks it's too complicated. Chan tells the cat to stop being so on edge and that he'll find a way for them to coexist. The cat huffs, acting high and mighty, but Puppy just tells Chan that the cat said okay. Chan adds that this isn't a free ride. He knows the cat is a veteran of the streets. Realizing the cat is basically his peer in terms of experience, Chan decides to get right to the point. He asks the cat if he's willing to give back as much as he receives in this new life. Puppy encourages Chan to be honest about what he wants. Chan holds Puppy up and asks if the cat can help the little dog meet other elemental beings. The cat's face twists into a look of pure disgust. He absolutely hates that idea. He asks why he should help find things that make his fur stand on end, but Chan reminds him that he has to work if he wants to stay. Chan explains that he really wants to help Puppy, and since the cat is a senior in street life, he's the best one for the job. He sweetens the deal by promising treats, milk, and toys every other day. The cat calls Chan a strange boss, but seems to be coming around to the offer. Chan smirks, telling the furball that he's counting on him to look after Puppy from now on. Hashtag chapter 87 script. The night is young, but at the multiverse convenience store, things are already getting weird as the animals take center stage. Chan tells Yuri that Puppy and the invisible cat went out to scout for spirit creatures, though Yuri is worried it might be dangerous. Chan thinks the cat is strong enough to handle itself, but Yuri says that's exactly why she's concerned. She explains that people are constantly researching whether ordinary animals can be taught to use magic. It's an impossible task because every animal is different, and magic formulas are hard enough for humans to grasp. Because of that difficulty, the demand is incredibly high for spirit creatures who can use standardized magic. Yuri explains that non-standardized magic is what an individual uses naturally on their own. Like the sky whale Chan met, its ability to clean pollen is just a natural instinct, not a learned spell. Those kinds of abilities are hard to analyze and even harder to teach to anyone else. But the invisible cat is different. It uses common magic like telekinesis, which makes it special. Since telekinesis is well studied, a cat that can master it has massive research value to the magic world. Yuri warns Chan that it's best if the cat stays hidden so it doesn't attract the wrong kind of attention. Chan realizes that being invisible is actually the cat's best defense against being turned into a lab rat. The conversation ends as a massive wave of customers floods the store. It's Friday night, and the post-exam rush is in full swing. Yuri is thrilled that the sales are making up for the quiet exam season, and she's glad Chan came in early to help. A dapper man named Mr. Charlie walks in, but Chan notices he looks completely drained. Charlie leaves without saying much, looking like a man who's been buried in work for weeks. Suddenly, a massive thump hits the window, startling both Chan and Yuri. A group of animal-headed office workers are pressed against the glass, staring intently at Chan. Chan tells them to back off because they're making the other customers uncomfortable. One of them frantically asks if Deputy Manager Charlie came by the store. A zebra-headed man begs Chan for help, saying they're in serious trouble. A tiny flying squirrel in a tie explains that their crazy beagle boss is going berserk and trying to fire everyone. They're devastated that Charlie passed by without stopping to help them. Chan asks why the boss is so angry, but the squirrel says the boss is just venting his drunken rage. Since they're paying customers and look desperate, Yuri tells Chan he should hear them out. The zebra asks if Charlie finally unloaded on the beagle boss, which usually triggers these episodes. Apparently, the boss has been drinking and is on his way to the store right now to hunt them down. A rabbit employee bursts in, panting, and yells that the boss will be there in 1 minute. The herbivore squad panics, realizing they have nowhere else to run. Chan points them toward the storage room, telling them to hide and not to touch anything. They scramble into the back, begging Chan to handle the boss for them. Chan sighs, realizing this shift is about to get incredibly rough. The door chimes, and a massive beagle-headed man in a suit stomps in, huffing with rage. His eyes are glowing a menacing pink as he scans the store for his prey. He starts barking at the top of his lungs, demanding that crazy bastard Charlie show himself. Chan calmly approaches and asks the man to leave, saying he doesn't know who he's looking for. The beagle boss barks that he can smell the alcohol on himself, and he's not leaving until Charlie is handed over. He rants about how he bought meat for his employees and they still disrespected him, even though most of them are herbivores. He points a finger at Chan, accusing him of covering for Charlie. He claims Charlie always uses the corporate card at this specific convenience store, so he knows he's nearby. Chan is confused as to why his store is even being brought up in a workplace dispute. We see a flashback to a barbecue place where the boss was shouting about a chihuahua talking back to him. The boss claims Charlie's ears perked up the moment he threatened to flip the convenience store upside down. He clenches his fists, fuming that Charlie told him not to go berserk at an unrelated place. He rants that Charlie nitpicks every project and deadline, acting like he's the one in charge. Chan keeps a straight face and tells the boss to leave since no such chihuahua is there. The boss scoffs at Chan's attitude, calling him a human with a nasty attitude as he prepares to cause a scene. Just then, Charlie, the man from earlier, steps back into the store and tells the boss to stop acting out in public. The beagle boss smirks, thinking he's caught them in a lie, and tries to drag the part-timer into the argument. To show off his power, the boss delivers a hard kick to the store's counter. Chan's eyes narrow as he asks what the hell the boss thinks he's doing. Charlie steps between them, his face darkening as he tells the boss to stop taking his anger out on an unrelated kid. He warns the boss that if Chan reports this to the police, the company's image is going straight to hell. Charlie stands his ground, calling his boss a petty little dictator and telling him to focus his rage on him instead. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity as he tells the boss to get mad at me and only me. The boss is losing it, shouting that he won't go easy just because he's drunk, but Charlie calmly leads him toward the door to talk outside. Just as they're about to leave, a massive crashing sound erupts from the storage room. The entire herbivore squad tumbles out in a tangled heap, groaning in pain as they're exposed. The beagle boss stares in shock at his hiding employees, while Chan just sighs at the absolute mess his store has become. Sometimes, the only way to save your sanity is to walk away from the people who don't deserve your loyalty, even if they claim they made you. Charlie and the beagle boss are still at each other's throats, screaming about who's actually fine and who's the real problem in the company. Chan watches the boss bark like a lunatic, wondering if this guy is actually going to keep these poor employees trapped in the store all night. The boss is losing it, accusing Charlie of trampling over the chain of command just because he actually cares about the subordinates who are exhausted from working all day. He turns his rage toward the tiny squirrel department head Wayne, telling him this is his big chance to finally speak up and get things off his chest. The boss is convinced Wayne is going to bash Charlie, promising to have his back if he just spills all the dirt on how bad of a manager Charlie is. He leans in with a sinister look, trying to bait Wayne into saying that working under Charlie is a total nightmare. He tries to put words in the little guy's mouth, claiming Charlie cusses him out and makes his heart pound with fear every single day. The boss goes on a delusional rant, bringing up an old employee named Diana who quit, claiming Charlie's screaming was the reason she left in tears. Charlie just stares back, telling the boss to get a grip because he's the one who's actually making everyone's lives a living hell. Our guy Chan finally has enough of the noise and steps in, asking the boss if he's done blowing off steam yet. He points out that the squirrel hasn't been able to get a single word in because the boss won't stop yapping long enough to listen. The boss is convinced Chan is just taking Charlie's side, while Chan is just annoyed that he keeps getting accused of knowing someone he just met. He keeps pointing his finger, telling Chan that defending a rotten jerk like Charlie isn't going to get him anywhere. He asks what's so great about Charlie anyway, but the look on Chan's face says he's about 3 seconds away from losing his patience. Chan calmly states that he's never been hurt by Charlie, and the boss's accusations are nothing more than a delusional opinion. In fact, Chan tells him he feels more threatened by the boss himself, who keeps calling him a punk even though they barely know each other. Chan ignores the boss's sputtering and turns to the herbivore customers, asking them to finish what they were trying to say earlier. The zebra and the deer look at each other, remembering how they told Chan that the boss was the real reason they were in a tough spot. The boss is stunned into silence as Chan suggests that if they're too scared to talk, they should just chug some soju for courage. Little Wayne finally speaks up, admitting that while Charlie does frustrate him, it's not for the reasons the boss thinks. He says it's actually awkward for him to even look Charlie in the eye most of the time. The boss thinks he's won, but then Wayne reveals the real reason: he feels too guilty to face Charlie. Wayne confesses that the only reason he's a department head is because of Charlie's hard work on a massive past project. In reality, Charlie did all the heavy lifting while Wayne just assisted, but only Wayne's name ended up on the final credits. It turns out the boss was so petty and furious with Charlie back then that he ordered his name to be scrubbed from the project entirely. No matter how much they tried to persuade him, the boss just got more annoyed, forcing them to give Wayne the promotion Charlie earned. Wayne looks the boss dead in the eye and tells him he probably doesn't even remember doing it. He brings up how the boss sent him baby formula as a holiday gift, completely forgetting that Wayne's 3 kids are already in kindergarten. The rest of the crew joins in, roasting the boss for having a memory so bad he has to carry his computer password on a sticky note. Chan wonders how a guy this forgetful gets any work done, but the sheep tells him he doesn't. He's always out playing golf while they do the real work. The boss snaps, throwing his hands up and screaming that they're all fired, claiming he doesn't need any of them. He tries to play the victim, asking how they could repay his generosity with such disrespect, but the crew isn't buying it anymore. He starts bragging about providing insurance and allowances, but Charlie finally reaches his limit. Charlie stares him down, telling him that if it weren't for him holding things together, everyone would have quit years ago. The zebra shouts that those allowances don't mean much when their base salary is barely enough to survive on. They reveal that the client complaint the boss was so mad about happened only because the boss forgot to mention a key detail to the team. The rabbit lets out a final, terrifying warning from Diana: if she ever sees the boss on the street, she's going to bite his tail off. The atmosphere turns dark as the entire squad towers over the incompetent golf ball-headed boss. Chan watches the chaos, realizing that toxic bosses are the same in every world, and he starts thinking about the right way to end this. Charlie is actually touched, hearing that the herbivores only stayed at the company for his sake. He realizes it was a two-way street. He was staying at that dogshit job only because he felt responsible for them too. He mutters about his rotten luck and his untied shoelaces, but he's finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Chan steps in with a suggestion, noting that since they all share such a strong bond, they should probably do something about it. He casually mentions that it's not like they're all going to quit and start their own company together, or are they? A spark lights up in Charlie's eyes. He smirks, pays for a sheet of paper, and asks to borrow a pen. The boss is confused when Charlie hands over a massive 200,000 won payment, which Chan explains is for the repairs to the counter the boss kicked. Charlie starts writing furiously, reminding the boss about a meal, a bowl of gukbap, he bought him a long time ago. He remembers how they were slogging through the mud together in the early days, and how that soup was the highlight of his life back then. But those days are over. Charlie slams down a resignation notice, declaring he's done paying the boss back for that one bowl of soup. He tells the boss it was awful knowing him and turns to the herbivores, asking if they're ready for a change. He tells the crew that round 2 is on him, and the herbivores let out a cheer that probably shook the whole building. They all storm out of the store, leaving the boss alone and screaming in the middle of the street as they head off to drink and plan their new future. Chan finally lets out a long sigh, feeling like a literal typhoon just passed through his quiet shift. He looks at a message from the manager telling him he worked hard, and he reflects on how ironic it is that even in a world of power abusers, people still rely on each other. He remembers his own past where people threw him away to save themselves, but his thoughts are interrupted by a late-night message from Elder Ulf. A clean slate is a rare gift, but sometimes the ghosts of the past are the only ones who can help you build the future. Chan tells Yuri about the absolute chaos of the previous night, explaining how he's been rolling around and running non-stop. Yuri admits that while the job is fun, dealing with some of the kids and customers can be pretty draining. She laughs, telling Chan she still stumbles over her words whenever they talk to her. Chan's phone rings, and he steps aside to take a call from Elder Ulf, who apologizes for calling so early in the morning. Ulf brings up something Chan mentioned before, the idea of going out to meet one of his former military colleagues. Ever since Chan suggested it, Ulf has spent every spare moment searching for his old comrades. He admits that he really wanted to see them again at least once before it was too late. He's heard a rumor that someone is in the academy district and wants to go check it out immediately. Ulf has a favor to ask, and Chan tells him he'll be waiting at the store whenever Ulf is ready. Chan steps outside and is surprised to see someone else standing there. It's Charlie. He's confused why Charlie is back so soon, but the dogman just smirks and says he's here for round 3. He's got his laptop in hand, calling Chan a little chick as he prepares to get down to some serious business. Charlie explains that he went home to pack his things before the second round, but the bastard boss kept chasing him, so he had to lose him first. He asked the boss one last time if he'd cut back the workload just to see if he cared, and when the boss hesitated, Charlie walked out for good. He mutters about the lunatic boss, clearly glad to be done with that toxic environment. Chan wonders when the boss will finally come to his senses, but Charlie is already looking toward the future. Since Chan just got off shift, he suggests they grab a drink inside, but a non-alcoholic one this time. As they head inside, Chan notices a familiar face waiting for them. Elder Ulf is there, looking up at the sky and soaking in the freedom of the early morning. Chan looks over the city, thinking about Ulf's long journey and the freedom forever sentiment they all seem to be chasing. Ulf greets them as they enter, his calm demeanor a sharp contrast to Charlie's high-energy vibe. Chan introduces Yuri to the regular and notes how lively the store is becoming with all these different characters coming together. Ulf politely introduces himself to Miss Yuri, while Charlie is already busy setting up his mobile office at a table. Charlie explains he's making handover documents for the company he just quit, proving he's a professional even when he's furious. Ulf tells Charlie that he came looking for one of his old colleagues and heard they might be in the area. He doesn't have an exact address, just a vague tip from an acquaintance that his friend was seen in the academy district. Chan is shocked to find out that Ulf was actually planning to comb through the entire area by himself. Charlie stops his typing, noting that searching a whole district on foot sounds pretty exhausting and inefficient. He asks Ulf for a description of the colleague and what his old job was. Yuri watches from the side, drinking her juice and thinking that if the old man goes around grabbing random people, he's going to end up with some serious hospital bills. Ulf tries to say it's a personal matter, but Charlie snaps at him to just tell him quickly, claiming he can find anyone in under 5 minutes. Charlie tells him to be quiet and accept help from the young guys instead of going through all that trouble for nothing. Chan tells Charlie to speak nicely to his elders, but Charlie just blames the old man for not listening. Chan can't help but laugh at the dynamic. It's like watching a grumpy uncle and a stubborn nephew. Ulf smiles and decides to take Charlie up on his offer. He describes his target, a white-furred werewolf taller than Ulf with a vertical scar slashed across his left eye. Ulf doesn't know the name or current occupation, but he remembers the guy always had an overwhelming presence. He believes the man should be somewhere over 80 years old by now. Charlie tells everyone to keep their mouths shut for 3 minutes so he can focus on the grind. Chan whispers to Ulf, asking if he's uncomfortable with Charlie's blunt way of speaking, but Ulf doesn't harbor any ill feelings. Ulf admits he had a squadmate a long time ago who was exactly like Charlie. That squadmate was also incredibly skilled with machines and tech. He looks at the screen with a wistful expression, hoping to see that face again. Charlie suddenly stops, having narrowed down the search to 4 candidates out of 18 possible resumes in record time. He tells Ulf to check the faces, confident that no matter how much the guy has aged, Ulf will recognize his old boss. They all lean in as Charlie taps the keys, pulling up the final files. A photo of a weathered white werewolf appears on the screen. The vertical scar over the eye is unmistakable. Ulf's eyes widen. He confirms that even though the man looks different, it's definitely his old commander. Charlie reveals the werewolf is currently working as a security guard at a high school about 40 minutes away. Ulf looks at Chan and asks if he would be willing to accompany him to go meet his former boss. Chan agrees, and they move quickly because they know the commander will be waiting. Chan returns home briefly and notices his phantom cat's collar lying on the floor next to a tuft of fur. He realizes the cat must have slipped out again while he was at work. The cat has been away from home a lot lately, probably searching for spirit beasts with Puppy again. Chan makes a mental note to talk to the cat properly this evening, but for now, he has a mission. He runs out to meet Ulf, who is waiting patiently in front of the school. Chan is panting, apologizing for being late, but Ulf tells him he arrived exactly on time. Ulf asks if he fed the cat, and Chan admits the little guy ran away from home again. Chan asks if the person they're meeting was really the commander of Ulf's entire unit. Ulf describes him as a truly outstanding individual who led their hot-blooded unit with rational judgment and perfection. He mentions that he'll have to repay Charlie later for making the search so easy. Chan thinks that if Charlie just spoke a little more nicely, he'd be the perfect guy, but then his phone buzzes with a message from Yuri. She tells him not to get too depressed regardless of how the meeting goes, which leaves Chan completely baffled. They walk onto the school grounds and see a man in a guard uniform sweeping the path. Ulf stops in his tracks, his voice trembling as he calls out "boss," noting that even the smell of the commander is familiar. The white werewolf turns around with a smirk, telling Ulf that it's truly been a long time. Chan is stunned, realizing that this unassuming school guard is actually Ulf's legendary superior. Without warning, the commander launches a devastating punch at Ulf, and the sheer mana pressure behind it is terrifying. Chan panics, wondering what kind of violent history he stumbled into as the two veterans clash, but the commander just laughs, noting that Ulf is still as stubborn as ever. He jokes that since Ulf's speech softened, he thought his combat skills might have rusted away too. Chan realizes that a greeting with fists is just how these hardcore men say hello, and Ulf credits Chan and Charlie for finding him. Chan introduces himself, but the commander's expression hardens as he suggests they go inside to settle some old grudges from the past. Sitting across from a legend is one thing, but getting called human meat by a guy who's seen too much war is a whole different level of awkward. Ulf is quick to defend Chan, telling his old boss that he's deeply indebted to the young man, but Chan is just wondering why everyone keeps referring to him as meat. The commander explains it's an old habit from the war. Back then, comrades would turn into meat in the blink of an eye. Ulf tells Chan to just bear with the nickname out of respect for his elders, and Chan realizes there's no point in winning an argument against two war veterans. The commander looks Chan over with a suspicious gaze, wondering why he can't detect a single trace of magical power coming from him. He explains that every type of magic has a distinctive scent that his sharp nose can pick up, but Chan is a total blank slate. Chan casually flashes his license, confirming that he's a non-magic human, which leaves the old werewolf looking completely baffled. The commander smirks, noting that Chan looks a bit slow but is surprisingly capable for a human. He turns back to Ulf, asking why an anti-mage like Chan is even here, and Ulf admits he was actually too afraid to see his old boss alone. He feared that their shared past might have been nothing but a collection of bad memories for the commander. Ulf pulls out 2 bottles of liquor, admitting that back in the war he thought their blood-soaked path was for a greater cause, but now he just wants to talk it out over a drink. He asks about the rest of the unit, and the commander is surprised to hear that Ulf hasn't heard a single thing about their old comrades. He tells them that words alone won't be enough to explain the truth and asks Ulf if he brought the proper cups. Ulf pulls out a large glowing glass jar as the commander prepares to raise the first toast. He turns to Chan, asking Meat if he can even hold his liquor. Chan says he can handle about 2 bottles of soju, but he's not prepared for the liquid light being poured into his glass. The commander warns him not to spill a single drop of the expensive stuff, while Chan is already overwhelmed by the powerful reek of the brew. Chan asks what this stuff is even made of, and the commander reveals the secret: it's liquor brewed from memories. He explains that the person who pours the drink recalls a specific memory they want to share with the group. Once everyone drinks, they're able to peer into that memory together. It's basically Bluetooth for your brain. The commander tells them to quit the small talk and drink up, and with a collective gulp, the world around them begins to shift. Chan immediately regrets it as the vicious liquid burns a path down his throat and into his stomach. The air suddenly smells of gunpowder and wet earth, and Chan realizes they've been pulled into a very familiar, yet grim, location. He's shocked to see soldiers in combat uniforms and wounded men everywhere. This isn't just a memory, it's a war zone. They witness the unit's final moments where soldiers are complaining about being tossed aside by nameless bastards after dragging themselves through hell. The commander tells his men to go home and live quietly, admitting that while they drove him crazy, he actually enjoyed their time together. He gives one final order as their superior: forget the bad memories and only meet again once they've found peace. The vision fades, and Chan asks if that's the end of the story. But the commander reveals there's one more part as a frantic soldier screams about a bomb that's about to drop on their heads. The scene shifts to a lab where a needle is being prepared, and the commander tells everyone to get clear because his calculations are precise. We see the commander looking at a piece of paper, prepared to make a sacrifice that no one else in his unit would have agreed to. A magical paper airplane flies through the air, carrying a heavy spell that's about to change everything. The commander looks up at the sky one last time, knowing his life as a soldier is finally over. Back in the present, the room is dead silent until Chan speaks up, addressing the man as Sergeant Gelrock. Ulf is trembling with realization, asking his boss if he was actually the one who kept them under surveillance all these years. The commander gives a weak smile, finally coming clean about the secret he's been carrying. He explains that even though the unit was officially disbanded, his duties as captain never truly ended. He was forced to report their every move to higher command because the government was afraid they'd leak classified war info. He points to his head, admitting that before long, he'll be nothing but an empty shell who remembers nothing at all. He tells Ulf not to worry and to keep living well, glad that at least one of his men managed to find a good life. Ulf clenches his fists, devastated that his boss chose to make such a lonely, painful sacrifice for their freedom. He's struggling to find the words to thank him, but Chan decides it's time to intervene. Chan apologizes for butting in, but he asks if he can take a closer look at that memory-erasing needle in the commander's head. He reaches out and gently places his hand on the werewolf's head, and with a soft shimmer, the magical device dissolves into nothing. The veterans are stunned as Chan casually tells them it's finished, the commander won't be losing his memories anymore. The commander looks at Ulf, still skeptical that a human could destroy such a complex curse, but Ulf confirms that Chan is anything but ordinary. The commander tests his mind, feeling the fog lift, and realizes that Chan actually did it. But he's not ready to fully trust Chan yet, so he tells the human to raise the cup and share a memory of his own. He admits he let Chan into his head because of Ulf, but if they're going to be allies, Chan needs to show who he really is. He says it doesn't have to be anything special, just any memory that defines him. Chan pours the drink, wondering what kind of memory could possibly show the core of a guy like him. He takes a deep drink, telling himself he doesn't really have any identity-defining memories, but the booze has other plans. Suddenly, the smell of cigarettes fills the air, and we see a younger Chan huddled alone in a dark room. His phone screen shows a notification about the completion of his mother's funeral procedures and a death insurance payout. Chan is weeping in the dark, muttering that he shouldn't have been born as the weight of his loss crushes him. Ulf is the first to pull out of the memory, looking at Chan with an expression of pure, deep-seated concern. Chan snaps back to reality, looking a bit dazed as Ulf asks him what exactly he saw after drinking. The commander quickly cuts in, lying and saying they didn't see anything at all. Chan gives a forced, awkward laugh, relieved that his dark past didn't end up on display for everyone to see. He jokes that since he hasn't lived very long, there probably wasn't anything worth showing anyway. He mutters about wasting the expensive liquor as he walks out, feeling a bit dizzy from the magical booze. Ulf offers to grab some water, but Chan just wants to get home since his place is right around the corner. Ulf stops him, truly thanking him for everything he did today to save the commander's mind. He admits that when he heard about the surveillance, he felt betrayed. If Chan hadn't been there, today might have been the last time he ever spoke to his boss. Chan tries to brush it off, telling the elder that they're even because Ulf has helped him plenty of times too. But Ulf isn't satisfied with just being even, he wants to do more for the young man who carries such a heavy burden. He looks Chan in the eyes and asks if he would enter into an escort contract with him. Chan is floored, as Ulf says the contract will last until he's satisfied, promising to come running whenever Chan has a concern. Ulf bows and heads off into the sunset, leaving Chan standing there in total shock. Chan realizes he just picked up one of the most powerful bodyguards in the world, likely because Ulf was worried about what he saw in that memory. He grits his teeth, frustrated that he couldn't hide his pain and ended up making the elder worry about him. He looks at the memory flickering in the windows, telling himself to keep his mouth shut about his past. He thinks about how Earth and the otherworld are no different. Both are places where people hide their scars to keep moving forward. He repeats the mantra to himself over and over. Don't say anything. Never tell anyone. Hashtag Chapter 91 script. Waking up with a magical hangover is like having a drum set in your skull, and the last thing you need is a screaming cat. Chan groans as he tries to remember how he even got home, but the invisible cat is already pouncing on him with a loud MYAAOW. He realizes Puppy isn't around and asks the cat why he's back at the apartment alone. The cat just screams more and drops a business card on the bed, it's for a human rights activist, and Chan wonders what on earth the dog is up to now. He remembers telling Puppy to find a way to help struggling spirit creatures, and it seems the little guy took that advice way too literally. He figures Puppy must be either here or at the convenience store, the only two places he really knows. Since it's almost time for his shift, Chan decides to just head to work and see the dog there. The cat is acting frantic, swishing its tail and meowing at the air, clearly trying to signal that something is wrong. Chan looks at the invisible feline, completely confused by the meowing screaming fit. He walks into the store and finds Yuri waiting for him, noting that he actually came in early for once. Puppy greets him enthusiastically, and Yuri explains that there were so many people earlier that she couldn't get a word in with the dog. Chan hears a strange purring sound coming from a box on the floor and asks who exactly is in there. It turns out the cat got angry because he didn't want Puppy to leave, so Puppy bribed him with 2 cartons of milk to make him fall asleep. Chan holds up the business card and asks Puppy if he's seriously trying to become a human rights activist for animals. Puppy admits he doesn't have a concrete plan yet, but he wants to figure things out after meeting with a certain someone. He reveals he set up a meeting with a prominent figure in the area, leaving both Chan and Yuri looking stunned. That figure turns out to be the Phoenix of Phoenix Park, an old spirit creature Chan once mentioned. Puppy says the appointment is whenever the park is closed, and Chan is impressed by how much thought the little dog put into this. Since the park is close by, Chan decides they should head over and get this over with before their shift actually starts. Puppy is amazed that Chan can just walk into a closed park smoothly using his license, though we all know our boy is just good at bending the rules. Puppy notes that the boss is remarkably skilled at lying, and Chan isn't sure if that's supposed to be a compliment. They walk deeper into the quiet park, searching for the legendary bird. Suddenly, a massive glowing birdcage appears, housing a creature that is far bigger and more majestic than Chan expected. The phoenix stares down at the tiny human and dog, its fiery feathers radiating an intense heat. The bird starts hooing narcissistically, claiming that people usually start applauding the moment it flaps its wings. Puppy gives a polite bow but tells the bird that he has to decline whatever offer it was about to make. Chan asks what's going on, and Puppy explains that the phoenix wanted to hire him as a personal interpreter so it doesn't miss any investment timings with its caretakers. It turns out the phoenix has lived in human society for decades and is basically a high-tier investor in bird form. Puppy asks the bird if it has any frustrations while living here, and the phoenix promises to be honest. Puppy turns back to Chan, explaining how he's often told he has a natural talent for helping others. He reflects on how he met wonderful people like Yuri and Chan who actually listened to him, making his life a happy one despite being a dog. But he knows that not all spirit creatures in this world are as lucky as he is. Puppy declares his dream. He wants to become their voice and speak out to the world, asking the phoenix to be the first one he helps. The phoenix lets out a sharp hoo and begins to laugh in Puppy's face. It continues its ho-ho-hoo cackling while Puppy just sits there looking small but determined. Chan asks what the bird is saying, and Puppy admits it called his dream the most absurd thing it's ever heard. The phoenix spreads its wings in the cage, boasting that it's already a successful investor and doesn't need help from a mutt. Chan sees the bird's smug smile and realizes the creature thinks it's untouchable because its feathers are expensive and rare. The bird keeps bragging until its eyes widen in pure shock as Chan reaches through the bars. With a single touch, one of the phoenix's glowing golden feathers turns into a piece of ordinary, magicless scrap paper. The phoenix starts screaming "hoo" in a panic as Chan casually holds the ruined feather. Chan tells the bird to quit yelling and starts speaking in a way that people can actually understand. He looks the fiery bird in the eye, explaining that he has the power to erase the magic from anything he touches. He threatens to turn the entire phoenix into an ordinary chicken, noting that there would be no evidence left of his crime. He asks who the bird would complain to then. Would it just hoo at the caretakers and hope for the best? Chan points to Puppy, telling the phoenix that this is when you need someone who can actually speak for you. He drops the dead feather to the ground, leaving the arrogant bird looking absolutely terrified. Chan tells the phoenix that if it's upset about the ruined feather, it should bring him a lawyer it can actually talk to, knowing full well the bird has no way to do that without Puppy's help. The phoenix is still fuming, but our boy Chan doesn't give a damn. He tells the giant bird that he can't pay him back for the feather right now, so if he's that upset, he should just go hire a lawyer. They just stare at each other in a heavy silence, the human who breaks magic and the firebird who rules the park, neither one willing to blink first. Puppy steps in to translate, letting Chan know the phoenix is curious about what his real goal is and what he wants as a reward. Chan just looks confused, wondering why everyone keeps talking about compensation. Chan bluntly tells him he doesn't have some grand purpose or hidden agenda. The phoenix's eyes go wide. He can't believe a human would do all this for nothing. Chan gets fired up, waving his arms around as he explains he just wanted to help Puppy succeed. He asks the bird if it's really okay to mock someone who's out here working their heart out just because you're more powerful. The phoenix stays quiet, but the atmosphere around him starts to shift. He's looking at Chan with a new level of respect, realizing this guy is actually genuine. Puppy looks up with those big, sparkling eyes and tells Chan that the phoenix has one more question for him. The bird wants to know if Chan really helped purely because they're friends, without expecting a single cent in return. Chan just shrugs. To him, that's just what you do for a buddy. The phoenix is impressed and offers to sponsor Puppy's cause, but there's a catch. He'll only do it if Chan agrees to be the guarantor for the deal. Chan's face instantly hits the floor as he starts screaming, "No!" He's not about to let himself get dragged into some shady contract, even if it kills him. To Chan, being a guarantor is just a fancy way of saying you're signing away your life and your friendship. He's seen how debt ruins people, and he's not having it. Puppy panics, swearing he'd never do anything to cut ties with Chan. Our boy just looks at him with those tired eyes, knowing that money usually changes everything. The phoenix lets out a series of huffs, and Puppy explains that it's not the kind of debt guarantee Chan is thinking of. The bird admits he still doesn't trust humans as a whole, but he trusts Chan because he saw how far he'd go to protect the little dog. He also gives Puppy a compliment, saying the little guy is way better at speaking human than he expected. The phoenix reveals his real plan. He wants to buy back the land and management rights for this entire park. He needs people he can actually trust to handle the business side of things. It turns out this park isn't just a park, it's the site of an ancient shrine and village that used to serve the phoenix a long time ago. He wants his home back. Chan goes quiet, taking in the weight of the phoenix's history. He realizes the bird isn't just arrogant, he's lonely and missing his past, but duty calls. Chan checks the time and realizes his shift is about to start. As they turn to leave, the phoenix tells him not to let those feathers go to waste this time. Chan looks down at the bunch of golden feathers in his hand. They're glowing with an intense, warm light that feels like pure energy. He promises to use them whenever Puppy needs the help. He tells the bird he'll be back to visit once the chaos of the spirit rights movement settles down. The phoenix huffs one last time, warning them not to come during the day when he has to deal with annoying tourists. Chan just laughs, knowing the bird is just being a tsundere. Back at the store, Yuri's jaw drops when she sees the feathers. She tells Chan that a single one has enough juice to keep a massive airplane in the sky for days. Chan's eyes practically pop out of his head. He's holding a literal fortune in his hands, and he had no idea they were that powerful. Yuri offers to store them in the safe for him so he doesn't accidentally cause a disaster. Chan trusts her completely and hands them over until he can figure out a way to sell them. Suddenly, Yuri realizes she's about to miss her bus. She sprints out the door, waving goodbye while Chan stands there, still processing everything. Chan takes a deep breath, stretching his back as he prepares to start another long night at the convenience store. But his phone pings. It's Elena, asking if he's free tomorrow afternoon. Chan's surprised because she's usually busy with work or training. Yuri, who is somehow still lurking or just fast with her messages, instantly pops up. She looks at Chan with a mischievous face and asks if he's finally going on a date. Chan tries to play it cool, telling her she's talking nonsense. But Yuri isn't letting him off the hook that easily. She points out that if a girl asks to see you during her only vacation time instead of resting, that's a 100% certified date. Chan just sighs, feeling the pressure. Behind them, two rabbit hybrids are just trying to enjoy their drinks while Yuri keeps badgering the poor MC. She tells him to stop keeping his distance and just enjoy the moment. Chan tries to hide in the warehouse, but Yuri follows him, teasing him that she's a nice person and will let him leave work early for his casual date. The store is full of couples today. Even the birds are making out on the shelves. Yuri peeks around the corner, making sure Chan feels the romantic vibe. Later, Chan is alone in the back, feeling the weight of his own insecurities. He hears a soft meow and looks down. The invisible cat spirit is rubbing against his leg. Chan wonders where the little guy had been hiding all day. Chan starts venting to the cat, admitting he's always pushed people away. He even calls himself a rotten bastard for not being there for his mom before she passed. He doesn't think someone like him deserves to go on a date. He looks at the cat, realizing it has no idea what he's talking about, and lets out a long, weary sigh. The cat hisses at him, and Chan just tells it that if it doesn't like his attitude, it should learn to speak human. Chan realizes the cat drank all the milk, meaning he's got no snacks left. He looks at his old, worn-out hoodie and feels pathetic, but he realizes he has nothing else to wear for the meetup. He steps outside the store, and his heart nearly stops. Elena is standing there looking like a total angel in a sundress and a straw hat. Chan is totally flustered, rubbing the back of his neck. He tells her it was too noisy inside, so he thought they should head out. He looks at her, his voice a bit shaky, and asks if she'd like to go for a walk in the park. Elena looks surprised, her eyes wide and sparkling. A beautiful smile spreads across her face as she tells him she'd absolutely love to. As they start walking, Chan is internally screaming. He can't believe he actually blurted that out, and now he's on a literal date with a girl this pretty. Elena looks over at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. She asks him again where exactly they're heading, just to be sure. Chan stammers out the park, feeling like a total amateur. He's so nervous he can barely walk straight. He tries to explain that the store was just too crowded to talk, making excuses for why he dragged her outside. Elena just smiles, finding his awkwardness cute. She suggests a cafe across the street if they just need to talk, but Chan insists the park is better. He's determined to make this walk work. He warns her the park is huge and they'll be walking a lot. Elena just beams at him, telling him not to worry because she loves walking. A little while later, the sun is high and the park is beautiful. But Chan is absolutely dying. He's huffing and puffing while Elena is still looking fresh as a daisy. Chan looks at her in disbelief, wondering if she has infinite stamina. They've walked miles and she hasn't even broken a sweat. Elena stops suddenly, her eyes catching on something bright. She points out a patch of beautiful tulips and white flowers, her face lighting up with genuine joy. Chan watches her kneel down to look at the flowers. He's finally catching his breath, thinking to himself that he's saved by the sudden break. Elena looks up at him and tells him she's having an amazing time just walking around together. Chan is confused, they haven't even done anything but walk. Elena explains that when she was a kid, her parents were so strict that all she did was study. She never got to just hang out. She tells him that even something as simple as this feels like a massive adventure to her. Suddenly, a voice booms out, calling them lovebirds and telling them not to touch the flowers. It's a dog-headed gardener leaning on his broom. Chan and Elena both freeze, their faces turning beet red. Chan tries to wave it off, stammering that they aren't a couple. The gardener just laughs, saying they look exactly like one to him. Elena is so embarrassed she's hiding her face in her hat. The dogman gets nostalgic, mentioning how he used to fool around in flower fields with his sweetheart back in the day. Chan quickly apologizes for touching the flowers and grabs Elena's hand to lead her away before the gardener says anything else. They walk in silence for a second, then Chan realizes he's still holding her hand. His brain short-circuits. He lets go instantly, apologizing profusely. Both of them are vibrating with awkward energy now. Elena tries to bring the conversation back, mentioning how hard her childhood was. Chan notices the shift in her mood and realizes he shouldn't have let the topic drop. She reveals that her parents ended up getting a divorce, and things got really messy at home. The hard times she mentioned weren't just about studying. Chan stays quiet, looking at her with a soft, understanding gaze. Elena suddenly panics, apologizing for bringing up something so depressing on a nice day. She thinks she's ruined the mood and turns to walk away, feeling like she said too much. Chan calls out to her, and she stops, looking back with a face full of regret. She thinks he's about to end the date. She starts tearing up, scolding herself for not being happy enough. She's holding a sports drink, her knuckles white from gripping it too hard. But instead of leaving, Chan tells her a story or a joke that's so unexpected she can't help but laugh. The tension in the air finally breaks. The sun starts to set, casting a golden glow over everything. They're sitting on a bench now, their feet close together. Elena is leaning in, laughing her heart out. Chan looks at her with a genuine smile, finally feeling comfortable. Suddenly, Elena checks her watch and gasps. She asks Chan what time it is, looking totally panicked. It's 6 p.m. Chan realizes if he sits there any longer, he'll fall asleep on the bench and never wake up for his shift. Elena feels bad, telling him he has to get to work. Chan jokes that he didn't know she was the responsible type, and she teases him right back. Chan stands up to leave, but Elena calls out to him, stopping him in his tracks. With a blush that covers her whole face, she asks if they could go out again later, just the two of them. Chan stands there for a second, the world around them blurring into a pink, romantic haze. He smiles and tells her he had fun today. He agrees, but says next time they should actually talk about work too since they spent all day avoiding it. As he walks away, Elena waves goodbye, standing under the trees as the evening light hits her. She looks like she's on cloud 9. She's got the biggest, most genuine smile on her face. This wasn't just a walk to her, it was the start of something real. Cut to later that night. Chan is back at the store, looking absolutely dead. His eyes are sunken, and he looks like he's been through a war. Yuri is standing behind the counter, leaning in with a look of pure hunger for gossip. She's been waiting all day for this. She slams her hands on the counter, startling poor Chan out of his trance. "So!" she shouts. "How was it?" Chan just lets out a long, exhausted sigh, knowing he's never going to hear the end of this. Sometimes, a perfectly normal day is just a mask for a secret so heavy it could change your entire life. Chan is standing there, completely lost, as Yuri drops a weirdly deep comment about living well. He's totally confused, thinking they were just talking about his day at the park. Yuri just smiles at him, reminding him that eating well and living well was always his dream. She teases him, saying that since he had fun with Elena today, he's officially living the dream. She's got that mischievous silver-haired energy that always keeps him on his toes. Chan tries to play it cool, saying it was nothing special. To him, just spending a day without a magical disaster counts as a win, but the vibe changes instantly as Yuri's expression sharpens. She's about to lay down the law for her favorite appa. She gets that scary, dark aura around her and warns him that if he gets too distracted by dates and shows up late for work, she's going to scold him. Then, just as fast, she's back to her cheerful self and heads off. Chan watches the door chime, left alone with his thoughts. He stares at the counter, wondering if this crazy life in another world is really what he wanted for himself. He's still not 100% sure, but he picks up the mop anyway. Even in a magical dimension, a convenience store floor isn't going to clean itself. Suddenly, Yuri comes running back in, looking flustered and apologizing for being 4 minutes late. Chan doesn't care about the time, but he notices something is off. She claims she lost her wallet and had to find it. Chan looks at her skeptically, thinking the math doesn't quite add up. He's thinking to himself, How did she know she'd be exactly 4 minutes late if she didn't even know when she'd find her wallet? Something smells fishy. Yuri just brushes it off with a cute smile, asking why he's still here. She's trying to usher him out, but Chan's cop instincts are tingling. He points to a mess on the floor. Apparently an hour ago, a goat-headed businessman in a suit tried to eat spicy ramen and, well, things got messy. The poor guy's head was too big for the cup, and he basically exploded ramen everywhere. Chan tells Yuri that's why he's still stuck here cleaning up soup stains. Yuri starts spotting noodles everywhere, under the shelves, by the tables, pointing them out like a drill sergeant. Chan just tells her to go check the cash at the counter and leave him to his misery. As he mops, Chan casually thanks Yuri for the advice she gave him about his date at the park. Yuri freezes for a split second, looking stunned, before telling him it was nothing. She tells him to hurry home because he looks like a zombie. Chan feels bad for being late and offers to buy her ice cream as a thank you. He starts looking for his wallet to pay, but Yuri is already distracted. Suddenly, Yuri's face goes pale. She starts frantically patting her pockets, her voice trembling. She realizes her wallet is actually gone this time. Chan looks up, wondering if this is another one of her weird jokes or if she's actually in trouble. She only remembers taking her phone out, not her wallet. Chan suggests maybe she left it at home, but Yuri looks like she's seen a ghost. She reveals she had 1,000,001 in cash in there, plus all her IDs and cards. Chan is stunned. Who carries that much cash around in a convenience store vest? Chan offers to help her look, but she tells him to stay at the counter while she checks the store. She's panicking, and her calm mask is completely shattered. She runs out the door, and Chan is left standing there with his mop, feeling the heavy silence of the store once again. He decides to take a quick look around the shelves just in case she dropped it nearby. He's peering under the displays, trying to be helpful. He can't find the wallet, but then he hears a strange vzz sound coming from the back. It's a phone vibrating on the floor. He picks it up and looks at the screen. His eyes go wide as he tries to process what he's seeing. It's Yuri's phone, but the caller ID is Yuri's own phone number. It's a total logic loop that shouldn't be possible. The call goes to voicemail, and Chan is paralyzed. He's debating whether to hang up or take a picture to show her, but curiosity gets the better of him. The voice on the other end starts speaking. It tells her exactly where the wallet is, stuck in a gap under the counter. Then it gives her insane stock market tips and tells her not to buy anything for 2 days. The voice says it's Yuri from 72 hours in the future. It mentions how unusual Chan and the manager are. Chan is listening to this, his heart pounding against his ribs. Future Yuri warns about a minor accident on the road and tells her current self to stop asking questions. Back in reality, the store bell rings as Yuri comes back in. Frantic. She sees Chan holding her phone and realizes he heard everything. The time on the screen is exactly 10,027 p.m., just like the voice predicted. The line goes dead. Yuri is standing there, completely still, looking at Chan with a mix of fear and betrayal. She tries to act normal, asking him where the voice said her wallet was. Chan, still in shock, points to the gap under the counter. He tries to reassure her, telling her he won't care about what he just heard, but Yuri isn't buying it. She knows her secret is out. She's spiraling, asking how he could possibly ignore something as crazy as a phone call from the future that predicts the stock market. She looks away, her voice cold and distant, telling him to just get rich with the info he heard. She's ready to run and never come back. She sprints out of the store again. Chan calls out to her, but she's already gone, disappearing into the night. He realizes she left her phone behind again. He stands there, holding the device that just predicted the future, feeling more like an outsider than ever. Suddenly, the manager pops in with a bag of ice cream and a huge smile, completely unaware of the drama that just went down. She sees Chan's face, the dark circles, the 1,000-yard stare, and her smile falters. She can tell something is seriously wrong. Chan leans against the counter, burying his face in his hands. He tells her something serious happened, and he doesn't know how to fix it. Later, Chan and the manager are sitting down, staring at Yuri's phone. He's explained the whole situation, and the manager is taking it surprisingly well. Chan is nervous, biting his lip as he watches her. He feels like he's betrayed Yuri's trust by eavesdropping, even if it was an accident. The manager pulls out a massive pile of ice cream from her bag. She tells Chan it'll take all night to finish it, trying to lighten the heavy mood. She asks for the specific details of the call. Chan tells her about the stock tips for a company called Magic Pressure and the warnings about a fire. The manager's face goes serious. She notes how incredibly specific those prophecies are, too specific to be a coincidence. Chan regrets his reaction. He says he should have reassured Yuri instead of freezing up like an idiot. He's worried she's too scared to ever trust him again. The manager asks if Earth has prophecies. Chan says they exist in stories, but in the real world, most people think they're complete nonsense. She looks at him and asks what he thinks now. Chan admits that after seeing Yuri, he has to believe they're real. The manager explains that in the past, people with prophecy were protected as holy figures, but in the modern otherworld, things are much darker. She explains that now they're exploited by everyone. Governments and corporations use them as tools. Even if the government claims to protect them, they're really just being imprisoned and used for profit. That's why people like Yuri have to hide their gifts. In this day and age, a miracle is just a target on your back. Chan relates to her. He knows what it's like to be in a position where you can't speak your truth without being treated like a freak. He imagines what would happen if people found out he was from another world. He sees a vision of himself on an operating table, surrounded by scientists wanting to cut him open. He realizes Yuri must have been terrified of ending up like that too. He curses his own carelessness for letting her feel so exposed. The manager snaps him out of it, telling him not to dwell on it too much. She tells him to take it easy today and trust that Yuri will come back. Chan wonders if she really will show up. She's never been late before, but after tonight, everything has changed. The next day, Chan is back at the counter, lost in thought. He's replaying the scene over and over, wishing he'd handled it differently instead of just watching her run away. He slams his head onto the counter in frustration. He feels like a total failure for not asking her if something was bothering her sooner. Suddenly, Yuri is standing there. She looks at him with a small, knowing smile and asks why he didn't just ask her directly instead of being so roundabout. Chan is shocked she came back so fast. She casually says she just came back because she couldn't tell the time without her phone. Chan looks at her, realizing she's trying to bridge the gap. He decides it's time to be honest, too. She asks him to step away from the counter so she can finish her shift. The store looks normal, but there's a new level of honesty between them. Yuri looks at him, confused, as he starts preparing something behind her. He holds up a sign that says, "Sorry, I'm out for a moment." Yuri asks if he's sleepy, but Chan has a much bigger plan in mind. He tells her to leave her wallet at the counter and follow him into the storage room. He wants to show her that she's not the only one with a secret. Yuri's face goes soft as she realizes what he's doing. She tells him he doesn't need to feel sorry about asking her if she was from another world. Chan looks her dead in the eye and tells her the truth, he is from another world. And then he tells her to step into the back room with him. In the storage room, Chan picks up the magic globe. It starts to glow and vibrate, a blue map of Earth appearing in the air around them. The manager is already there, cheering and waving like she's on vacation. Chan just looks at her, wondering where all this energy comes from. Yuri is stunned, looking around at all the stuff the manager has packed. They've only got an hour before they're back on duty, so they have to move fast. Yuri's eyes go wide as she realizes they're actually going to do it. She lets out a small yelp as Chan prepares the teleport. Chan tells her it'll be quick, and to just close her eyes if she's nervous. The manager is looking as hyped as a kid going to Disneyland. Yuri squeezes her eyes shut, her heart racing as she feels the magic of the store pulling at her. She grips Chan's hand tight. She thought going to another world would be a massive, terrifying ordeal, but it feels strangely simple. Chan tells her she can open her eyes now. Yuri blinks, looking around at the new environment. Chan tells her it's over and to let go of his hand. He teases her for having such a death grip on him, making her blush. The manager looks at Yuri with a grin, asking her how she likes the other world now that she's finally here. Yuri slowly walks toward the door of the storage room. She's hesitant, wondering if a whole new world can really be this easy to reach. She pushes the door open, her hand trembling slightly as she prepares to see what's on the other side. She steps out into the earth branch of the store. She looks out the window at the ordinary trees, the paved road, and the normal streetlights. It's so different from the magic and chaos of her home. She looks down at her bag, her curiosity finally about to be satisfied. She's ready to see everything Chan's world has to offer. The manager pops up behind her holding 2 huge rolls of gimbap. She asks if they should go outside and start their scientific experiments, which basically means a massive food tour. Imagine being born in a world of magic, only to find out that the most peaceful place in the multiverse is a boring street corner on Earth. The manager doesn't care about the view though, she's only got one thing on her mind: food. She tells Chan that if they're going to be productive, they need to load up on kimbap immediately. She leans in close to Yuri, being surprisingly thoughtful for once. She knows Yuri hasn't eaten since early morning and wants to make sure the kid is taken care of. Yuri admits she likes kimbap, looking a bit overwhelmed by how fast things are moving. The manager tells her to stay in the store and eat while she and Chan handle some business outside. Chan starts to step out, but he reaches back and asks for the manager's hand. It's not a romantic moment, it's a safety precaution for what's about to happen. He practically drags her out, and the manager starts complaining that he's pulling too hard. Chan's just worried that without his touch, the manaless atmosphere of Earth might do something weird to her. The manager isn't listening though. She's hyped up, reaching into her bag and ready to show off some otherworld tech on Earth. She whips out a picnic blanket and claims it can float. Chan just stares at her, wondering why she's so confident when magic doesn't work here. She holds up a bottle of mana supplement, thinking that if she sprinkles it on the blanket, it'll give it enough juice to fly. It doesn't work. The blanket just sits there on the pavement like a regular piece of cloth, leaving the manager looking absolutely defeated. Chan just sighs, realizing they've only succeeded in creating more laundry. But the manager isn't ready to throw in the towel yet. She whips out a mana camera, determined to find something that works in this magic dead zone. Yuri watches from inside the store, her eyes wide with confusion. To her, these two powerful beings look like absolute dorks playing in a parking lot. She just watches them through the window, wondering how the legendary crazy demon in the null zone ended up being so incredibly weird. The manager's face goes completely dark as the reality of being magicless finally sinks in. She looks like she's lost her entire soul. Chan tries to comfort her, saying it's just the way this world is. But the manager feels completely useless, and for an archmage, that's a fate worse than death. She explains that even in their world, there are anti-magic zones where drawing mana is impossible, like high altitudes or places warped by mages. She admits she usually handles those places with a few tricks, but on Earth, she can't do anything. She starts snapping her fingers desperately, trying to spark something. Chan's jaw drops when she mentions she was trying to cast a meteor summoning spell. She tried it 3 times. If that had actually worked, Chan's neighborhood would be a crater right now. Chan suggests they try again later, but the manager gets reflective. She looks at him and asks if he'll even come back to the other world now that he's home. Chan says he can always find a reason to come back. He then checks his phone, asking her if she verified the deposit for his monthly rent. The money came in immediately, and Chan jokes that his landlord was probably planning to kick him out if he was even a second late. They head back inside, and Chan apologizes to Yuri. He feels bad that he ended up just doing his own errands instead of showing her around. He asks if she wants to go out for a bit now, but Yuri quietly shakes her head. She's already seen enough to understand the heart of this world. She looks at Chan with a serious expression, asking the one question that's been on her mind: why did you tell me your secret? Chan tells her it's because he wanted to apologize. He thinks it's only fair to share one of his secrets since he accidentally learned hers. He's not sure if she'll believe him, but he's determined to be honest. He's done hiding from the person who keeps the store running. He starts explaining that where he was born, magic and future sight are just fairy tales. He'd never even seen a goblin or an orc until he took this job. Suddenly, Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a small black object, cutting him off. The manager laughs as she explains that whenever Yuri is with Chan, her future visions turn completely black. She basically becomes blind to the future when he's around. Yuri explains that she's been called a prodigy since she was a kid because her future sight made everything from school to college incredibly easy. But one day, she was tired and ducked into a convenience store to rest. She checked her future self to make sure nothing bad would happen. That store was Chan's store. And for the first time in her life, her phone stopped working, and the future went dark. She got scared and asked her future self for advice later, and the future Yuri told her to never get involved with Chan. Chan is stunned. He asks her why she ignored the warning and got involved with him anyway. Yuri's answer is simple and a little heartbreaking because everything was boring. She had the money, the grades, and the health, but she knew exactly when she'd quit every hobby and when every day would end. She had no surprises left. She looks at Chan with a soft smile and says she actually enjoys this life where she doesn't know what's coming next. Staying by his side is her favorite secret. Both Chan and the manager are moved. They pat her on the head, telling her she showed real courage by sharing that. But Yuri has a question. Lately, she hasn't been seeing total blackness, she's been catching brief glimpses of Chan's future. She mentions she only recommended that park for his date because she saw a bit of it. Chan wonders if his anti-magic constitution is starting to act on its own. He thinks his body automatically blocks things he doesn't want to be affected by, like a mental shield. He smirks and says since he doesn't dislike Yuri, maybe his body is letting her in more. Yuri gets flustered and turns to the manager for help. The manager just laughs it off, claiming she has zero interest in knowing her own future in advance. She loves the thrill of not knowing what'll happen next. To an ancient mage, knowing everything is just a recipe for a dull life. The tension is gone. They're all laughing now, the weight of their secrets finally lifted off their shoulders. Chan looks at the skyline, realizing that Earth isn't special, and the other world isn't special either. They're just places. But Yuri feels at ease for the first time in her life. Back in the other world, the work never stops. Chan is heading out, leaving the store in Yuri's capable hands. Yuri bows deeply, still feeling guilty about how she ran away the day before. She's determined to be the best part-timer they've ever had. Chan tells her to forget about it. He knows she was just caught off guard and doesn't hold a grudge. As he's leaving, he stops and asks if her future calls come in on a strict schedule. Yuri says no, they just come whenever she's available to answer. But she looks confused by why he's asking. Chan points out that yesterday, she arrived a minute early and the call came in early too. That's never happened before. The manager overhears and gets an idea. She tells Chan to ask Yuri to casually mention him during her next call to the future. Yuri is hesitant, but Chan gives her the green light. They want to see if they can influence the information coming back to them. Suddenly, Yuri's face goes deadly serious. She gets a response from her future self and blurts it out before she can think. She hangs up, looking at her phone with a stunned expression. Chan and the manager lean in, desperate to know what happened. Yuri looks like she's just received a death sentence. She tells Chan that her future self had one specific warning for him: be careful walking at night. The manager calls it growing pains for Yuri's magic. She explains that since they're interacting with the future for the first time, the magic itself is evolving. Chan jokes that the way she says it makes them sound like a virus infecting the future. The manager doesn't disagree. To the fixed future, they are a virus. She thinks future Yuri is probably panicking right now because the black zone around Chan is changing and might leak info to others. Out of 100 million chances, there's a possibility that the future can change. Chan wonders how he's supposed to handle those kinds of odds. The bus arrives, and Chan decides to see the change as a good thing. Growth is usually messy after all. The manager hopes that if things go well, Yuri might finally be able to tell Chan why he was the one chosen to come to this world. Chan jokes that she'll probably just keep him around for the morning shift. The manager laughs, knowing that's exactly the kind of practical guy he is. As the manager gets on the bus, she thanks him for listening. But Chan has one last question about the future call. He wonders what it means for him if Yuri quits in the future. Would the answers about his life just disappear? The bus driver, who is a literal hamster head, tells the manager to hurry up. She shouts back to Chan that they'll talk later. Chan watches the bus pull away, left alone on the sidewalk with a million questions and one very specific warning. He waves goodbye, but he's already thinking about the night walking thing. He checks a text from the manager. She tells him not to worry. As long as he looks both ways, he should be fine. Chan isn't so sure. He decides that if the future says be careful, he'll just be extra careful. No point overthinking a threat you can't see yet. He starts his walk home, passing through some dark, sketchy-looking alleys. Every splash of a puddle makes him jump. He sees a cat jump off a dumpster and nearly has a heart attack. He's definitely on edge, just waiting for the danger to reveal itself. He finally makes it to the store, feeling relieved that nothing happened on the way to work. But then he sees a familiar face. It's Yunha and the manager. They're surprised to see him so early. Chan admits he came early just in case he was late today. Yunha teases him, knowing he's literally never been late in his life. Chan realizes things are going to be chaotic for a while. He's bracing himself for whatever Yunha is about to drop on him. Yunha puts a hand on his shoulder, her face going serious. She tells him that the time has come. Chan's eyes go wide. He's wondering if the night danger was actually Yunha all along. She pulls out a document, an official gate subjugation contract issued by the main office. She tells him to just sign it first. Chan is hesitant, wondering why she's being so pushy all of a sudden. He mentions the director, the big bear man in charge, and asks if he approved this. Yunha gets a sneaky look in her eye. She admits she snatched it off the director's desk. Chan can't believe she's basically stealing government contracts now. She explains that the director is obsessed with being efficient and has been trying to figure out how to squeeze every bit of work out of Chan. She teases him, saying if he ends up in the hospital, no one will be able to cover the night shift. Chan isn't amused. He looks at the contract. It's for a D-rank gate, something that should be easy for someone with his strength. Chan sighs, thinking about how gates make it so hard to live a normal life in this world. The manager asks if he was okay walking at night. Chan says he was fine until he ended up in this situation with Yunha. Yunha sees them whispering and demands to know what they're talking about. She's acting like a hurt older sister. She slams her hand on the table, reminding them she went through a lot of trouble to bring this opportunity to him. Chan asks about the deadline. Yunha says it's urgent for them, mostly because the director will take it back the second he realizes it's gone. She tells him that if he's not doing it, she needs to put it back immediately. She's putting the pressure on. Chan agrees to do it, but asks for an explanation. Yunha smiles and pulls out another piece of paper. Chan looks at the handwriting and calls it worm art. Yuri, standing behind him, quietly admits that she was the one who wrote it. Chan instantly pivots, calling the handwriting a dragon ascending to the heavens. He's a survivor after all, but he asks what the paper actually says. It's the mission details: restrict civilian access, then enter. The gate is D rank and opens in 3 days. But then Chan sees the location. He realizes the gate is opening right near his house, specifically about a 1-minute walk away. Yunha gives him a triumphant smirk. She knew he couldn't say no to a gate opening in his own backyard. She asks if he's been living his whole life without reading the fine print. Lee Chan is apologizing to his boss, explaining that he normally wouldn't take a half day off, but after that last monster flood, he just couldn't wait around. Yunha laughs at him, saying his luck is absolutely rotten for a gate to open right next to his house, even though he's technically the best person for the job. Chan isn't interested in the glory. He tells Yunha flat out that he never planned on becoming a professional hunter in the first place. He tells the store staff to hang in there while he's gone, promising to be back as soon as the job is finished. As they walk through the city at night, the streets are bustling with different races, and Chan watches a group of gnomes getting drunk, wishing he could just relax like them. Chan asks if they should be walking this slowly, but Yunha assures him it's not that urgent since they caught it early. She downplays the danger, saying a D-rank gate usually just makes the ground tilt or causes a few minor leaks. But she admits that if things get bad, magical beasts might crawl out and start chewing through the power lines. From a resident's perspective, that's a nightmare, but Yunha explains that the government provides full compensation and surveillance for the area. Suddenly, they're stopped in their tracks by a massive, intimidating figure, the deputy director, who happens to be a giant grizzly bear in a coat. The director growls at them, clearly annoyed that they're arriving on foot like they're just taking a casual stroll. The title drops for chapter 98 as the director starts nagging Yunha, claiming she's become lazy compared to her rookie days 10 years ago. While the two veterans argue, Chan looks over at the gate, a swirling blue sphere of energy, and notices something feels off about it. The bear director refuses to play rock, paper, scissors to settle their argument, claiming his paws literally can't make the scissors sign, while Chan just asks when they're actually going in. The director finally gives in, telling Yunha that as long as she follows his instructions, he won't report her for taking an outside contract. He starts pulling out safety gear, including anti-magic suits and gloves that are standard for the Ministry of Magic. Chan looks at the camo patterned suit with a skeptical face, thinking the extra gear is a bit unnecessary for someone like him. The director's eyes glow ominously as he explains that insurance won't cover them without the suits, so Chan immediately agrees to wear it. Chan prepares to enter first, but he mentions that the internal map he requested was denied because detection magic was failing. Yunha crosses her arms, telling him the director praised his abilities, so she's putting her trust in him to lead the way. But as they approach the swirling blue energy, the director stops and says he can't go in. He's confused because it feels like there's a solid wall on the other side of the portal blocking his entry. Chan tells him to step aside and reaches his hand into the magic, sensing something the others can't. With a massive thud, the sound of a heavy impact echoes as Chan reveals the entrance really was blocked by a physical barrier. The director is stunned that this rookie made a judgment call that even veterans would struggle with, while Yunha beams with pride. Realizing Chan is the real deal, the director tells them to head straight in while his team keeps the public away from the scene. He places a giant paw on Chan's shoulder, apologizing for testing him and calling him an anti-mage. Chan gives a small, confident smile and promises they'll do their best, leaving the director looking impressed. They step through the portal and emerge into a surreal, beautiful landscape, a forest filled with glowing purple flowers and lush trees. Chan asks if it's really that hard to tell if a gate is blocked, and Yunha explains that it's a nightmare even for experts. She explains that veterans usually can't tell if the space beyond is just dark or physically blocked, but Chan just saw it for what it was. Chan asks if he can take the camo suit off because it's triggering his Earth military trauma, but Yunha tells him the ministry is strict about the budget and safety. As they walk deeper, Chan points out something bizarre, a literal fishing boat sitting in the middle of the forest. Yunha realizes Chan doesn't know the history of why these gates were even created in the first place. She's shocked that he didn't learn this in school, while Chan admits he was never really interested in studying. The two share a laugh over their mutual dislike for school before Yunha starts the history lesson. Decades ago, during a great war, mages used magic so excessively that it literally twisted the fabric of space. Everything, weapons, magic, and junk, got sucked into these rifts, creating a completely distorted ecosystem. Yunha snaps her fingers, finally remembering the phrase, "The ecosystem changed because of magic." She paints a grim picture of the war, where all races used every desperate measure possible to win. They didn't just use attack magic, they spammed massive portals and movement spells without caring about the environmental impact. It was a win-at-any-cost mentality that ignored the long-term consequences of polluting reality with unstable energy. When the war finally slowed down, they realized that mixing unstable magics was a recipe for disaster. Chan listens as she explains that everything sucked in was destroyed and then reborn as these gates, strange, distorted pockets of reality. Chapter 99 starts with Yunha explaining that the gates weren't always this grotesque. Animals that got trapped inside eventually mutated into the first demonic beasts. She sighs, noting that just like any other war, nobody took responsibility for the mess they left behind. Chan remains quiet, his face unreadable as he thinks about the training golems he used to smash instead of studying history. He notices Yunha looks unusually happy today and points it out, wondering if something is up. Yunha pauses, looking down at her hand which is currently gripped tightly around Chan's. She realizes she's been holding his hand the whole time and wonders if Chan's null zone is acting like some kind of hallucination magic on her. She jokes that it's actually endorphin magic because he makes her feel safe, but she refuses to let go until the job is done. Chan spots a patch of the sky that's a different color and points it out, suggesting they check it out. Yunha leaps into action, her goggles down and her face set in a look of pure focus as she spots a monster. With a massive crack, she delivers a devastating kick to the head of a giant green crocodile-like beast. The monster hits the ground with a heavy thud, neutralized instantly by her sheer power. Chan peeks out from behind a tree, commenting on how much easier this ended than he expected. The monster's eye swirls as it dies, and Yuna reminds him that this was only a D-rank mission after all. Chan stares at the beast, noting its stomach is literally bigger than his house, but Yuna just tells him to stop complaining and find the core. Later, Chan is back in his normal clothes, checking his phone and seeing a relief message from the manager. The manager tells him not to come into work today and to just go out and eat with Yunha since he's been working crazy hours. Yunha suddenly tackles him from behind with a huge grin, asking why he's just standing there like a statue. She's thrilled that the manager gave them the green light to go have some fun. They wave goodbye to the area as they head out, deciding that a round of fried chicken is the perfect way to celebrate. Yunha knows a hot spot near her work that's always crowded, and Chan is down to try it. At the restaurant, Yunha is already red-faced and bragging about how the manager saved her even though she can't even handle spicy food. She gets sentimental, explaining that when she was a kid, a gate incident wiped out her whole village, and she was the only survivor. The manager took her in and raised her, and Yunha admits she can never repay that debt. She suddenly perks up, looking Chan in the eye and telling him she's genuinely grateful to him too. She thinks the manager has become much brighter and happier ever since Chan started working at the store. Yunha laughs, saying the manager finally finds life fun, while Chan thinks about how he was the one on the verge of starving before he got the job. She teases him for getting embarrassed, her laughter filling the restaurant. Yunha turns the tables, asking Chan about his own past, like where he used to live and what his life was like. Chan dodges the question, saying it was nothing special, but Yunha won't let it go, calling him out for being secretive. She gets serious, telling him she's worried because he listens to everyone else's problems, but never gets enough sleep himself. She looks at him with genuine concern, noticing the exhaustion he tries to hide. Chan takes a long sip of his drink, quietly reflecting that listening to others' worries is just what life is about. Suddenly, Yunha slams her hands on the table, drunk and shouting about whether he trusts her or not. She falls face first onto the table with a thump, completely knocked out by the alcohol. As she mumbles in her sleep, she tells Chan that if he ever needs to talk, she's there for him because he's a good guy. Chan looks at her, thinking that being with her strangely feels like having a real older sister. He looks at her sleeping face and realizes there are things about his Earth identity he can never tell her, because it would change everything. He looks at his drink, deciding that having a place to work and people to spend time with is enough for him right now. He gives a soft, content smile, telling himself that this is what a good life feels like. His phone buzzes on the table, breaking the quiet moment. His eyes go wide with confusion as he reads the message, wondering what the sender is even talking about. He looks out at the city skyline, wondering why someone would ask him such a bizarre question. The text is from someone named Charlie, saying he started a company and wants to talk to Chan tonight. Chan walks through a park, feeling tired after his long day and regretting agreeing to meet up. He checks the message again. Charlie is asking a convenience store part-timer for business advice. Chan tries to brush him off, but Charlie insists on coming to his place, leaving Chan even more exhausted. He stops by his own store to grab a refreshing drink before heading home to sleep. The bell rings as he enters, but he's immediately startled by someone shouting. At the counter, a humanoid cat is arguing with the silver-haired clerk, who is firmly telling him no. The Catman is being incredibly stubborn, and as Chan walks up, the creature turns its gaze toward him. With a menacing aura, the Catman tells the clerk to take her stuff and go somewhere else if she doesn't like his attitude, setting the stage for a major confrontation in Chan's own territory. The scene kicks off with Charlie, the Doberman in a suit, absolutely losing it on the cat customer. He growls that the answer is no, telling the guy to take his drink and get lost before things get physical. The bell jingles as our boy Chan walks in, watching the grumpy Catman stomp out of the store while muttering under his breath. Charlie spots Chan and complains that it took him forever to show up after his text, but Chan just quips back that he had to crawl his way there. Chan heads over to the counter and thanks the silver-haired clerk for keeping things running, but she's just confused by his sudden gratitude. Chan gestures to Charlie and asks if he was the one who just handled that nuisance customer for her, but she's still a bit dazed. She explains that the guy had been there since her shift started and was acting really strange, just causing trouble for the sake of it. Chan looks over at Charlie, admitting that while the dogman is definitely weird, he's actually a good guy at heart. He asks where the manager is, and the clerk explains that yeon-woo is hibernating and doesn't want anyone to act like she's even in the building until 200 p.m. Chan is relieved she's resting and tells the clerk they'll keep their conversation quiet so they don't disturb her sleep. Chan sits down across from Charlie, hearing the rapid-fire tapping of keys on a laptop as he asks what's actually going on. Charlie vents his frustration, explaining that there are over 6 million businesses in the country, and yet everyone is complaining about him starting just one more. He's stressed about the endless to-do lists while hearing that the younger generation can't even find decent jobs. He turns to Chan and asks why he thinks that is. Why is the system so messed up for people looking for work? Chan doesn't sugarcoat it, saying most companies are just industrial presses designed to squeeze the life out of employees like they're oil. He explains his ideal company, a place where the reward for your labor actually matches the effort you put in. Charlie stares at him, waiting for the catch, and asks the big question, how exactly do you make a company like that work? Chan just shrugs and says he has no idea, telling Charlie that's his job to figure out, which sends Charlie into a comedic fit of rage. The tension breaks when a tiny, silver-haired girl named Hana peeks around the corner, clutching her plushie and whispering a shy hello. Charlie's intense, dark aura flares up as he stares her down, wondering who this pale kid is and why she's looking at him like that. Poor Hana is so intimidated by his scary face that she immediately scurries over to hide behind Chan's chair. Charlie is genuinely offended, asking Chan why this pale thing is treating him like a monster when he hasn't even done anything yet. Chan explains that she's a regular at the store and they're close, while Hana peeks out from the shadows with wide, trembling eyes. Chan tells Charlie to relax his face because he always looks like he's about to bite someone, but that only makes Charlie even angrier. Suddenly, Hana steps out, looking up at the suit-wearing dog with a look of absolute wonder on her face. Charlie freezes, confused by the sudden change in her behavior as she stares him directly in the eye. She lets out a happy cheer, calling him Chihuahua Mister and looking like she's just discovered a hidden treasure. Hana tells him that he's just like a rainbow as a literal bridge of colors appears behind her in her imagination. She laughs and repeats that he's a rainbow while Charlie stands there completely stunned, having no idea how to react to a kid being this nice. Hana explains her secret. When she looks at people, she usually just sees jet black or pure white, representing their hidden intentions. But Charlie is different. To her, he's a double rainbow, meaning he's an incredibly kind person despite his scary exterior. She apologizes for thinking he was a scary mister, and Charlie is left speechless, his tough guy act completely melting away. He tries to act cool, telling the pale brat not to butt into adult conversations, but he's clearly been touched by her words. Chan changes the subject, asking Hana if she's supposed to be at kindergarten today, and she explains there's a special heroes event going on. Chan gives her a warm smile, realizing she stopped by the store just because she wanted to see them before the big event. Chan then turns back to Charlie, asking what happened to the colleagues who quit the old company alongside him. Charlie looks away, assuming they all found their own ways to survive and wondering why Chan is even bringing it up. Chan probes deeper, asking if a company built with people who followed him without hesitation wouldn't be the perfect foundation for a startup. Charlie snaps back, asking if Chan thinks his old friends are crazy enough to join a risky new business, worried he won't be able to pay them. Chan tells him to stop overthinking it and just give them a nudge, tell them that if they want to come, the door is open. He knows Charlie hasn't contacted them because he feels guilty, but he tells him to just treat them right this time and they'll succeed together. Chan reaches over and slides Charlie's phone toward him, giving him that final push to take the leap. Charlie checks the time, it's nearly 900 a.m., and he mutters about Chan having some nerve for making him do this. He grabs the phone with a determined look, deciding to handle the calls himself instead of letting Chan meddle any further. As Charlie steps away to call, Chan asks Hana if she's eaten yet, while Charlie's first call connects to someone named Flying Squirrel. Charlie's old colleague is shocked to hear from him so early, calling him manager even though it's been months since they quit. Charlie bluntly states that he started a business but has nobody to work with, his voice betraying a hint of vulnerability. He gives the flying squirrel the exact choice Chan suggested: if you want to come, come, if not, don't, but he promises the pay will be worth it. He grips the phone tight, waiting for the response while looking out the store window. The phone pings with a notification and Charlie's eyes sharpen as he reads the message. The colleague replies that he's currently busy with his kids, but tells Charlie to send the contract immediately so he can sign it by lunch. A genuine smug smile finally breaks across Charlie's face as he realizes his hard work and the respect he earned wasn't for nothing. Chan asks how many people resigned with him that day, and Charlie reveals it was a total of 23 people. Chan tells him he's got a lot of work ahead of him then, 23 phone calls to make before the day is over. Charlie stands up and heads toward the back, telling Chan and Hana to eat everything on the table while he goes to take care of business. Chan watches him go with a satisfied look, happy to see his friend finally finding his path again. He turns to Hana and offers her the burgers they bought, and she cheers with a bright yes as they enjoy a rare moment of peace on Earth.